Reverend Insanity Chapter 637 to Chapter 688. The six-fingered formless hand appeared too suddenly. Fang Yuan only had time to raise his head. Light blue radiance shone on his face. His entire field of vision was filled with the giant light blue hand. The formless hand did not stop, it clenched into a fist and completely enveloped Fang Yuan's body. "Junior brother!" Tai Baiyunqing shouted in shock. But at the next moment, this six-fingered formless fist loosened and opened up into a palm. Fang Yuan's figure appeared 500 steps away. The six-fingered formless hand had grabbed nothing. It was Flashbug goo. This goo was a space path movement goo. Although it was rank 5, it was still rare. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort to purchase it from Jewel Yellow Skies. Huff. Tai Baiyunqing let out a breath of turbid air, the boulder in his heart finally disappearing. He knew that Fang Yuan had just come out and suffered a loss because he could not react in time. Actually, with his flying master attainment, avoiding these formless hands was not a problem. So close. Fang Yuan broke out in cold sweat from the fright. He understood the formless hands more than others, thus he was even more aware of the danger just now. Formless Hand is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move. From 1 to 9 fingers, it can snatch rank 1 to rank 9 goo worms. Whether they are vital goo or not, it will snatch them all. If the six-fingered formless hand had really grabbed me, I would have lost either Spring Autumn Cicada or fixed immortal travel. My luck is really too bad, such a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity actually appeared. Fang Yuan flew with all his strength, dodging the formless hand's pursuit. While observing the surroundings, True Inheritance secluded domain had already sunk into a huge chaos. True Inheritance meteor and formless hands filled his eyes. Goo masters were also flying around randomly, some were dodging the formless hands, some were screaming in pain when their goo worms were snatched, and some were desperately attacking those formless fists. It seems they have already found out. Once this formless hand captures a goo worm, it will clench its fist. At this moment, it can be broken. But when it's in the form of a palm, it's practically immune to all attacks and can only dodge. Information about the formless hand emerged in Fang Yuan's mind. He was very familiar with formless hands. It was all because of his past life of 500 years. Ma Hongyan had obtained a portion of the inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. He also had a method to capture goo worms. He had used it many times during the Five Regions War, causing many powerful enemies to suffer heavy losses and flee in defeat. Because of this, Fang Yuan had done a lot of research. Fang Yuan dodged continuously, using Flashbug goo, Windflower goo, Eagle Rise goo and so on, finally increasing the distance between them and the six-fingered formless hand behind him. He immediately diverted part of his attention. They entered the immortal aperture in his body. There were remnants of the heaven and earth chi in the True Inheritance secret realm. Ever since Fang Yuan came out, his immortal aperture had been absorbing the heaven and earth chi and growing rapidly. Soon, the immortal aperture space expanded to 3 million square kilometers, and it was still growing. Meanwhile, the flow of time in the immortal aperture also changed from the outside world of northern plains, from 1 to 6. Oh no. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan frowned, his expression changing. The changes in the immortal aperture were normal. The situation occurred in the first aperture. More accurately speaking, it occurred in Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada rapidly recovered, an enormous pressure spread, the first aperture could no longer bear it. Not good. When the immortal aperture forms, not only does the space expand, the flow of time also changes. The cause of the latter is the immortal aperture becoming a small world, leading to a tributary of the River of Time. Spring-Autumn Cicada feeds on the water of the River of Time. Now that it is close to the river, it swallowed a lot of the river water and increased its recovery speed. Fang Yuan instantly understood the reason. Spring-Autumn Cicada had been recovering slowly since the last time it was used. The trip to northern plains had taken a long time. Spring-Autumn Cicada was gradually recovering, and the pressure on the first aperture was also increasing. Originally, the first aperture was at the peak stage of rank 5, according to Fang Yuan's estimation, it could still last for some time. But now, this unforeseen event brought forward the time limit greatly. Since rebirth, Spring-Autumn Cicada had always been a hidden danger to Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan had become an immortal, this hidden danger immediately expanded into a serious internal problem, directly pushing it to Fang Yuan. Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his body suddenly descending, a formless hand just brushed past his hair, grabbing air. In this situation, Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. The immortal aperture had to form, otherwise all his efforts would be wasted, and all his efforts would go to waste. Without the strength of a Gu immortal, there was no way to continue fighting. But spring-autumn cicada could not be ignored. Crack crack, a loud sound reverberated in True Inheritance' secluded domain, as if something important had shattered. The sound made people's hearts palpitate. Everyone's momentum paused, and they raised their heads to look. True Inheritance' secluded domain was like an eggshell that had been hit, forming countless cracks. The cracks rapidly expanded, and light from the outside world shone in through the cracks. At the same time, many formless hands also squeezed in through the cracks. 7 fingers appeared. Seeing so many giant light blue hands, many Gu masters cried out in alarm. So many giant hands, how can there be so many? Oh no, look, there is actually a 7-fingered giant hand squeezing in. Giant light blue hands continuously flew into True Inheritance' secluded domain, and everyone's situation became even more precarious. He Lolan's expression was grim, even Tai Bai Yunqing felt an intense pressure in his heart. Flying masters were not omnipotent. So many formless hands greatly increased the difficulty of flying and dodging. Moreover, defending for a long time was bound to result in losses. Who wouldn't make mistakes when in a highly tense state? Oh no! Tai Bai Yunqing's heart sank, what he feared had come true. At the crucial moment, he made a mistake. He lost his final chance, and 6 formless hands blocked his remaining escape route. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunqing gritted his teeth and directly charged towards a 3-fingered formless hand. The formless hand grabbed him, and Tai Bai Yunqing was immediately unable to move. But this time was extremely short. Soon, the 3-fingered formless hand clenched into a fist and flew away. Tai Bai Yunqing broke free and immediately burst out with his fastest speed, causing the other 5 formless hands to grab air. The dangerous situation made Tai Bai Yunqing break out in cold sweat. Even Tai Bai Yunqing was in such a predicament, not to mention the others. The Gu masters suffered a calamity, and the losses were so severe that they didn't even have a single Gu left. Without Gu, the Gu masters' battle strength fell to rock bottom. No matter how much primeval essence they had, it was useless. Save me! A Gu master fearfully looked at a True Inheritance charging towards him. His whole body was smooth and clean. All his Gu worms had already been snatched away by the formless hands. At the moment of life and death, he screamed for help while frantically waving his arms. But this movement speed was no different from a snail compared to the True Inheritance charging towards him. It wasn't that the surrounding Gu masters didn't hear his cry for help, but they were helpless at this moment. Bam! The unlucky Gu master was not surprised. He was directly smashed into pieces by the True Inheritance, turning into a pile of flesh and blood. After this blue-colored True Inheritance smashed the Gu master, it didn't slow down and continued flying. Along the way, formless hands came to obstruct it. The True Inheritance light lump continued to dodge. The Gu worm's newly born wild will also sensed the threat of the formless hands and naturally wanted to dodge and escape. But the Gu worm's will didn't have the intelligence of a human. After the blue-colored True Inheritance dodged several formless hands, it was finally caught by a 5-fingered formless hand. The formless hand clenched into a fist. But it didn't stop at the same spot. The True Inheritance light lump speed was too fast and had a huge inertia. It continued to fly along with it, but its speed was greatly reduced. The 5-fingered formless hand snatched the Gu worm and flew away. However, even more formless hands flew over and covered the True Inheritance light ball. If one hand wasn't enough, then 2 or 3. Soon, over 10 formless hands gathered like a swarm of bees and tightly wrapped around the True Inheritance light lump. The True Inheritance light lump speed became slower and slower until it stopped in the air. The formless hands suddenly dispersed and turned into fists, shooting out in all directions. There was nothing left on the spot, there was no blue-colored True Inheritance, it had already been snatched away. At this time, Fang Yuan snorted and flew diagonally, grabbing onto the target he had his eyes on and attacking fiercely. A formless fist was smashed by him and the goo inside was exposed. Fang Yuan saw the opportunity and immediately grabbed it. This was a rank 5 mortal goo. He immediately refined it and stored it in his pouch. Flashbug goo. Next, his figure disappeared far away and suddenly appeared 300 steps away. He just happened to appear beside another formless fist. Bam bam bam. He punched fiercely and smashed it 3 times, smashing it and leaving after grabbing the goo worm. It was an immortal goo. Almost at the next moment, a formless hand pounced over and naturally returned without any success. Fang Yuan's figure was like lightning, sometimes flying like a swallow, sometimes flying like an eagle. He dodged the formless hands while taking the opportunity to make a fortune, capturing many goo worms in the true inheritance. However, the formless fists were too fast and the opportunity was fleeting. The blue-colored true inheritance was a good opportunity for Fang Yuan, but he only had time to smash 3 of them, obtaining 2 mortal goo and 1 immortal goo. Taking advantage of this time, the other formless fists had already flown far away and Fang Yuan could not catch up. Suppress. Fang Yuan mobilized the will in his mind and injected it into the goo worms, temporarily suppressing them. He simply did not have time to refine these goo worms, let alone research their uses. While flying, Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly shone with blue light. Perhaps it was because Fang Yuan was in the limelight, 8 formless hands actually attacked him together. Fang Yuan's heart jumped and he quickly dodged. He suddenly stopped and moved, crazily changing directions. His field of vision changed drastically, from the sky to the ground, almost making him dizzy. He spent a Herculean effort and finally managed to break free. Just as he stabilized, whoosh, the sound of wind arose, a formless hand came straight at him. Fang Yuan was just about to dodge when his pupils suddenly dilated. This was a formless fist. He laughed loudly and waved his 6 wings as he punched. After smashing the formless fist, he obtained the rank 5 goo. The goo worm vibrated in his hand and struggled with all its might, trying to escape. Fang Yuan sent in a portion of his will but was unable to suppress it. He immediately frowned, knowing that this goo was not a wild goo, but another goo master's goo worm. Because the goo worm had someone else's will, the difficulty of refining it was several times that of a wild goo, and the difficulty of temporarily suppressing it also increased sharply. Put down my goo. A familiar roar resounded in his ears. Fang Yuan looked towards the source of the voice and immediately laughed. He Lulan was complaining incessantly in his heart. His battle strength was outstanding, and he possessed an extremely powerful strength path long-range killer move. But this way, it covered up his weakness of lacking movement speed. To be precise, He Lulan cultivated strength path as well as dark path, so his movement ability was not ordinary. But in the current situation, only flying masters could barely survive. He Lulan's weakness was completely exposed under the pursuit of the formless hands. The formless hands wreaked havoc, and He Lulan's goo worms were snatched one after another. Even though he destroyed many formless hands and recovered many. But at the same time, new formless hands would snatch even more goo worms from his body. At this moment, He Lulan was pouncing rapidly like a raging bear, his face filled with malevolence and anger. Even though he knew, in this situation, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage, but he could not let go. Because the goo worm that Fang Yuan caught was He Lulan's vital goo, the vital goo was closely related to the goo master, and their lives were intertwined. Once it was destroyed, the goo master would immediately suffer heavy injuries. Fang Yuan holding this goo was equivalent to holding onto a huge weakness of He Lulan. Speaking of which, this vital goo of He Lulan had a difficult life. It was snatched by the formless hands many times, and was snatched back by He Lulan with great difficulty. Counting carefully, this was the 6th time the vital goo had been snatched. But this time an accident occurred, and it actually fell into Fang Yuan's hands. He Lulan was furious and anxious. The vital goo had fallen into the enemy's hands. This situation was too serious, he had to get it back. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He did not know that the rank 5 goo in his hands was He Lulan's vital goo. But looking at He Lulan's performance, it must be an extremely important goo. Humph. Stop daydreaming if you want to take back the goo worm. Fang Yuan flapped the 6 wings on his back, and his body flew up. It suddenly flew far away. He Lulan had tried to kill Fang Yuan several times before, so there was already a deep hatred between Fang Yuan and He Lulan. But now was not the best time to kill He Lulan. The more formless hands there were, the harder it was for Fang Yuan to evade them. If he wanted to kill a powerful enemy in such an environment, even if he succeeded, he would have to pay an extremely heavy price. Especially since He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. If he was forced into a dead end and he impulsively self-destructed, Fang Yuan would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Let him chase after us. Let's see how long he can last. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, forcefully suppressing the restless goo worm in his hand. Soon, he shook off He Lulan. Fang Yuan dodged the formless hands along the way as he flew. He sent a portion of his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture continued to grow. Ever since he left Tai Baiyunqing's immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture continued to absorb heaven and earth qi. Right now, it had an area of over 4 million square kilometers. The immortal aperture sky was orange and the ground was not flat. White stone mountains rose and fell as if they were cut by knives and axes, standing tall and straight. The terrain of the immortal aperture was related to the Gu Master's path, accumulation, temperament, and comprehension. This was the first time Fang Yuan had become a strength path Gu immortal. He could only skim through it. He knew the general situation. If he wanted to understand it in depth, he could only research it in the future. Time flow. It has also reached 1 to 12. 1 day in the outside world is 12 days in the immortal aperture. The growth speed has also slowed down. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. At this moment, the heaven and earth qi in true inheritance secluded domain had almost been absorbed by him. He was waiting for the immortal aperture to take shape. This was his main goal. Once he had Gu immortal battle strength, everything would change. My Gu worms will be temporarily stored with you, I won't give up. He Lulan helplessly looked at Fang Yuan flying further and further away. He could only shout like this. While chasing, he was obstructed by the formless hands and lost many Gu worms. It was already difficult for him to dodge the formless hands. Now that he had to chase after Fang Yuan, he would naturally suffer such consequences. He Lulan had no choice but to give up. In this situation, if he continued to chase forcefully, it would definitely arouse Fang Yuan's suspicions. If he guessed that this was his vital Gu, it would be even worse. I can only rely on my connection with the Gu worm to slowly get close to him while dodging the formless hands, then launch a sudden attack. Hateful thief. He Lulan gritted his teeth, plotting in his heart. Formless hands could snatch Gu worms, but they could not refine them. Once the formless fist was broken, the Gu worm would be released, and the Gu Master would immediately sense the Gu worm and summon it back. Fang Yuan forcefully suppressed He Lulan's vital Gu, but did not have the time or energy to refine it. Thus, He Lulan's connection with the Gu worm was still there, giving him the hope of making a comeback. As time passed, in true inheritance secluded domain, the formless hands had already completely gained the upper hand. Giant light blue hands were everywhere, hovering like a swarm of bees. Be it Gu Masters or true inheritance light lumps, they could only dodge in all directions. Spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry, the pressure was heavy. As the immortal aperture grew, spring-autumn cicada absorbed the water of the river of time, bringing greater pressure to the first aperture. Many cracks had already appeared on the first aperture's aperture walls. To reduce the pressure on the first aperture as much as possible, Fang Yuan had already expended all the primeval essence in the first aperture. His flying speed was extremely fast, and using dozens of movement Gu consumed a huge amount of primeval essence. Fortunately, I had planned for a long time before coming here, and had made ample preparations, purchasing large numbers of beggar moths. But even so, I still have to pay attention to my primeval essence. Once my primeval essence is expended, the consequences will be unthinkable. These beggar moths were Gu worms used to store primeval essence. They were shaped like moths, but there were round holes on their wings. These holes made the beggar moths look dilapidated, like beggars wearing ragged clothes, and did not look good. But the truth was, the more holes on the beggar moth's wings, the better. The more holes there were, the higher the rank of primeval essence the beggar moths could store. In the mortal world, these beggar moths had a price but no supply. But Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, and in jewel-yellow skies, beggar moths were sold in groups. Fang Yuan directly bought a group. Although there were not many rank 5 and rank 4 beggar moths, rank 3 and rank 2 beggar moths were huge. At this moment, Fang Yuan had close to 1,000 beggar moths on him. Almost the entire group was on him. Mortals could not afford to buy them, and could not afford to raise them. But Fang Yuan had Gu immortal assets, and Hu immortal blessed land, it was easy to raise them. Not only beggar moths, he also had eagle rise Gu and other Gu in reserve. Fang Yuan used a certain eagle rise Gu for a period of time, before retrieving it. He activated another eagle rise Gu. He had 6 wings on his back, and it looked like he was activating 3 eagle rise Gu at the same time, but he actually had more than 10 eagle rise Gu. They were used in rotation. The reason for this was because of the heaven and earth chi. When Gu worms were used in such an environment, they would receive backlash from the heaven and earth chi. If they were used for a long time, they would be destroyed. Fang Yuan needed to grow his immortal aperture again. It had always been the center of the gathering of heaven and earth chi. The power of the backlash was especially great. Thus, when he used eagle rise Gu, he had to use them in rotation, and try to extend the usage time as much as possible. It was also thanks to his Hu immortal blessed land and immortal aptitude, otherwise, how could he be so extravagant? Backlash from heaven and earth was also one of the difficulties of Gu immortal ascension. Tai Baiyunxing had destroyed a large number of Gu worms during his immortal ascension and tribulation. If not for Fang Yuan's help. When he was dodging the chaotic lightning balls outside 88-point Xianxia Tower, he had already run out of Gu worms to use. Gu Master Ascension. If they succeeded by luck, the mortal Gu they used would usually suffer disastrous losses. Immortal ascension was extremely risky, and the price was high. Many situations were like this. The newly ascended Gu immortal had clean sleeves, and was completely clean. The accumulated Gu worms they had in the past were almost all used up. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. While dodging and flying, Fang Yuan suddenly turned into heavenly zombie form, with 6 wings and 8 arms raised. Bam! At the next moment, he directly collided with a formless fist. Fang Yuan did not feel any pain, and directly shattered the formless fist, obtaining another Gu. Fang Yuan took a look and was immediately overjoyed. This was the 3rd wild immortal Gu he had obtained after leaving Tai Baiyunxing's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan did not have time to check it, and directly suppressed it, keeping it temporarily. There was the worry of spring-autumn cicada internally, and the calamity of formless hands externally. He was fully focused on flying, and also had to pay attention to the state of his primeval essence and Gu worms. But undeniably, Fang Yuan's gains were also very abundant. Fang Yuan deeply understood what it meant to be happy and in pain. His attainments as a flying master were a great help in this situation. Where is Ma Hongyan? Fang Yuan kept the 3rd immortal Gu, and looked around. The luck path true inheritance had always been something he was very interested in. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had relied on this to dominate the 9 desolates and 10 lands, and was invincible in the world. Previously, Fang Yuan had no way to deal with this luck path true inheritance, but now, with the help of formless hands, he could snatch the luck path Gu worms. This was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity, but even after searching for a long time, and not forgetting to search whenever he had the time, he could not find even a shadow of the luck path true inheritance. Evidently, the luck path true inheritance was also moving and shifting. Although the true inheritance light lump was protecting Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun, it was only the recognition of fortune rivaling heaven, and was still a wild will. Wild Gu worms had an instinct to dodge heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. True inheritance secluded domain was huge, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Formless hands, true inheritance meteors, Gu masters running around, or the dazzling attacks of formless fists, greatly obstructed Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan had to dodge the formless hands, and could not search casually. Both sides were moving, it was normal that they could not meet. Crack, crack, the sound of eggshells cracking could be heard continuously. The crack in true inheritance secluded domain continued to expand. Earlier, it was only one side, but now, it was spreading in all directions. More and more giant light blue hands squeezed in through the crack. As time passed, Fang Yuan's loss of Gu worms became more severe. On one hand, because of the backlash of heaven and earth chi, especially the movement goo worms, even if they were used in turns, they had reached their limits and many were lost. On the other hand, the number of formless hands surpassed the point of qualitative change. Sometimes, many formless hands would surround and block his escape routes. Fang Yuan was caught 2 or 3 times because of this. As time passed, Fang Yuan no longer had the chance to smash the formless fists. Under the pursuit of the formless hands, he was exhausted from running for his life. Quickly return my goo worm. By coincidence, He Lulan finally arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and activated wind flower goo. A translucent wind flower immediately appeared on his body and rapidly changed direction. Whoosh! With the help of wind flower goo, Fang Yuan's speed did not change, but he changed direction and avoided He Lulan. He Lulan, however, was overjoyed. My time has come. Why did you have to go in this direction? Fang Yuan had not flown far when his speed suddenly fell. His expression changed as he sensed that he had fallen into a dark whirlpool. This was a trap set by He Lulan using expendable goo, specially used to trap enemies. The formless hands behind him were already less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan snorted and did not panic in the face of danger, activating flashbug goo. Flashbug goo suddenly disappeared along with his body, and the next moment, he appeared 500 steps away. Fang Yuan escaped and immediately increased his speed, but in less than a few breaths of time, he once again fell into a dark whirlpool. He activated flashbug goo once again to escape. But immediately after, he fell into a third dark whirlpool. True Inheritance secluded domain was originally filled with darkness, and the dark whirlpool was extremely well concealed here. Before it was activated, it was calm without any clues. But once it was activated, it formed an entangling force, as if he had fallen into a quicksand swamp. You can't escape. This place has a circumference of 100 li. I have scattered countless goo worms and set up countless traps. He Lulan shouted as she rapidly approached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suffered a loss due to his poor scouting. He was furious. You are courting death, don't blame me. Saying so, he activated 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King Killer move, exerting strength and breaking free from the whirlpool, charging towards He Lulan. He Lulan's heart trembled, and then she was overjoyed. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan's attack. He was afraid that the other party would flee, not giving him a chance to fight. The two of them had new and old grudges, and they both wished they could kill each other. But they had yet to fight. He Lulan was the first to make a sharp turn to avoid the attack. After that, Fang Yuan's expression changed as well, and he retreated with all his might. It was too scary, a large group of formless hands. Whistling down from the sky. There were 500 to 600 of them. The pale blue radiance was continuous, illuminating the surrounding space in a pale blue color. The group of non-phase hands divided into 2 groups, respectively chasing after Fang Yuan and He Lulan. Fang Yuan immediately fell into the most dangerous situation he had ever been in. He absolutely did not dare to fly between the formless hands. There were so many formless hands, with just a slight movement, they could easily seal off all the routes. Fang Yuan had no choice but to fly quickly, with a large group of giant light blue hands chasing after him. No, don't come over. Yi Luisang shouted in panic. He and the other 3 goo masters moved together, helping each other. Only then did they barely manage to keep their fire path immortal goo intact. But now, he suddenly saw Fang Yuan flying towards them. He saw the group of non-phase hands behind Fang Yuan. Yi Luisang's heart almost stopped beating. Fang Yuan not only flew extremely fast, but also attacked quickly. Long-range attacks blocked the best escape route for Yi Luisang and the others, and greatly slowed down their speed. Next, Fang Yuan slightly changed his direction, bypassing them and continuing to fly. Yi Luisang and the others fled with all their might, but how could they make it in time? No. This unlucky Yi Lui tribe leader let out a mournful scream, as hundreds of non-phase hands filled his vision, becoming bigger and bigger. It was like a gust of wind blowing, or like a swarm of locusts passing through. The giant light blue hands continued to fly, not letting Fang Yuan go. As for Yi Luisang and the others, they blankly stayed on the spot. There were too many non-phase hands. In just a few breaths of time, all the goo worms on their bodies were captured. In the blink of an eye, they had become completely broke. Although there was still primeval essence left in their apertures, it was useless. How will I explain this to Lord Supreme Elder when I return? Yi Lui Sang's heart was filled with fear and bewilderment. The fire path immortal goo on him was specially lent to him by Yi Lui tribe's Supreme Elder, Yi Lui Lai. It was to help him become the lord of the imperial court. The preciousness of immortal goo was self-evident. Yi Lui Sang lost the competition, and in order to protect his immortal goo, even though he was also a tribe leader of a super tribe, he could only endure the humiliation and side with He Lulan. Now, because of Fang Yuan's misdirection, the fire path immortal goo that he protected with all his heart was lost in the end. Fang Yuan flew all the way, and when he turned around, he saw that the number of non-phase hands behind him had decreased slightly, and was slightly happy. This was all Yi Lui Sang's contribution. Fang Yuan also saw the hope of getting rid of this group of non-phase hands. That was to divert the trouble to someone else. He had flying master attainment, but others did not. That is. While escaping, Fang Yuan finally found traces of Ma Hongyun. The Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance was enveloping Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, dodging and flying all over the place, with many non-phase hands chasing behind them. Of course, compared to the group behind Fang Yuan, they paled in comparison. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan immediately flew towards Ma Hongyun. Sensing an even greater danger, the Luck Path True Inheritance's light lump instinctively changed its flying direction. But Fang Yuan chased relentlessly, and with extraordinary agility, he gradually got closer to the Luck Path True Inheritance. Let us go, please let us go. Within the Luck Path True Inheritance, Ma Hongyun's pleading voice could be heard. Don't come over, don't come over. Zhao Lianyun's delicate body was also trembling in fear. Fang Yuan's heart was like steel. How could he be shaken? His figure was like lightning. His speed suddenly increased as he flew past the Luck Path True Inheritance in a beautiful arc. The non-phase hands behind him were immediately attracted by the Luck Path True Inheritance's aura, and immediately flocked towards it. We are finished. Ma and Zhao Lianyun's expressions were pale. They could only watch as hundreds of non-phase hands blocked their path and rushed over. Ha ha ha, Supreme Luck Path True Inheritance. Supreme Luck Path True Inheritance. Fang Yuan flew around before flying back. The immortal aperture is about to take shape. Wonderful. Wonderful, it can be used to store Luck Path immortal goo. Looking at the Luck Path True Inheritance covered by the non-phase hands, Fang Yuan's gaze was burning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, soon, many non-phase hands left their original spots and flew out. Fang Yuan quickly rushed over and used all his methods to snatch goo. 1, 2, 5, 6, soon, there were more than 10 of them. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to snatch all the Luck Path goo worms, but he was able to obtain so many. He was already satisfied. Wait, a six-fingered formless fist. Suddenly, Fang Yuan found an important target. This meant that this fist was holding a rank 6 Luck Path immortal goo. Fang Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. His breathing was rough. He chased after it with all his might. He turned into six-arm Heavenly Zombie King and directly pounced on the six-fingered formless fist. 8 fists burst out with intense fist shadows as they smashed down. The formless fist shattered, revealing a Luck Path immortal goo as expected. Haha. Fang Yuan was overjoyed as he quickly grabbed it. But right at this moment, a 6-fingered formless hand flew over and grabbed Fang Yuan. The timing was perfect. Fang Yuan's mind relaxed slightly, but extreme joy turned to sorrow. Fang Yuan felt his heart go blank. He cried out in alarm. Time became extremely long at this moment. After 2 breaths of time, the 6-fingered formless fist flew out of his body, and Fang Yuan regained his mobility. Fang Yuan flapped his 6 wings and flew away immediately. He glanced behind him and saw 50 to 60 formless hands colliding at the place where he was just a moment ago. If he had hesitated just now, cold sweat poured down Fang Yuan's forehead. He quickly inspected his body and his heart sank. What was taken away was not the immortal goo he snatched, nor was it spring-autumn cicada, but that fixed immortal travel. This damned luck. Fang Yuan cursed. Fixed immortal travel was his first method to leave this place and return to Hu immortal blessed land, but he lost it. He had to get it back. Fang Yuan temporarily suppressed the luck path immortal goo and stored it in his pouch. Next, he stared fixedly at that six-fingered formless fist and chased after it. How could one's shoes not get wet when walking by the river? Fortunately, during the process of chasing, his immortal aperture finally took shape. Fang Yuan took a risk to ascend to an immortal and finally succeeded. At this moment, he had become a genuine strength path goo immortal. The strength path immortal aperture had a huge area of 5,180,000 square kilometers. The sky was orange-yellow and there were mountain peaks on the ground. The mountain peaks were tall and straight, there was not even a blade of grass growing on them, they were all made of white rocks of all shapes and sizes. A formless tributary of the river of time was drawn into the immortal aperture blessed land, supporting the normal operation of this small world. Compared to the outside world, the flow of time here was 1 to 16 times faster. Most importantly, there were 22 beads of green grape immortal essence. This is a middle-grade blessed land. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. When a goo master ascends to an immortal, there are 3 grades of immortal aperture and blessed land. Small blessed land had an area of 3 million square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time and producing more than 10 beads of immortal essence. Middle-grade blessed land had an area of 4 to 6 million square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time and producing more than 20 beads of immortal essence. High-grade blessed land had an area of 7 to 9 million square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time and producing more than 30 beads of immortal essence. Heaven and earth chi interacted and refined mortal goo into immortal goo. After Tai Bai Yunqing ascended to goo immortal, he refined to immortal goo. It was no doubt a high-grade blessed land. And Fang Yuan's strength path immortal aperture was a middle-grade blessed land. Although my human chi is higher than Tai Bai Yunqing's, he obtained the help of human chi goo and his human chi greatly surpassed mine. I received the protection of 88-point Xianxia Tower and Giant Sun's will. There were gains and losses. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were isolated outside, only a portion of heaven and earth chi seeped into true inheritance secluded domain. In the end, I absorbed it. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind at lightning speed. After all, Giant Sun's will had no choice but to help Fang Yuan resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. He would not be so kind as to let heaven and earth chi seep in so that Fang Yuan could accumulate his goo immortal potential. Besides this, there is another important reason, that is spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada absorbed the water of the tributary of the river of time. It was akin to cutting off the nutrients. This greatly reduced the success of the strength path immortal aperture. Fang Yuan, however, had no regrets after becoming a middle-grade blessed land. This was for the best. In the first aperture, spring-autumn cicada's pressure had already reached its limit. The first aperture's walls were already full of cracks. If this continued, the aperture might explode at any moment. If it was a high-grade blessed land, it would refine immortal goo and create heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations in the blessed land. Fang Yuan's situation was already in a precarious situation. He was facing both internal and external problems. If the immortal aperture's heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were to cause trouble, Fang Yuan would definitely lose focus and suffer a huge loss. He might even lose his life. No matter what, after becoming a strength path goo immortal, I have the qualifications to interfere in the battle. Fang Yuan gave a long cry, first throwing all the goo worms on him, be they immortal goo or mortal goo, into the strength path immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was huge, it was easy to store immortal goo. Next, Fang Yuan willed and used a bead of green grape immortal essence without hesitation. Immediately, the green grape immortal essence canopy spread out and filled the whole immortal aperture, turning into an endless amount of primeval essence. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. From now on, he no longer had to worry about primeval essence consumption. He could use mortal goo without any worries. This was one of the biggest differences between mortals and immortals. At the same time, I have truly become a goo immortal, absorbing all the heaven and earth chi. I will no longer have to worry about any backlash. Fang Yuan's aura surged, his eyes shining brightly. His body shook slightly, a pair of eagle wings grew out from his back. The 8 wings flapped, Fang Yuan's speed increased by a level, chasing after fixed immortal travel. Just as he was about to catch up to his target, Tai Baiyanqing's cry for help could be heard from behind. "Junior brother, help me." That hand snatched away my immortal goo landscape as before. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a six-fingered formless fist flying towards him from the left. Tai Baiyanqing was dragging the supreme true inheritance light lump. It was rushing over from even further away. Fang Yuan hesitated. This six-fingered formless fist was near him. If he did not make a move, it would be inexcusable. He immediately activated the wind flower goo and barely managed to change direction. His speed was too fast. The wind flower goo in his immortal aperture could not hold on any longer. Many flower petals fell off. Fang Yuan caught up with the six-fingered formless fist and smashed it fiercely. He smashed it open and successfully rescued landscape as before. When Tai Baiyanqing saw this, he was instantly overjoyed. "That's great. Junior brother, if it weren't for you." Fang Yuan's pupils constricted as he cried out involuntarily, "Senior brother, dodge." Too late, an eight-fingered formless hand. He flew down and grabbed Tai Baiyanqing. Tai Baiyanqing was unable to move, and his face was filled with terror. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several hundred formless hands flew over one after another, surrounding Tai Baiyanqing. At the same time, there was a large number of formless hands. It flew over from afar. Damn it. Tai Baiyanqing isn't the only one who's in trouble. He also has a peerless true inheritance. This is bad. 88-point Xianxia Tower is about to be destroyed. I need to quickly take back fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan did not dare to help. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he placed landscape as before goo into his immortal aperture. He then turned around and left. Fixed immortal travel goo was the best method to escape. To the current Fang Yuan, it was much more important. It was more important than other immortal goo. Fang Yuan flew all the way and was about to catch up to the formless fist. I will run after getting fixed immortal travel. I don't care about this Tai Baiyanqing anymore. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had already made up his mind. True inheritance secluded domain was the deepest part of 88-point Xianxia Tower, but there were already so many formless hands. Not to mention the outside world, he had already obtained enough benefits, and he had also successfully advanced to goo immortal. If he continued, he might lose his life here. Fang Yuan had thoughts of retreating. But just as he was about to succeed, He Lulan blocked in front of him. "Don't think I am afraid of you just because you became a goo immortal. Return my goo worm to me and I will immediately give way." He Lulan screamed. "You are courting death." Fang Yuan stared angrily. He wanted nothing more than to chop He Lulan into pieces. But reason made him change his direction and go around He Lulan, continuing to chase. He Lulan sneered. He could not catch up to Fang Yuan, but he was proficient in long-range battles and had many methods to obstruct Fang Yuan's pursuit. Fang Yuan was obstructed by He Lulan time and again. He had no choice but to change his direction. "Why are you doing this? Quickly return my goo worm and you will be able to catch up to this formless fist. Don't forget, once the formless fist reaches a certain distance, it will disappear along with the goo worm in its hand." He Lulan urged loudly. He was extremely anxious in his heart. His vital goo was in Fang Yuan's hands, but he had no choice but to endure and conceal it. Fang Yuan shouted in anger. His expression was grim. He naturally could not return the goo worm to He Lulan. The more anxious He Lulan was about this goo worm, the more it showed how important this goo worm was. Moreover, He Lulan was a great enemy. Even if the goo worm was returned to him, what if he did not fulfill his promise and continued to obstruct Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan had no choice but to change his direction again, taking a longer route to chase after his target. Boom! Right at this time, a loud sound erupted in the world. True inheritance secluded domain completely shattered, instantly exploding. Glaring white sunlight suddenly filled everyone's vision. For a moment, Fang Yuan and the others were caught unprepared. Their eyes were filled with a vast expanse of white. In such a situation, who would dare to truly close their eyes? Even if their eyes were filled with tears, they still had to squint a little. The white light gradually faded, and in their hazy eyes, everyone found that the sky was high and the earth was wide, and they were in the air. "Save me!" Many goo masters cried out for help. They were the unlucky ones who had all their goo worms snatched away. Without their goo worms, they would fall to their deaths at such a high speed. No one went to save the others. The goo masters who were barely floating in the air could not even look after themselves, they could only watch in shock. In the sky, there were thousands of formless hands circling around, densely packed together. On the ground, there was smoke everywhere, and the ruins of 88-point Xianxia Tower could be seen everywhere. These broken walls continued to decompose, turning back into goo worms. There were too many goo worms, even a piece of tile could decompose into goo worms as many as an ant colony. Oh my god, 88-point Xianxia Tower collapsed. Longevity heaven above, how could this happen? Everyone was panicking. A golden rainbow suddenly shone in their vision. Leave the immortal goo behind. The remaining giant suns had been accumulating power, and finally exploded at this moment. The golden rainbow was like lightning. With lightning speed, it destroyed a formless fist, and seized the immortal goo within. Divert disaster goo, giant suns poured into the goo body, and immediately activated it. Divert disaster goo burst out with beams of light, shooting everywhere. The formless hands that were hit by the beams of light immediately shrunk, and their speed fell sharply. The formless hands that were hit by the beams of light melted at a visible speed. The goo worms inside were freed. At once, giant suns regained several immortal goo. Otherworldly demon. Luck path true inheritance. Giant suns immediately saw the luck path true inheritance that was trapped by the formless hands, as well as Ma and Zhao who were inside the light lump. Without any hesitation, he immediately flew over. My fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He had lost his target. The formless fist that was holding fixed immortal travel had already disappeared. Carrying fixed immortal travel, it flew away. Fang Yuan had completely lost fixed immortal travel. Damn it. Fang Yuan endured the pain and regret in his heart, calming down. Without fixed immortal travel, he could still use the Stargate to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But the Stargate needed to be opened continuously. Fang Yuan first needed to leave this place, and then find a safe environment. Ancestor is here, you have nowhere to go. Hand over my goo worms, and I can still plead for mercy for you. He Lulan flew over, shouting loudly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He Lulan's words reminded him that the greatest threat now was the formless hands. Next was Giant Sun's will. Right now, Giant Sun's will was suffering from many attacks. There was less than 100,000th of it left. But it was still not something Fang Yuan could resist. Giant Sun Immortal's will was too vast and vast. Even after such a severe weakening, even if Fang Yuan became a goo immortal, he was not its match. More importantly, right now, it was seizing immortal goo from all over the place, activating them one by one. Its battle strength was rising rapidly. Ordinary goo worms need primeval essence or immortal essence to activate. No matter how strong Giant Sun's will is, it is only a will, it needs to rely on the rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's as he looked at the distant Giant Sun's will. Just as he glanced at it, a formless hand flew over. Fang Yuan flapped the wings on his back, successfully dodging. Damn it. He Lulan cursed fiercely, he was also obstructed by 3 formless hands along the way. After True Inheritance secluded domain was broken, the number of formless hands in the air had increased by at least 10 times. The attacks of these formless hands caused Fang Yuan, He Lulan and the rest to be exhausted from dodging, they could no longer pay attention to other matters. Bam bam bam, wind blades danced and spiraled, slicing apart the formless hands. The captured goo worms were freed. Giant Sun's will was like a golden dragon, pouncing forward. It had a lot of Giant Sun's immortal essence, it was full of confidence. Once it obtained a goo worm, it would instantly refine it, its battle strength rising steadily, its aura soaring. Otherworldly demon. Luck path true inheritance. Soon, Giant Sun's will discovered Ma and Zhao. They were surrounded by layers of formless hands. The huge true inheritance light lump had already shrunk to a third of its original size. Giant Sun's will roared, several immortal goo and hundreds of rank 5 mortal goo were activated at the same time. Divert disaster light shot out, over 1,000 wind blades formed into a group, and a bright red giant fire crow screeched as it spread its wings and soared. All kinds of attacks were like flowers, wrapping around Giant Sun's true inheritance. Once a formless fist flew out, it would be instantly struck down, and the goo worms inside would be seized by Giant Sun's will. Oh no, this luck path true inheritance originated from Giant Sun Immortal. Now that Giant Sun's will has obtained them, it is like adding wings to a tiger, a dragon returning to the sea. Fang Yuan, who was flying at extreme speed, took a glance at this scene and his heart immediately turned heavy. He looked around, and found that to leave, he had to rely on Stargate Goo. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the #1 blessed land in Northern Plains. It had a deep foundation and great fortune. However, after Fang Yuan entered, the Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, and Giant Sun's will fought intensely. Next, it was Tai Baiyunqing and Fang Yuan's immortal ascension, continuously extracting the Blessed Land's heaven and earth qi. Furthermore, it was ravaged by the 10-year blizzard, and also the terrifying heavenly tribulation that fused with Tai Baiyunqing and Fang Yuan's immortal ascension. It was already very rare for Frost Jade Peacock to last for so long. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction was already a foregone conclusion. The wind veil that formed enveloped Imperial Court Blessed Land into a sphere. The sphere's walls were vast and deep, over 100 feet in diameter. Even if formless hands flew in, they would be minced into powder and assimilated into wind, nourishing the power of the winds of assimilation. Even if Fang Yuan had flashbug goo, he would not be able to break through. However, this wind veil also temporarily isolated the inside from the outside, preventing external forces from interfering. At this moment, 10,000 feet above the ground, 3 goo immortals had ashen expressions as they looked down at the majestic wind veil of assimilation, like a huge dark green bowl that was upside down on the ground. The wind veil looked extremely calm on the surface, but no one dared to underestimate the power of the winds of assimilation. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction is already a foregone conclusion. What happened inside? How did it end up like this? One of the elderly goo immortals frowned deeply, anger accumulating in his bewilderment. 88-point Xianxia Tower, Imperial Court Blessed Land, was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal to benefit his descendants. As descendants of the Huangjin bloodline, they had already recognized Imperial Court Blessed Land as their own territory. Now that their home with precious treasures was destroyed, the righteous path goo immortals of these super tribes. They were like suppressed active volcanoes that were about to explode. Evidently, this is a huge scheme. According to the current investigation, the most suspicious person is that Wolf King Chang Shanin. There is sufficient evidence. This proves that this person is in disguise. The real Chang Shanin is already dead. Another young goo immortal said solemnly. After pausing for a while, he continued, of course, it is not just Chang Shanin. Other than him, Tai Baiyunqing, Bian Xian and others are also suspects. This matter is very deep. It involved the forces of Zhongzhou state. According to the current investigation, at least 3 ancient sects in Zhongzhou state have been secretly plotting against 88-point Xianxia Tower for hundreds of years. Central Continent's goo immortals secretly planned. He had spent countless resources and effort to set up an ambush. In the end, these arrangements were all activated by Fang Yuan in advance, and everything became a wedding dress for others. Northern Plains goo immortals were not to be trifled with. Imperial Court Blessed Land, 88-point Xianxia Tower, was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains. Of utmost importance. Something happened to Royal Court Blessed Land. The phenomenon attracted the attention of all Northern Plains forces. It was a pity that they were on the outskirts, and things were developing too quickly. By the time they wanted to save Imperial Court Blessed Land, it was already too late. Sigh. The leading goo immortal sighed deeply. His lips were red and his teeth were white. For some reason, he had the appearance of a young child, but his aura was surging and vast. He was the leader of the 3. The most important thing right now is not to pursue this matter. Instead, it was how to recoup the losses. The 88-point Xianxia Tower was arranged by Ancestor Giant Sunday. A rank 8 immortal goo house is mysterious and profound, it has great power, it is not something you and I can estimate. Although the winds of assimilation are fierce and formed a wind veil, they might not be able to destroy True Yang building. We will wait here and act according to the situation. The child goo immortal's words made the elderly and young goo immortals beside him breathe heavily. Lord Tongzhu, you are right. Our Chanyu tribe has an immortal killer move, Winged Blade. As long as we activate it together, we can forcefully break the wind veil of assimilation. The young Gu immortal said this, his tone could not conceal his pride. The winds of assimilation are no small matter, even winged blade can only attack once. I have calculated, the wound created on this wind veil of assimilation will only need 8 breaths of time to heal. The elderly Gu immortal was a wisdom path Gu immortal, he could make deductions and predictions. The leader of the 3, Chan Yu Tong Zhu, nodded, right now, He tribe, Yi Lui tribe, Dongfang tribe, and other righteous path super forces have sent Gu immortals here. Also, the number 1 demonic path force, Snowy Mountain, has sent 6 Gu immortals to try to fish in troubled waters. Don't underestimate them, we have our methods, but that doesn't mean they don't. When we activate Winged Blade, we need to prevent them from taking advantage of us. The luck path true inheritance cannot fall into the hands of otherworldly demons. These are all mine, mine. Giant Sunswell roared, his voice reverberating throughout the battlefield. He turned into a golden dragon, gathering and dispersing at will. At times, he split into 17 or 18 small dragons, and at times, he fused into a giant azure dragon. It carried Giant Sun's immortal essence and used it without holding back. Over 10 immortal Gu were embedded in the dragon's body, 2 on the coral and dragon horns, 1 in the dragon eyes, and 6 or 7 on the dragon scales. Scorching flames, diverting immortal light, freezing air, they formed a frenzied attack that covered the sky and earth, attacking unceasingly. With the situation like this, Giant Sunswell finally had the chance to exert his strength. The anger that Giant Sunswell had been suppressing for a long time was finally vented at this moment, because he had to eliminate the otherworldly demons first, and because of the importance of the luck path true inheritance, Giant Sunswell mainly surrounded Ma and Zhao. Large numbers of formless hands wrapped around the luck path true inheritance, and from time to time, formless fists that captured luck path Gu worms would fly out. Giant Sunswell was like a golden dragon, circling around the luck path true inheritance's light lump, destroying the formless fists that flew out. There were many formless fists, even Giant Sunswell could only choose from among them and attack heavily, trying to free up more immortal Gu to strengthen his own battle strength. But around the giant Will Dragon, there were also large numbers of formless hands wreaking havoc. Giant Sunswell snatched back Gu worms, and these formless hands snatched them back. The two sides fought fiercely, occupying the highest area. Below this battle was the struggle between the surviving Gu masters and a small number of formless hands. Even though Giant Sunswell attracted most of the formless hands' firepower, the Gu masters were not in a better state than before. True Inheritance secluded domain was destroyed, the Gu masters were completely exposed to the world, and were attacked by even more formless hands. The formless hands were almost unaffected by any method, flying and piercing through rocks. They were unobstructed. Only after obtaining the Gu worms and tightening into a fist could they be broken. But the formless fists were extremely fast. Not all Gu masters could catch up and destroy them. Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and the others were the minority, they were heroes among heroes. Ancestor, please, ah. A mournful scream was suddenly heard. Everyone could not help but raise their heads. They saw a Gu master of a super tribe with a pure bloodline was being chased by the formless hands, and had no choice but to fly into the sky to seek help from Giant Sunswell. But in the end, he was immediately destroyed by the immortal Gu activated by Giant Sunswell. Such power! He Lulan looked up at the sky, even with the great strength true martial physique. Even with the great strength true martial physique, he did not dare to get close to Giant Sunswell. Giant Sunswell completely erupted, his attacks were grand and majestic. He was wholeheartedly fighting against the formless hands for the luck path true inheritance, he did not care about Giant Sun's bloodline descendants. So painful. At this moment, Yi Lui Sang drew in a breath of cold air. He crawled up from the ground with difficulty. All the Gu worms in his body had been plundered, and he fell from the sky. Fortunately, his body had been tempered by Gu worms, thus only his bones were fractured, but his life was saved. Seeing the unlucky guy die and his soul vanish, he suddenly felt lucky. Compared to this unlucky Gu master, he was at least alive. As long as he was alive, it was better than anything else. Fang Yuan felt an extremely heavy mental pressure. Damn it. He gritted his teeth. He wanted to escape, but he had no ability to change this predicament. Fortunately, Giant Sunswell did not target me first. Instead, he went to deal with the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, and he is wholeheartedly trying to protect the luck path true inheritance. Fang Yuan was clear that once Giant Sun's will got rid of the problem in front of him, he would not let him go. By then, he would be like a lamb in a tiger's mouth, or a rabbit in a python's body. Giant Sun's will alone cannot activate most immortal goo. Even if I become a goo immortal, I am still not Giant Sun's will's match in a direct battle. Unless I can sever the connection between it and Giant Sun's immortal essence. Fang Yuan's heart was clear. Unfortunately, there were too many formless hands, he was tired of dealing with them. Other than Giant Sun's will, he had the most immortal goo. There was a lot of remnant aura that attracted the pursuit of many formless hands. At the same time, He Lulan's continuous attacks were also quite a problem. He had the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, a true heaven's favored child, he could be considered the matured version of Bai Ningbing. Be it battle talent or accumulation, he was extremely outstanding. He had heaven-defying battle strength, even Tai Baiyunxing was not his match in a direct battle. The power of his self-detonation could definitely slaughter an immortal. After being almost disrupted by He Lulan's attack from afar, Fang Yuan's gaze towards him became even more unfriendly. At the same time, Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. He Lulan has an unimaginable number of goo worms. Many of his goo worms were taken away, but he still has so many goo worms on him. There was naturally a reason for this. He Lulan wholeheartedly wanted to obtain a strength path immortal goo at 88 Point Xinyang Tower, then undergo immortal ascension in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus, he had made ample preparations, especially with his father's help. He had accumulated many goo worms on him. He had considered the backlash of heaven and earth qi during the process of immortal ascension, causing damage to his goo worms. Thus, he had prepared many goo worms, the number was beyond imagination. Junior brother, save me. After dodging for a while, Fang Yuan heard Tai Baiyunxing's cry for help. It turned out that Tai Baiyunxing was trapped by a large number of formless hands, and had been floating in the air bitterly. Finally, all his goo worms were taken away. Without the support of goo worms, even as a goo immortal, he had no choice but to fall to the ground. Tai Baiyunxing was his only ally, he had no choice but to save him. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction, taking the risk to rush to help. But halfway through, he heard Tai Baiyunxing's anxious shout, "Quick, junior brother, quickly take back my immortal goo man as before." Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he saw a 6-fingered formless fist flying out. If Fang Yuan wanted to save Tai Baiyunxing now, he would lose the best opportunity to take back immortal goo man as before. It was very likely that after he saved Tai Baiyunxing, man as before would be taken away by the formless fist. Save Tai Baiyunxing, or take back immortal goo man as before? Save Tai Baiyunxing, or take back man as before. At this moment, Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. Man as before, when it was immortal goo, Fang Yuan had heard of its great name. Now that it had advanced to an immortal goo, its power was naturally higher. According to Tai Baiyunxing's words, when it was immortal goo, man as before could return a mortal goo master's state to a certain moment in the past. After becoming an immortal goo, man as before could not only affect others, it could also affect oneself. This oneself was naturally referring to Tai Baiyunxing. Tai Baiyunxing was a goo immortal. It was not hard to deduce that man as before could be effective on goo immortals, a goo worm that could restore a goo immortal state. The value of man as before was self-evident. It could even be said that its value far surpassed ordinary immortal goo. Thus, Tai Baiyunxing was so anxious, he forgot that he was in danger and wanted to remind Fang Yuan to take back man as before. But Tai Baiyunxing's words were said in a moment of desperation, he blurted it out without thinking it through calmly. If Fang Yuan truly abandoned him and tried to take back man as before, then Tai Baiyunxing would be in danger. Even if a goo master ascends to goo immortal, the essence of their life would be raised. At such a high altitude, if Tai Baiyunxing fell, he would at most suffer heavy injuries, but would not fall to his death. But don't forget, there were still other goo masters on the ground. Taking back man as before will definitely waste time. Even if I take back man as before, Tai Baiyunxing will have a conflict with me. What should I do? Tai Baiyunxing's words were hot-headed words. Once he was in danger and his life was hanging by a thread, he would definitely wake up. Compared to immortal goo, his own life was more important. If it was at this moment, But he saw his junior brother chasing after an immortal goo and giving up on him. What would he think? The human heart was fickle. It was also fickle. Even if these words were said by Tai Baiyunqing himself, at that moment, thinking about it in his shoes, he would have doubts and suspicions. If I control fixed immortal travel, then so be it. The key was that he had lost the fixed immortal travel, and the wind veil of assimilation was constantly shrinking, isolating him from the outside world. I want to get out of here. The only way is to open the stargate and connect to immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was in a difficult position. If he opened the stargate, he would have to use starlight goo. The formless hands flew everywhere. He was in the limelight, suppressing all other existences. Once the starlight goo appeared, it would definitely be snatched by the formless hands. Fang Yuan was a goo immortal, but under the formless hands, he had no way to escape. There was no guarantee that he would be able to protect them. But now, the wind curtain of assimilation has been formed. Without the support of heaven and earth chi, although there were many formless hands, there would be no new ones. Furthermore, the fragments of 88-point Xianxia Tower are breaking down and turning back into goo, flying everywhere. Formless hand was like water without a source, it could not last long. Fang Yuan was an old devil with 500 years of experience. He was definitely not a short-sighted person. After the formless hand seal weakens, Giant Sun's will definitely become the master of the battle. At that time it would deal with Ma and Zhao. After taking back the luck path true inheritance, they will definitely deal with me first. At that time, Giant Sun's had Giant Sun's immortal essence and possessed many immortal goo. He was definitely a strong enemy. As the weakling, Fang Yuan's best choice to deal with a strong enemy was to ally with the weak and resist the strong. Looking at the battle situation, Tai Baiyunqing was the only choice. Even if he was a healing goo immortal, he was still a goo immortal. Even if his goo worms were all snatched away, Fang Yuan could still lend them to him. Moreover, these bloodline descendants of He Lulan were the natural allies of Giant Sun's will. No matter how glib Fang Yuan's tongue was, in such a situation, in such a short time, he could not convince them to change sides. After thinking so much, only a short moment had passed. Fang Yuan's body moved like lightning. Without hesitation, he flew towards the falling Tai Baiyunqing. Junior brother, you, Sai. Seeing Fang Yuan's choice, Tai Baiyunqing, who had calmed down, had a moved expression as his gaze flickered. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he only heaved a long sigh. Along the way, there were many formless hands interfering, but Fang Yuan turned left and right. He was agile like a bird, rapidly closing the distance between him and Tai Baiyunqing. But right at this time, a faint figure suddenly appeared beside Tai Baiyunqing. Old thing, you have finally fallen into my hands. The figure quickly turned solid. He Lulan grabbed Tai Baiyunqing's collar and captured him. Even though Tai Baiyunqing was a goo immortal, he did not have a single goo worm on him. He Lulan easily captured him. He Lulan immediately activated a goo worm, restraining Tai Baiyunqing's limbs and causing him to faint. Looking at the captive in her hands, He Lulan was overjoyed. Being able to capture Tai Baiyunqing in such a chaotic situation was largely due to luck. But the result was already set in stone. He Lulan's mind was filled with ideas on how to threaten Fang Yuan and use him as a hostage to take back his vital goo, but just as he raised his head, before he could speak, he was shocked to see Fang Yuan's body suddenly rise up and fly towards the sky. He Lulan captured Tai Baiyunqing. He is definitely trying to threaten me and ask for that goo worm. Fang Yuan immediately guessed He Lulan's plan. His heart sank, but he was still as calm as ice. Since He Lulan had such a goal, she was not afraid of him endangering Tai Baiyunqing's life. That is to say, Tai Baiyunqing had no worries for now. Since that was the case, the first thing Fang Yuan needed to do was to take back the immortal goo man as before. He dodged left and right, avoiding the formless hands. The 8 wings on his back flapped with all his might, using wind flower goo and flash bug goo alternately. Finally, after 15 minutes, he used all his strength and barely broke the formless fist, taking back man as before immortal goo. Because he had obtained Tai Baiyunqing's trust, man as before immortal goo did not struggle in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan did not use his will to suppress it, he directly placed it into his strength path immortal aperture. Your senior brother's life is in my hands. Hurry up and return my goo worm. He Lulan finally found the opportunity to threaten him loudly. He was drenched in sweat. It was not easy to chase after Fang Yuan. It was especially so since he couldn't move fast enough, and he was carrying Tai Baiyunsheng. He could understand Fang Yuan's actions and was full of confidence. Just as he finished his words, a formless hand shot toward him. He Lulan did not dare to take it head-on and had to retreat to dodge. As a result, the imposing manner that he had painstakingly built up disappeared. It immediately weakened. Fang Yuan's figure was like a phantom as he moved between the formless hands. He approached He Lulan. He was expressionless, but he sighed inwardly. Fang Yuan knew that he could not resist Giant Sun's will alone, he needed to rely on Tai Baiyunsheng's help. But now that Tai Baiyunsheng was a hostage, Fang Yuan's hands were tied. Although he had man as before immortal goo, he did not have Tai Baiyunsheng's permission to borrow it. Even if he could borrow it, He Lulan would kill him. If Tai Baiyunsheng died, Fang Yuan could use man as before to revive Tai Baiyunsheng. However, there was also an extremely important problem in this. Using immortal goo man as before, immortal essence would be expended. Reviving immortal was not an issue. Reviving an immortal would definitely expend a huge amount of immortal essence. Fang Yuan only had 22 beads of green grape immortal essence in his possession. He used one bead. It turned into limitless gaseous primeval essence. Only 21 beads were left. This was his greatest confidence in contending against Giant Sun's will. As for reviving goo immortal Tai Baiyunsheng, he needed at least 10 beads of green grape immortal essence. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan did not dare to use force. He Lulan was indeed a formidable person. It was not a coincidence that he became the victor of the imperial court contest. He had extraordinary aptitude and talent. Once an opportunity appeared, he would grasp it in time. Don't tell me, I really have to return as goo worm? This thought appeared, but was forcefully suppressed by Fang Yuan. He Lulan was so anxious about this goo. It was definitely different from others. Fang Yuan was not willing to return it like this. More importantly, He Lulan was not worthy of trust. Time passed, Giant Sun's will and the formless hands were fighting intensely. Giant Sun's will was inherited from Giant Sun Immortal. He was experienced and ruthless. His original strength could finally be displayed to the fullest, displaying his unparalleled might. He used the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump to attack the formless hands while retrieving the only copy of the Luck Path True Inheritance. After persisting for so long, the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump was still intact. This true inheritance contained an astonishing number of goo worms, as well as many types of goo worms. In this short period of time, the formless hands had seized as many as 6 Luck Path Immortal goo. No wonder it was the only copy. Immortal goo were unique. Even if Giant Sun Immortal used all his strength, he could only refine this true inheritance to such an extent. 3 of the 6 immortal goo were successfully retrieved after Giant Sun's will broke the formless fists. As for the other 3, Giant Sun's will could only watch helplessly as they were taken away by the formless fists. Damn it! Damn it! Giant Sun's will was getting angrier as he fought. He already hated Zhao Lianyun to the bone, now he no longer cherished Ma Hongyan's talent. I want to see how long the Luck Path True Inheritance can protect you for. Giant Sun's will gritted his teeth. If not for him wanting to preserve the Luck Path True Inheritance, he would have already broken the light lump and killed Ma and Zhao. Ma and Zhao hugged each other tightly. They were powerless against this situation, they could only wait for death. The huge pressure and mental torture caused their feelings to heat up rapidly. But it was useless. The frost jade peacock that recognized them as its master was already dead. The Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump's volume was already less than a third of its original size. Seeing that the moment of death was approaching, Ma and Zhao lost all hope of survival. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were in a deadlock, haggling. Both sides did not trust each other. This made this negotiation progress extremely slow. Roar! Right at this time, from outside the wind veil, the sound of a blade could be heard. The blade sound was clear and intense, resounding in everyone's ears. What? This is. Everyone raised their heads, attracted by this sudden change. Even Giant Sun's will's attack was halted. In the sky above them, the thick wind veil of assimilation had already been cut open by a long blade. From inside the wind veil, everyone could see the sky of northern plains through the blade. In the sky, Xianxia tribe's 3 Gu immortals were gasping for breath. This was the immortal killer move they had activated, Winged Blade. Beside them, there were more than 10 other Gu immortals. It turned out that not long after the 3 of them had plotted, the other Righteous Path Gu immortals came to find them. Because He tribe's Gu immortals were very sincere and pushed for it, after the 2 sides negotiated, they quickly reached an agreement and attacked in advance. Once the blade was cut open, it penetrated inside and outside. It would have a huge impact on any existence in the battlefield. What reacted faster than Feng Yuan and the others were Gu worms. 88-point Xianxia Tower had become an ownerless object. After it was destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, large numbers of wild Gu were produced from the broken walls. At this crucial moment, relying on their instincts, these Gu worms immediately flew up and charged towards the blade. Along the way, formless hands clawed wildly. This is the best chance to break through the wind veil and escape this desperate situation. The Gu master's eyes shone. Originally, in this wind veil of great unity, the Gu worms were lifeless. Now that the wind veil of assimilation was slashed open, connecting to the outside world of northern plains, these Gu worms seemed to have gone mad as they rushed towards the wound. The formless hands swarmed over, making a big grab along the way. Almost half of the Gu worms fell into formless hands and were then taken away by formless fists. But most of them managed to charge out of their wounds and escape the hopeless situation of the wind veil of assimilation, entering the northern plains. Collect for me. So many Gu worms, that is an immortal Gu? Stop. Don't fight over it. Just follow the previous agreement and don't mess around. Northern Plains Gu immortals looked at the vast Gu group surging out like a tidal wave. They were shocked and overjoyed. They immediately took action, continuously shouting, competing with each other, displaying all types of methods. Feng Yuan raised his head and saw the scene of the Gu immortals frantically snatching Gu worms. Over 20 Gu immortals, it should be the work of the immortal killer move Winged Blade. This killer move is the #1 offensive method in northern plains. In the 5 regions war, many central continent Gu immortals died under this move. His expression was solemn, his eyes flickered with uncertainty as the memories of his previous life surged in his mind. The wind of assimilation was the strongest wind in the world. It could assimilate everything, and few methods could restrain it. But Winged Blade immortal killer move was extremely powerful. It was a rare super method that could break the wind veil of assimilation. Of course, this is also because the wind curtain of assimilation has not been formed for long, and the wind wall is not very thick. After a period of time, even the winged saber can't cut through it. Winds of assimilation were winds that blew when immortal apertures were destroyed. Once the wind picked up, there would be enough wind. Even rank 8 Gu immortals could not resist it. As for rank 9 Gu immortals, they could dominate the world, invincible in the world. No matter how strong the great unity wind was, it couldn't do anything to them. This shocking turn of events was beyond Feng Yuan's expectations. To him, this was definitely not an escape route. He was framing Giant Sun's will. The culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. In the outside world, he was captured by the furious northern plains Gu immortals. His ending would definitely be extremely miserable. At that time, death would be a luxury. He immediately focused his attention on He Lulan. If He Lulan was distracted because of this, Feng Yuan would launch a surprise attack. Strive to snatch Tai Baiyunsheng. But He Lulan's eyes were bright. His eyes were fixed on Feng Yuan, and he was not distracted at all. His goal this time was to obtain a strength path immortal Gu and become a Gu immortal. However, he was not good at moving, so he could not break the formless fist. However, he had an agreement with Giant Sun's will before this. As long as he helped to the end, Giant Sun's will would give him a strength path immortal Gu as a reward. This was also the reason why they had been fighting for so long. The main reason why He Lulan followed Giant Sun's will closely, and was always on the same side. This guy. Feng Yuan had no chance to take advantage of. He could only grit his teeth. Right at this time, a voice could be heard from above the wind veil. He Lulan, my son, father is here. I have come to receive you. He Lulan's father was the supreme elder of Northern Plains super tribe He tribe, a legendary figure of Northern Plains, the male lead of the most famous love story, Su Xian's night elopement, He Qing. He was rank 7 and cultivated dark path, his eyes were like paint, his face was like jade, he was handsome and elegant. At this moment, he was floating in the air, casually collecting some goo worms. His expression was anxious and worried as he shouted He Lulan's name. Don't worry, father has found a strength path immortal goo for you. But when He Lulan heard his father's call, he snorted coldly. Not only did he turn a deaf ear to He Qing's words, he was even angered, his face was filled with hatred. Filled with vengeance, he shouted at Fang Yuan, my patience is running out, do you still want your senior brother's life? Quickly give me my goo worm, otherwise I will kill your senior brother immediately. Tai Baiyunqing naturally had to be saved, this was the only external help Fang Yuan could rely on to resist Giant Sun's will. Thus, Fang Yuan shouted, of course I can give you the goo worm, but you have to wake my senior brother up first and make him run 1,000 steps away. His suggestion was rejected by He Lulan, impossible. You have to give me the goo worm first, otherwise I will directly crush your senior brother's head. Both sides did not have any trust in each other. Fang Yuan wanted He Lulan to release Tai Baiyunqing first, but He Lulan was wary of Fang Yuan's movement method. He Lulan wanted Fang Yuan to hand over the goo worm first. Fang Yuan was naturally afraid of He Lulan's tricks. Of course, there was the most common solution. That was to let go at the same time, one side would release Tai Baiyunqing, while the other side would release the goo worm. But in this environment, where the formless hands were flying everywhere, who would dare to let the goo worm fly around randomly? It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save Tai Baiyunqing, but negotiations were always stuck at this point. Fang Yuan raised his head and took a quick glance, the scene before him made his heart sink, oh no, after the formless hands capture the goo worm, they will tear through space and vanish. The number of formless hands will sharply decrease, at that time, Giant Sun's will become the leader. Not only was He Lulan anxious, Fang Yuan was also gradually becoming anxious. Giant Sun's will was a special will, exterminating the otherworldly demon was his first priority. This choice was even more important than survival. The will dragon roared again and again, disregarding the passage above its head and circling around the luck path true inheritance. The remaining luck path goo worm was the true inheritance's core. Giant Sun's will did not dare to be careless. Are we going to die? Seeing that the true inheritance light lump was only left with a thin layer, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's hopes turned to dust. But right at this time, the true inheritance light lump suddenly burst out with a dazzling radiance, the light was extremely dazzling. With a swoosh, the true inheritance light lump carried Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun and rose up, turning into a rainbow of light as it shot towards the blade. The luck path true inheritance was also ruled by a wild will, it naturally had an intense survival instinct. Don't even think about it. The dragon of Giant Sun's will roared furiously without hesitation. It immediately chased after it, the true inheritance light lump was extremely fast, Giant Sun's will could not catch up to it for a while. The true inheritance light lump was about to leave the wind veil of assimilation. After escaping into Northern Plains, Giant Sun's will finally let go of his worries, killing the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun was the first priority. This was the number one priority that Giant Sun Immortal had given to the special will. When he could not have his cake and eat it too, Giant Sun's will could only give up everything to achieve this goal. Giant Sun's immortal essence crazily poured into all the immortal goo, as the dragon of will shone with dozens of bright spots. Within 3 breaths of time, the light spots expanded rapidly. It was ready to attack. The will dragon's aura surged, its might was awe-inspiring, an earth-shattering attack was about to be unleashed at the next moment, but right at this time, from the goo worm group, a true inheritance light lump suddenly appeared. This true inheritance light lump was the size of an adult, it was a supreme true inheritance, this supreme true inheritance light lump. Its whole body was emitting a layer of faint light. This layer of light, it was not dazzling at all, it was constantly changing, forming all sorts of colors. Moreover, the light was very condensed and had a huge range, forming a huge halo of light with a radius of over 100 feet. The supreme true inheritance brought along a huge halo as it fiercely struck the dragon of Giant Sun's will. Crack crack crack, under the cover of the halo, giant suns will rapidly expanded and self-detonated like a series of firecrackers. With the supreme true inheritance as the center, a huge spherical halo of light appeared. It struck the dragon of giant suns will and actually cut it in half. Giant suns will roared loudly. It fell into extreme anger and shock. It broke into two, the dozen or so immortal goo that were ready to attack and were about to burst out were instantly silenced. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart shook. From the moment this supreme true inheritance suddenly appeared, its true identity was clear. In true inheritance secluded domain, there were only 3 supreme true inheritances. One was the 88-point Xianxia tower itself. It had already been snatched by the Formless Hands group. This was also the main reason why 88-point Xianxia tower completely collapsed and broke apart. One was the Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance. It had once created the glory of Giant Sun Immortal. Right now, it was running for its life towards the wind veil of assimilation. The last one was the Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan had once encountered it in True Inheritance secluded domain. If not for Mo Yao's will's timely reminder, he would have almost lost his life under the influence of Wisdom Goo. As a Rank 9, Wisdom Goo was recorded in, it was naturally extraordinary. It could emit the light of wisdom. Under the illumination of this light, the lifespan of living beings would decrease rapidly, thoughts would be born and destroyed in their minds, colliding and creating sparks of wisdom. When a person thinks, countless thoughts would be born and destroyed, colliding with each other and obtaining a result. Wisdom Path was one of the Goo Master Paths formed based on this principle. And the light of wisdom would increase the number of thoughts to the limit, increase the speed of movement to the limit, and increase the intensity of collisions to the limit. It would greatly shorten the time taken to think, and increase the results of thinking. This was the true effect of Wisdom Goo. Right, Wisdom Goo is also a wild will, it had been hiding all along. When the wind veil of assimilation broke, it instinctively wanted to escape. It's just that it hasn't been used until now. Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Fang Yuan was not surprised that Wisdom Goo could easily injure Giant Sun's will. It had already been mentioned many times, Wisdom Path was divided into thought, will, and emotion. What were wills made of? Thoughts after thoughts. Under the illumination of Wisdom Goo, these thoughts collided and expanded rapidly, before being destroyed. If it shone on a person, new thoughts would appear in their mind. But Giant Sun Immortal was already dead, only a will was left behind. This special will was the same as the Formless Hands, water without a source. Under the light of Wisdom Goo, these thoughts collided to the limit and were destroyed at lightning speed, but no new thoughts were produced. Thus, the dragon of will was easily cut in half. One could say, Wisdom Goo countered Giant Sun's will. But this counter cannot make Giant Sun's will go silent. Unless... Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's, he endured the dazzling light of Giant Sun's true inheritance and looked up. As expected, he saw over 100 beads of immortal essence falling from the sky. These yellow immortal essence were huge and full, their aura was restrained. Fang Yuan's rank 6 green grape immortal essence could not compare to them. This was rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Ordinary immortal Goo needed immortal essence to activate. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to activate a Goo worm with just willpower. Even Giant Sun's will had to follow this rule. Earlier, the reason why the Dragon of Giant Sun's will could activate the immortal Goo was because it contained Giant Sun's immortal essence and used it. But now, Wisdom Goo's sneak attack had succeeded, cutting the Dragon of Giant Sun's will into two, and actually exposing Giant Sun's immortal essence. As expected of the Wisdom Goo, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and he praised in his heart. He had previously thought of severing the connection between Giant Sun's immortal essence and Giant Sun's will, but he lacked the strength to do so. But the Wisdom Goo did it. Wisdom Goo was not afraid of formless hands. Because even the most powerful formless hand only had 8 fingers. Wisdom Goo was a rank 9 immortal Goo, only 9-fingered formless hands could capture it. However, even though Wisdom Goo was rank 9, it was still fragile. It was not an offensive weapon, so it could still be destroyed by attacks. If Wisdom Goo wanted freedom and wanted to escape, the Dragon of Giant Sun's will with many immortal Goo was the main obstacle. From Wisdom Goo's perspective, dealing with the Dragon of Giant Sun's will was the most important task. Thus, it hid itself and waited for an opportunity to strike. It was fine if he did not make a move, but the moment he made a move, it was truly earth-shattering, hitting the weak point of Giant Sun's will and successfully cutting off its connection with Giant Sun's immortal essence, causing the dozen or so immortal goo under his control to go silent. Giant Sun's will suffered heavy injuries, and let out an earth-shattering roar. It did not turn around to deal with the wisdom goo, it was still charging forward without a care for its own safety. He charged towards Ma and Zhao, who were enveloped by the luck path true inheritance. Giant Sun's will condensed at lightning speed, forming a large golden hand that seemed to blot out the sky and earth. Like a shooting star, he grabbed towards Ma and Zhao. For a time, the entire battle situation was like this. The wind veil of assimilation isolated Imperial Court blessed land from the outside world of Northern Plains. In the outside world, there were many Northern Plains goo immortals. Inside was the battlefield of the Royal Court ruins. The wind curtain of assimilation tore open around. Countless goo worms gushed out from inside, causing the goo immortals to fight over them. Inside the wind curtain. In the sky, the luck path true inheritance turned into a rainbow. He flew at high speed and was not far from the wind curtain of assimilation. In the middle was the giant hand of Giant Sun's will that could no longer use immortal goo. Below it was wisdom goo. Below them, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were in a stalemate. On the ground at the very bottom, dozens of goo masters were still alive. The formless hands were attracted by the group of goo flying in the sky. They were in a good position. Giant Sun's hand that was going all out was extremely fast, rapidly closing the distance between it and the luck path true inheritance. Pa pa pa, the hand of Giant Sun's will continued to explode. Wisdom goo was not far below. Giant Sun's will was illuminated by the light of wisdom. His thoughts were colliding and destroying each other. One could see with the naked eye that Giant Sun's will's hand was rapidly shrinking. However, the light of wisdom not only consumed Giant Sun's will, it also caused his thoughts to collide violently. This caused Giant Sun's will's hand to explode with even greater speed and power, finally. At the last moment when the luck path true inheritance was about to charge out of the wind veil, Giant Sun's hand arrived and blocked the luck path true inheritance. None of you can escape. All of you, die. Giant Sun's will grabbed down with his hand. His killing intent was extremely fierce. He actually no longer cared about the luck Dao true inheritance. He wanted to directly crush Ma and Zhao to death. Are we going to die? Ma and Zhao hugged each other tightly, looking at the descending hand in extreme shock. Boom, the intense attacks were like a torrential storm, fiercely smashing onto Giant Sun's will's hand. You unfilial descendants. Giant Sun's will's hand collapsed, letting out a furious roar. The luck path true inheritance carried Ma and Zhao, flying into the sky and out of the wind veil of assimilation, arriving in the outside world of Northern Plains. This is an immortal goo. Quickly catch the immortal goo. It's all mine, it's all mine. The righteous path goo immortals who were filled with greed did not know the identity of this will hand. Even if they knew, were they going to watch as the will hand crushed the immortal goo? A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The luck path true inheritance was brimming with an intense immortal goo aura, causing the Northern Plains goo immortals' eyes to turn red. Kill. Courting death, who dares to snatch the immortal goo from me? Shameless. Have you forgotten our previous agreement? Verbal agreements between goo immortals were fragile to begin with. With such great benefits in front of them, who would abide by their previous agreement? At once, the Northern Plains goo immortals shed all pretenses of cordiality, attacking together to snatch the luck path true inheritance. Vast goo immortal auras collided and competed with each other. Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun's vision darkened, they almost fainted on the spot. They had truly left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's cave. This aura and radiance, there is no mistaking it, it is definitely related to luck path. Everyone, attack. Suddenly, a loud shout could be heard. Another dozen or so goo immortals appeared. The leader was an old goo immortal. He had a long snow-white beard that reached his toes. The righteous path goo immortals saw this person and their pupils shrunk. Among them, someone exclaimed, revealing this person's identity, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, you actually came personally. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He had rank 8 cultivation. He was the number 1 demonic path goo immortal in Northern Plains. those following behind him were all Great Snow Mountain Blessed Land's Devil Dao cultivators. They were all experts and legendary figures with reputable reputations. Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to be destroyed, I naturally have to take a share of the loot. Stop talking nonsense, attack. Old Ancestor Shuehu shouted. He was very direct as he led the people behind him into the battle. The scene became even more chaotic. Righteous Path and Demonic Path fought, all kinds of goo worms flew around. The Luck Path True Inheritance had changed hands several times. Ma and Zhao were in great danger, they were on the verge of death. Stop fighting, there must be more immortal goo inside the wind veil of assimilation. A goo immortal shouted in the chaos. 3 Chanyu immortals, quickly attack. The wind veil of assimilation is about to close. Another goo immortal reminded. 3 Chanyu immortals gathered together with goo immortal Tongzhu as the leader. They quickly looked down. Sure enough, they saw, the wound on the wind veil of assimilation had already closed, only a small crack was left. The wound caused by the winged blade could be said to be huge, but the wind veil of assimilation was closing even faster. Earlier, Goo Immortal Tongzhu had estimated that the wound would close in 8 breaths of time. Now, it seemed that the entire process had taken around 8 breaths of time. If they activated the winged blade now, they would definitely be able to open another wound. But the 3 Goo Immortals of Chanyu tribe did not make any move. This immortal killer move had terrifying offensive power. But the price was huge, it consumed a lot of immortal essence. In such a chaotic situation, the 3 Chanyu immortals did not dare to use it, they had to leave this method to intimidate the enemies. Brother Heiqing, what should we do now? What should we do now? Hey Tribe Goo Immortal Heibai asked. Seeing the wind veil of assimilation close completely, he lost his sense of propriety and quickly asked Goo Immortal Heiqing. Heiqing was silent, his expression extremely unsightly. Heibai wanted Wooden Chicken Immortal Goo wholeheartedly. Hei Lulan had sent a message saying Wooden Chicken Immortal Goo was already in his hands. But now that the wind veil of assimilation closed, Hei Lulan could not escape, Heibai's plan failed. Heiqing did not have the ability to break the wind veil of assimilation. His voice was extremely gloomy. Brother Heibai, you still have a chance. Those formless hands in the wind veil are extremely likely to capture your Wooden Chicken Goo. Then, they will break through the air. Until their power dissipates, the goo worms seized will also be released. Goo Immortal's investigative methods were much stronger than Goo Master's. After the wound was opened, they immediately saw the danger inside the wind veil. It was also because of the existence of these formless hands that they did not dare to enter the wind veil and take the risk. Is that so? Heibai's eyes immediately brightened, but he soon thought of something. Then, nephew Hei Lulan, Heiqing did not speak, his expression becoming even more gloomy. Hei Lulan did not grasp this excellent chance to escape the wind veil of assimilation. This made Fang Yuan secretly shocked. But at this moment, Fang Yuan did not have time to think, he threw everything to the back of his mind. He tightly stared at the falling immortal essence of Giant Sunday. His mind was filled with Giant Sun's immortal essence. Goo Masters could not use other people's primeval essence. Goo Immortals could not use other people's immortal essence. After Fang Yuan obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he also obtained a lot of Hu Immortal's Green Grape immortal essence. But only the Little Fox Land Spirit could use this immortal essence. Land spirits were formed from Goo Immortal's obsessions. Giant Sun's immortal essence could only be used by Giant Sun's will. Even if Fang Yuan obtained this immortal essence, he could not use it at all. But this did not affect Fang Yuan's determination to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence. Although I can't use it, as long as I snatch all of this immortal essence, the threat of Giant Sun's will drop to 20 to 30%. Fang Yuan flew into the sky, activating all kinds of movement goo and using all his strength. This excellent opportunity was created by Wisdom Goo. If Fang Yuan did not grab it tightly, he would be a demonic path overlord. You dare! After being tricked by his own descendant, Giant Sun's will sensed Fang Yuan's intention and immediately became anxious and furious. Without immortal essence, he could not activate immortal goo, he could only use his special will to fight. He knew the severity of this situation better than anyone else. Fang Yuan's speed was so fast that it was unprecedentedly fearful. Damn it, it's too late. The will gathered again, a large hand slammed down like a falling meteor. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. In this short period of time, he was already less than 100 steps away from Giant Sun's immortal essence. No matter how fierce Giant Sun's will was, Fang Yuan was not worried about it. Because above Fang Yuan's head, between Giant Sun's will and Giant Sun's will, there was a rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu counters Giant Sun's special will. To get around Wisdom Gu, I will need to spend a lot of time. Hei Lulan cannot move fast enough and is carrying Tai Baiyunxing. How can she keep up with me? The only thing I need to worry about is Formless Hand. All kinds of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He understood the situation clearly. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. But there was no harm in another change. Wisdom Gu rapidly descended, the light of wisdom enveloping Fang Yuan. Once he entered the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's thoughts rapidly formed and disappeared, rapidly aging. This? Fang Yuan was shocked. He quickly raised his head and saw Wisdom Gu rapidly descending, flying towards him. Giant Sun's will, whose body had shrunk greatly, shrunk into a ball and followed closely behind. It turned out that Giant Sun's will knew that if he went around Wisdom Gu, he would not be able to stop Fang Yuan in time, thus he disregarded his own safety and forcefully approached Wisdom Gu, using a nimble technique to send it flying. Although Wisdom Gu countered Giant Sun's will was thick enough. After paying a heavy price and risking his life, he could still forcefully approach Wisdom Gu. This way, Wisdom Gu was like a ball, rapidly flying towards Fang Yuan, instead becoming a huge problem for Fang Yuan. What a great Giant Sun! Seeing Wisdom Gu flying towards him, Fang Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sun's will's decision. He laughed heartily, his heart filled with boundless resolution. You, Giant Sun, can sacrifice yourself to this extent. Why can't I? Gu Yue, Fang Yuan. Immediately, Fang Yuan endured the radiance of the light of wisdom and used his methods to sweep away all of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Next, he used Wind Flower Gu to change his direction, moving to the side and getting away from Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu directly fell. Fang Yuan almost brushed past it. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed continuously. He had finally escaped from the light of wisdom. But his face no longer had the appearance of a young man, and anyone who saw him would feel a chill run down their spine. Anyone who saw him would think he was a middle-aged uncle. The closer he got to Wisdom Gu, the stronger the light of wisdom. Earlier, Fang Yuan was 10,000 steps away from Wisdom Gu in True Inheritance secluded domain. In just a few breaths of time, he lost 2 years of lifespan. Just now, he was so close to Wisdom Gu, and after enduring the light of wisdom for so long, he lost over 10 years of lifespan. Ordinary people only had 100 years of lifespan. In order to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence, Fang Yuan paid a heavy price. Little thief, die for me. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Giant Sun's will swooped down like a hawk. Fang Yuan only felt his vision blur. An intense sense of danger assaulted him, at the moment of life and death. He only had time to activate 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Boom, with a loud bang, Fang Yuan was swatted down like a fly. He fell like a meteor until he smashed into the ground. He smashed a deep pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. Smoke and dust billowed. Fang Yuan lay at the bottom of the pit, and only reacted after 3 breaths. 6 of his 8 arms were broken. His entire back was too horrible to look at. His spine and ribs were exposed. His mind was in a daze, and he could only barely think. The impact of Giant Sun's will had not only targeted his body, but a large amount of special will had also entered his mind, wreaking havoc. It affected his thoughts. Fang Yuan, who only had a trace of sobriety, did not even think about it. He quickly turned around and dodged. At the next moment, Giant Sun's will turned into a golden axe that swooped down from the sky, chopping down fiercely and chopping off Fang Yuan's left arm and left leg. If not for Fang Yuan turning around in time, he would have been chopped into 2. His mind clearing up slightly, Fang Yuan quickly used his remaining hand to push himself off the ground, the huge force propelling his body out of the pit. But immediately, Giant Sun's will turned into a golden hammer that flew into the air and smashed down on Fang Yuan. Bam! Fang Yuan felt like he was hit by a charging elephant. His ribs were all broken, and most of his organs were crushed into pieces. At the same time, his mind was invaded by Giant Sun's will again. and he fell into an even greater state of unconsciousness. Fang Yuan was like a rubber ball that was hit by someone. He rolled all the way and left a long mark on the ground. The huge friction caused his clothes to be tattered, and he was covered in dust. Eventually, he laid on the ground powerlessly, not moving. His broken bones pierced through his skin and flesh, protruding out. Blood slowly flowed out. It was not red, but the deep green color of six-armed heavenly zombie king. His expression was twisted, his fangs were exposed, and he looked like he was struggling in pain. At this moment, Fang Yuan's mind was in a chaotic battle. The wills were competing intensely, and giant suns will have the upper hand. Fang Yuan was passively taking the beating. He resisted with all his might. He could not even think clearly. Only by destroying giant suns will in his mind could he regain consciousness. But giant suns will did not give him any chance. It condensed into a golden sword that was 15 feet long and 18 feet wide, emitting an inviolable aura of condemning all living beings. This is Giant Sun's will's true battle strength? This is too terrifying. Far away, He Lulan held the unconscious Tai Baiyunxing as she clicked her tongue. Giant Suns will continue to refine immortal Gu. He was plotted against by Wisdom Gu. He was attacked by over 20 Gu immortals, but he disregarded his own sacrifices and forcefully charged forward, sending Wisdom Gu flying. From start to finish, he had suffered many injuries. His current size was less than a millionth of when he was asleep. But even so, Fang Yuan had no way to retaliate. Without using an immortal Gu, it was no wonder He Lulan was sweating profusely. This battle strength was too terrifying, but soon, He Lulan calmed down. No, a true special will is not this strong. But just now, Ancestor Giant Sun's opportunity was too good. He directly dealt a heavy blow when the enemy was unprepared. The thief wanted to retaliate, but he could not think. His mind was already invaded by the special will. It was in a mess. If both sides were on guard and had enough time to react, this would not have happened. The main thing is that he inherited Ancestor's battle experience. He is ruthless and decisive. Once he finds a flaw, he will attack continuously, not giving the enemy any chance to turn the situation around. Especially when his will invades the mind, this effect is terrifying. He simply cannot retaliate. It seems I need to guard against this when fighting against Wisdom Path Gu Masters. He Lulan reminded himself as he slowly descended to the ground. He looked at the Sword of Will, slowly floating and finally hovering above Fang Yuan's head. The tip of the sword pointed at Fang Yuan's head. This guy is finished. He Lulan lightly muttered. The great enemy in his eyes had ended up like this because of a mistake that could not be considered a mistake. His heart was filled with relief, joy, and also a faint sense of sadness. The strength of Giant Sun's will was because he had inherited Giant Sun Immortal's battle experience. Although Fang Yuan had 500 years of rebirth, in this aspect, Giant Sun's will was much stronger and more experienced than him. Once Giant Sun's will found a chance, he would attack continuously, firmly occupying the advantage and rapidly expanding the battle results, not giving Fang Yuan any chance to turn this situation around. Giant Sun Immortal not only had good luck, from this aspect, one could see a trace of his invincibility, as well as his firm and domineering battle talent. It's over. He Lulan looked at Tai Baiyunxing in his hand. In the wind veil of assimilation, he was Fang Yuan's only ally, but he was still unconscious. He Lulan casually threw him on the ground, his gaze fixed on the Sword of Giant Sun's will. Without any hesitation, the Sword of Giant Sun's will fell like lightning, the tip of the sword aimed at Fang Yuan's head. Even though Fang Yuan had transformed into six-armed heavenly zombie king and had the body of a zombie, once his head was pierced, Giant Sun's will would directly enter and destroy his mind, before completely destroying his soul. This was a true fatal blow. Tai Baiyunxing was unconscious, Fang Yuan was unconscious, they had no strength to retaliate. But just as the sword tip was an inch away from Fang Yuan's head, a wall of water suddenly formed. At the same time, a sharp female voice shouted, "With me here, don't even think of taking his life." "Who is it?" He Lulan lost his voice. He looked at the wall of water rippling. The surface of the wall of water formed a whirlpool, wrapping around the sword tip and blocking the Sword of Giant Sun's will. At the same time, a powerful and dense aura rose from Fang Yuan's body. Giant Sun's will retracted the sword, retreating at lightning speed, retreating a few hundred steps in an instant. He quietly floated in the air, his voice was deep as he thought of something. "It's you." Tens of thousands of years ago, you barged into 88-point Xianxia Tower, and the fortune-rivaling Heaven Goo was released by you. Mo Yao giggled, it is hard for you to still remember. As she spoke, the wall of water turned into a water armor, quickly covering Fang Yuan's body. A light blue light enveloped Fang Yuan, his injuries rapidly healed, his severed limbs grew back, his bones and flesh recovered rapidly. Giant suns will naturally remembered, because there were goo worms in 88-point Xianxia Tower that recorded everything. When Mo Yao explored 88-point Xianxia Tower, he did not awaken Giant Sun's will. But after Fang Yuan awakened Giant Sun's will, he immediately used the relevant goo worms to browse through the records and learn of everything that had happened. Mo Yao's voice and appearance, Fang Yuan's name, as well as all the bad things he had done in 88-point Xianxia Tower, Giant Sun's will knew all of them, thus he exposed Fang Yuan's disguise as Chang Shanin. Giant Sun's will was furious, you bunch of despicable and shameless thieves, you have been eyeing True Yang building for tens of thousands of years. Die. Giant Sun's will attacked furiously, his golden sword flew like lightning, piercing through the air and drawing golden rainbows in the air. These golden rainbows landed on the water armor, creating waves, but they could not penetrate the armor's defense. Fang Yuan finally woke up. This is, rank 7 Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion? He looked at the water armor on his body and came to a realization. As it turned out, at some point in time, Water Pavilion had been attached to his body. He was in a daze, his life hanging by a thread. It was Mo Yao's will that activated Water Pavilion and protected him. Giant Sun's will could control 88-point Xianxia Tower, Mo Yao's will could also control Water Pavilion. There was yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal in 88-point Xianxia Tower. How could Water Pavilion not have red date immortal essence left behind by Fairy Mo Yao? Humph, it is all thanks to you that I was able to escape with my life. Fang Yuan squinted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He moved his muscles and bones, rubbing his palms, his newly formed bones were creaking as his battle-intent soared. If you want to repay me, just return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao's will heaved a long sigh, let's fight. Ha ha ha, good. Fang Yuan growled, jumping up like a fish. He had transformed into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, his body was filled with majestic strength. He had green eyes and sharp fangs, extremely vicious and cruel. The water armor shrunk into a ball, turning into a helmet that protected his head. He was no longer afraid of Giant Sun's will attacking his mind. Without any worries, Fang Yuan took a step forward, raising his fist and punching towards the sword rainbow of will, swoosh. The expected sound of impact did not occur, but a soft sound was heard. Giant Sun's will was extremely shrewd, he did not clash head-on with Fang Yuan. Instead, at the crucial moment, the sword rainbow turned into a golden ribbon, coiling around Fang Yuan's wrist, before turning into a ray of light and flying away. As for Fang Yuan's bull-sized fist, it was cut off at the wrist, falling to the ground. Even though Fang Yuan's 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King had outstanding defense, it could not withstand the cutting of Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan quickly rolled on the ground, picking up his fallen wrist. Only a drop of green blood was seeping out of the wound on his arm. Fang Yuan paid attention to Giant Sun's will as he pressed his fist into the wound. The flesh on the wound immediately healed, even the bones started to connect. This was the strong recovery ability of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. But why would Giant Sun's will give Fang Yuan time to recover? The sword rainbow of will suddenly turned around, shooting towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan squinted. His legs shook, bringing his body flying into the sky. The sword rainbow chased after him relentlessly. Fang Yuan activated 4 Eagle Rise Goo at the same time. But the sword rainbow was even faster, rapidly closing the distance. Fang Yuan activated Wind Flower Goo again. He had already lost count of how many Wind Flower Goo he had used, but he had used up a lot of them. The Wind Flower Goo caused Fang Yuan to change directions rapidly, but the Will Sword Rainbow was more agile. Not only did the distance not increase, it used this chance to catch up to Fang Yuan. All of a sudden, both sides fought fiercely in midair, exchanging blows. The intense sword streaked through the air and circled around Fang Yuan's body. From time to time, he would fly and cut. Fang Yuan was completely at a disadvantage. The originally strong defense of the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King seemed weak under the sword rainbow of will. Chunks of flesh fell from the sky. These were all cut by the sword rainbow of will on Fang Yuan's body. Fortunately, he had transformed into the six-armed heavenly zombie king. Fang Yuan had completely lost his sense of pain. It was also because of the helmet that Water Pavilion had transformed into. Giant Sun's will did not succeed in attacking Fang Yuan's mind again. You're showing some improvement. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not succeed after a long time, getting hit most of the time, and attacking less and less, Mo Yao's will was getting anxious. Easy for you to say. Fang Yuan snorted, his gaze becoming more and more ruthless. Giant Sun's will was different from ordinary enemies, it had almost no weight and was extremely fast, even changing directions very quickly. Fang Yuan's flying master attainment was not enough. In front of it, it was not enough. Giant Sun's will did not have a fixed form. Sometimes it was like a sword rainbow cutting, sometimes it was like a saber or axe chopping. Sometimes it was like a drizzle, sometimes it was like a heavy hammer. What was more troublesome was that it could split and regroup. Suddenly, it would split into 2 or 3 sword rainbows, circling around and attacking, causing Fang Yuan to lose sight of the other. Sometimes, it would turn into a hammer and a sword. The huge hammer smashed through Fang Yuan's arm defense, and the sword rainbow shot out like lightning. All sorts of transformations complemented each other, it was extremely exquisite. It could be said that the specialty and essence of the Battle of Wills was fully displayed. As for Fang Yuan's rebirth, he walked the strength path and enslavement path. He was proficient in fighting head-on, or the path of gathering people to suppress others. Suddenly encountering such an enemy, it was hard to have any methods to restrain him. For a moment, he was at a disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. It was normal. In the sky, Fang Yuan's green-black figure and Giant Sun's will's golden rainbow fought, forming the largest battle. Large numbers of goo worms were still flying around, their survival instincts made them avoid Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will, while avoiding the formless hand's pursuit. Even after so many goo worms flew out, there are still countless goo groups. It is hard to imagine how many immortal goo were used in 88-point Xianxia Tower. Yi Luisang raised his head and heaved a long sigh, most of his injuries had already healed. At the crucial moment, the reputation of a super tribe was still useful, allowing Yi Luisang to obtain the help of other goo masters. There are not many formless hands left, although we lost many goo worms, we have so many goo worms with us, we can capture them and recover our battle strength. A goo master suggested loudly. This suggestion was quickly agreed upon by other goo masters. We need to cooperate sincerely, we need to move quickly. The wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker and spreading, the space inside will become smaller and smaller. At this time, He Lulan carried the unconscious Tai Baiyunqing and walked over. The wind veil of assimilation is not something we mortals can deal with. To escape with our lives, we need to rely on Ancestor Giant Sun's strength. Everyone was silent. In the sky above them, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will were fighting intensely. From time to time, there were explosions and furious roars, it was like a raging fire. Whether it was Fang Yuan or Giant Sun's will, the terrifying battle made everyone's hearts palpitate. They subconsciously avoided them, not wanting to take the initiative to participate in the battle between these two experts. But He Lulan's words were extremely correct. Just relying on the mortal goo they subdued, no matter how many, would not be able to break through the wind veil of assimilation. He Lulan continued, "Don't worry, how can this scoundrel be Ancestor's match? Can't you see Ancestor has already gained the upper hand?" Everyone's eyes brightened. The battle situation in the sky was very clear, everyone could see it clearly. He Lulan's words changed, but although Ancestor has the upper hand, he is unable to turn it into a victory. In the end, Ancestor's immortal essence was completely taken away by the scoundrel. Ancestor has over 10 immortal goo, but is unable to activate them. Everyone nodded, agreeing with He Lulan's analysis. Yi Luisang asked, "Then what should we do next?" He Lulan laughed heartily, showing Tai Baiyunqing in her hand. "This old scoundrel is that guy's senior brother, they have a very close relationship. Our abilities are limited, we can only try our best to assist Ancestor." It is still the same words, we need to capture goo worms to increase our strength. I suggest that, in order to cooperate, we should all report the goo worms on our bodies in full detail. I will go first. Goo masters usually kept their own goo worms a secret. This was an extremely important information. Once it was leaked, they would be targeted by others, and might even lose their lives. But the situation now was special, they might not even be able to keep their lives. This was the only way they could maximize their chances of survival. He Lulan was a formidable character, she had high prestige, and had taken the initiative to expose her goo worms. The surviving goo masters agreed, and with a few words, He Lulan once again took in these people for his own use. As for He Lulan, he had even greater ambitions. He wanted to ascend to goo immortal, and to obtain a strength path immortal goo, he needed the help of Giant Sun's will. And these people were powerful pawns for him to realize his ambitions. The intense battle in the sky had already reached its climax. Caught you! Fang Yuan growled, pouncing down like a tiger, his 6 hands were harder than steel pincers, grabbing at the sword of Giant Sun's will at lightning speed. But Giant Sun's will instantly dispersed, and the counterattack that Fang Yuan had prepared for a long time could only destroy a few golden thoughts. Damn it! Fang Yuan could not help but curse, Giant Sun's will could split and reunite, it was extremely agile, Fang Yuan lacked methods, he could only be a punching bag most of the time, and the few times he counterattacked, the effect was not good. Sigh, if there is no other way, we can only engage in a battle of attrition. Mo Yaozwil said, Giant Sun's will is like water without a source, when fighting, he needs to think hard, this will accelerate the collision and consumption of his thoughts. Fang Yuan focused on the battle while rejecting Mo Yao's suggestion in his mind, we cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget the weakness of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, it can only be used for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the killer move's after effects will completely transform my body into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Once I completely transform into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, my entire body will turn rigid, my aperture and immortal aperture will lose all life force, my cultivation will be cut off. Mo Yao said, you are underestimating yourself, don't forget that you are already a strength path goo immortal, your life essence has been elevated. Thus, the time needed to use the killer move has been greatly extended, it is far from 15 minutes. A rough estimate would be at least an hour. Even so, we cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget that the wind veil of assimilation is continuously getting thicker, compressing the space inside. My methods cannot restrain the special will, does your water pavilion have any good methods? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao heaved a long sigh, water pavilion might be a rank 7 immortal goo house, but it is not specialized in intense battles, it is specialized in concealment and movement. Most importantly, my main body only left 20 beads of red date immortal essence. After so many years of supporting the immortal goo house's operation, only 5 beads are left now. If you want to rely on water pavilion to turn the situation around, give up on this idea. Be careful. Mo Yao suddenly shouted a warning, but it was already too late. Giant Sun's will feigned an attack and attracted most of Fang Yuan's attention, before suddenly making a turn and moving to his back, attacking fiercely. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of green corpse blood, the 8 eagle wings on his back were smashed into pieces and his spine was completely broken by this attack. His entire back was caved in and his chest was protruding out. The huge force caused him to descend rapidly. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized his backup goo worms, attempting to fly back to the sky. But how could Giant Sun's will give him this chance? He attacked while he was down, golden light flashed like a rainbow as he circled around Fang Yuan and attacked. Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms and curled up his body, barely protecting his body. Giant Sun's will changed according to his will, slashing, smashing, stabbing, all sorts of attacks quickly caused Fang Yuan's 8 arms to wither. The 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's body was in a terrible state, with many wounds on its body. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, otherwise, his flesh body would have already died. Fang Yuan had just conversed with Mo Yao's will, these few sentences flashed through his mind like lightning. But Giant Sun's will managed to grasp this extremely short period of time, and caught the dazed Fang Yuan and gave him a vicious beating. Giant Sun's will's grasp of opportunities was even better than Fang Yuan's. Boom, a loud explosion resounded. Fang Yuan fiercely smashed into the ground, rocks and soil flew and the whole ground shook slightly. Giant Sun's will followed closely behind. Taking advantage of someone's weakness, it turned into a golden sword again. The sword tip was extremely sharp and fast, leaving behind a trail of light in the air as it stabbed down. Fang Yuan could not resist at all. At the crucial moment, it was Mo Yao's will that controlled water pavilion to turn into the water armor again, barely protecting Fang Yuan's life. Giant sun's will slashed and slashed again and again, hitting the water armor and creating huge waves. Quickly stand up. Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and struggled, using his only remaining arm to support himself from the ground. He withstood Giant Sun's will's powerful attacks and slowly stood up. It's no use, you can't kill me. Your Giant Sun immortal essence has already been placed in my immortal aperture. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed wildly, attempting to destroy Giant Sun's will's fighting spirit. But these words only made him even angrier. The frequency of the slashes increased by several times, crack, because it exceeded the limit. Giant Sun's will's thoughts were self-destructing. But because of the frenzied attacks, the water armor could not withstand it. It was pierced by the will sword from time to time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He protected his head. As long as he protected his mind and did not let Giant Sun's will invade his mind, no matter how many times his organs were pierced, he did not care. The water armor continued to be pierced and then regenerated. The blue light it emitted nourished Fang Yuan's body, causing his injuries to recover rapidly. Quickly dodge, if this continues, my immortal essence will be expended too much. Mo Yao's will reminded anxiously. No. This is a rare opportunity. You have to hold on. Fang Yuan refused to give in and remained standing in the same place. If you run out of immortal essence, you can lend me water pavilion if you want to use up your immortal essence. I still have more than 20 green grape immortal essence beads. Giant Sun's will had gone crazy. It had done a foolish thing. It had actually consumed its own body in exchange for a powerful attack. If this goes on, it will destroy many more thoughts than I destroyed in battle. If that's the case. Mo Yao's will hesitated. The two sides fought fiercely. Another stalemate. Should we go and support the ancestor? Gu family patriarch Gu Guolong asked. While Fang Yuan was fighting with Giant Sun's will, He Lulan led the group and captured many Gu worms, greatly recovering their battle strength. The reason why he was able to capture the Gu worms so easily was mainly because there were many Gu worms in the wind curtain. And the number of formless hands was getting fewer and fewer. With a Gu in his hands, he was not flustered. Especially when they saw Fang Yuan being smashed to the ground and being suppressed by Giant Sun's will. It wasn't just Gu Guolong. There were also other Gu masters who were excited and eager to give it a try. He Lulan did not speak. He looked around. The wind curtain of assimilation continued to spread, the wind walls thickened and continued to compress the space inside. The Gu groups had survival instincts and could only fly towards the inside. Thus, they were densely packed, almost covering the sky and covering the eyes. There were even times when a Gu master stretched out their hand and casually grabbed the Gu worms around them. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. This was a sign that it was on the verge of collapse. Far away, a huge sphere of light expanded once again. Wisdom Gu, which had been sent flying by Giant Sun's will earlier, seemed to have sensed the danger of dying and used all its strength to resist fate, preventing other existences from getting close. All of this showed there was not much time left. He Lulan decided not to wait any longer. He nodded and shouted, "Everyone, listen to my command, attack together, don't let any internal friction cause our offense to weaken." Everyone immediately nodded with a solemn expression. To them, killing Fang Yuan was a chance to survive. However, just as He Lulan and the others were about to attack, Giant Sun's will suddenly laughed, "Oh Fang Yuan, you have fallen into my trap." Saying so, he retreated. The will had almost no weight, it retreated as fast as lightning, retreating 1,000 steps in the blink of an eye. What? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he saw a formless hand grabbing towards him. He could not help but exclaim, "Seven-fingered formless hand." It turned out that Giant Sun's will had pretended to clash with Fang Yuan, and did not hesitate to self-destruct to lure Fang Yuan to resist, attacking crazily to attract all of Fang Yuan's attention, and at the same time obstructed his vision. It was to lure a formless hand. Inside the wind curtain, although the formless hands were decreasing, there were still some remaining. Giant Sun's will lacked immortal essence and could not use immortal goo, but he did not place his hopes on He Lulan and the others. His plan was to use the formless hands as an external force. He secretly split out a portion of his will and wrapped it around many immortal goo to lure the formless hands. The formless hands were faster than Giant Sun's will, so Giant Sun's will passed the formless hands layer by layer. He split out 10 portions of his will and wrapped them around immortal goo, not far from each other. Once the formless hands got close, they would destroy the immortal goo. If the formless hands did not succeed, they would sense the aura of the next immortal goo and pounce over. Like this, after Giant Sun's will lost 8 immortal goo, he finally succeeded in luring the formless hands over. Quickly dodge! Mo Yao's will screamed. It's too late. Fang Yuan was already running, activating Eagle Rise goo at the same time. But it was no use, he needed time to increase his speed, and the formless hands had already reached him. At the moment of life and death, Mo Yao's will sighed faintly. He suddenly swept up Water Pavilion and broke away from Fang Yuan, fiercely crashing towards the 7-fingered formless hands. The 7-fingered formless hands grabbed and immediately snatched away the rank 7 immortal goo water milk goo that formed Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal goo house. It was formed from over 3,000 goo worms. Each goo worm was interconnected and indistinctly resonated with each other. Its core was the rank 7 water milk immortal goo. Other than that, there were 2 supplementary immortal goo. They were the rank 6 movement immortal goo worldly wave trace, and the wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain goo. Right now, the only and also the biggest core was water milk immortal goo. After being grabbed by the formless hands, Water Pavilion immediately crumbled and disintegrated. Ha ha ha, let's see how you can block me this time. Giant Sun's will laughed continuously. He had paid a huge price and finally obtained the result he wanted. The formless fists carried water milk goo and soared into the sky. Quickly destroy it. Mo Yao's will screamed. The remaining 3,000 goo worms were wrapped in red date immortal essence beads. They coiled around Fang Yuan. Without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already done so. He activated almost all of his movement goo and chased after the formless fists. At the same time, he released a majestic attack. Giant Sun's will snorted coldly and continued to block. Let's attack too. He Lulan and the rest saw an opportunity and rushed to join the battle, ruining Fang Yuan's plan. You guys came at the right time. Giant Sun's will praised. He changed his tactic. No longer blocking, he turned into a rainbow light and sneak attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not care about the Goo Master's attacks. He could use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to block them. But Giant Sun's will's attacks made him extremely wary. Giant Sun's will did not obstruct Fang Yuan at all. He showed his tactic, chase, I'll let you chase. In the process of chasing, I can kill you. Water Pavilion was broken, and Mo Yao's will could no longer provide the same defense as before. Fang Yuan fell into an even more dangerous situation. He Lulan and the rest's attacks were also troublesome, greatly hindering his speed. Slap, Giant Sun's will attacked fiercely, turning into a crescent shovel. He suddenly changed his target and cut the goo worms around Fang Yuan into 2. Oh no, my red date immortal essence. Mo Yao was caught off guard. Not only were many of his goo worms destroyed by Giant Sun's will, his red date immortal essence was also snatched away. He did not have much red date immortal essence to begin with. Now that it was gone, Mo Yao was immediately silenced. Mo Yao, I will open my aperture, quickly come in. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, at the same time retreating rapidly. Giant Sun's will had used up his moves. He could not chase in time, thus Fang Yuan managed to pull some distance away. He snorted coldly and immediately flew over. By using this time, Mo Yao's will controlled the remaining immortal goo and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Quickly lend me worldly wave trace goo. Fang Yuan urged anxiously. Mo Yao's will did not hesitate, saying, I have no immortal essence left anyway, I will lend you these goo worms. Although Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal goo earlier, he did not have time to refine them. He could only temporarily suppress them with his will. There were only 2 that he did not suppress with his will. They were Tai Bai Yunqing's landscape as before and man as before. Unfortunately, without Tai Bai Yunqing's permission, Fang Yuan could not borrow them. Now that he had obtained Mo Yao's confirmation, Fang Yuan immediately used one of the rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, using a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate Worldly Wave Trace. This goo was like a jellyfish, the size of a baby's fist. It wrapped around a bead of green grape immortal essence and slowly swallowed it. Swoosh, a huge wave appeared under Fang Yuan's feet, moving Fang Yuan rapidly, immediately pulling away from Giant Sun's will. Worldly Wave Trace was a rank 6 immortal goo. Even though Fang Yuan was not a water path goo immortal, he was already a rank 6 goo immortal. He had the qualifications to activate it. Giant Sun's will was stunned. This was the first time Fang Yuan had escaped from him since the start of the battle. But he was only slightly shocked. He sneered, "If this was the outside world, I would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, under this wind veil of assimilation, space is getting more and more limited. Just run. As time passes, I'll catch you one day. Give up struggling. You destroyed 88-point Xianxia Tower, you destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land, you still want to leave? Humph, don't be delusional, you are already dead. Don't worry, even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. Don't think about having an easy time." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his green face and fangs looked even more sinister. "Then come and fight, don't keep running if you have the guts." Although Giant Sun's will could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he chased after him with surging killing intent. Fang Yuan did not dare to fight him, he no longer had Water Pavilion to protect his mind. Once Giant Sun's will found a flaw in the battle, he would be able to attack his mind. At that time, he would fall into chaos again, unable to think. He would be at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. However, what Giant Sun's will said earlier was not wrong. "Giant Sun, I admit you are powerful. But don't forget, your Giant Sun immortal essence is in my immortal aperture. Without immortal essence, how can you activate your immortal goo? With just your special will, you cannot break the wind veil of assimilation." Fang Yuan's mind worked rapidly, trying to negotiate with Giant Sun's will. "You want to negotiate with me? Ha ha ha." Giant Sun's will laughed, he could not conceal his anger. "Why would I negotiate with you? I can kill you and take back the immortal essence from your immortal aperture, isn't that the same? I suggest you try destroying your immortal essence, maybe you can succeed." Giant Sun's will was fearless. It was not that immortal essence could not be destroyed, but it was not possible at this moment. If Fang Yuan destroyed it in his immortal aperture, the immortal essence would cause great harm to the immortal aperture. It would be suicide. If he destroyed it outside his body, the emitted immortal essence would instead help Giant Sun's will activate the immortal goo. "Fang Yuan, I will not compromise. You can't beat me, but you can't escape either. What else can you do? You should just die." Giant Sun's will chased as he sneered. Fang Yuan was silent, he only focused on escaping. As time passed, the wind veil of assimilation spread. It was silent, but it devoured and assimilated everything. The space that Fang Yuan could dodge became smaller and smaller. He was surrounded by Giant Sun's will, he was surrounded by danger. "Giant Sun's will, I am standing here, do you dare to come?" Fang Yuan stood still, he stopped activating Worldly Wave Trace immortal goo. Giant Sun's will also stopped, he was a few hundred steps away from Fang Yuan, he did not get any closer. "Humph, I expected you to make such a choice." He sneered in disdain, "But so what? You are only delaying your death for a while. I will watch you die of old age." So it turned out. The place where Fang Yuan was standing was covered by the light of wisdom. The light of wisdom countered Giant Sun's will, thus Giant Sun's will stopped his pursuit. After this intense battle, his remaining will was only the size of an adult, it could not withstand such intense consumption. "Fang Yuan, your lifespan." Mo Yao's will reminded. "There's no other way. Under these circumstances, what do you think I can do?" Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and said in a resentful tone. He also felt extremely helpless. Standing in the halo of wisdom, Fang Yuan could clearly feel his lifespan decreasing. However, he was forced to do so. Giant Sun's will hated him to the core, not giving him any chance to compromise. Sigh. Mo Yao's will sighed heavily. "You're just struggling at death's door. Maybe at the next moment, Wisdom Goo will retract the light of wisdom." Fang Yuan remained silent. Giant Sun's will suddenly shouted to He Lulan and the rest, "All of you go and deal with this thief." The defensive goo on his body. He had already used up more than half of his energy in the battle against me. You are forcing him towards wisdom goo. The closer he got to wisdom goo, the brighter and stronger the light of wisdom, and the faster his lifespan was consumed. I want to see just how much lifespan he can use up. He Lulan and the rest responded loudly. Even He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique, did not want to fight close combat with Fang Yuan. They had already discussed this, and now they attacked together, launching long-range attacks. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, standing in the halo. He activated his defensive goo while retaliating with long-range combat goo. His body was covered in 4 to 5 layers of light barriers. Dozens of bone shields danced in the air, and from time to time, stone doors rose from the ground, blocking the fierce firepower of He Lulan and the rest. Ordinary defensive mortal goo were not useful against Giant Sun's will. But against these mortal goo masters, they were still very effective. Fang Yuan was a strength path cultivator, and was not proficient in long-range combat. But he had many long-range combat goo, it was just that they were not systematic. Most importantly, he had unlimited primeval essence. Thus, he was not at a disadvantage against everyone, and his situation was many times better than when he fought against Giant Sun's will. Hurry up and attack, don't stop for a moment. Even if he has unlimited primeval essence, mortal goo cannot be used continuously. He Lulan shouted. That's right. Mortal goo are not immortal goo, they also have a limit, activating them continuously will cause the goo worm to collapse. Yi Lui Sang added. They were the leaders of He tribe and Yi Lui tribe respectively, they knew a lot. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of the great Tao. In essence, they were tools. Every tool had a corresponding usage. If a tool was used too much, it would be unable to bear the burden and collapse. When mortal goo masters used mortal goo, because of their limited primeval essence, they could only use it a limited number of times, thus this disadvantage was not obvious. When goo immortals used mortal goo, this problem would be obvious. However, after a while, He Lulan and the rest's hopes were dashed. How can he have so many goo worms? Someone shouted in disbelief. Fang Yuan's number of goo worms was beyond their imagination. In the battle, he continuously changed goo, using them alternately, like moving clouds and flowing water. Even if his origin is mysterious and he prepared many mortal goo for his immortal ascension, it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many goo. But it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many goo. Everyone was puzzled and bewildered. Don't tell me. Giant Suns will thought of the scene of Fang Yuan opening the Stargate. Fang Yuan opened the Stargate at 88-point Xianxia Tower, thus Giant Suns will knew it clearly. It seems he used that door to leave Imperial Court blessed land and obtained great support. Giant Suns was experienced and knowledgeable, thinking of whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo, he immediately guessed the use of the Stargate. Thanks to Fang Yuan's immortal blessed land, he had indirectly purchased large numbers of mortal goo through jewel yellow skies. Although most of them were given to Tai Baiyunsheng. But he also had a lot of them. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, there was no harm in being prepared, it was finally put to use now. Humph, you borrowed a good external force. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Giant Suns will snorted and suddenly moved. He was as fast as lightning, piercing through the sky. He did not charge into the light of wisdom, but shot through the group of goo worms. After a few breaths of time, he returned to the sky above He Lulan and the others, scattering a large number of mortal goo. You have all been connected. Next, I will impart a killer move to you. Giant Suns will said as he split into a dozen or so goo worms and sent them into everyone's apertures. Everyone had 38 goo worms. These mortal goo had already been refined by Giant Sun's will. Under the cooperation of Giant Sun's will, everyone immediately refined the goo worms and received special pointers to learn the killer move. This killer move. After He Lulan and the others comprehended it, they showed expressions of pleasant surprise and admiration. It is just a small piece of work that my main body created when I was free, I never had a name for it. Giant Suns will said indifferently, right now, it is indeed useful, so let's call it the 38 sealing technique. After obtaining the killer move, He Lulan and the others immediately activated it, breathing out streams of purple light chi. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, trying his best to dodge. But the space was limited, the purple light chi was mixed in with other attacks and could not avoid being hit. So that's it, this killer move's effect is like this. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. 38 Sealing Killer Move targeted goo worms. This concept was not strange, most of a goo master's battle strength came from their goo worms. Thus, many goo worms targeted this point, like rank 4 flattening the bone goo, rank 5 crow 7 goo. But this 38 Sealing Killer Move's effect was much stronger than the crow 7 goo. When a goo master was hit by it, all of their goo worms would be sealed. This killer move naturally could not seal a mortal goo. But for mortal goo, the higher the target's rank, the shorter the sealing time. But it was completely sealed, the goo worms that formed it were ordinary and could be easily collected. It involved chi path, and even offensive goo worms could follow the chi path and be sealed immediately. This was an exceptional killer move, and was especially suitable for the current situation. After Fang Yuan was hit, his defensive goo were sealed one after another. The stone door was invaded by the purple light chi, and the stone door shield goo was immediately sealed. The white bone shields floating around Fang Yuan were enveloped by the purple light chi, and fell to the ground, turning back into flying bone shield goo. Fang Yuan's wind blades, as long as they came into contact with the purple light chi, even if the corresponding wind blade goo was stored in Fang Yuan's aperture, a layer of faint purple chi would appear on the goo worms, and they would also be sealed. Historically, it was easy to seal defensive goo, but difficult to seal offensive goo, because defensive goo were easy to come into contact with. But the 38 Sealing Killer Move treated all goo equally. Fang Yuan's goo worms were getting fewer and fewer as he used them. He did not have many defensive goo to begin with, and could not resist the purple light chi, he could only move around and dodge. But this place was only so big, there would always be a time when he could not dodge. At this time, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the purple light chi. He would rather have more offensive goo sealed, and use defensive goo to protect himself. Once the purple light chi came into contact with his 6-arm heavenly zombie body, the corresponding goo worms might be sealed, and the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king would be destroyed. Soon, Fang Yuan's firepower thinned, and he was suppressed by the other goo masters. "Kill, I'll kill you, you devil!" Yi Luisang shouted excitedly, and shot out hundreds of fireballs with a wave of his hand. The fireballs exploded one after another, causing rocks to fly, and thunder to rumble. Fang Yuan dodged everywhere, and was caught in the explosions, his skin and flesh were torn open. "You demon, your sins are too heinous, you actually overthrew Tru Yang building. We ended up like this, it is all your fault." Gu Guolong shouted angrily, the wind blades he shot out were like blades, they were endless, and had the ability to track, cutting open wounds on Fang Yuan's body. Rays of purple light chi were also shot out from time to time, and did not stop at all. The surviving dozen or so goo masters gritted their teeth, they were filled with anger, they wanted nothing more than to eat Fang Yuan's flesh and drink Fang Yuan's blood. They had worked so hard and fought in the battlefield, taking huge risks, and finally arrived at Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was supposed to be a huge fortuitous encounter, but they ended up in such a state, their clansmen and friends were all dead. This difference was too great, facing the culprit who caused all of this, it was easy to imagine how furious they were. "You are destined to die today, this is the result of offending Ancestor Giant Sun." Some goo masters did not forget to flatter Giant Sun's will. Unfortunately, Giant Sun's will was not in human form, and no expression could be seen. Giant Sun's will was too strong. Not only in battle strength, but also in his deep foundation. He had inherited a portion of the Immortal Venerable's experience, and just a killer move that he created unintentionally forced Fang Yuan into a desperate situation again. "Damn it, is it time to use Spring Autumn Cicada again?" Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, a thought emerging in his mind. His first aperture was filled with heavy pressure, the aperture walls were filled with spiderweb-like cracks. Spring Autumn Cicada floated in the center, its body flickering with alternating yellow and green light. Fang Yuan did not hold back, his aperture had clearly reached its limit, it might shatter at any moment, but he quickly dispelled the thought of using Spring Autumn Cicada. His goo worms were getting more and more sealed, his firepower was getting weaker, Fang Yuan was gradually getting beaten up. "Come, fight back." The goo masters laughed wildly. "Why are you scared now?" Come out and fight if you have the guts. Some sneered. You demon, to think you would have such a day, die. Someone cursed in pain. Seeing Fang Yuan being suppressed by them, they felt incomparable joy. Suddenly, Mo Yao's Will's anxious voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind, oh no. Fang Yuan, zombie black spots have appeared on your body, the death energy has already started to corrode your body. If the black spots spread all over your body, you will become a six-armed heavenly zombie king. An even worse situation appeared. The originally estimated time limit of an hour had not even reached, but Fang Yuan had already turned into a zombie. The zombie state had already been permeated by the death energy, and could not be restored. Unless the killer move six-armed heavenly zombie king was dispelled, the zombie black spots would continue to spread. No, once I dispel the killer move, giant suns will suddenly attack. At such a short distance, I will not be able to react. I had no time to react. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression extremely grave. Although he had defensive goo worms, these mortal goo were not worth mentioning in front of giant sun's will. Only six-armed heavenly zombie king. Only then could Fang Yuan gain a firm foothold. Right now. Although giant suns will did not go deep into the light of wisdom, that was because the price was too high. The gains were too small. Giant suns will could definitely give up. To lure the seven-fingered formless hand, he lost 8 immortal goo at once. If I stop my killer move, giant suns will most likely go all out and kill me. As long as I die. Then it would be able to take back giant sun's immortal essence. We cannot take this risk. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. But, your body. Mo Yao's tone was hesitant and full of worry. Fang Yuan was silent, his gaze steely. At first, it was only a small spot on his back, but in a short span of a dozen breaths, it had spread to the entire back. The speed at which it spread was getting faster and faster. Soon after, Fang Yuan's chest was corroded into a deep black color. The goo masters were slightly stunned at this situation. Giant suns will laughed, so that's how it is. You've been a zombie for too long. The balance between the death chi and life chi has been broken. Now the death chi is overflowing. You will completely become a zombie, a living dead, a monster that is neither human nor ghost. You will never be able to advance in your cultivation. Giant Sun's will was experienced and had broad horizons, he immediately saw through Feng Yuan's situation. The Goo Master's morale immediately rose, someone laughed heartily, ha ha ha, evil is doomed to destruction. Demon, you have committed too many evil deeds, you brought this upon yourself. Now, even without us doing anything, you are finished. Demonic path people are greedy for strength, they disregard everything. Now, you have finally tasted the bitter fruit. What a pity, even if you became an immortal by luck, in the end, you still became a zombie, a monster. This is the result of scheming, harming the common people, going against Ancestor Giant Sun, us, and the righteous path. Mo Yao's will also urged, Fang Yuan, the price of your actions is too high. In my opinion, Giant Sun's will might not dare to come in, he does not have much left. You have extraordinary talent and outstanding talent, you should not end up like this. It is not too late for you to stop now. Once you become a six-armed heavenly zombie king, the chances of you returning to your human body are too slim. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, his thoughts fluctuated and his expression fluctuated. But in the end, he did not loosen his tightly clenched teeth. He had completely transformed into a six-armed heavenly zombie king. The zombie black spots caused his body to turn pitch black. Inside the strength path immortal aperture, the clear world had turned into dark gray, white stone mountains had collapsed into ruins. The sky was gray, the earth was decaying, there was no longer a trace of life. And the first aperture was also deathly silent. The purple crystal aperture wall no longer had a clear and lively feeling, it was like a piece of gray stone. But precisely because of this, the pressure from spring-autumn cicada was no longer so dangerous. He had just become a Goo immortal, but he had degenerated into a zombie. His past accumulations and all his achievements had become nothing. From now on, his cultivation could no longer advance, he had no potential to advance further. From this point, the current Fang Yuan could not even be compared to a mortal. Even with Fang Yuan's iron will, he felt disheartened. The thought of using spring-autumn cicada appeared in his mind again, if I use spring-autumn cicada, I can restart everything and retreat in time. I can naturally avoid this situation. But Fang Yuan forcefully suppressed this thought. The wind veil of assimilation was already very close. There was no sound of wind, it only quietly spread and compressed the space, but it gave everyone an even heavier mental pressure. Fang Yuan faced everyone from afar. He suddenly made a shocking move. He stopped all his goo worms. He had completely turned into a 6-arm heavenly zombie now. He no longer needed goo worms to activate it. He allowed the purple light chi to land on his body, but this 38 sealing technique had no effect. As long as Fang Yuan did not activate his goo worms, the purple light chi would not be able to follow his aura and trace back to the source, sealing the goo worms. Everyone was stunned, even Giant Sunswell could not help but gasp in surprise. But soon, the goo masters burst out with even more intense attacks. Kill this demon. He actually stopped his goo worms in front of us, he is courting death. Everyone shouted and shouted with all their might. Fang Yuan retreated step by step, relying on 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's defense and recovery ability to resist everyone's attacks. Be careful, don't affect Wisdom Goo. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting closer to Wisdom Goo, He Lulan quickly reminded. The Goo Master's firepower was slightly restrained, it was no longer vast, but it was more precise, targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's appearance was unrecognizable, his chest was lacerated, his bones were broken, and his organs were damaged. He had no choice but to turn around, his back facing everyone as he continued to take the attacks. Boom, a bolt of lightning fiercely struck Fang Yuan's back. A huge force pushed him to the ground. Cheers came from behind. Ha ha ha, I defeated him. This goo worm that I just caught is not bad, it should be rank 5 lightning hammer goo. Fang Yuan got up with difficulty. His back was lacerated, there were traces of lightning coiling around the wound, his spine was exposed in the air. Take my wind path killer move. Someone shouted. Swoosh, a huge sawtooth wind blade flew over, coiling around Fang Yuan's arm and cutting it off, it fell to the ground. This person was breathing roughly, his primeval essence was almost used up, but his eyes were shining with a cruel and excited light. He shouted, Did you see that? Did you see that? I cut off one of his arms. Humph, you just grabbed his weakness, if not for the flesh on that arm being cut off, with only a single bone left, would you be able to cut it off? Someone scoffed. Even though 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's body was strong, it could not block such frequent and heavy attacks. Everyone laughed, shouted, and ravaged Fang Yuan, taking pride in inflicting deeper injuries on his body, competing with each other. Fang Yuan was knocked down again and again, his tall and sturdy body became short and crooked. But he got up again and again. Even though he only had 1 arm left out of his 8. Even though he did not have any intact skin on his body, green zombie blood splattered everywhere, his organs were exposed, and his right shoulder was only left with a pale white scapula. Why? Why? Mo Yaozwell cried. Fang Yuan was silent. Enough. Giant Sunswell suddenly spoke. The goo masters did not dare to disobey, their attack stopped. At this point, you are still not willing to give up? Humph, your spirit is truly admirable. Giant Sunswell said in a gentle tone, Enough, it is not easy for you to reach this point. Give up, I will give you a chance to surrender. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, I will allow you to atone for your crimes. What? Ancestor Giant Sun, you want to spare him? Ancestor, please reconsider. Everyone was in an uproar. Surrender? Fang Yuan chuckled, let me think about it. Giant Sunswell continued, you destroyed 88 Point Jinyang Tower, your crimes are unforgivable. But I will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf, acknowledge me as your master and help me rebuild 88 Point Jinyang Tower, only then can you wash away your sins. After True Yang Tower is rebuilt, not only will I return you your freedom, I will also teach you how to get rid of your zombie identity and regain your flesh and blood body. If others heard this, their hearts would have already wavered. Giant Sunswell gave Fang Yuan a way out, and more importantly, gave him hope to continue cultivating. Fang Yuan muttered, let me think about it. Giant Sunswell smiled lightly, I will not give you any chance to stall for time, I will count to 10 and you will give me an answer. 10. Fang Yuan, lad, are you really going to surrender? Be careful of Giant Sun's will's tricks. As long as you lead the light of wisdom, you will be his prey. He can do whatever he wants to you. Mo Yao's will worriedly warned in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, how can I be stupid enough to believe a word of it? Shortly after, he sighed, to think that I still have to use my final trump card. You still have a trump card? To speak the truth, I have a spring-autumn cicada. What? Spring-autumn cicada? Don't tell me it is that world's 7th-ranked mystical goo, the one that can reverse the flow of time and make people return to the past, the spring-autumn cicada that can change history? Mo Yao's will cried out in shock. That's right. As Fang Yuan said that, he sneered inwardly and asked Mo Yao's will in return, haven't you always wanted me to use it? Fang Yuan, what do you mean by that? How would I know that you have the spring and autumn cicada? Mo Yao's will was startled, and he immediately denied it. He. Fang Yuan let out a long laugh. Mo Yao, I'm a cautious person. Before I think about winning, I think about losing first. So, from the first day you lurked in my mind, I had already imagined the worst-case scenario. What's the worst-case scenario? That is, I have the spring-autumn cicada, and you know the secret of my rebirth. I think that when I first entered the water pavilion, you will already knew about the secret, right? Mo Yao's will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. With a sincere expression, she shook her head and said, Fang Yuan, have you misunderstood something? Fang Yuan ignored her and continued, you knew this secret, but you pretended to be ignorant and showed yourself. Next, you pretended to feel guilty for letting Spirit Affinity House down, purposely giving me the mission of returning Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. In fact, this is just a cover for you. You've put in a lot of effort to win my trust. You helped me conceptualize 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, taught me ink transformation and other refinement path killer moves, helped me sneak into True Yang building, and also repeatedly warned me during the battle, acting as an advisor. These actions were all to lower my guard. At the same time, you have been tampering with my thoughts, subtly influencing my thinking. You truly have sinister intentions. Mo Yao's willpower raised its voice and showed a displeased expression, little guy. What's wrong with you? How could you think of me like that? Did you take the wrong medicine? He. Mo Yao, you're amazing. I've had a big fall because of you. You acted so well that I almost believed it. When Giant Sun's will awakened, you advised me to leave this place and return to the central continent, but on the other hand, you influenced my thoughts and made me continue to take risks. When facing Ma Hongyun. On one hand, you persuaded me to help Ma Hongyun, but on the other hand, you tampered with my thoughts and stimulated my killing intent. It triggered my rage and fanaticism, causing me to impulsively try to kill Ma Hongyun, causing the destiny of my black coffin to increase greatly. To be fair, under normal circumstances, I would only calculate benefits. How could he be so brainless? This is the first time I've seen the Frost Jade Peacock. After learning the conditions for becoming the master. After exiting the True Yang building, I actually recalled some things from my previous life, a certain person. My personality isn't weak to such an extent. These are the memories of my past life that I have suppressed in the deepest part of my heart. This is also your doing. You wanted to secretly attack me and pry into the memories of my past life while my state of mind was slightly fluctuating. Mo Yao's will widened its eyes and said in an unfriendly tone, as if it had been wronged, Fang Yuan, kid. All of this was clearly your choice, yet you ended up like this. Not only did he refuse to admit his failure, he even blamed it on me. Fang Yuan laughed, ha, admit my failure, of course I have to admit my failure. My foundation is still too shallow, especially when compared to you, Mo Yao, and Giant Sun. Experience and vision are no longer my advantages. But do you know where your greatest weakness is? Mo Yao's will snorted coldly, crossing its arms, kid, if you say that again, I'm going to get angry. I have helped you so much, is this how you treat your benefactor? Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him and continued, your greatest flaw is actually using Water Pavilion to take the initiative to collide with the rank 7 formless hand. You gave me this mission to return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Why did you give up the favorable position to protect me at the critical moment? Could it be that after these days of interaction, you have changed your principles and are leaning towards me? Hehe, I don't think my charm has reached such a level. This is enough to prove that the mission you said you were going to return was just a cover. Fang Yuan's tone was plain, but Mo Yao's Will's voice was like thunder. She fell into silence. This time, she did not retort. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, continuing, other than this, you have other flaws. First, you attached Water Pavilion to me but concealed this. You clearly had ill intentions. You wanted to use this rank 7 immortal goo house to restrict me. At the crucial moment. Second, if you really wanted to cooperate with me, why did you hide your will? This means that once your will's identity is exposed, I will be suspicious. Third, you purposely miscalculated the time and made me turn into 6-arm heavenly zombie. I actually felt discouraged after becoming a zombie. This was also your doing. Fourth, you played tricks on me many times, secretly influencing my thoughts and making me think of using Spring-Autumn Cicada many times. My will has always been firm. I do not hesitate. I plan before taking action. Once I make a decision, I will execute it. How could I have the same thought over and over again? Fifth, since you had little immortal essence and I had become a goo immortal, why didn't you lend Water Pavilion to me earlier? You clearly had other plans. He. Mo Yao's Will raised her head and laughed, retorting, Fang Yuan, you are speaking incoherently. Don't forget, I saved your life. If I did not use Water Pavilion, you would have been killed by Giant Sun's Will already. Now you are saying that I purposely harmed you and miscalculated the time and made you turn into 6-arm heavenly zombie king. I saved you and harmed you at the same time. Am I crazy? Of course you are not. You have always been clear-headed. Harming me and saving me at the same time, this is all part of your plan. As long as I put myself in your shoes, it is not hard to guess your motives. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued, if I am a will that has remained in this world for 10,000 years, but my main body is already dead and my loved one has failed the tribulation. At this time, if I saw Spring-Autumn Cicada, what would I do? The answer is self-evident. I would naturally want to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to go against the River of Time. Spring-Autumn Cicada's effect is to sacrifice the Goo Master completely, leaving only the Goo Master's consciousness in the Goo Worm. At the crucial moment, I would sneak into Spring-Autumn Cicada and destroy the Goo Master's will, replacing it and returning to the past to be reborn, changing my own history. Fang Yuan's analysis was powerful and resonant, showing his extraordinary confidence. The pupils of Mo Yao's Will shrunk, falling into silence again. Fang Yuan said, however, there are many difficulties for you to achieve this goal. There are 2 main obstacles. First, you are only a will. No matter what your will is, you are unable to activate most goo worms independently. Spring-Autumn Cicada is not only one of these, it requires even more. It requires the Goo Master to self-detonate, sacrificing their primeval essence, flesh and blood, as well as the other goo worms in their body as a source of power. The stronger this power is, the more ancient the past it can return to. Second, Spring-Autumn Cicada is my goo worm, it is also my vital goo, it is not ordinary. You are not a formless hand, it is not easy to forcefully snatch it. Later, I found many wisdom path goo worms that can produce many kinds of wills, thus it is even harder for you to snatch it. This way, you can only feign civility with me and act according to the situation. On one hand, you need to strengthen me, help me, and raise my foundation, so that when I self-detonate, I can obtain a stronger force to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. On the other hand, you need to take advantage of the situation and create a desperate situation, making me have no choice but to use Spring-Autumn Cicada despite the huge risk. Saying so, Fang Yuan sighed, I was wary of you before, but as you gradually influenced my thoughts, I eventually fell into your schemes and arrangements. You secretly influenced me, causing me to constantly take risks in True Yang building. You also encouraged me to deal with Ma Hongyun, Giant Sun's Will, and He Lulan. Many things were clearly not beneficial and were not rational, but I was impulsive again and again. You made me create strong enemies everywhere, it was to make it easier to create a desperate situation. But on the other hand, you were afraid that if you did not handle it well, I would die. Thus, at the crucial moment, when my life was hanging by a thread, you had no choice but to take action and expose Water Pavilion to protect me from Giant Sun's Will's fatal attack. Thus, when I was about to be captured by the formless hand, you drove Water Pavilion to crash into it, it was because you were afraid that it would randomly grab my spring-autumn cicada and expose it. The communication between wills, although there was a lot of content, was extremely fast. But after Fang Yuan finished speaking, Mo Yao's will did not reply for a long time. His mind was silent. And outside, giant sun's will had already counted down from 10 to 6. Finally, Mo Yao broke the silence. He clapped and laughed. He, good analysis. It was truly meticulous and well organized. To think that after planning for so long, I still could not deceive you. You really made me look at you in a different light. Lad, even if you have been reborn, your talent is still outstanding. If I were alive, we might become good friends. Who knows? What a pity, what a pity. Fang Yuan saw through everything. He laid his cards on the table with Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao's will could not hide it anymore. At this moment, she chose to be honest. Her figure was graceful, her face was covered with a black veil. Although she was a will, she was like a blooming night lotus, elegant and graceful. Her temperament was superb. As expected of the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, a rank 7 Gu Immortal and a refinement path Grandmaster. Even though her scheme was exposed, she did not feel embarrassed. Seeing that there was no hope of concealing it, she was very frank and straightforward. She sighed. Back then, my main body took a risk and entered 88-point Xianxia Tower. I obtained a true inheritance in true inheritance secluded domain, creating this will of mine. I left behind Dichio inheritance. On one hand, it was to be prepared, to preserve the possibility of refining calamity beckoning immortal Gu. On the other hand, it was a trap, mainly targeting Spirit Affinity House. Back then, I had betrayed the sect for Bo Qing. But I did not expect that after 10,000 years, the person I waited for would be you. Actually, when you were refining calamity beckoning immortal Gu, I had already discovered the spring-autumn cicada in your body. I am a refinement path Grandmaster. I had tampered with the immortal Gu refinement process. My will was already hidden in the refined calamity beckoning immortal Gu. This arrangement was to deal with Spirit Affinity House's pursuers, because no one could find an opportunity to refine the immortal Gu and did not grab it. Just like you said, when I found out you had spring-autumn cicada for the first time, I was extremely excited and immediately thought of using spring-autumn cicada to revive. I used calamity beckoning immortal Gu to lure you to Water Pavilion. The 10% refinement of Water Pavilion was also a facade I made to make you lower your guard. After you go out, I will immediately activate the Water Pavilion and hide in the sweat on your skin. But regarding this point, how did you confirm that the Water Pavilion was on you from the very beginning? Fang Yuan replied, this is not hard to guess. Firstly, you had to ensure my safety. Just your will alone was not enough. The rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion was the strongest guarantee. Secondly, thinking expended thoughts and damaged your will. I asked you to think of strength path killer moves, but I did not see your will weaken. After that, you fought with giant sun's will in my mind, refining true Yan building supreme true inheritance and also receiving the light of wisdom, but I still did not see any signs of your will weakening. The only explanation is that Water Pavilion is close to you. Your will was constantly replenished in the building. Back then, when I inspected the Gu worms that made up Water Pavilion, I did not notice it at first glance. The crucial Gu worm should be that wisdom path immortal Gu delight in water and mountain Gu, right? You guessed half right. Mo Yao's will said, delight in water and mountain Gu can only produce joyful will, but this will of mine is not joyful will, it is transformed from joyful will through some other Gu worms. This kind of will can indeed influence one's thoughts, making people do things that go against their nature. That means, you purposely could not defeat Giant Sun's will? Fang Yuan laughed. Giant Sun's will is indeed very strong, but the difference in battle strength between us is not so great. When I woke up from my daze, when I realized that Water Pavilion had already transformed into a suit of armor to protect me and save my life, I realized that something was wrong. Although I was vigilant earlier. But because of your secret influence, it gradually dissipated. But although I felt something was wrong, I did not dare to confirm it. When Giant Sun's will attacked me, I guessed his tactic. This battlefield is only so big, there are only a few external factors that can affect the situation, how could I not pay attention to formless hands? Thus, I decided to take a risk and beat him at his own game. I purposely moved slowly and took a hit from the formless hands. The result proves that you indeed have ulterior motives. Later on, although the water pavilion was in ruins. However, I was still worried about its power. Thus, I deceived you into entering my immortal aperture and borrowed your goo worms. Afterwards, when he fought with them from afar, he purposely got hit by their killer moves and most of the goo worms he borrowed from them were sealed. It was to prevent anyone from entering. Do you have any goo worms that don't require primeval essence to activate? Mo Yaozul heard this. Shaking his head, he lamented, Fang Yuan, you're too smart. Once you realized something was wrong, you calculated to this extent. Your acting skills are even better than mine. But there's still something I don't understand, Fang Yuan said. Oh, please. Earlier, I had fixed immortal travel taken away by a six-fingered formless hand. I know that fixed immortal travel is an immortal goo that you want to get rid of secretly. It will affect your plans too much. But why are you so sure that the six-fingered formless hand will snatch the fixed immortal travel? And not other immortal goo that are inferior to spring autumn cicada? Mo Yaozul smiled bitterly, Kid, I am only the will left behind by my main body for 10,000 years, do you really think I can control the situation? The situation was so chaotic back then, the moment the formless hand grabbed you, I hesitated, afraid that Water Pavilion's appearance would arouse your suspicions. But after it snatched fixed immortal travel, I was overjoyed. I quickly interfered with your thoughts and made you make the decision to help Tai Baiyunxing. This delayed your time and caused you to lose fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was stunned, your luck is really good. Mo Yao shook his head, smiling bitterly, back then, I sneaked into True Yang building and wanted to snatch fortune rivaling heaven goo, but I let it escape. Ever since then, my luck has been bad. Later, when I blocked the seven-fingered formless hand for you, my intention was to sacrifice the rank 7 calamity beckoning immortal goo in Water Pavilion. Unfortunately, the formless hand grabbed the core water harmony immortal goo. If your spring autumn cicada had immortal's consciousness, I would have made a move long ago. But it had your goo immortal will inside, so I did not dare to act rashly and could only infiltrate it secretly. I was lurking in your mind, paying attention to your thoughts and prying into your memories. But after fighting with Giant Sun's will, I could not split my attention, all my will was used to control Water Pavilion to protect your life. Otherwise, when you realized something was amiss, I would have sensed it. In fact, I might have even interfered with your thoughts and made you overlook this. Also, I really did not have much immortal essence left, most of it was used to nurture my will. Your battle of attrition was very effective, but if I had 5 or 6 more beads of red date immortal essence, the situation would be different. Fang Yuan nodded, sigh, actually, I had an unfair advantage. Just a will cannot think as comprehensively as the main body. Especially when wills have their own characteristics, their actions will be biased. A will is a will after all, it cannot replace the main body. If your main body were to deal with me, I would have fallen for it long ago. Fairy Mo Yao, you truly live up to your reputation. Just by relying on your will, you were able to reach this step. Fang Yuan sighed repeatedly, after revealing his cards, he instead consoled Mo Yao's will, as if he had forgotten that they were enemies, as if he and Mo Yao's will had been good friends for many years. He continued to sigh, this plan of yours is too difficult to execute, it is like walking on a tightrope, you need to pay attention to the balance of the situation at all times. If it was before, when you dealt with me, I might have been deceived by you. Unfortunately, not long after I came to Northern Plains, I made a similar mistake. And my aim is to not make the same mistake again. Saying so, the image of a white-clothed girl appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Actually, it is all thanks to Wisdom Goo's help. Without using it actively, just the passive light of wisdom allowed me to think so quickly. I was able to think through many things and see through your scheme. As expected of a rank 9 immortal goo. After saying so much, I have a question for you, what is your will? Mo Yao chuckled, there is no harm in telling you now. Anyway, you already know my methods, you will get the answer sooner or later. And in this situation, even if you find out my true motive, it is already too late. You using spring-autumn cicada to self-detonate is already a foregone conclusion. This will of mine is called fake will. Fake is real, true is fake. Fake will disguise as other people's thoughts and participate in the collision of thoughts, secretly changing the result of their thoughts and influencing their decisions and actions. Fang Yuan realized at once, no wonder I could not find out where you were hiding after searching my mind so many times. So you were disguising as my thoughts. But you are wrong about one thing, I will not use spring-autumn cicada. Are you sure? He he he. Mo Yao's laughed, I was the one who helped you perfect 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move. I purposely underestimated the time limit and turned you into a zombie body. You have already lost the possibility of advancing further. You have no future left now. I have been by your side for so long, I have a deep understanding of you, you no longer have any trump cards. In the current situation, the wind veil of assimilation is pressing down, you have lost fixed immortal travel. Do you think you can maintain the Stargate stably? Don't be unrealistic. You are currently being attacked by everyone, although you purposely acted low earlier, your battle strength is still lower than Giant Sun's will. After all, this is not true inheritance secluded domain. In true inheritance secluded domain, wills and thoughts will be suppressed. As for worldly wave trace immortal goo, I will not lend it to you anymore. Also, other than Giant Sun's will, you still have a huge hidden threat, that is great strength true martial physiques He Lulan. Rank 5 peak stage. Hee, think about the power of his self-detonation. Right now, you are only relying on the light of wisdom goo to maintain the light of wisdom. Ha ha ha, strong enemies are waiting for you, you have no way out. Mo Yao's laughed for a while before speaking in a gentle tone, you are not willing to use spring-autumn cicada because you are worried about your black coffin luck. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. Spring-autumn cicada's weakness is this, it will make the host's luck worse and worse. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable suffered from this. Luck is indeed a huge influence, but it cannot decide everything, it also depends on who is facing it. You have so much bad luck, but you used your own strength and intelligence to contend against it, and still had such accomplishments. Ma Hongyan had so much good luck, but he could not grasp it, even though he escaped, he must have fallen into the hands of Northern Plains Gu immortals and become a prisoner. Fang Yuan sneered, you have planned for so long, you must have made ample preparations, you definitely have the confidence to win. A contest of wills is my weakness, if I self-detonate, I will be using my weakness to fight against your advantage. How can I be so stupid? Mo Yao also laughed, to think that you also have a timid moment. Unfortunately, your guess is not completely correct. I indeed want to use spring-autumn cicada, but your foundation is not enough to go back to 10,000 years ago. I plan to go against the river of time and find Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Using the power of the inheritance, I will go against the flow of time for 10,000 years. He, don't you want to see what Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance is? Mo Yao revealed a shocking news, she actually knew about Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance. But Fang Yuan did not reply, he only remained silent. In the outside world, giant suns will finally counted down from 10 to 1. It seems you are stubborn, you want to resist till the end. Not obtaining Fang Yuan's surrender, Giant Sun's will's voice was very deep. There's no pity for this demon to die. Ancestor Giant Sun was merciful and gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf, but he is still stubborn. Yi Luisang shouted, but inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief. Kill this demon, cut off his head and use it as our urinal. Today, we will get rid of this evil for the people. The crowd was boiling. Not good, the wind veil of assimilation is less than 100 steps away. Ancestor Giant Sun, what do we do? Someone was panicking. The wind veil of assimilation was getting closer, this was the main reason why Giant Suns wanted Fang Yuan to surrender. If Fang Yuan surrendered and offered his primeval essence, everything would be easy. But Fang Yuan was stubborn and did not surrender, Giant Suns had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Hey Lulan, this is a strength path immortal goo for you, release your dark path seal and display the true battle strength of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Your great strength true martial physique has the best recovery speed in the world, far above the other 9 extreme physiques. Don't worry, even if you self-detonate, I have my own methods to save you. Giant Suns said as he handed a strength path immortal goo to He Lulan. After obtaining the immortal goo that she had yearned for day and night, He Lulan could not conceal her excitement. Thank you, Lord Ancestor. At the same time, Giant Suns promised the other goo masters many benefits, giving out goo worms one by one. Giant Suns raised the morale, this scoundrel has done many evil deeds, get rid of him, you will all be great heroes of Northern Plains. You will bring benefits to the common people, you will be respected wherever you go. We all know that being exposed to the light of wisdom will reduce one's lifespan. But in this situation, if we continue to drag on, we will be killed by the wind veil of assimilation sooner or later. Compared to death, what is the loss of a bit of lifespan? Moreover, as long as you hold him back, I will definitely make a move and kill him. Everyone looked at each other. Giant Sun's will had unparalleled prestige, he was left behind by his ancestor. With threats and promises, the situation forced them, everyone mustered their courage and looked at Feng Yuan. Strange, why is he not dead yet? After being exposed to the sun for so long, he should have lost his lifespan a long time ago, right? Someone suddenly asked. If Feng Yuan died of old age, they would not have to fight anymore. That is because he is already dead. He has completely turned into a zombie monster, a living dead person. The dead have no lifespan. Thus, no matter how long he is exposed to the light, he will not die of old age. He Lulan explained, shattering everyone's fantasy. So it is like this. Everyone was shocked, they finally understood that they had to fight. The air seemed to have frozen, the Gu Master's killing intent surged, no doubt, this was the final battle, they wanted to kill Feng Yuan. He had great confidence. After all, he had the great strength, true martial physique and Giant Sun's will. But they were also nervous. Feng Yuan's terrifying battle prowess was also deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Killing this demon is a given. But there are bound to be casualties in battle. Please don't let it be me. This was what everyone was thinking. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, there was another change. Wisdom Gu suddenly retracted the light of wisdom. He plunged into the group of Gu flying in the sky. Earlier, it used all its strength to release rank 9 aura, but now, it completely concealed it and hid among the Gu group, quickly vanishing without a trace. Everyone was taken aback. Giant Sun's will was the first to react, laughing loudly, wonderful. This Wisdom Gu's wild will had just been born, it was still very immature. Previously, he had been holding up a halo to prevent other life forms from approaching him. Now that he sensed that a great battle was imminent, he wanted to avoid being implicated. He ran away first. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. There was no better situation than this. Without the obstruction of the light of wisdom, Giant Sun's will could directly participate in the battle. Demon, the Wisdom Gu that you relied on as a barrier has already escaped. Your death is here, accept your death obediently. Demon, you have committed too many sins and have finally fallen to this state. You are dead meat. Everyone shouted, their morale was high. Giant Sun's will was even more restless. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Feng Yuan broke the silence, laughing loudly. His laughter shook the wind and clouds, it was arrogant and overpowered all other sounds. He had a green face and sharp fangs, his eyes were shining with a fierce light. Although his recovery ability was strong, his injuries were too severe, his body was still in tatters. He only had one arm left, his body was crooked, but his aura burst out, causing everyone to take a step back. Damned demon, why are you still so arrogant when you are about to die? What are you laughing at? He Lulan took a big step forward, his body was like a bear, he stared with his eyes wide open. Demon, those who commit too much evil will only bring about their own destruction, now you are dead. Feng Yuan, I have already given you the only chance to surrender, but you did not grab it. Right now, you have nowhere to go. Giant Sun's will resolutely shouted. Mo Yao's will also said, lad, don't try to be mysterious. The aura of nothingness cannot stop them. Don't you want to see Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance? There will be a huge battle soon, if Giant Sun's will gets to your head, I will not be able to save you. Give up, this is a hopeless situation, there is no way out. Quickly use Spring Autumn Cicada. Feng Yuan's laughter stopped, he said in a hoarse voice, isn't there a saying that heaven never seals off all paths? As long as I want to leave, the path is under my feet. Everyone was stunned, these words were very familiar, after thinking for a while, they realized it was a story from Chapter 3, Section 3 Luopa Valley was a vast and complicated maze. Renzu searched for the missing northern dark ice soul, but he himself also lost his way in the maze. For several days and nights, he could not find the exit. He was extremely tired. He collapsed on the ground, his back leaning against the wall of the maze. Boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope. What he had now was a heart of loneliness. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Renzu was afraid of loneliness. He had once dug out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But now, he could only endure the torture of loneliness. In the loneliness, Renzu felt boundless coldness, confusion, and pain. Time seemed to have stopped. He was the only person left in the world, a lonely person. There was no one to rely on, no fire to warm himself. Renzu felt suffocated, but as time passed, he gradually got used to the loneliness. He even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not scary. In the loneliness, he felt peace. Tranquility, peace. He muttered to himself, "Oh human, what exactly are you? Struggling in this world. Coming and going in such a hurry." Then he heard a voice from inside his body, "Oh human, you are the spirit of all living beings. You are lonely, thus you wish to be comforted, understood, and proven. What you want to do now is to find a way out, leave this godforsaken place." Renzu was shocked. Who? Who is talking to me? The voice laughed again. "I am a gu, called myself. Look at your inner heart. Examine your inner heart and you will discover me." Renzu quickly examined his heart of loneliness, and indeed, in the deepest part of his heart, he saw a gu worm. This gu worm was vivid and lifelike. It was exactly the same as him. But it had shrunk by 1,000,000 times, to the size of an ant. Renzu was surprised. This gu worm of yours, how did it get into my body?" Self-gu said, "Ever since you gained life, I have been in your body, you just did not discover it. It is not easy to discover me, you need to examine your inner heart in loneliness." "Is that so?" Renzu had no interest, he did not mind. He was still thinking about northern dark ice soul. Self-gu saw Renzu's waning interest and smiled. "Renzu, you should be happy. You need to know, discovering yourself and understanding yourself is the most important thing in life. You are the most reliable person in the world, let me help you leave this place." "You can help me leave this place?" "No way, can you bring me out of Luopa Valley and cross Reverse Flow River?" Renzu was surprised and joyful. Self-gu laughed loudly. "Oh Renzu, why must you walk this path? The exit and entrance of the door of life and death are the traces left behind by Fate Gu when it visited Fairness Gu. When you walk on it, you will be arranged and manipulated by fate. If you want to revive and leave this place, it is best to walk a completely new path." Renzu was confused. "Didn't you say there is only one path? Wisdom Gu already told me, where is there a second path?" Self-gu said, "Oh Renzu, as long as you want to walk, the path is under your feet." Renzu was even more confused. "Then how do I walk?" Self-gu said, "Didn't I say it, you need to think about walking first." Think? Renzu tried to use his brain, thinking about how to walk. He thought for a long time until his head was spinning. Finally, a gu jumped out of his mind. Renzu recognized this gu. It was Renzu's good friend, Cognition Gu. "Where there is cognition, there will be me." Cognition Gu said, "Oh human, you are in a predicament again, let me help you." Saying so, Cognition Gu let out radiance and enlightened Renzu. Cognition Gu had an ability, it could enlighten all living beings. Living beings enlightened by Cognition Gu would obtain wings. Back then, Verdant Great Sun obtained self-wings and flew into the sky. After the radiance faded, Renzu obtained a pair of wings. This pair of wings grew from his ankles, it was very small. Cognition Gu guided, this pair of wings is called Renzu, it will help you walk on a new path. You need to be careful, new paths are hard to walk, other Gu cannot be relied on, you can only rely on self-Gu." Saying so, Cognition Gu vanished. Renzu was still confused. How should I walk? Walk forward and create your own path. This is a path that belongs to you alone. You can only walk alone. Self-Gu's tone was excited. Renzu took a step forward. Boom, at the next moment, his vision changed. Everyone heard Fang Yuan's words and reacted, they were furious. This demon has lost his mind. Let's work together and kill him. He, who do you think you are, you dare to compare yourself to Renzu? Then walk, I want to see what path you can walk on. Everyone finally lost their patience, they shouted and charged towards Fang Yuan. Guh. At this time, He Lulan suddenly showed a painful expression, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Good timing. Fang Yuan grinned, giving off an eerie aura. He raised his only remaining arm and swung his fist at her. Boom. This strength path phantom's facial features resembled the young Fang Yuan. It was vivid and lifelike, about the same size. It blocked the path of the Gu masters, it was alone, appearing small and lonely. Isn't that He Lulan's killer move? In his mind, Mo Yao's will was stunned. Oh, I remember, you took his crucial Gu worm. But how did you copy his killer move? While he was speaking, the Gu masters had already charged forward. Fang Yuan's strength path phantom only lasted 3 rounds before it was torn to pieces. The remaining fist energy was about to condense, but Ye Lu Sang burned it with a mouthful of fire. This demon is a paper tiger. There's no need to be afraid of him. The only thing he's relying on is stealing Lady He Lulan's name. This strength path phantom only has the form, at most it only has half the power of Lady He Lulan's killer move, what is there to fear? Everyone's morale soared. After a slight delay, they rushed toward Fang Yuan at an even faster speed. Only He Lulan had a bewildered expression as she slowed down and fell behind. Did he use my vital goo to send out a strength path phantom? How is this possible? This strength path phantom actually looks like him. Although his vital goo was seized, his injuries recovered rapidly. The recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was dozens of times stronger than that of the 6-arm heavenly zombie king. It was above the other 9 absolutes. It was not strange that Fang Yuan forcefully refined He Lulan's vital goo. Fang Yuan had already become an immortal, with the help of immortal essence, even mortal goo had a huge advantage. But the strength path phantom that Fang Yuan struck out was actually exactly the same as his original appearance. This surprised He Lulan. Even if you snatched He Lulan's goo and roughly recreated his killer move, you won't be able to do anything to him. However, it was only in form, although it also had the ability to condense fist chi. But compared to He Lulan's original killer move, it's a far cry, Mo Yao's will commented bluntly. At this time, everyone had already arrived in front of Fang Yuan. On the outside, Giant Sun's will had shrunk into a ball and was slowly moving, waiting for Fang Yuan to reveal a flaw in the chaotic battle so that he could deal a fatal blow. Well, then. Mo Yao, open your eyes wide and watch. Fang Yuan's smile widened. He swung his fist, using his only remaining arm, fist chi gushed out. It turned into a strength path phantom. The phantom did not stop, immediately pouncing towards the charging Gu masters. Fang Yuan punched again, it was another strength path phantom, but this time it was different. This strength path phantom looked like the young Fang Yuan. Danqing had 2 arms. He was also much stronger than before. Fang Yuan's breathing was thunderous. His fists were like the wind, the shadows of his fists interweaving to form a screen, boom boom boom, punches after punches hit the air, creating continuous explosions. Fist chi surged and gushed out, forming a whirlwind. Wind and clouds surged, like the roars of dragons and tigers. In the blink of an eye, over 100 strength path phantoms appeared out of nowhere, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. They protected Fang Yuan in the center. The Gu masters had just killed the 2 strength path phantoms and were preparing to fight with Fang Yuan. They raised their heads, everyone's expression changed greatly. How can there be so many strength path phantoms? Someone's eyeballs almost popped out. Damn it, there are still more appearing. Someone cursed loudly. Fang Yuan punched continuously, the fist chi seemed to be endless, forming one strength path phantom after another. The Gu masters could not believe it, this number greatly surpassed He Lulan's limit, and the number was still rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, there were already close to 1,000 strength path phantoms. Fang Yuan was alone just a moment ago, but now there was an army standing beside him. This can't be fake, right? Some people even doubted what they saw, thinking Fang Yuan had used a Gu worm to create an illusion. But next, the Strength Path Phantom's attacks made everyone painfully understand the reality of these phantoms. Kill. We will let you have a taste of our power. These Strength Path Phantoms could actually speak human language, they had extraordinary intelligence. They attacked together, forming a stream of people. The Gu Masters who had the advantage in numbers were actually drowned by the Strength Path Phantoms. They seemed to be drifting in a rapid river, being hit by the waves from all directions. Defend. Stabilize the formation, they are only Strength Path Phantoms. Damn it, these Strength Path Phantoms can actually cooperate with each other, they can use battle tactics. The Gu Masters shouted, they formed a formation like a reef on the shore. But after fighting, they found the power of these Strength Path Phantoms had already surpassed their imagination. These Strength Path Phantoms cooperated with each other without any regard for sacrifice, although they only had one method of attack, they gave the Gu Masters enormous pressure. The Gu Masters' formation soon showed signs of being unable to hold on. What killer move is this? My Strength Path Phantoms cannot cooperate with each other like this. This is simply an army that will fight to the death. He Lulan's heart shook with unease. Fang Yuan retreated while punching. The number of Strength Path Phantoms continued to increase rapidly. This killer move of yours, this killer move of yours. Mo Yaozwil stammered, she was completely shocked, she analyzed, mortal Gu absolutely cannot have such power, you must have used an immortal Gu. Don't tell me you were hiding a trump card that I did not discover? No, impossible, you must have refined an immortal Gu. How could you refine an immortal Gu so quickly? Fang Yuan laughed loudly, why do you think I tried so hard to get close to Wisdom Gu? Of course it is to use its rank 9 aura to help me refine the immortal Gu. If it was someone else's immortal Gu, it would not be easy to deceive them, thus I could not refine man as before and landscape as before. But my young wild will could not tell if this aura came from me or not. Gu worms that were 2 ranks higher would have pressure. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura to assist in Gu refinement. That means, you purposely turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? Mo Yaozwil realized this and immediately felt something amiss. The light of wisdom consumed lifespan, but after turning into a zombie, one would already be dead, thus they could spend more time being illuminated by the light of wisdom. Mo Yao continued to observe. She discovered this killer move of Fang Yuan's. It followed a certain characteristic of Strength Path. His Strength Path Phantoms were usually 2-arm phantoms. But sometimes, he would use 4-arm phantoms. Occasionally, he could form 6-arm phantoms. The more arms, the stronger the Strength Path Phantoms. 2-arm phantoms only had ordinary battle strength, comparable to 100 Beast King. 4-arm phantoms were comparable to 1,000 Beast King. 6-arm phantoms were comparable to a myriad Beast King. This is simply the reappearance of a beast group. Mo Yaozwil realized this and her body shook. She said in disbelief, you lad, you actually did it. You solved an ancient problem and achieved the fusion of enslavement and Strength Path. Enslavement Path, controlling myriad beasts, gathering numbers to crush. Strength Path. Strength Path. Single-handedly. The essence of 2 completely different Gu Master paths were perfectly harmonized in Fang Yuan's killer move. Fang Yuan had started to solve this problem a long time ago. But there was no progress, and he was even mocked and persuaded by Mo Yaozwil. However, he had never given up on this aspect. He would never give up because of others' denial, mockery, or persuasion. The most crucial breakthrough was during the process of immortal ascension. He used this extremely precious opportunity to raise his Strength Path attainment level. Natural imitation. Giving up on everything else, he wholeheartedly sought the answer of the fusion of enslavement and Strength Path from heaven and earth. This was opening his heart to heaven and earth. Imparting him the supreme profundity, finally, he had to thank Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan had been exposed to the light of wisdom for a long time, expending his lifespan and turning into a living dead person. He paid such a heavy price, but his gains were also huge. He could finally use the Gu worms he had and use them to the best of his ability to unleash killer moves. How could he gain anything without paying any price? Of course, he also had to thank He Lulan and his vital Gu. This was one of the crucial parts of Fang Yuan's killer move. Other than that, there were some other immortal Gu, the goo worms used to assemble six-arm heavenly zombie king, and Fang Yuan's second vital goo, all-out effort goo, also played an important role. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan purposely turned into six-arm heavenly zombie king. He needed six-arm heavenly zombie king's goo worms to assemble this new killer move. Even if he had the black coffin death luck, was surrounded by strong enemies, and was isolated by the wind veil of assimilation, heaven would never seal off one's way. There were no desperate situations in this world, only people who were in despair. The answer to the problem was in our own hands. When we look into our hearts, we will find that the power of miracles is within us, to discover ourselves, to recognize ourselves, to rely on ourselves. The convergence of enslavement and strength path, this is a difficult question that has baffled countless heroes and geniuses throughout the ages. To think that you would actually obtain the perfect answer. Lad, you have indeed walked a new path. Developing along this path, you can even truly unite enslavement and strength path, forming a brand new path. This path will definitely be unprecedentedly powerful. Mo Yaozwil sighed, her magnanimity as a refinement path grandmaster allowed her to not be stingy with her praises towards Fang Yuan. He. Fang Yuan was just about to say something, when Giant Sun's will suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a sneak attack. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan dodged the attack from Giant Sun's will, using his left shoulder to receive the attack from Giant Sun's will. With a loud bang, Fang Yuan fell to the ground, creating a trench that was tens of steps long. It seems that there is still a lot of your will in my mind, you were influencing my thoughts earlier. Fang Yuan was furious, seeing through Mo Yao's scheme. Mo Yaozwil shed all pretense of cordiality, screaming, "Lad, I asked you to activate Spring Autumn Cicada obediently, but you refused. Fate sent you to me, it was to give me a chance to rebirth. I will definitely grab this chance." Humph. Most of your will and goo worms are imprisoned in my immortal aperture. Red Date Immortal Essence is already under my control, you can no longer receive the replenishment of your will. Since you are influencing my thoughts, you will have to participate in the clash of thoughts. I want to see how long this will of yours hidden in my mind can last. Fang Yuan attacked Mo Yao's will while staring at Giant Sun's will. The strength path phantoms around him moved, quickly filling up the gap and protecting Fang Yuan again. Giant Sun's will was in a difficult position, it was fine when Fang Yuan was alone, but now he had so many helpers. Giant Sun's will excelled in speed and transformation, but he was afraid of consumption. Fang Yuan's combination of enslavement and strength path killer move countered it. No matter how fast you are, I will defend with my life. No matter how many transformations you have, I will self-detonate. There were too many strength path phantoms, they surrounded Fang Yuan in layers. Not only were there strength path phantoms in all directions, even the sky was filled with them. There was no space to attack. This killer move actually fused the essence of enslavement and strength path. The strength path phantoms can not only reform their remnant chi, they can also self-detonate to kill the enemy. This lad must have made preparations in this aspect, otherwise, just the time of the light of wisdom would not have allowed him to create something out of nothing. Right, he succeeded in his immortal ascension, it is very likely that he received guidance from heaven and earth during the process. Damn it. Giant Sun's will thought intensely for a while before stopping. He did not have much left, he could not think for too long, it would cause a lot of internal friction. Chance. Suddenly, he turned into a golden rainbow, he weaved through the strength path phantoms and fiercely slashed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grinned, "Old man, what are you so anxious for?" This was a flaw he had purposely revealed when he directed the strength path phantoms to position themselves. Giant Sun's will fell into Fang Yuan's trap. Immediately, 3 strength path phantoms appeared in front of him. Giant Sun's will thought intensely, he moved like a snake and avoided 2 of them, but he could not avoid the final strength path phantoms, so he directly slammed into it. Bang, with a loud sound, the strength path phantoms were smashed into pieces. "Old man, do you really think I'm a sick cat?" "Humph, I've been waiting for a long time." Fang Yuan was already waiting behind him, he raised his fist and smashed it towards Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan finally displayed his true strength, his fist speed was extremely fast. Giant Sun's will was caught off guard and was hit. With a loud sound, the condensed golden will was smashed into pieces, splitting into countless parts. But at the next moment, the will condensed again, its size had shrunk by 1/5. Giant Sun's will, who had suffered a huge loss, was about to retaliate in anger. Fang Yuan had already retreated, as the heavy strength path phantoms protected him again. Giant Sun's will, who saw this, was so angry that he almost collapsed again. He could not think much, otherwise he would have seen through this trap, thus falling into Fang Yuan's trap. "Hey Lulan, what are you hesitating for?" Giant Sun's will shouted. How can he use the same strength path phantoms as him? Hey Lulan was in a dilemma, but when he heard Giant Sun's will shout, he shook and finally came to his senses. Fang Yuan's killer move was vast and sharp, suppressing everyone into a disadvantage. They could not even raise their heads. Even Giant Sun's will could not make any progress. This was a moment of life and death. His great strength, true martial physique, was the crucial battle strength to change the situation. Thinking of this, He Lulan's eyes widened in anger as he stood up. Boom! An ordinary punch had a terrifying effect. The biting cold fist chi almost broke through the encirclement of the strength path phantoms. Human figures flew, the phantoms shattered one after another. This was the true battle strength of the great strength true martial physique. At this moment, He Lulan unleashed his full strength, no longer holding back. The strength left behind by immortal Gu dark limit on his body formed a thin layer of black membrane. He Lulan tore this layer of black membrane. His image changed. The surging aura of the 10 extreme physique soared to the sky. The formless aura shook the air and formed a shockwave that engulfed the surroundings. This? What's going on? Lord He Lulan has actually turned into a woman. The rumors were true. Su Xian's night elopement. She gave birth to a young lady with He tribe's supreme elder He Qing. No wonder Giant Sun's will had chosen He Lulan and Ma Hongyan to be the owners of the Frost Jade Peacock. It turned out that she had long since seen through He Lulan's true gender. He Lulan turned a deaf ear to the crowd's exclamations. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, and her killing intent was boiling. She was wild and unruly, like a vigorous female black tiger descending the mountain. He was brave and fearless, as if he wanted to devour someone. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Fist chi kept surging around him. Condensing one strength path phantom after another, the army's momentum was already dense. He was very confident in his killer move. He was not afraid of He Lulan. The self-detonation of the 10 extreme physiques can indeed kill immortals. But my killer move. You can do the same. The strength path phantoms shouted one after another. Like a surging river, it surged towards He Lulan. He Lulan, who had revealed her true appearance, slaughtered all gods and Buddhas in her way. She was like a valkyrie that could repel an army of 1,000. No matter how the strength path phantom army attacked, she did not budge. Save me! Yi Lui sang and the others shouted for help. It turned out that Fang Yuan was multitasking, dealing with He Lulan on one side. He did not forget to take care of the other Gu masters on the other side, and also guarded against Giant Sun's will. The attainment of an enslavement path master was displayed without a doubt. The strength path phantom army cooperated with tacit understanding. They were integrated as one, and did not care about sacrifices. Yi Lui sang and the others were already in a precarious situation, but now they could not hold on any longer. The final line of defense was broken. He Lulan wanted to go back and save them, but was firmly held back by the strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms actually have the intelligence of a normal person. How did he do it? He must have snatched my vital Gu, but he can actually create strength path phantoms that are exactly the same as him. He Lulan was extremely shocked. The more she fought with the strength path phantom army, the more she could sense their power. A single strength path phantom was not enough to worry about. But with 3 strength path phantoms working together, they could slightly resist them. With 6 strength path phantoms forming a small battle formation, they could hold back He Lulan. 9 strength path phantoms attacked one after another. They could even put pressure on He Lulan. The more strength path phantoms there were, the stronger their battle strength. This was all thanks to their perfect coordination. Even beast groups could not do this, but Fang Yuan's enslavement path army was his own strength path phantoms. They came from the same source and were connected to his heart. He Lulan could not save them in time, and Yi Lui sang and the others were killed by the strength path phantoms. Facing the bloodline descendants' call for help, Giant Sons Will made the opposite choice from He Lulan. He turned into several arrows and tried to kill Fang Yuan in the chaos. Fang Yuan mobilized the guards around him and fought an intense battle with Giant Sons Will. The battle was extremely short, but it was exceptionally explosive. Giant Sons Will saw that he could not get what he wanted, so he left immediately and did not continue fighting. He really did not have much left. An intense battle would bring about intense thinking. He was gradually unable to endure this kind of internal friction. And Fang Yuan was also in trouble. In his mind, Mo Yao's will would occasionally disturb him, causing him to have distracting thoughts. He repeatedly made mistakes in mobilizing the strength path phantoms. His master-level enslavement path attainment could not be fully displayed. But as time passed, Fang Yuan gradually gained the upper hand. His strength path phantoms' army increased in number. The narrow space in the sky and on the ground were filled with these strength path phantoms. There were already over 10,000 of them. At the same time, the influence of Mo Yao's will on him became weaker and weaker. Giant Sons Will attacked many times, but did not succeed. He was left with less than the size of a human head. The only one who was still fighting was He Lulan, but she was a monster with unlimited stamina. The great strength true martial physique's battle strength left people speechless. If not for the layers of strength path phantoms, he might not have been able to restrain her. Child, be careful. I researched this strength path killer move for you. Even though it is powerful, it has a flaw. The strength path phantoms you release are actually the image of your subconscious. Mother Su Xian was on the verge of death. She used an extremely weak voice to warn him with worry. He Lulan sat at the head of the bed, grabbing her hand as she nodded while sobbing. Told us long ago, everyone has a version of themselves in their heart. Child, your strength path phantoms are the version of yourself in your heart. From this, we can see that you thirst for power. You desire to leave your female identity and become a man. Try to use this killer move as little as possible. Be careful that the killer move will subtly influence you, eventually turning you into the cruel nature of the strength path phantoms. Su Xian nagged, almost using up all of her strength. Mother, I know, don't worry. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down He Lulan's cheeks. One day, when the strength path phantoms you release are completely in your appearance, Mother will be at ease. Remember, you have to find yourself. Also, be careful of your father. After Su Xian said this, she used up the last of her strength and passed away. Mother! In the room, He Lulan's heartbroken voice echoed. He Lulan, what are you doing? You are actually absent-minded at this time? Giant Sons Will roared angrily, breaking He Lulan's memories. He Lulan woke up. She stared at Fang Yuan. Her emotions were very complicated. This guy had actually found her. How did he do it? It is the final moment. The wind veil of assimilation is approaching. He Lulan, self-detonate. I will save you. I swear on the glory of Giant Sun. Giant Sons Will ordered. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. Although he had the phantoms to protect him, he was sure he could hold on for a period of time to open the Stargate. But at this moment, he was not willing to take the risk. He quickly tried to sow discord. He Lulan, you are an outstanding talent of your generation. Even if Giant Sons Will has an immortal goo, his immortal essence is still in my hands. What can he use to save you? Why don't you surrender to me? I have a way to escape this wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan had only wanted to give it a try. He did not have much hope. But after He Lulan heard this, her movements slowed down, her battle intent also clearly dropped. Giant Sons Will saw that the situation was bad. He quickly shouted, don't listen to this demon's nonsense, he cannot be trusted. He Lulan, don't hesitate, this is our final chance to turn the tables. Don't tell me you don't trust your ancestor? Don't forget, I am only lending the strength path immortal goo to you, it still has my will inside. As long as I willed it, the immortal goo will self-detonate. He Lulan shouted, her battle intent rising again. Demon, you have a glib tongue, you are as crafty as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me earlier? I will make you pay the most disastrous price, hand over your life. He Lulan erupted, like a raging dragon entering the sea. She carved out a path of blood from the encirclement of the phantom army. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, good, I want to personally experience the power of the great strength true martial physique. Saying so, he took the initiative to face He Lulan in close combat. Although six-arm Heavenly Zombie King was strong, it was not the match of the 10 extreme physiques. And this was under the situation where Fang Yuan had unlimited primeval essence, and large numbers of mortal goo were constantly activated. He Lulan's feelings were even more different. Fang Yuan's strength, together with the coordination of the surrounding strength path phantoms, made her feel heavy pressure. She was continuously injured. But the recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was even stronger than six-arm Heavenly Zombie King. The pain made He Lulan even more fierce. At once, both sides exchanged blows, evenly matched. Giant Sun's will did not wait for long. He finally saw a flaw in Fang Yuan's defense and attacked at lightning speed. Fang Yuan took a step back, his body turned around and punched back. He clearly hated Giant Sun's will to the core. Giant Sun's will gritted his teeth and fiercely collided with Fang Yuan, creating an even bigger flaw. He shouted, "He Lulan!" As long as she grasped this flaw, He Lulan would definitely be able to heavily injure Fang Yuan, or even capture him alive. At this moment, Giant Sun's will finally saw hope. Here it comes. He Lulan charged forward, activating her goo worms and unleashing an unprecedented fierce attack. Suddenly, over 10 strength path phantoms jumped out to protect Fang Yuan. "You!" Giant Sun's will shouted in shock. He Lulan's attack did not hit Fang Yuan, but hit him instead. Giant Sun's will collapsed, revealing 3 immortal goo. He Lulan opened her mouth and actually swallowed the 3 immortal goo in one gulp. With a gulp, she swallowed the 3 immortal goo into her stomach. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. The dozen strength path phantoms that came to reinforce him changed their formation and surrounded Giant Sun's will, before exploding. Why? The golden thoughts betrayed him, he shouted in anger. He could not understand. "Humph. Old thing, I was only following your orders because I had a motive. Now that I have obtained the strength path immortal goo, why should I listen to your orders?" He Lulan sneered, her beautiful face was filled with arrogance and coldness. "You ingrate, unfilial descendant, you dare to betray your ancestor." The golden thoughts screamed in anger. "Be quiet, don't make a ruckus. Sure enough, you cannot think when you have too few thoughts. Is that why you are so shallow?" He Lulan crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze filled with disdain. "You want me to self-detonate, and now you say you can save me, why? Because of your slavery goo, divert disaster goo, and fixed immortal travel? These are your only 3 remaining immortal goo. Tell me, which immortal goo can bring me back to life?" "Humph, you think you can deceive me with such a childish trick? If you were strong enough, I would listen to you and obey the strong. But now, what right do you have to order me around? Just because you are a will left behind by a dead person? He, even if you are Giant Sun immortal, so be it, you are finished. This is a new era, why is a dead person like you still jumping around?" Her words were filled with the attitude of a formidable person. He Lulan, she was still that He Lulan. "Even if I am only left with a thought, I can destroy the immortal goo." The golden thoughts cursed loudly. But He Lulan was calm. "Go ahead and try." "How can this be? You actually suppressed 4 immortal goo. Even though you have the great strength true martial physique, you do not have the will of an immortal. How can you suppress 4 immortal goo?" The golden thought's body flickered with light as it shouted in disbelief. Evidently, its plan to destroy the immortal goo had failed. "There are many things you do not know." The current He Lulan was unfathomable. "He Lulan, you have the Huangjin bloodline. The tribe leader of a super tribe actually colluded with outsiders to harm your ancestor. You 2 despicable and shameless things, when did you collude with each other? Why didn't I notice it all this time?" The golden thought angrily rebuked. As expected, it's much easier to deal with them if they can't think. Sigh, you're really embarrassing the Giant Sun immortal with your ugly behavior. Fang Yuan sighed. The corners of his mouth parted slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. In fact, the 2 of them had just joined forces. Previously. He Lulan roared, "Devil, you have a glib tongue and are as cunning as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me just now? I will make you pay the heaviest price. Give me your life." Fang Yuan did not use any goo worms. However, He Lulan said that Fang Yuan had used a goo. This was the code. Whether it was Fang Yuan or He Lulan, they were both meticulous, suspicious, and ruthless heroes. The two of them had worked together and experienced the struggle for the imperial court, so they understood each other better. They both knew that the other was ambitious and unwilling to be inferior to others. Precisely so. Fang Yuan was willing to take a gamble. After all, he had the strength path phantom to protect him. The risk was not high. The two swindlers worked together sincerely. He Lulan seized the opportunity and successfully plotted against Giant Sun's will, taking away all the immortal goo. I am not resigned to this, I am not resigned to this. I am the strongest, but I was plotted against and ended up in such a state. You won't have it easy either. My main body left behind many arrangements. Once 88-point Xianxia Tower falls, the other arrangements will be activated. Truyang Building will be rebuilt, and you will be hunted down endlessly. I did not lose to you. If not for dealing with Ma Hongyun and spoiling my luck, how could I lose? In the end, I lost to luck. The golden thought screamed hysterically. Bam bam bam. At the next moment, it self-detonated, self-destructing. It was after all left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. No matter how few thoughts it had, it was still decisive. It was worried that its secrets would be exposed, so it chose to self-detonate. The self-destruction of the thoughts was extremely fast. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to stop it, he had no way to do so. Different from Blood Path, Strength Path, and Enslavement Path, his Wisdom Path attainment was still very shallow. Unless he lured Giant Sun's will into his own immortal aperture, like Mo Yao's will, he could easily suppress it. This way, the strongest existence in Imperial Court Blessed Land, the strongest existence, turned into ashes at this moment. Not a trace of it was left behind. He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air, looking at Fang Yuan with a calm gaze, saying solemnly, "Now, it is time for us to talk. I believe we have the foundation to cooperate." Fang Yuan nodded, sneering, "Let's not talk about anything else. The immortal goo fixed immortal travel that you took was originally mine." It turned out that the formless fist that took away fixed immortal travel was broken by Giant Sun's will. After Giant Sun's will took it, he forcefully suppressed Fang Yuan's consciousness in the goo worm, not having time to refine it, or maybe he did not have the strength to do so. Thus, Fang Yuan did not sense the existence of fixed immortal travel. He had lost sight of the target earlier, thinking that the formless fist had already flown away. "I know, this is one of my conditions. Now, I am suppressing your immortal goo, but time does not allow me to forcefully refine it. I need you to lend me this fixed immortal travel." He Lulan said shockingly. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. "Why should I lend it to you?" "Humph, the goo is with me. Without fixed immortal travel, how can you leave this place? Only if we cooperate sincerely can this be possible." He Lulan said. Fang Yuan chuckled. "Who told you that I have no other methods to leave this place?" He Lulan's pupils shrunk, looking deeply at Fang Yuan. "The wind veil of assimilation isolates heaven and earth. Whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo cannot be used. You actually have other methods, but you are not using them. This method has its flaws." She was a formidable person after all. She quickly calmed down and even made a probing counterattack. Her tone was very certain, but she was not sure in her heart. She was just probing. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. His strength path phantom army was beside him. He was not afraid of the great strength true martial physique self-detonation. But the enemy in front of him was not an ordinary great strength true martial physique, but He Lulan. This person could not be underestimated. She had fought with Fang Yuan many times at 88-point Xianxia Tower, and was evenly matched. She had even given Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. Now, she was clearly immortal, but could suppress 4 immortal goo at once. Even Giant Sun's will was shocked. If Fang Yuan did not lend her fixed immortal travel, she would be dead for sure. If she risked her life to counterattack, Fang Yuan would still have some reservations. Without the interference of Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan regained his nature. He calculated his gains and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Then what do I get?" "Immortal goo dark limit." He Lulan replied calmly, but she was actually relieved. "Oh. Please tell me the details. I will help you obtain this goo." "This goo is in the hands of Goo Immortal Jian Yu. It can isolate aura and deceive heavenly secrets. It can defend against deductions. My great strength true martial physique was sealed by the power of immortal goo dark limit. You committed such a huge crime, Northern Plains goo immortals will definitely investigate and find trouble with you. Not just them. There are also the arrangements left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. But with Immortal Goo Dark Limit, you will not be able to find out your location. Interesting, what else? Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. He Lulan smiled lightly, we are all smart people, frankly speaking, I have a huge grudge, I will not self-detonate and die with you. But I am sure you do not want to see me being forced into a corner and dragging you down with me, right? Humph, not to the extent of dying together, it will bring me a lot of trouble. But it is true. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He Lulan's pupil shrunk, from your words, it seems you have not fully displayed the power of this killer move. However, I have another trump card. Fang Yuan nodded, He Lulan had already displayed it earlier. She could actually suppress an immortal goo, the great strength true martial physique alone could not do this. As long as there were enough benefits, why would there be a need to fight? Fang Yuan was not afraid of He Lulan's self-detonation, but there was no need to push it too far, it would not benefit either of them. He Lulan continued, I will help you obtain Immortal Goo Dark Limit, after I use Fixed Immortal Travel, I will return it to you. I will also give you my Strength Path Killer move, I believe it will be helpful to your new killer move. Also, I have not killed your senior brother Tai Baiyunsheng. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over, the unconscious Tai Baiyunsheng was still lying on the ground, his body was covered in a defensive light barrier, this was clearly set up by He Lulan. He could not help but raise his evaluation of He Lulan by another level. He Lulan was not simple, she actually preserved Tai Baiyunsheng's life until now. Evidently, she had long been dissatisfied with Giant Sun's will and had a plan. Most importantly, she had stated so many conditions, Immortal Goo Dark Limit was the main point, Fixed Immortal Travel was the secondary point, after that was the Strength Path Killer move, and finally, Tai Baiyunsheng. Such an arrangement showed her understanding of Fang Yuan. Then what are your conditions? Fang Yuan asked. Help me become an immortal, and help me kill my father with my own hands. Saying this, He Lulan's eyes revealed deep hatred. Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not ask why, he did not need to. Haha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at the surrounding wind veil of assimilation, his gaze finally landed on He Lulan. After tearing open Dark Limit's seal and revealing her true appearance, He Lulan was no longer the fat violent bear He Lulan, but a stunning beauty with a fiery figure, sharp eyebrows, and heroic eyes, she was domineering and powerful. Interesting. Then why don't we cooperate for the time being? Fang Yuan praised and agreed. The benefits of cooperation moved his heart. In any case, Fixed Immortal Travel was in her hands, Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. They might as well cooperate and see. Next, Fang Yuan stated his conditions and reached an initial agreement with He Lulan. The wind veil of assimilation had shrunk to its limit. Large numbers of goo worms were piled up in the narrow space, squeezing each other. Even more goo worms had been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, becoming a part of it. And Calamity Tribulation Formless Hand had finally disappeared completely. We don't have enough time today, let's talk another day. After reaching an agreement, He Lulan activated Fixed Immortal Travel, a jade green light shrouded her body. She was not a goo immortal, but she could activate immortal goo. Before leaving, she looked deeply at Fang Yuan, seemingly asking casually, what is the name of your killer move? Myriad Self. Fang Yuan replied. He Lulan nodded, engraving this name in her mind. She knew that sooner or later, this killer move would become famous throughout the 5 regions. At the next moment, Fixed Immortal Travel activated, He Lulan's figure vanished on the spot. Once she left, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the environment here, preventing her from using Fixed Immortal Travel to return. The wind veil of assimilation was already closing in from all directions, Fang Yuan's location was only the size of a small house. Large numbers of goo worms had already been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, but there were still a few flying around. Fang Yuan released Starlight Goo and opened a stargate. But he did not leave immediately, instead using a deep gaze to look at these flying goo worms. He did not have confidence, but he still wanted to give it a try. A few breaths later, a goo worm flew in front of him. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Ha ha ha. In the narrow space, Fang Yuan's laughter echoed. It was precisely spears in the open and arrows in the dark interweaved into a net, scheming and scheming in the dark. Misfortune befalls one's heart and changes one's mind, gaining a glimmer of hope from danger. Immortal zombies are half dead with no lifespan, myriad self has no hesitation. Countless piles of bones, dual demons will have endless mysteries. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Yuan woke up. What entered his vision was a glowing pink light and a crystalline mountain wall. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before reacting. He had already passed through the Stargate and returned to immortal blessed land from Northern Plains. But this trip to Northern Plains was extremely tiring and dangerous. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Even though Fang Yuan had the body of a six-armed heavenly zombie, his heart was filled with fatigue. After returning to immortal blessed land, he made some arrangements before falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept for before he slowly woke up. He was too tired. Even now, Fang Yuan only wanted to lie down and not get up. My body is filled with death energy, I have completely turned into a zombie, I do not know fatigue. But my soul is the original soul, it has its limits and can be damaged. A thought flashed in his mind as Fang Yuan slowly sat up. His mind was at peace, there was a comfortable feeling. Sleeping also had the effect of calming and nurturing the soul. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and stretched his limbs. He felt like his entire body was rusty, giving him a heavy and inflexible feeling. He did not find it strange, he knew that this was the after effect of using the killer move Myriad Self. His soul had been greatly consumed. Thus, it was difficult for him to control such a strong zombie body. "Where is the land spirit?" Fang Yuan asked. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to listen to, like the sound of sand rubbing against ice. It gave off a dry and cold feeling. "Master." At the next moment, Little Hu Immortal's voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Her voice was still pleasant to listen to, but now, it was mixed with worry and sadness. Fang Yuan turned around. He saw Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red as she appeared on his left. "How long did I sleep for?" Fang Yuan nodded and asked. "Master, you have slept for 2 days and 3 nights. Little Hu Immortal answered. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment. 2 days and 3 nights, this was the time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 5 days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was equivalent to 1 day in the 5 regions outside. In other words, less than a day had passed since Fang Yuan left the wind veil of assimilation and returned to the Northern Plains. Fang Yuan calmed down. He had not slept, he had already discussed with He Lulan and confirmed their temporary cooperation. Soon, he would return to Northern Plains. Little Fox Immortal saw that Fang Yuan was silent. Thinking that he was sad, she opened her small mouth and comforted him. Master, don't be sad. Although your current appearance is very ugly, there will definitely be a way to change it back." She believed him. "One day, Master, you will return to your original form. Master, you need to pull yourself together." Fang Yuan laughed involuntarily as he stretched out an arm and patted Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal dodged for a moment, but in the end, she allowed Fang Yuan's terrifying zombie hand to land on her head. She hung her head and said nothing. Fang Yuan gently rubbed her head. Little Fox Immortal finally could not hold it in any longer and started crying. "Master, although your hand is cold, I still like it very much." With that, she hugged Fang Yuan's thigh and cried. Little Fox Immortal was still so cute, like a 5 to 6-year-old girl, tender and pure, petite and exquisite. She was dressed in a colorful dress, and her snow-white fox tail was drooping on the ground, showing her disappointment. Land spirits were formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. They were different from wills and would not deceive people. Little Fox Immortal's words were the truth. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, he did not speak, but the fangs that protruded from his mouth were slightly retracted. His action of patting Little Fox Immortal's head also became more gentle. He split a portion of his consciousness and looked inside. His first aperture was deathly silent. There was not a trace of primeval essence inside, only Fang Yuan's first vital goo. The originally transparent purple crystal aperture walls had turned into a gray stone texture. The stone walls were filled with small cracks. The culprit behind these cracks was the spring-autumn cicada in the center of the aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's body flickered alternately in green and yellow colors. The surging aura of a rank 6 immortal goo filled the entire aperture. If it was the original rank 5 peak stage aperture, it might have already burst. But now that the aperture was dead, it could instead bear the pressure of the immortal goo. Although there was a limit, it was quite far away now. At the same time, Fang Yuan noticed that the aperture was almost empty. It could no longer produce primeval essence. This is the price of turning into a zombie. The aperture is dead, it can no longer produce primeval essence. Fang Yuan thought. He could not help but think of Guyua's generation. Guyua's generation had turned into a blood-white zombie. Their aperture could no longer produce primeval essence, thus they had a huge demand for goo worms like Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My current situation is much better than Guyua's generation. I had already ascended to a goo immortal. I have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. I have unlimited primeval essence. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mind moved from the first aperture to the second aperture. The newly formed Strength Path immortal aperture had already turned into ashes. The blessed land was now a dead land. The sky was overcast, white stone mountains had already collapsed, the ground was black and rotten, emitting a foul stench. The ground was full of cracks, it was as if there had been a huge earthquake. This was caused by forcefully storing wisdom goo. In this immortal aperture, there were almost all of Fang Yuan's goo worms. The most eye-catching ones were naturally the immortal goo. There were as many as 7 immortal goo inside. If this number was known, it would definitely shock the jaws of everyone. Immortal goo were unique, they were extremely rare. Ordinary goo immortals often did not even have one immortal goo. Including the fixed immortal travel goo that he lent to He Lulan, as well as spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This number was enough to make most rank 7 goo immortals feel ashamed. There were 3 immortal goo related to Water Pavilion, Worldly Wave Trace goo, Delight in Water and Mountain goo, and Calamity Beckoning immortal goo. As for the other 4 immortal goo, they were obtained by Fang Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. Other than immortal goo, there were also mortal goo. Among them, the most valuable mortal goo was also obtained by Fang Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. These goo worms came from the various true inheritances in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Each of them was of high quality and had their own differences from common goo worms. But in terms of importance, it was still his second vital goo, rank 4 all-out effort goo. As well as bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, earth strength goo, water strength goo, wind strength goo, lightning strength goo, fire strength goo, lurking soul coat goo, breath concealment goo and others. It was these goo worms. They formed the foundation of the killer move Myriad Self, allowing Fang Yuan to obtain victory in the wind veil of assimilation. Other than these, there were other miscellaneous goo. For example, during Fang Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he used Eagle Rise goo, which consumed the most energy. Wind Flower goo that could quickly change direction, Soul Blade goo obtained from Soul Blade General Pan Ping, Battle Bone Will goo, Stargate goo, Whole Earth goo, Connecting Heaven goo, Divine Sense goo and others that goo immortals were equipped with. Among them, the most numerous were beggar moths. There were close to 1,000 of them that could store primeval essence. At the final juncture of his trip to Northern Plains, they helped Fang Yuan a lot. After inspecting his aperture and immortal aperture, Fang Yuan looked at his own body. He did not need to look in the mirror to know that he had completely turned into a monster. 20 feet tall. Green face and fangs, blood-red eyes, muscles bulging all over his body, like hard rocks. The most eye-catching thing was, he had 8 arms. Other than the original 2 arms. The other 6 had sinister appearances. They were respectively from rank 5 Flying Zombie Goo, Azura Zombie Goo, Heavenly Demon Zombie Goo, Blood White Zombie Goo, Nightmare Zombie Goo, Plague Zombie Goo and Earth Chief Zombie Goo. Whether his appearance was ugly or beautiful, Fang Yuan did not care. Land Spirit Little Who Immortal cared because she was the female Goo Immortal Fairy White Fox's obsession. Fang Yuan cared because his zombie body's cultivation was stagnant, unable to advance a single step. This was the most serious obstacle to his pursuit of the demonic path and his dreams. He was ambitious. He wanted eternal life. Eternal life represented the strongest, invulnerable to all calamities. Invulnerable to all tribulations, no one could harm his life, he had an endless lifespan. Although the zombie body had no lifespan, the soul would still be damaged, and would perish in the face of even stronger attacks. It had many drawbacks and weaknesses. Many Gu masters and Gu immortals would often turn into zombies when they had no other choice. This method could only be said to be struggling at death's door, like looking up at heaven from hell. How can I get rid of my zombie body and revive from death, having a fresh body again? Fang Yuan asked himself. Evidently, this was a difficult problem that had to be solved. Although he did not have an answer, he had a plan. Interrogating Mo Yao's will in his immortal aperture was one method. Using wisdom Gu was the second method. Little Hu Immortal's cries gradually stopped. Fang Yuan retracted his arm and calmed his thoughts, asking, "Did anything happen while I was unconscious?" Little Hu Immortal heard her master's question and immediately stood up, wiping her tears and answering sensibly, "Master, there are two main matters. First, your senior brother, Lord Tai Baiyunxing, has already woken up. He has been wanting to visit you these last 2 days, sometimes he is so anxious that he even cries. But Master had given orders earlier, so I stopped him. Second is Crane Gate, they have stopped their Rockman trade with us." Fang Yuan heard this and frowned slightly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the reason why Crane Gate suddenly stopped their Rockman trade. Hu Immortal Blessed Land had Dang Hun Mountain, this was something that the 10 great sects of Central Continent knew. Crane Gate coveted Dang Hun Mountain, but they could not directly attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, over a year ago, they sent Fangjing to negotiate, and they reached an agreement on the Rockmen trade. But their main target was Dang Hun Mountain and Gutsgu. Afterwards, Crane Gate urged and emphasized many times, requesting Fang Yuan to open up the Gutsgu trade. But they were all rejected by Fang Yuan. Over the last year, Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not relent. Crane Gate's patience was finally exhausted, thus they stopped the Rockmen trade. As for whether they wanted to express their anger and force Fang Yuan to negotiate again, or if they had other motives, it would depend on the development of the situation. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is not a paradise, it is located on Tian-Ti Mountain and its external situation has always been worrying. This time, Crane Gate is making trouble, there must be a reason behind it, I need to be careful. If Fang Yuan had an immortal aperture, his reliance on Hu Immortal Blessed Land would be greatly reduced. He could even directly annex Hu Immortal Blessed Land and escape. Unfortunately, he was now a zombie, his immortal aperture had become a dead aperture, there was no point in talking about it. Fang Yuan thought about it, but could not think of anything for the time being. The stagnation of cultivation was only the main drawback. Apart from that, there were other small drawbacks. One of the reasons was that he could not feel pain at all. Rigid thinking was the second reason. In this world, Wisdom Path had already explained the mysteries of human thought. When a person thinks, thoughts will appear in his mind. Intelligent people generate ideas faster and more, while stupid people generate fewer and slower ideas. These thoughts collided, merged, or destroyed each other, and finally, one or several brand new thoughts were formed. These new ideas were the result of thinking. The mind was where thoughts were born, and it was the key domain for life to think. And this domain was determined by two aspects. One was the body, while the other was the soul. If a human soul were to reside in a wild beast, then this wild beast would become very smart. This level of intelligence was far higher than that of wild beasts, but slightly weaker than the human body. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, while man is the spirit of all living beings. Humans are the smartest among all living things. In order to achieve this, a human body and a human soul were needed. Now, Fang Yuan was completely dead. Only his soul remained. As a result, the number of thoughts generated in his mind and the speed of his thinking decreased by a large margin. Intense thinking would cause the number of thoughts to decrease rapidly. The zombie's brain produced fewer thoughts, and the speed at which it produced thoughts could not keep up with the speed at which it consumed energy. If Fang Yuan was a brute, then so be it. It just so happened that he was an ambitious schemer who was used to thinking. After turning into a zombie, he immediately felt very uncomfortable and inconvenient. No wonder most of the zombies, such as Guyua's generation, died. Will choose to sleep. When he was asleep, he didn't have to think much, so he didn't have to waste as much of his thoughts. More and more thoughts would slowly accumulate in his mind. When it's time to fight, I'll think about it intensely and use these thoughts. Fang Yuan came to a realization. This was the same reason why giant sons will choose to sleep. If you think too little, you will appear clumsy and shallow. I never thought that one day, Guyu if Fang Yuan, would also become an idiot. Hee hee. Fang Yuan mocked himself in his heart and collected his thoughts. He said to Little Fox Immortal, "Bring my senior brother Tai Baiyunxing in. I want to see him." Little Fox Immortal agreed obediently and disappeared on the spot. It was a land spirit, it could move freely in Hu Immortal blessed land. In the span of 10 breaths, Little Fox Immortal appeared with Tai Baiyunxing again. "Junior brother, you." Sigh. "What should we do now?" As soon as he saw Fang Yuan, Tai Baiyunxing was stunned, and then his eyes turned red. He choked with sobs. He knew that Fang Yuan had completely turned into a 6-armed heavenly zombie. He already had some understanding. This was also what Fang Yuan had specifically asked Little Fox Fairy to tell Tai Baiyunxing. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Originally, I had advanced to a strength path Gu Immortal, but now that I have become like this, there is no helping it, I have to continue calling you senior brother." "Come on. Senior martial brother, this place is simple and crude, please find a stone block to sit on." The cave Fang Yuan was in was dug out by Fairy White Fox in the middle of Danghun Mountain years ago. The ruins of Danghun Palace. After Danghun Mountain was destroyed by Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had the help of Tai Baiyunxing. It was restored. The restored Danghun Mountain retained this cave. But Danghun Palace's golden brick walls, silver brick floor, pink curtains, round bed, golden silk bedding, incense burner and wind chimes were all gone. Rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape as before could restore mountains and rivers to their previous state. Danghun Palace's furnishings were not in the category of mountains and rivers. Of course, Fang Yuan did not want to recreate Danghun Palace. After all, it was Fairy White Fox's chamber, the smell of cosmetics was too heavy, it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. There was no furniture in the cave, it was very simple and crude. Tai Baiyunxing chose a stone block closest to Fang Yuan and sat down. Right now, he was filled with gratitude and friendliness towards Fang Yuan, he trusted him unconditionally. Because he and Fang Yuan had gone through life and death together, they had gone through too many trials and tribulations in northern plains, they had seen each other's sincerity. Not to mention that in true inheritance secluded domain, Fang Yuan had helped Tai Baiyunxing twice without hesitation or blinking. The first time, he saved landscape as before Immortal Gu, the second time, he abandoned man as before Immortal Gu to save Tai Baiyunxing's life. At that time, Tai Baiyunxing was so moved that he almost shed tears. He had a Gu Immortal inheritance, he naturally understood the attraction of an Immortal Gu to a Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan abandoned the Immortal Gu to save him, Tai Baiyunxing, it was enough to prove Fang Yuan's sincerity. Later, Tai Baiyunxing was captured by He Lulan. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction and snatched back man as before. Tai Baiyunxing also approved of Fang Yuan's choice, he felt relieved, this was a rational decision. When he woke up, he found he was already in Hu Immortal blessed land, he was out of danger. Tai Baiyunxing was overjoyed, being able to keep his life was naturally something to be happy about. But what made him even more surprised was that after he woke up, little Hu Immortal returned the 2 Immortal Gu, landscape as before and man as before. To him, Tai Baiyunxing had a kind and gentle nature, he had deep feelings towards these 2 Immortal Gu. Regaining the precious treasures, he was extremely happy. But when he heard about Fang Yuan's situation from little Hu Immortal, his heart shook, he could not feel happy anymore, his heart was filled with sadness, guilt, sorrow, and sympathy. Thus, he repeatedly requested to see Fang Yuan, trying to save his junior brother with all his strength. Right now, he was sitting on a rock, his face was filled with sorrow as he heaved a long sigh. "I am ashamed, junior brother, not only did you save my life, when we meet, I still have to receive your consolation and consolation." Fang Yuan stretched out an arm and patted Tai Baiyunxing's shoulder, using his hoarse voice to laugh heartily. "Fate is fickle, it is very likely that things will not go according to one's wishes. As a person, we need to be more open-minded. Although I became a zombie, I am at least half dead, I am much better than those dead people and giant sons will. And at the final moment, I even obtained wisdom goo. I have already profited greatly, senior brother, don't worry about it, you should be happy. Before Fang Yuan left, he opened a stargate. Wisdom goo realized this was a passageway to the outside world, its survival instincts drove it to fly towards Fang Yuan. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Stargate goo was immortal goo, it could not bear the might of an immortal goo. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He stored wisdom goo into his immortal aperture. Even though wisdom goo concealed its aura, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture became a dead land, its endurance rose sharply. It did not take long for Stargate goo to pass through, Fang Yuan almost could not take it. The first thing he did after returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land was to quickly release wisdom goo. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was also a rank 6 immortal aperture, but it was planted on Tian-Ti Mountain, absorbing the earth chi of central continent, it was very stable. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as an immortal aperture hidden in a goo immortal's body. Regarding wisdom goo, Tai Baiyunxing also knew. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things, junior brother's ability is something I admire from the bottom of my heart. But even the legendary rank 9 immortal goo cannot cure your zombie corpse. Why don't you let me do it? Let's try using man as before immortal goo. Tai Baiyunxing's emotions were sincere, as he said this, he had already stood up impatiently. But Fang Yuan stopped him. Senior brother. You are very clear in your heart. This man as before immortal goo can only restore a person to their previous state. Although it has the ability to revive, so much time has passed, who knows how many billions of seconds have passed, how can I be restored to my previous state? Even if I use it, it will be a waste, why waste the precious green grape immortal essence? Tai Baiyunxing's expression was ashen, his emotions were unstable. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his palm. He fiercely slapped his own face, slap slap slap. 5 to 6 times, Tai Baiyunxing actually slapped himself. Senior brother. Stop. Why are you doing this? Fang Yuan was caught off guard, he hurriedly stood up and stretched out his arms, grabbing Tai Baiyunxing's hand. Tai Baiyunxing could not match Fang Yuan's strength, after being restrained, he cried bitterly, Junior brother, I have let you down, I have let you down. As he cried, his knees bent, he was about to kneel down. Fang Yuan quickly helped him up, asking in shock, Senior brother, why are you like this? Junior brother, if I had directly lent man as before immortal goo to you, you would have been able to use it at the crucial moment, and you would not have ended up like this. Tai Baiyunxing cried bitterly. He had a kind nature, even though he had harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives, that was a human survival instinct. To him, Fang Yuan was his benefactor. He was also his little junior brother, they belonged to the same sect, but he was both his benefactor and his little junior brother, but he was harmed by his own negligence. If Tai Baiyunxing had taken the initiative to lend his goo to Fang Yuan would not have ended up in such an awkward situation. After Tai Baiyunxing woke up, this thought had been lingering in his mind, causing him to feel ashamed to death and be filled with remorse. Right now, Tai Baiyunxing was paralyzed on the ground, feeling sad and ashamed, he was relying on Fang Yuan to support him. Fang Yuan was 6 meters tall, looking down at Tai Baiyunxing who was crying bitterly, a dark light flashed in his eyes. I am very happy that you can think this way. He smiled inwardly, but said sincerely, Senior brother, you don't have to be so sad. Although it is hard to recover from a zombie body, I still have many flaws. Don't forget that we have wisdom goo. Tai Baiyunxing shook his head, saying intermittently, Wisdom goo is rank 9, it followed you here because of its survival instinct. Junior brother, even if you are a rank 6 goo immortal, you will never be able to refine it, you will not be able to control it. Of course I understand this. But even so, just a little bit of its light of wisdom will bring me great benefits. Speaking of which, my zombie body has no lifespan, it is more suitable to be close to wisdom goo. Fang Yuan stretched out his third arm and patted Tai Baiyunxing's back, consoling him. Moreover, I still have Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao? Tai Baiyunxing was puzzled. This is my other gain from 88-point Xianxia Tower. Mo Yao was once a refinement path master, a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's spirit affinity house. Tai Baiyunxing was a native of Northern Plains. He had never heard of the name Mo Yao, but he had heard of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. A certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House, and also a refinement path master. It seems this Mo Yao is not simple. Tai Baiyunxing's sorrowful expression eased slightly. Fang Yuan laughed again, and most importantly, senior brother, have you forgotten that we still have Master? Master will definitely have a way. I won't hide it from you. After Master gave me the mission to investigate 88-point Xianxia Tower, he gave me a consumable goo to notify and report to him. 2 days ago, when I had just returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I had already used this goo. Fang Yuan had searched Tai Baiyunxing's soul in 88-point Xianxia Tower. He knew all of Tai Baiyunxing's experiences and secrets. Tai Baiyunxing had once met a mysterious old beggar. He had obtained a time path Gu immortal inheritance from him. Fang Yuan had swindled and deceived him. Using his glib tongue and acting skills, he had successfully convinced Tai Baiyunxing in 88-point Xianxia Tower, making him believe that he and Tai Baiyunxing had the same master, that old beggar. Fang Yuan had even casually given the old beggar the name of Zishan Makoto. Tai Baiyunxing, however, had no doubts about this. Now that Fang Yuan mentioned this matter again, Tai Baiyunxing's eyes brightened. So junior brother has a way to contact Master. This is great. Others might not have a way, but Master has great abilities. He will definitely have a way. The fire of hope ignited in his heart. Listening to his tone, the old beggar held an extremely important position in his heart. Tai Baiyunxing was filled with confidence in the old beggar. If he knew the truth now, who knew what expression he would have? Fang Yuan did not reveal the slightest flaw. He said in all seriousness, senior brother, don't be impatient. I believe Master's letter will definitely come in a few days, we just need to wait patiently. Tai Baiyunxing nodded. Fang Yuan's mention of Zishan Makoto's name finally calmed his mind. He stood up straight, and Fang Yuan let go of his arm. Tai Baiyunxing took a step back, his gaze meeting Fang Yuan's red eyes. He suddenly raised his palm. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, Junior Marshal brother, don't worry. I will engrave your kindness in my heart, I will never forget it. I swear to longevity heaven, even if Master has no way, I, Tai Baiyunxing, will use all my strength to revive junior brother. Ha ha ha. Longevity heaven is giant sun immortal's grotto heaven. We just tore down this old guy's true yang building, you swear to it, isn't that too fake? Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Senior brother, I won't be polite with you. We're on the same side, and I've saved your life before. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring, you have to repay this kindness. Say it. Tai Baiyunxing answered immediately, without a trace of hesitation. He had already decided to repay the kindness. Even if Fang Yuan asked him to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, he would not refuse. These days since he woke up, his conscience had been heavily reprimanded. Paying and sacrificing for Fang Yuan would make his conscience feel better. So Fang Yuan also said solemnly, I have been brooding about this for a long time. That is the problem of our seniority. I was Master's true disciple before, but now that you have become an immortal, you have surpassed me, but I am not convinced. I was originally a strength path Gu immortal, although I am a zombie now, I will return to that sooner or later. So according to seniority, I am the senior brother, and you are the junior brother. Ah? Tai Baiyunxing stared. He had never expected that Fang Yuan's solemn request for him to repay the kindness was actually such a small matter. A feeling of gratitude welled up in his heart. Fang Yuan was clearly not trying to force him to repay the kindness, but was he, Tai Baiyunxing, a vile person who did not know how to repay kindness? Tai Baiyunxing sighed inwardly. He stretched out his palm and patted Fang Yuan's rock-hard thigh. The thick leg hair pricked his palm and caused some pain. 10 feet was equivalent to 3 meters on Earth. Fang Yuan was 6 feet tall. He was a 6.5-meter giant. Tai Baiyunxing could only pat Fang Yuan's thigh. He was silent for a while, before raising his head and looking at Fang Yuan's face. He sneered, Oh junior brother, in your dreams. How can seniority be messed around? Unless Master rearranges it, I will definitely be the senior brother, ha ha ha. Tai Baiyunxing was a proud person. How could he repay the kindness he owed others so easily? Hey! Fang Yuan shouted, venting his dissatisfaction. Old Bai, how can you be such a vile person? Did you forget what you said just now? I will absolutely not call you senior brother. Ha ha ha, junior brother, I can understand you, I don't mind. Tai Baiyunxing laughed, but he was moved to tears. How many years had it been since he laughed so heartily like this? He had finally found the group. Although he had not known Fang Yuan for long, he felt very close to him, as if they were family. Only Fang Yuan was left in the cave. Tai Baiyunxing had already left. He sat on a stone stool, his 8 monstrous arms were hanging down, some were behind his back, and some were crossed in front of his chest. Together with his huge body, just sitting there made him look like a towering mountain, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Fang Yuan had thought deeply about how to deal with Tai Baiyunxing. Fang Yuan only believed in himself, he never truly believed in others. If he killed Tai Baiyunxing, he would obtain man as before immortal goo, landscape as before immortal goo, as well as a rank 6-time path immortal aperture. But using him like this would not maximize his benefits. He had to admit, Tai Baiyunxing was a very useful chess piece. This useful could be seen in 2 aspects. Firstly, he was very useful. Before he became an immortal, he was a famous healing master in Northern Plains. Now that he had reached rank 6-time path, his blessed land was a high-grade blessed land, and don't forget, he was also a flying master. His value was huge. Secondly, he was very easy to control. Fang Yuan had once soul-searched him, thus he had a thorough understanding of him. Tai Baiyunxing was a good person, he had a conscience and knew how to repay kindness. He was indebted to Fang Yuan, he had helped him several times in Truyang building, especially when he brought him out of the wind veil of assimilation when he fainted, and returned the 2 immortal goo to him. He had already obtained Tai Baiyunxing's complete trust. This could be seen from how Tai Baiyunxing chose his seat earlier. There were many stone stools in the cave. Fang Yuan had an ugly appearance and a huge body. Ordinary people who got close to Fang Yuan would feel pressure and subconsciously avoid him. But Tai Baiyunxing chose the seat closest to Fang Yuan. This meant, in his heart, Fang Yuan had already become one of his closest people. He was not worried that Fang Yuan would harm him. Tai Baiyunxing had once harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This was the most crucial point. At that moment, his survival instinct took over. This was human nature. After the incident, Tai Baiyunxing felt guilty and couldn't forget about it. He looked haggard and suffered greatly. Under Fang Yuan's scheme, he was on the verge of becoming a demon and impulsively ascended to immortality. His original goal was to seek death. To seek death because of guilt, one could see his conscience. Coincidentally, Tai Baiyunxing obtained the help of Giant Sun's will. After successfully ascending to immortality, he fell into a coma. Fang Yuan used the glass abode master token to enter a certain checkpoint of the Truyang building and wake him up. At this crucial moment, tell him the secret of the sect. This happened to strike at Tai Baiyunxing's weak spot. Tai Baiyunxing denied himself. Therefore, he was in extreme pain and felt extremely lost. At that moment, Fang Yuan had appeared and given him a sect, a sense of belonging, a sense of security and warmth. After that, she entered his time path immortal aperture and handed the immortal goo to him for safekeeping. That was a sign of her initial trust in him. After that, everything that had happened in the Truyang building. She made Tai Baiyunxing completely believe in Fang Yuan. In a way, he had to thank Mo Yao for interfering with Fang Yuan's thoughts, otherwise, how could Tai Baiyunxing trust him so much? Tai Baiyunxing harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives. This went against his values greatly. He has always felt guilty about it. He felt that he was not such a person, but he did such a thing. Now that I am his benefactor, he owes me, he will definitely repay me 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. This is not only because he knows how to repay kindness, it is also a chance for him to prove that he is a good person again. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly in his mind. Bad people would not know how to repay kindness, they would even bite the hand that fed them. The more Tai Baiyunxing sacrifices for Fang Yuan in the future, the more he would prove that he was a good person. This way, he would be able to offset the guilt he felt towards Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This involved the psychology of balance and compensation on Earth. In a way, Fang Yuan gave Tai Baiyunxing a chance to prove himself again, a reason for him to live again. Fang Yuan knew this in detail, thus he saved Tai Baiyunxing, and even gave him man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal goo. I have too many immortal goo, the cost of feeding them will be very high. At this time it is better to give man as before and landscape as before to Tai Baiyunxing. At the same time, the immortal aperture is dead, it cannot produce immortal essence anymore. I only have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence, the more I use them, the less I have. Although I still have some white fox immortal essence, if I can use Tai Baiyunxing's green grape immortal essence, why not? Thinking of the feeding of immortal goo, Fang Yuan felt a headache. Raising goo worms was like raising a mistress, goo masters often could not afford to raise or use them. Ever since Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, feeding mortal goo was not a problem. But now that he had so many immortal goo, Hu immortal blessed land could not support such a high cost. This was a blissful worry, many goo immortals did not have a single immortal goo, and were searching for them bitterly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also struggled for a spring-autumn cicada, after painstakingly refining it, he was surrounded and self-detonated. Right now, Fang Yuan was racking his brains on how to feed so many immortal goo. Fang Yuan sat quietly by himself, trying to find inspiration from his previous life's memories. After trying for a while, he gave up. Sigh, after becoming a zombie, my thinking has become much more rigid. Just now, when I was talking to Tai Baiyunxing, I felt my thinking becoming slow. Now, I cannot keep up with my original rhythm when thinking. He summoned Little Hu immortal land spirit, how is wisdom goo? Where is it now? Little Hu immortal was the blessed land's land spirit, all the changes and situations in the blessed land were basically under her control. Master, after wisdom goo was brought in by you, it went deep underground and found a rockman cave, it seems to be hibernating now. Little Fox Fairy closed her eyes. After sensing for a while, she immediately opened her big watery eyes and replied. Fang Yuan nodded, ordering, bring me there. The underground cave that wisdom goo was hibernating in was very big, Fang Yuan was moved in by Little Hu immortal, his 6 meters tall body could move freely. Sensing Fang Yuan's arrival, wisdom goo shone with 5 colors. Little Hu immortal sat on Fang Yuan's shoulder, staring at wisdom goo curiously. This was rank 9 wisdom goo, although Little Hu immortal could sense every place in the blessed land, it was rare for her to be in such close proximity. Oh wisdom goo, I brought you out of the trap and saved your life. According to our previous agreement, it is time for you to fulfill a part of it. In the dark cave, Fang Yuan's voice echoed. Wisdom goo was quiet, after a few breaths, it slowly floated in the air. At the same time, it shone with the light of wisdom. So beautiful. Little Hu immortal's eyes shone brightly, she laughed happily. The spherical light of wisdom shone with all sorts of colors, enveloping Fang Yuan and Little Hu immortal. Fang Yuan immediately felt his thoughts colliding, his thoughts were like lightning, he was able to obtain the result of his thoughts at an extremely fast speed. This feeling is so comfortable. Little Hu immortal slowly opened her eyes wide, she was dazed, immersed in the pleasure of the sudden increase in wisdom. But after a few breaths, her figure started to fade. Little Hu immortal, you are formed from obsession, although you have fused with the power of heaven and earth, wisdom goo still restrains you. You cannot stay here for long, go back. Fang Yuan stretched out a finger and tapped on Little Hu immortal's head, waking her up. Little Hu immortal covered her small melon head, her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. Master, master, I can actually become so smart. Such an amazing wisdom goo. She shouted, like a child who had found a new toy, she was extremely happy. Master is the most amazing, you can even get wisdom goo. Just let me stay here for a while, okay? She actually started to flatter Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, it seems wisdom goo has activated your little brain, go out quickly. Saying so, he stretched out 2 fingers and lightly pressed on Little Hu immortal's head. Little Hu immortal's cute head was pressed by Fang Yuan's fingers again and again. Little Hu immortal immediately frowned, she shook her head, Master, I will be leaving. She did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan, she flickered and disappeared. The underground cave calmed down, Fang Yuan did not sit cross-legged, his zombie body was tough and thick, there was no difference between sitting and standing. He stood in the light of wisdom, the first thing he did was to observe Mo Yao's will which was suppressed in the immortal aperture. Mo Yao's will was not affected by the light of wisdom. Even though he had observed it under the wind veil of assimilation, Fang Yuan was reassured after confirming it again. Since the immortal aperture is formed, it has become a small world. The walls of the immortal aperture are the walls of heaven and earth, isolating the inside from the outside. External forces are almost unable to affect the inside. Only then did Fang Yuan close his bloodshot eyes and start to meditate and comprehend. He had already become a zombie, the production of thoughts in his mind had fallen by several levels, his thoughts were also rigid. But the light of wisdom allowed thoughts to move rapidly and collide with each other, expending a large amount of thoughts in a short period of time to produce a result. If it was an ordinary zombie, they might become smart for a moment before turning into an idiot. But in Fang Yuan's mind, there were still wills. These wills were produced by wisdom path goo worms, they could think as well. In order to deal with Mo Yao, Fang Yuan had researched wisdom path and bought special will goo, deliberate will goo, sharp will goo, and other goo worms. These wills had helped him a lot in the final moments of his Northern Plains trip. Now, Fang Yuan's mind could not keep up, he could only use these wills as a replacement. His primeval essence was unlimited, his wills were also almost limitless. Under the cover of the light of wisdom, the originally stable wills were like snow melting under the sunlight, they shrunk smaller and smaller. Next, inspiration appeared one after another, the dusty memories became clear. As long as Fang Yuan concentrated his mind to recall, these vast and complicated memories would appear vividly in his mind. At this moment, the world seemed to have become bright. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan was in deep thought under the light of wisdom. Although I have been reborn and have 500 years of experience in my previous life, compared to old monsters like Mo Yao and Giant Sun, I pale in comparison. My past advantage is no longer there. In the long river of history, countless stars twinkled, how many heroes had there been? Giant Sun Immortal was an invincible character rarely seen even in a million years in human history. Fairy Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, a fairy of spirit affinity house back then, an influential person with shocking talent. She was one of the top 10 Gu immortals in the huge central continent at that time. Although Fang Yuan had a firm will and had unique experiences, he was just an unremarkable star among the stars. With his current foundation and strength, he could not stand shoulder to shoulder with all the experts in history. My trip to Northern Plains has exceeded my expectations. If not for the interference of Mo Yao's will, I would have stayed in True Yang Building and changed my identity every 10 years to slowly explore it. But the truth is already set in stone, Northern Plains will definitely be shaken, countless experts and forces will come to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan summed up his experience, he felt that his disadvantage was in wisdom path. His strength was in scheming and planning. And with his rebirth experience, this advantage was even greater. But Mo Yao's will actually interfered with his thoughts, causing him to be unable to think properly. 88-point Xianxia Tower is the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, I am the culprit behind its destruction. If I am caught, the consequences will be unthinkable. Although I am hiding in Hu Immortal Blessed Land now, it is not safe here. I have been plotting against Danghun Mountain's Crane Gate, Northern Plains Gu Immortals might be able to use Wisdom Path to make deductions. They might be able to deduce my background. Fang Yuan was well aware that hiding in Hu Immortal Blessed Land seemed very safe, but it was actually waiting for death. He could only take advantage of the fact that they had not found out the truth. Only by making the first move could he save the situation. Dark Limit Immortal Gu, I have heard of its name in my previous life, it can indeed conceal aura and prevent deductions. If I can obtain this Gu, I believe the situation will turn for the better. Fang Yuan thought of He Lulan. This woman was not to be underestimated, she was an unrivaled hero. See the wind and change the rudder. Betraying his ancestors for his own benefit, and even wanting to kill his own father, this was a naked demonic nature. He had the great strength true martial physique. He had also obtained a strength path Immortal Gu, once he ascended to Gu Immortal, he would soar to the sky. She was very similar to Fang Yuan, but it was precisely because of this. Work with her. He had to be extra careful. Be it Immortal Gu Dark Limit or fixed immortal travel, they were both things that Fang Yuan wanted. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's thoughts stopped. The willpower in his mind was almost exhausted. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment before retreating from the light of wisdom and activating his goo worm to create his will again. Very soon, his mind was filled with many wills. Unfortunately, mortal goo do not produce many wills. Under the light of wisdom, it was easily depleted. If I use immortal goo to create wills, the quantity will be huge and can last for a long time. I can think as much as I want. Fang Yuan felt regret in his heart. He had a rank 6 wisdom path immortal goo with him. It was delight in water and mountain goo that could produce boundless will. But Fang Yuan thought about it and did not use it. Activating immortal goo required immortal essence. He did not have much green grape immortal essence, he only had 19 beads left. His immortal aperture had already become a land of death, one used meant one less. He had to save his green grape immortal essence as much as possible for emergencies. Thus, he could only use mortal goo for now. After accumulating a certain amount of mortal will, Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again. This time, he did not think about the external situation, he concentrated on thinking about himself. I have become a zombie now, my cultivation cannot advance, how can I revive and return to my human form? This is the first problem. If only I could use Yin-Yang rotation goo, but I am an immortal zombie, Yin-Yang rotation goo is only rank 4. The second problem is, I am already bankrupt. Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his assets in his trip to Northern Plains. He was already unable to make ends meet, his finances were bankrupt. Right now, he did not even have a single immortal yuan stone, even who immortal blessed land had become barren. Before the decisive battle in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already spent all of his remaining immortal yuan stone. At the final juncture, he had no choice but to exchange for other items. The fox groups and wolf groups in who immortal blessed land were sold as much as possible. In the vast grassland now, only sporadic fox and wolf groups could be seen. The 10,000 hairy men that Fang Yuan had bought were mostly sold to save the situation. Only 2,000 old hairy men with rich experience in goo refinement were left, they were not willing to sell them. The Rockmen slave trade had always been a strong pillar of support for Fang Yuan's economy. But after Crane Gate stopped the large order, the pillar collapsed. The Rockmen trading market in jewel yellow skies had already been divided, Fang Yuan could not get involved. This made his situation even worse. Just having strong battle strength was useless. He had to use sufficient resources to support his cultivation. In the goo path, nurture, use, and refine, goo masters not only needed to use goo, they also needed to nurture and refine goo. Fang Yuan had become a zombie now, his cultivation had stagnated, he needed to accumulate more resources. Only then would he have a higher chance of reviving. 3 days later. Danghun Mountain's palace. Fang Yuan had rearranged this place simply, creating a rough hall with several stone chairs on the left and right. The main seat was as wide as a bed, the back of the chair was as tall as a monument, but it was perfect for Fang Yuan to sit on. Tai Baiyunqing was sitting on the first seat on the left, frowning deeply as he held a small white pigeon in his hand. This white pigeon was flickering with a faint light, it was a rank 5 messenger pigeon goo. Not long after, Tai Baiyunqing's mind came back from the messenger pigeon goo, he sighed deeply and said worriedly, that is to say, teacher does not intend to make a move, and will treat this encounter as junior brother's test mission. Fang Yuan nodded, that's right. In the letter, master reprimanded me, saying I was greedy and did not listen to his advice before leaving, rashly activating Diqiu inheritance. In the end, I fell into the trap of Mo Yao's will, resulting in this disastrous outcome. Thus, this time, he wants me to solve this problem myself. Sigh, master's style is like this, it seems I can only work hard myself. Tai Baiyunqing nodded, expressing his agreement with Fang Yuan's last sentence. Back then, after the old beggar gave him the goo immortal inheritance, he disappeared without a trace, not caring about him. This style was the same as the current test for Fang Yuan, thus Tai Baiyunqing did not feel it was strange. Tai Baiyunqing pondered for a moment before asking, Junior apprentice brother, I heard you say that master has accepted a total of 6 true disciples. You are ranked 5th, and have grasped 2 goo immortal inheritances, strength path and enslavement path. That is to say, you still have 5 fellow disciples, can we get help from them? Fang Yuan shook his head. What a joke, of course it was impossible, the contents of this messenger pigeon goo were forged by Fang Yuan alone. The name Zishan Makoto was also casually made up by him. The 6 great true disciples did not even exist. How could he ask for help from people who did not exist? This is impossible. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, his gaze extremely sincere. First of all, I have only heard about these fellow disciples from Master. Not only have I not seen them personally, I also don't know their identities or where they are. Most importantly, this is a mission from Master. He has already acknowledged your identity in the letter and placed you as the 5th disciple. He wants you to help me solve this problem during this period of time. At the same time, he also wants me to keep and use the spoils of war I obtained in Northern Plains. This is all help from Master. If I ask for help from fellow disciples again, it might not be what Master wants. After all, he gave me a test mission. Tai Baiyunxing was worried and anxious. Even if teacher did not say it, I would still stay by junior brother's side and do my best to help you. What do we do now? Old Bai, you have also seen the contents of the letter. Master told me to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan answered. Zombie Alliance, what kind of organization is this? Tai Baiyunxing asked. He had just ascended to Immortal, he did not know much about Gu Immortal level matters. Zombie Alliance, as the name suggests, is a zombie alliance. This alliance has a long history. It first appeared during the medieval antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Now, it has become a super force spread throughout the 5 regions. Eastern Sea is the headquarters, while Northern Plains, Central Continent, Southern Border, and Western Desert each have a branch. Fang Yuan introduced. They are actually spread throughout the 5 regions. Are they stronger than the Huangjin tribes and super forces of Northern Plains? Tai Baiyunxing was moved. Fang Yuan shook his head, not so. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members deal with zombies. The higher-ups are immortal zombies like me. Most of these immortal zombies are Gu immortals who have reached the end of their lifespan and have no choice but to turn into zombies to extend their lifespan. These Gu immortals' immortal apertures are dead, they cannot produce immortal essence or absorb heaven and earth chi. Every once in a while, a portion of their blessed land will shrink and collapse. Thus, their battle strength cannot compare to ordinary Gu immortals. Of course, some immortal zombies are an exception. All in all, Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than the local super forces. But Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance headquarters was a level higher than Eastern Sea's super forces. So that's it. Tai Baiyunxing gained new knowledge. He asked in confusion, then why did Master want you to join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan pondered, if a Gu immortal's lifespan is exhausted and they become an immortal zombie, they would obtain lifespan Gu. Next, he obtained lifespan Gu and wanted to revive. Back then, one of the goals of Zombie Alliance was to cooperate with each other and research a method to regain a body. So many years have passed, they must have made a lot of progress in their research. I think this is Master's intention. Tai Baiyunxing was both happy and worried. This suggestion is really good. Then how will you join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Old Bai, don't worry, joining Zombie Alliance is very simple. I just need to show my immortal zombie identity. So simple? Of course. Zombie Alliance is being suppressed by the super forces. They are not having a good time. They would love to have more members in the alliance. At the same time, immortal zombie identities are not easy to disguise. Zombie Alliance has done a lot of research. They have many effective methods to distinguish them. I plan to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but before that, we need to wait for someone. Hey Lulan. Tai Baiyunxing blurted out. Fang Yuan nodded. Sigh, I have not seen a mirror willow for many years. Mo Yao's will sighed as she caressed the only mirror willow in front of her. She was filled with emotions as if she was recalling the past. As for Fang Yuan's will, he stood beside her and watched quietly, not disturbing her. This world was dark and decaying. It was Fang Yuan's immortal aperture blessed land. Fang Yuan had deceived Mo Yao's will into his immortal aperture and suppressed it. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. She was once a legendary Gu immortal. She had left behind a deep mark in Central Continent's history. Her will was of great value. Even though Fang Yuan was framed by Mo Yao's will and almost died in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan did not hate Mo Yao's will. In fact, he admired and even praised her. If he was the one making the plan, he might not be able to do it better than Mo Yao's will. He had planned to interrogate Mo Yao, but Mo Yao's will was very cooperative. Towards Fang Yuan's refinement path questions, not only did she answer everything, she even made an analogy, which benefited Fang Yuan greatly. But when Fang Yuan asked about Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao's will made a request. I have been away from Central Continent for many years, I have been missing the people and things there. Please find me a mirror willow, so that I can relieve my longing for home. Mirror willow was an ordinary plant, it was the size of a normal willow tree, but its leaves were like mirrors. The leaves of this willow tree were the food of beggar moths. Earlier, during the Rockman trade, Fang Yuan had bought a batch of mirror willows from Crane Gate, they were now planted in Hu immortal blessed land. Thus, he randomly picked one and placed it in his immortal aperture. Back then, my main body and brother Bo Qing met for the first time under this mirror willow. The mortal world is turbulent, romance is nothing. Mo Yao's will sighed. Then, she turned her head around. He looked at Fang Yuan's will and said, "Thank you for fulfilling my small request. Since you want to know about Spirit Affinity House, I will tell you. It's just that the information I have is outdated. You have to pay attention to this." Fang Yuan's will nodded. Mo Yao's will stood under the mirror willow and spoke, revealing a lot of inside information about Spirit Affinity House. As Fang Yuan listened, he compared it with his previous life's 500 years of experience. His understanding of Spirit Affinity House deepened. Your immortal aperture is dead. The mirror willow would be eroded by the death qi in less than 3 days. Turned into a withered, rotten wood. It is a pity. After reporting Spirit Affinity House's information, Mo Yao sighed. But it was unknown whether the pity she was referring to was the mirror willow or Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Come again next time. Would you please bring me a cup of Qingpu tea? This was Spirit Affinity House's specialty tea. It was not rare. Even though I can't taste the tea, I want to take another look. Mo Yao said. Fang Yuan's will snorted coldly. It seems like you have no self-awareness as a captive. You actually want this and that, don't tell me you have other plans? Mo Yao's will smiled charmingly. Fang Yuan, you are too cautious. My scheme was exposed by you and I was tricked into being suppressed in your immortal aperture. I am already a fish on the chopping board, under your surveillance at all times, you can do whatever you want to me. Even if I have other plans. What can I do? However, let's not beat around the bush. Even though I failed completely, I cannot make a comeback. But if you use force, the things you obtain will be very incomplete. After all, soul searching is easy, but will searching is difficult. If you were a wisdom path grandmaster, it would work, but your wisdom path foundation is practically non-existent, you can only buy goo worms randomly from the market. Wisdom path is different from other paths, it is mysterious and profound, you have not even started on it yet. Mo Yao's will criticized Fang Yuan without holding back. Because she knew that Fang Yuan had a broad mind, he was an extraordinary demon. As expected, at the next moment, Fang Yuan's will laughed heartily, you are right. My wisdom path attainment is shallow, but thanks to your cooperation, you can live in my immortal aperture from now on. I will bring you the Qingpu tea. Saying so, her will soared into the sky. The immortal aperture opened a crack, allowing this will to fly up and reach Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fang Yuan understood all the information this will had obtained in the immortal aperture. He indeed lacked methods to search wills. Soul searching was easy, but will searching was difficult, this was normal. If not for this, wisdom path goo masters would often use wills to fight. Once these wills were captured, they would be exposing their secrets to the enemy. Precisely because it was difficult to search wills, wisdom path goo masters used it to fight their enemies. As for Mo Yao, she is a character indeed, no wonder she left her name in history. Fang Yuan praised inwardly. Mo Yao's will scheme was seen through, she failed completely. She could not even self-destruct, she was imprisoned in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture and suppressed. But even in such a desperate situation, she did not give up. She cooperated with Fang Yuan and answered Fang Yuan's questions, she was showing her value and trying to stall for time. If one day, Fang Yuan met with an accident and his immortal aperture broke, or he was captured, or died in battle, Mo Yao's will would have a chance to escape. Mo Yao's will was not discouraged, she was still persevering, Fang Yuan admired her inwardly. Of course, if Fang Yuan had the correct method to search wills, he would have acted immediately. But now, Mo Yao's will cooperated with him, it was more beneficial to him. If I could find a wisdom path inheritance, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, wisdom path is mysterious and profound, there are very few Gu masters and Gu immortals in the current world. There is no ownerless wisdom path inheritance in my memories. Previously, Fang Yuan had purchased some scattered wisdom path Gu worms from Jewel Yellow Skies. It could be considered as some progress in wisdom path. Unfortunately, he was bankrupt now, his purchasing power had fallen to rock bottom, he could not even make these small progress. As for Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he did not ask about it. Because Mo Yao's will knew, Fang Yuan did not have any methods to deal with her for the time being. Both of them were smart people, forcefully asking would not yield any results. Master, Crane Gate's reply. At this time, Little Hu Immortal appeared beside him, holding a rank 5-letter Gu. Crane Gate had suddenly stopped trading in the Rockmen, not long ago, Fang Yuan had sent a probing letter. Crane Gate's reply was very fast. Fang Yuan took the letter Gu and probed it with his mind. The content of the letter was very firm. It requested Fang Yuan to start trading Guts Gu, otherwise, Crane Gate would declare Fang Yuan as a traitor of the sect, and mobilize Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, over a year ago. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land under everyone's watchful eyes, it was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Crane Gate immediately reacted, using the similarity between Fang Yuan and Fang Jing. They announced that Fang Yuan was actually a disciple that Crane Gate was secretly nurturing. Only then did the other 9 sects admit Crane Gate's victory. Crane Gate's plan was to get rid of the other 9 competitors. Then, they would secretly deal with Fang Yuan alone, attempting to occupy Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. After all, dealing with one Crane Gate and one of the 10 great sects were 2 different levels of difficulty. But this way. Fang Yuan tacitly agreed to Crane Gate's lie, he was Crane Gate's disciple. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is located on Tian-Ti Mountain, even the 10 great sects cannot casually attack it, they will incur the wrath of the people of Central Continent. But if they declare me as a traitor of the sect and invade, they will have the right to do so. Fang Yuan's expression was dark. He pondered. However, he did not panic. He had already anticipated this plot more than a year ago. But he did not expect Crane Gate's patience to be exhausted so quickly. Fang Yuan smiled, saying to Little Hu Immortal, invite Tai Bai Yunxing over. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this news and his face was filled with worry, what should we do? Crane Gate is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they are extremely powerful. They even surpass the super tribes of Northern Plains. If they really attack, we won't be able to stop them with just the 2 of us. Fang Yuan then smiled, Old Bai, oh Old Bai. I called you here naturally to ask you about this difficult problem. But now that we have met, you are asking me a question. Tai Bai Yunxing gasped, his expression was a little ashamed. He frowned, thinking hard. Finally, he thought of a solution, didn't we ally with He Lulan? We can ask her to help us. Evidently, He Lulan's powerful battle strength had already been deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunxing's heart. Although He Lulan has the great strength true martial physique, even if she successfully advances to Gu Immortal, with just the 3 of us, we will not be able to resist such a huge Crane Gate. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. What should we do? What should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing paced back and forth, thinking hard. Fang Yuan looked at him, smiling without speaking. Suddenly, Tai Bai Yunxing stopped and patted his head, I got it. Didn't teacher ask you to join Zombie Alliance? We can definitely join Zombie Alliance and use its power to threaten Crane Gate. But Fang Yuan shook his head, Zombie Alliance's structure is loose, Central Continent's Zombie Alliance branch is far inferior to Crane Gate, there is no threat at all. Moreover, if I borrow Zombie Alliance's power, I will have to give up some benefits. I'm afraid it will not be Crane Gate, but Zombie Alliance will be the first to benefit. That won't do, then what should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan, his expression was gloomy and worried. But when he saw the smile on Fang Yuan's face, he was dazed and finally reacted, pointing at Fang Yuan, what a good junior brother, you actually deceived your senior brother to watch a good show. You are so competent, you clearly have a good plan. Ha ha ha, old Bai, your eyes are like a torch, I can't deceive you. Fang Yuan laughed and admitted it. What good method do you have, why don't you tell me? Fang Yuan said, I have already told you the whole story. Crane Gate treats me as their disciple because they are afraid of the other 9 sects interfering. This is their weakness. I can use this to break through. What should I do? Fang Yuan did not hide it from him. I have already decided to send a letter to Spirit Affinity House and establish a preliminary connection. Previously, Fang Yuan had asked Mo Yao for information on Spirit Affinity House because of this. Tai Bai Yunxing became worried, establishing a connection now and relying on a letter, isn't it too late? Furthermore, the 10 great sects compete and cooperate with each other. Will Spirit Affinity House reject your letter and give it to Crane Gate to express goodwill? Rays of inspiration flashed in his mind. Countless materials and goo worms combined into one plan after another. The consciousness in his mind was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Such an intense consumption had far surpassed the limit of Fang Yuan's independent thinking. The power of a rank 9 goo worm is actually so strong. And this is because I have not refined wisdom goo, I have only rubbed against a bit of the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan exclaimed as he left the light of wisdom. He was currently thinking and perfecting the refinement recipe of Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. Different from thinking about the situation or his own situation, there were many factors to consider in perfecting the Immortal Goo recipe. A set of similar goo refinement materials often had dozens or even hundreds of types. Not to mention the combination of all kinds of goo worms. Precisely so, the willpower in Fang Yuan's mind was being consumed at an astonishing speed. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was almost used up in a dozen breaths of time. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance 1% of the Gruel Mud Goo recipe. But at this speed, if I completed alone without the help of the light of wisdom, I would need at least half a year. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. A dozen breaths of time compared to half a year, this showed the vast power of wisdom goo. However, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. There were too many factors to consider when deducing the goo recipe. The consumption of willpower was too high and too fast. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was expended so easily. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance the goo recipe by 1,000th. Fang Yuan had originally planned to use wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Then he would sell it in jewel yellow skies for profit. But now he encountered a problem. Deducing the immortal goo recipe requires a huge amount of willpower. And mortal goo can produce too little willpower at once. I have been using mortal goo to produce willpower these past few days. I have almost reached the limit of using mortal goo. If I exceed this limit, mortal goo will be damaged and destroyed, unless I use the rank 6 delight in water and mountain goo. Fang Yuan thought for a while and decided to give it a try. He used a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Swoosh, the immortal goo floated above his head, giving off a dazzling light. The light poured down like a heavenly river, pouring into Fang Yuan's mind. The scale of this joy. It was so huge. For example, the will of a rank 5 wisdom path mortal goo was like a handful of water. Then this joy was equivalent to a large river. As expected of an immortal goo. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. The joy was endless. It poured in. After a long while, it finally came to a stop. A third of Fang Yuan's originally spacious mind had been filled with happiness. It was golden in color. It was like sand. On the other hand, joy was a bright yellow. That is to say, as long as I use delight in water and mountain goo 3 times, my mind will be filled. No wonder the market of jewel yellow skies has those wisdom path goo worms that can enlarge the brain. Fang Yuan gained a trace of understanding from his experience. Strength path goo worms, to transform goo masters. Correspondingly, wisdom path goo worms focused on changing people's minds. Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again and began to think. Awesome, it felt so good, it was as if there were no shackles and everything was clear. No matter what problem he encountered, he could solve it in an instant. The only difference was that the more difficult the problem was, the more difficult it was. The more willpower it expended. A vast number of refinement path materials were filtered, and countless goo worms were assembled at lightning speed. Then they were split. Fang Yuan displayed his skills. He felt that there had never been a problem in this world that could not stop him. This feeling was too wonderful. When the joy was completely exhausted, Fang Yuan reluctantly left the light of wisdom. He felt that time was short, it was like a dozen breaths of time. But in reality, a full 10 minutes had passed. Huff. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, shaking his head. After leaving the light of wisdom, he immediately returned to his original state. He was still that zombie with rigid thoughts. The huge difference was like falling from heaven to hell. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He quickly adjusted his emotions and inspected the results of this thought. The gruel mud immortal goo recipe had advanced by 1%. Compared to before, this was a huge improvement. Fang Yuan nodded, but then shook his head. He silently left the underground cave, returning to the palace in Danghun Mountain. Junior brother, how is the situation? Tai Baiyunqing had been waiting in the palace for a long time. He asked in concern after seeing Fang Yuan. He was travel-worn. He had just returned from inspecting the western region of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Sit. Fang Yuan called out. He took a few big steps towards the main seat and sat down. Tai Baiyunqing chose the closest seat and sat down, looking at Fang Yuan with an inquiring gaze. He knew that Fang Yuan had used wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Not long ago, he had followed Fang Yuan to the underground cave. He had seen wisdom goo from afar. He had obtained a lifespan goo from Fang Yuan with great difficulty. His lifespan was limited. He did not dare to get close to this legendary goo worm. Fang Yuan leaned on the stone-like chair, his legs wide open. A pair of hands were placed on his thighs, a pair of hands were placed on his dantian, a pair of hands were holding the armrests, and a pair of hands were crossed in front of his chest. He was imposing, like a giant standing quietly like a mammoth, a statue of a giant. He sighed, saying, "Mortal goo cannot be used. I tried using the wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain. It produced a happy river, and under the light of wisdom, the goo recipe was deduced forward by 1%. When Tai Baiyunqing heard this, he excitedly stood up from his seat, beaming with joy. He said, 1%? As expected of the rank 9 wisdom goo. That means, if we use it 100 times, won't we be able to deduce one immortal goo recipe? With these immortal goo recipes, we can sell them in jewel yellow skies. It will be an inexhaustible treasure trove. By then, we will have an endless supply of immortal yuan stone. To think that, junior brother, after becoming a zombie, there are such benefits." These days, Tai Baiyunqing had been worrying about cultivation resources. He found that after stepping into Goo Immortal Realm, he urgently needed more cultivation resources. Goo Master Cultivation was to nurture the aperture. Goo Immortal Cultivation was to nurture the immortal aperture. There were many different opinions on how to nurture the immortal aperture. But the aim did not change, that was to make the immortal aperture small world more prosperous. Plant more plants in the immortal aperture, move in more animals, establish a more complete ecological cycle, and nurture more goo groups. The more prosperous the immortal aperture, the more vitality it would have, and the faster the immortal essence would be formed. This was the cultivation path of Goo Immortals, the path to progress. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, not only did they sell goo worms and goo recipes, they also sold beast groups, plants, strange stones, precious water, and so on. Seeing Tai Baiyunqing's excited expression, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that letting you inspect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and familiarize yourself with the Goo Immortal cultivation path was very effective. You have finally realized the importance of cultivation resources. But unfortunately, although selling immortal goo recipes is a very profitable business, we cannot do it for the time being. Ah, why is that? Tai Baiyunqing was puzzled. Because the investment is too large. Fang Yuan sighed. To deduce a rank 6 immortal goo recipe from nothing, the amount of green grape immortal essence needed to be over 100. Junior brother, didn't you advance the immortal goo recipe by 1% this time? That is because I deduced the remnant recipe of the immortal goo gruel mud. I told you before, when I was selling the immortal goo gruel mud in Jewel Yellow Skies, I bought many remnant recipes of the immortal goo gruel mud. After summarizing these remnant recipes, I obtained the 60% remnant recipe. Fang Yuan answered. Tai Baiyunqing was not stupid, he immediately understood Fang Yuan's meaning. With the light of wisdom, no problem could stump Fang Yuan. Under normal circumstances, when a goo recipe encountered a problem, it was very hard to resolve. If one was lucky, they would have a flash of inspiration and find a way to resolve the problem. If one was unlucky, they would be stuck for years, or even decades, without any progress. But Feng Yuan had wisdom goo. There was no difficulty in deducing the goo recipe. Even if he encountered a problem that Feng Yuan could not solve with his foundation, he did not need to think too much. Using the light of wisdom to think and expend more willpower, he could usually overcome the problem. This way, the immortal goo recipe would be easier to deduce later on. The general direction of the 60% remnant recipe was set. It also allowed Feng Yuan to eliminate a large number of goo refinement factors. On this basis, he advanced it by 1%. That is to say, if he started from zero, from nothing, it would be very difficult to deduce the goo recipe at the start. It would not even be 1%. Feng Yuan continued, I only have 18 green grape immortal essence beads, you have 26 beads, and who immortal blessed land has 64 beads of white fox immortal essence. But you and who immortal land spirit cannot be in the light of wisdom. Even if I lend delight in water and mountain immortal goo to you, I cannot use the joyful will that you use. Currently, the most promising gruel mud remnant recipe needs close to 40 beads of green grape immortal essence. But don't forget, we are not safe. Northern Plains goo immortals and Central Continent's Crane Gate all want to find trouble with us. If wisdom goo is discovered, I'm afraid all the goo immortals of the 5 regions will come to kill us. That's right, the investment is too large, and the green grape immortal essence needs to be saved to guard against strong enemies and accidents. Tai Baiyunqing nodded, sighing as he looked at the ground, accepting this fact in disappointment. But soon, he raised his head, his eyes shining with light. I thought of a way. Junior brother, I remember you told me about the land spirit of Xianxia. Master mentioned the secret of 88-point Jinyang Tower to you, and when you asked the land spirit of Xianxia for help, you said you deduced it yourself. Thus, the land spirit of Xianxia thinks you are a wisdom path goo master, and wants to cooperate with you to perfect the goo recipe. Oh. Feng Yuan showed a look of realization, his face showing just the right amount of excitement. There is such a thing. As expected, after becoming a zombie, my brain is not working well. I actually did not think of this. Old Bai, your reminder is right, the best remnant recipe I have is the 60% gruel mud goo recipe. The land spirit of Xianxia definitely has many remnant recipes, and it is very likely that there are even more complete remnant recipes. Junior brother, you know the land spirit of Xianxia, and know the method to enter Xianxia blessed land. We can definitely cooperate with the land spirit of Xianxia. Tai Baiyunqing thought of this and laughed heartily in excitement. Old Bai, you are right, but I have no way of contacting the land spirit of Xianxia directly. Last time, I used 2 chances to obtain 2 immortal goo from that old man, land spirit of Xianxia, and was almost chased out by him. So I have no way of contacting him directly. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. Is that so? The joy on Tai Baiyunqing's face froze. The direct contact between 2 blessed lands was to use whole earth goo to connect the 2 places. Feng Yuan had used this method to trade the rockmen with Crane Gate. But Feng Yuan's relationship with the land spirit of Xianxia was not that good. Most importantly, Hu immortal blessed land was in Central Continent, while Xianxia blessed land was in Northern Plains. Even whole earth goo could not be used. To directly contact them, Stargate goo was the only way. Stargate goo was a pair of 2, but unfortunately, Feng Yuan only had 1 Stargate goo left. The other one had already been destroyed by the wind veil of assimilation. It seems that we can only return to Northern Plains and personally see the land spirit of Xianxia before we can cooperate. Tai Baiyunqing sighed. No, there is another method that depends on luck. Feng Yuan muttered, that old land spirit loves to refine goo, but he cannot go out to search for goo refinement materials. Xianxia blessed land's terrain is monotonous and its production is limited, thus he would always go to jewel yellow skies to purchase them. We can wait for him to come, and stare at jewel yellow skies, waiting for Xianxia old immortal's divine sense. Right, there is such a method. Tai Baiyunqing's eyes brightened. So, we will need to rely on old Bai's help. Feng Yuan said naturally. No problem, leave it to me. I will go back now and activate connecting heaven goo. Connect to jewel yellow skies. Tai Baiyunxing patted his chest. He could not wait any longer, and was brought back to his residence by the land spirit. He chose the western part of the blessed land. He built a small house. That was his temporary residence. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's terrain was very similar to northern plains. Tai Baiyunxing did not feel uncomfortable staying here. Instead, he felt like it was a peaceful home. He had roamed northern plains for most of his life, but now, he had finally found an organization and settled down. Therefore, he cherished this home very much. After sending Tai Baiyunxing away, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He had already thought of collaborating with the land spirit of Xianxia. In fact, he had asked Little Fox Fairy to pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies a few days ago. Waiting for Xianxia Old Immortal Spirit will. But there had been no harvest these past few days. What he was thinking about now was not the land spirit of Xianxia, but Tai Baiyunxing. The journey to northern plains was chaotic and hurried, and during these days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan focused on Tai Baiyunxing. She had gotten to know him better. Tai Baiyunxing is indeed a good person. He had the ability, but no ambition. His intelligence is only that of a normal person, but more of it is the wisdom accumulated from his life's experience. He does not see the big picture. No wonder he was once the young tribe leader. After roaming for so many years, he has both fame and strength. But he is still unable to establish a force. Fang Yuan evaluated in his mind. It was best for such a person to follow him. If he could not be left alone, his leadership ability would be worrisome. Because his personality and ideals were not compatible, if he was too far away, not only would he not be able to cooperate with him, he might even ruin things. These days, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing had been interacting day and night. Their relationship had progressed. During several conversations, Fang Yuan told him about his experiences in his rebirth, only adding a non-existent Zishan Makoto. And Tai Baiyunxing also told Fang Yuan about his life's experiences. Many times, even though Fang Yuan already had a plan in mind and called Tai Baiyunxing over to discuss matters. It might seem like a waste of time, but it was Fang Yuan's way of managing his subordinates. Firstly, it was to observe Tai Baiyunxing's talent and heart, to find out that his concern was sincere and came from his heart. Secondly, it was to tell him about his current predicament, to increase his sense of belonging and responsibility. Thirdly, it was to suppress Tai Baiyunxing invisibly. Basically, the outcome of every decision was Fang Yuan's method, overruling Tai Baiyunxing's plan. As this happened many times, Tai Baiyunxing gradually became reliant on Fang Yuan, attaching importance to Fang Yuan's opinions, and subconsciously denying his own ideas. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could make a decision with a single sentence. There would not be a situation where both sides had conflicting opinions and caused problems. Fang Yuan was not He Lulan. He Lulan had rank 6 slavery gu that could enslave gu immortals. But Fang Yuan did not have it. But Tai Baiyunxing was not Bai Ning Bing, nor was he He Lulan. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had his own methods, and he believed that even without slavery gu, he could still subdue Tai Baiyunxing, and squeeze out all of his value for his own use. This was the confidence of a demonic path overlord, Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. The sea of clouds was vast, thousands of cranes were dancing in the sky. The mountains were verdant, the wind was blowing the pine trees. Fang Jing sat on the cliff, concentrating on the thousands of flying cranes, changing their formation according to his will. Sometimes they would dive down, sometimes they would split into 2 groups, and sometimes they would form a circular formation to defend. Strong winds blew his long hair, his bright eyes shone with a resolute light. Hardships make people grow. To Fang Jing, the Hu Immortal Blessed Land contest over a year ago was no doubt a huge setback. After being consoled, he walked out of his predicament and put in even more effort, cultivating almost every day with his life on the line. At this time, a voice came from Fang Jing's aperture. Good. You have already reached the stage of controlling the flying cranes at will, and the formation will change according to your will. Now, you can return to the sect to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test, and charge for the B-grade evaluation. You have 60% chance of success, and after you succeed, you will obtain the test reward, a rank 5 whole jade flute gu. Once you have this gu, you can command the crane group, and you will reach the quasi-master level of enslavement path. The source of this voice came from a spirit incubating flea in Fangjing's aperture. Fangjing's master, Master Tenchuru's soul, was residing in this goo worm. Rank 5 whole jade flute goo? His eyes brightened, and excitement was written all over his face. Yes, master, I will go now. Fangjing stood up, and with a thought, a huge iron beak flying crane king flew in front of him. He leaped up and landed on the back of a crane king with a relaxed movement. The crane king let out a long cry, and was filled with high spirits. Fangjing sat on the crane king's back. The group of cranes coiled around him, forming a field of snow white, with wind and clouds. He flew towards the crane gate sect's encampment. In a short while, he flew to the white jade plaza D. The iron beak flying cranes landed on the plaza, and the moment Fangjing's feet landed on the ground, a crane gate disciple quickly walked over, and greeted him, "Senior brother Fangjing." Fangjing nodded, "Junior brother, I am here to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test." "Senior brother Fangjing, please follow me." The crane gate disciple led the way. "Look, it's senior brother Fangjing. He is the #1 elite disciple in our batch." "Did you hear that? Senior brother Fangjing is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test." Senior brother Fangjing is an enslavement path genius. To think that he has already reached the quasi-master level of enslavement path, so impressive, on the way. The whispers of the passers-by entered Fangjing's ears. Fangjing heard them, and could not help but smile. He was already fully grown now, and his body was tall. His black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were bright and clear. Even though his appearance was ordinary, his aura was high, and he was full of vitality. He wore a green and white robe, and looked cultured and refined, making people feel comfortable just by looking at him. Even though senior brother Fangjing is strong, his brother is even stronger. He is a super genius who obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. That's right, according to a reliable source. His brother, Fan Yuan, is a legacy disciple secretly nurtured by a supreme elder. When Spirit Affinity House almost obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Supreme Elder had no choice but to send senior brother Fan Yuan, and sure enough, he shocked the world with a single feat, and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fangjing has a good brother. The Guts Gu on Danghun Mountain can strengthen the soul. I am sure that Fangjing used Guts Gu. Otherwise, with just his own hard work, how could he raise his cultivation to rank 5 in just a year? Moreover, his progress in enslavement path is godly. He is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. These people's tone was sour and bitter. Fangjing's smile disappeared when he heard this, and his hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were secretly clenched. "Brother!" A trace of darkness flashed past Fangjing's eyes. Ever since Fan Yuan obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land in an unbelievable manner, Crane Gate announced that Fan Yuan was a disciple of Crane Gate. In this 1 year, Fangjing felt like he was living in the past, being suppressed by Fan Yuan. No matter how good his results were, or how much progress he made, others would only praise him slightly before mentioning the even more outstanding Gu Yue and Fan Yuan. "Calm down, my disciple." Master Tenchuru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenchuru's experience was much richer than Fangjing's. These years of living together, he had a deep understanding of Fangjing. He consoled Fangjing, "These years, I have seen your hard work. You are not inferior to your brother. Don't forget, you are already a rank 5 Gu master, a quasi-master in enslavement path. Your brother is probably not your match now. And not long later, Fan Yuan will perish. For this plan, the sect will send out 3 supreme elders to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Your brother has no hope of survival." 3 supreme elders, that means 3 Gu Immortal battle strength. Fangjing's eyes brightened. He licked his lips, but his gaze soon dimmed. Master Tenchuru knew what he was thinking. He laughed. "Fangjing, don't feel any guilt. Your brother has already gone astray. He is walking on the demonic path. He actually killed his entire clan. This is the behavior of a beast that is worse than pigs and dogs. Fan Yuan is a true demon. You cannot have any sympathy for him. Killing him is for the benefit of the people of the world. Think about it, if he is alive, who knows how many more innocent people he will harm. Indeed, brother's hands are stained with blood. He is a butcher. An executioner. I want to take revenge for my clan, for my uncle and aunt, for Xianxia. Fangjing shouted in his mind, encouraging himself. Yes, just like that. Master Tenchiru was very satisfied with Fangjing's attitude. Think about these years, your training in Fu Hu blessed land was so difficult and dangerous. 1 year in the outside world is 8 years in Fu Hu blessed land. You became a rank 5 Gu master, you suffered so much, wasn't it for the great plan to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land? Don't screw up, you cannot make a mistake at this crucial moment and disappoint everyone. The light of wisdom illuminated the stone walls of the cave in a myriad of colors. Fang Yuan stood there quietly. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slowly walked out of the range of the halo. The willpower in his mind was almost used up. The will produced by mortal Gu was limited, it could not compare to wisdom path immortal Gu. However, the reason why I failed to deduce the crane gate was not because I lacked willpower, but because I didn't have enough clues. Fang Yuan reflected in his heart. Over the past few days, he had used the light of wisdom many times and had gained some experience. Wisdom Gu and Shirefe were different. Wisdom Gu emitted the light of wisdom, giving Gu masters endless inspiration. But the result of thinking was based on the user's foundation, as well as the deductive evidence. Fang Yuan had just failed to deduce the crane gate's plot against Hu immortal blessed land because he had gathered too little evidence. In conclusion, the deeper the user's foundation was, the more evidence they had gathered, and the more accurate the deduction would be. Of course, the more evidence he had, the more factors he had to refer to, and the more thoughts and willpower he had to expend. Especially when deducing immortal Gu recipes, there were too many factors to consider and the expenditure of will would be huge. As for natural inspiration, it was a precious experience when a Gu master ascended to an immortal. During this process, the Gu master would ask the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth would give the answer without the Gu master needing to think. Take a mathematical problem on earth as an example. For example, solving a multivariate equation. If a Gu master used wisdom Gu, their thoughts would be expended rapidly and their inspiration would burst forth, deducing many ways to solve problems. Some of these paths led to dead ends. Some could only give wrong results. Only a few of them had the correct method and could deduce the correct result. On the other hand, natural imitation was equivalent to directly giving the correct answer. The user gets the correct answer. But he didn't know how it was solved. Therefore, when learning from nature, one should not ask questions that are too profound. Fang Yuan would not directly ask how to achieve immortality. Perhaps heaven and earth would give him the answer, but he would never understand it. It was like a child who had yet to learn mathematics and saw a linear equation. Of course, he would not understand the answer. Understand the answer. Children have to learn every number, unknowns, positive and negative numbers, etc. However, this was only the basics of the basics. To Gu masters. For questions that were too profound, even if they had the answer, they would not be able to understand or use it. Even if he followed the natural imitation. Ask about all aspects of the answer to the conundrum. Learning the basics of understanding would take too much time, and the amount of information would be too large. Even the brain might not be able to handle it. Therefore, the best way to make full use of nature's imitation was to build a solid foundation according to one's own reality. Layer by layer. However, in wisdom path, there were also immortal Gu that could allow the Gu immortal to obtain the answer directly. It was heavenly secret Gu. Gu masters did not need thoughts to collide, they did not need to deduce, they could grasp a trace of heaven's secret and obtain the answer directly. According to historical records, this Gu was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He once possessed the rank 8 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, but after his death, Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu vanished without a trace. There has been no news of it ever since. Fang Yuan thought of Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Gu worms only had one effect, even rank 9 Wisdom Gu was no exception. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the greater its power. If the Wisdom Gu was truly activated, its effect would definitely be terrifying. But no matter how strong it was, it could not reach the effect of Heavenly Secret Gu. It is rumored that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is a rank 9 Gu master who can follow heaven's will the most. Heavenly Secret Gu was created by him to sense heaven and earth. It was also the result of his attempts to imitate nature. If I had Heavenly Secret Gu, I would be able to form an incredible combination with Wisdom Gu. If someone uses heavenly secret goo to test me, all of my secrets will be exposed. Heavenly secret goo allowed the goo master to ask heaven and earth directly. As long as it happened in the world, there was nothing the world didn't know. As the saying goes, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. As for the other wisdom path goo worms, Fang Yuan had no worries for now. Because the winds of assimilation assimilated everything, all traces of Fang Yuan's crimes in Imperial Court Blessed Land were wiped clean. Without heavenly secret goo, wisdom path goo masters would have to make deductions step by step. They would need to gather evidence, the more evidence the better. They were unable to obtain crucial evidence from Imperial Court Blessed Land, so they could only start from the battle for Imperial Court. In this way, it was not impossible to deduce Fang Yuan's true identity, but the probability was small and it would take a lot of time. Northern Plains, Jade Pool Blessed Land. From a bird's-eye view, the Blessed Land was filled with deep pools of all sizes, green and green, there were tens of thousands of them. With Chanyu Tribe's Gu Immortal Tong Zhu at the lead, close to 10 Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortals descended from the sky. Your tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land is truly unique and fresh. These countless jade pools are like the stars in the sky, they are beautiful beyond compare. A female Gu Immortal was walking in the sky as she spoke with emotion. Her long hair was like a cloak, it was 20 to 30 feet long, it was very eye-catching. These jade pools have different water qualities, they nurture countless water tribes. Dongfang tribe's fish groups and water plants are famous in jewel yellow skies. A male Gu Immortal had a third eye on his forehead, it was shining with a strange light as he looked at the jade pool. Lady Morong Qingxi and Guanshan Zhao are too kind, my tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land has only been in operation for over 6,000 years, it cannot compare to Murong tribe's Yin Yang Blessed Land, and cannot compare to Guan tribe's 10 Desolation Blessed Land. The Gu Immortal in front, Dongfang Yikong, smiled calmly as he spoke in the humble tone of Dongfang tribe. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of a super force, Huangjin tribe, Dongfang tribe. The group of Gu Immortals landed on the ground. This was an unremarkable place among the countless jade pools. Beside the jade pool, there was a small thatched hut. In front of the thatched hut, an old man was fishing by the side of the pool. This is an underworld eel. Guanshan Zhao's third eye on his forehead looked around, he muttered as he saw the scene in the deep pool. When the rest of the people heard this, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Sir Dongfang, we have not met for over 10 years. Back then, we charged into Snowy Mountain together and fought side by side, time passed in a flash. Everyone stood still, the Gu Immortal with the highest cultivation level, Tong Zhu, was the first to speak. Lord Tong Zhu, you are still as elegant as before. But I am on the verge of death, I dare not compare to you. The old fisherman slowly stood up, he was Dongfang Naganori, the #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. Dongfang Yikong stood beside Chang Fan, the latter said, Today, Dongfang tribe is honored by your presence, it is our honor to have so many esteemed guests here. Everyone, please come in. Dongfang Naganori led everyone into the thatched hut. The thatched hut was spacious, there was a plaza and a hall. In the plaza, there were 16 stone statues, they were arranged in an orderly yet disorderly manner, their expressions were subtle, as if they contained some kind of mystical rule. This is Dongfang tribe's rank 6 immortal Gu house, modest thatched hut? It is truly extraordinary. Someone immediately praised. Dongfang Naganori led everyone into the discussion hall, they sat down one by one. Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortals and representatives of various forces gathered here. Dongfang Naganori sat on the main seat, he looked at everyone and smiled, This time I invited everyone here because I want to make a transaction with you. Guanshan Zhao and the rest looked at each other, they did not speak. It was still Tong Zhu who replied, Mr. Dongfang has not made deductions for others for decades. But in the letter, he said that he can make an exception for us and deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Truyang Building, or other aspects. I wonder what we need to pay for this transaction. Dongfang Naganori coughed and sighed, My lifespan is coming to an end, I know there is no hope of prolonging it. But before I leave, I have some worries. One is for the great cause of the tribe, the second is for my descendants, I hope to make a transaction with everyone. I will make a deduction for each of your tribes, after I die, I hope everyone can form an alliance with my Dongfang tribe. Alliance? Yes, I have already roughly prepared the detailed alliance agreement, everyone can take a look. If you have any objections, you can change it on the spot. Dongfang Naganori took out 2 East Window Gu and handed them to the Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortals looked through it one after another. The conditions for forming an alliance were very relaxed. Dongfang Naganori did not even request for allies to help each other, he only requested that after he died, Dongfang tribe would be at peace for 50 years. During this period, all forces could not target, suppress, or attack Dongfang tribe. The Gu Immortals could not help but feel excited. Dongfang Naganori was the publicly recognized #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. There was no one more likely than him to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Truyang Building, when Gu Immortals cultivate, who would not encounter some cultivation problems or Gu Immortal remnant recipes that needed to be deduced. With Dongfang Naganori's help, these problems could be resolved. Most importantly, after Imperial Court-blessed land was destroyed and 88-point Xianxia Tower collapsed, large numbers of Gu worms were brought to all parts of Northern Plains by formless fists. Immortal Gu auras appeared in many places, causing Gu Immortals to fight over them. At this time, as long as Dongfang Naganori deduced the location of the Immortal Gu, he could very likely obtain it. While everyone was moved, they could not help but praise Dongfang Naganori's shrewdness. If this was during normal times, Dongfang Naganori's price would be too little. But now, one deduction chance could very likely represent an Immortal Gu. This made the Gu Immortals extremely moved. Alright, Sir Dongfang, our Chanyu tribe agrees to your conditions. Tongzhu was the first to speak, followed by He tribe and Murong tribe's representatives. This situation was not out of Dongfang Naganori's expectations. His smile became even wider. In that case, Fairy Li Shan, please make a move. Fairy Li Shan? While everyone was shocked, they saw a rank 6 female Gu Immortal walk out from the back hall, appearing in front of everyone. Fairy Li Shan, how have you been? Someone immediately greeted her. Another Gu Immortal laughed. Sir Dongfang made ample preparations indeed, even Fairy Li Shan came. But this Jade Pool-blessed land does not have any mountains or rivers, how can we make an oath? At this time, Gu Immortal Dongfang Yikong, who had been silent all along, spoke, everyone, don't worry, look here. Saying so, he opened his palm. There was a flash of light in his palm, revealing a miniature mountain peak. Don't tell me this is, minuscule mountain? Morong Qingxi stared with wide eyes, she was the first to react and shouted in disbelief. Yes. Dongfang Yikong smiled modestly, but the pride in his bones could not be concealed. In the underground cave, the light of wisdom was dim and uncertain. Fang Yuan was inside, standing silently. Only when the will in his mind was exhausted did he open his eyes and leave the light of wisdom. His deductions just now had some results. But Fang Yuan's heart was heavy because of this. To seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, I need over 6,000 mortal Gu, among which almost half are rank 5 Gu, as well as 2,000 rare Gu, and over 800 ancient Gu. Some of these ancient Gu are on the verge of extinction, and some might already be extinct. My initial estimation is that if I really use this method, I will need about 23 immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan was extremely poor. 23 immortal Yuan stones was an unattainable number for the current him. But Fang Yuan had to brace himself to accomplish this. Because Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed was getting faster and faster, the pressure on the first aperture was getting increasingly severe. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into a zombie body, and his first aperture had become a dead aperture, thus he could last until now. If it was the previous aperture, it might have already burst. According to the current situation, I still have over 2 months to plan. If I exceed this time limit, even the first dead aperture will be destroyed. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. He was currently a living dead person. Even if his first aperture was destroyed, he would not die. But losing his first aperture would undoubtedly greatly affect his future cultivation potential. This was an immeasurable and disastrous loss. Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation. To earn 23 immortal Yuan stones in a short period of time, the only way was to sell immortal Gu recipes. After returning to Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan summoned Tai Baiyunsheng. These days, I have been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, almost without sleep. But land spirit of Lengi's divine sense has never appeared. Tai Baiyunsheng's answer disappointed Fang Yuan. Land spirit of Xianxia used divine sense Gu, and called himself Xianxia Old Immortal in Jewel Yellow Skies, and was quite active and experienced in Jewel Yellow Skies. However, he had yet to show his face, and it seemed like there was no news about him at all. Fang Yuan keenly sensed that there might be a problem with the land spirit of Xianxia. He recalled that in his previous life, Xianxia Blessed Land had suffered 7 waves of attacks. When I was in Northern Plains, there were already 2 waves of enemies attacking Xianxia Blessed Land. Don't tell me the 3rd wave of attacks has already occurred, causing the land spirit of Xianxia to have no time to refine Gu and is tired of dealing with them? In this regard, the memories from his previous life could not help Fang Yuan. He only remembered that there were 7 waves of attacks, but he did not remember the exact time when these 7 waves of attacks took place. Even if he remembered the exact time, this world had already been greatly affected and changed by him. Perhaps after layers upon layers of influence, the attack would be brought forward. My horizons have been broadened these past few days. A piece of 10,000-year profound ice costs half a piece of immortal yuan stone. A caddy of Hurricane Mountain pepper was sold for 1 immortal yuan stone. What the hell was a divine pearl necklace? To think that 10 of them could be sold for half an immortal yuan stone. And that threaded white thread iron is even more exaggerated, it is only the size of a pinky finger, but it actually costs 3 immortal yuan stone. Oh heavens, I have completely discovered that I am truly a pauper. Tai Baiyunxing talked about his gains these past few days, he chattered endlessly and sighed deeply. These days, Fang Yuan had been interacting with him day and night, and found that he was gradually revealing a shortcoming, that was, he was too talkative and chattered endlessly. Fang Yuan handed him a letter Gu, interrupting his chatter. This is a letter from Crane Gate, take a look. Tai Baiyunxing focused his attention, his brows furrowed into a knot. Crane Gate sent another letter, this time with an even harsher and fiercer tone. Their intention to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land was very clear. Crane Gate even used the tone of a victor, arrogantly asking Fang Yuan to surrender. These guys, it seems they have gone crazy thinking about Danghun Mountain. If it were me, I would at least try to calm you down and secretly carry out my attack. Aren't they afraid that we will be on guard against them? Tai Baiyunxing said with an unhappy expression. This is the strength and confidence of Crane Gate, they are one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they have incomparably deep foundations and have already been standing on Fei He Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years. Other than this, I think they are also trying to force me and probe my background. Fang Yuan analyzed. That's right, Crane Gate is even stronger than any of the super forces in Northern Plains. We are alone, while they are a colossus that is becoming more and more aggressive. In front of them, it will be very difficult for us to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Tai Baiyunxing considered his words, carefully looking at Fang Yuan. He already had the intention to retreat, to give up Hu Immortal Blessed Land and leave, but he did not say it clearly. Fang Yuan naturally knew what he was thinking. Tai Baiyunxing was a healing Gu master, he had a benevolent personality but could also be said to be weak, he seriously lacked the will to fight back. Fang Yuan did not have any intention to blame Tai Baiyunxing. In fact, Fang Yuan had also thought of retreating and giving up Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After all, the benefits that Danghun Mountain represented were too great, Crane Gate and the other super forces would definitely want it. But that was only when they had no other choice. As long as there was hope, as long as there were benefits, Fang Yuan would not give up easily. Thus, Fang Yuan consoled Tai Baiyunxing, Crane Gate might be one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a super force and colossus, but they also have their own problems. How many methods can they spare to deal with us? I can guarantee it is not as exaggerated as you think, especially when they greatly underestimate our true battle strength. Life was not easy, Crane Gate also had their own difficulties, In today's Central Continent, new sects emerged one after another, constantly bringing huge impacts to the 10 great ancient sections. The 10 great ancient sects occupied the most important and the most essential cultivation resources in Central Continent. Naturally, they had to withstand the impact of new forces from all directions. In history, Immortal Crane sect had been at its peak a few times, but now, it was clearly far from its peak. Crane Gate had not expanded for many years, this meant that they also had their own shackles. Since Junior Brother insists on fighting a tough battle with Crane Gate, then I can only risk my life to accompany you. Don't worry, no matter how dangerous the situation is, I will support you until the last moment. Tai Baiyunxing patted his chest and swore. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, don't worry, I, Guyu of Fang Yuan, am not a stubborn person. If things go south, I will definitely take the initiative to retreat. It might not be difficult to defeat Crane Gate's first wave of attack. But the key difficulty is not here. Crane Gate has a lot of assets. If we defeat them, they will attack again soon. The more times this happens, the stronger Crane Gate's attacks will be, and they will pay more attention to us. To solve this problem, we need to rely on the general situation. We need to form alliances and borrow the strength of the other ancient sections. Tai Baiyunxing nodded repeatedly. He agreed with Fang Yuan's words. However, junior brother, you have already sent a letter to Spirit Affinity House, but they have yet to reply. Did our letter Gu get intercepted by Crane Gate? Should we send a few more letters? Fang Yuan shook his head. The letter Gu he used to contact Spirit Affinity House was not his, but the rank 5 letter sending green bird Gu created by Feng Zhouge. Back then, Fang Yuan defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Kim Hong was indignant. He sent a challenge letter using this letter sending green bird Gu. But Fang Yuan did not reply to the challenge. He directly detained this letter Gu. He had once guessed that the owner of this letter Gu was likely to be Feng Zhouge. Because back then, Feng Kim Huang's cultivation had not even reached rank 5. Other than Feng Zhouge, there was also his wife, Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing. No matter who the owner was, this letter Gu had already been lent to Fang Yuan. The original intention was for Fang Yuan to reply to the challenge letter. This time, Fang Yuan used this letter Gu to contact Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan was originally very confident in this letter. But Spirit Affinity House did not reply for a long time. Fang Yuan could not be too confident. According to common sense, letter sending green bird Gu was created by Feng Zhouge. To a certain extent, it represented this expert's will and face. The possibility of offending his dignity and intercepting the green bird Gu was not high. But this possibility could not be ruled out. Thus, Fang Yuan nodded and accepted Tai Baiyunxing's suggestion. Alright, let's wait for another 7 days. If we don't get a response, we will send another letter. Days passed. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in a predicament. Strong enemies were approaching from the outside, while cultivation resources were severely lacking. Even though there were ways to use zombie bodies and wisdom Gu to deduce and sell immortal Gu recipes, regrettably, Fang Yuan did not have the capital to start with. He could only put it aside for the time being. Land Spirit of Xianxia and Spirit Affinity House were the keys to break out of this predicament. But unfortunately, there was no news of these 2 keys. He did not know when he could obtain them, or if he could not obtain them in his entire life. The difficulties of fate, the unknown road ahead, the perplexity, shrouded Fang Yuan once again. It seems my luck is still not that good. Fang Yuan mocked himself. There was no helping it. With spring-autumn cicada, his luck was getting worse and worse. He tried to ask Mo Yao about an immortal Gu remnant recipe that was slightly more complete, but Mo Yao said she did not know. She was residing in Fang Yuan's body and had gone through the final battle of Northern Plains. She knew that Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, thus it was not hard to guess Fang Yuan's intentions. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. She was very likely to know an immortal Gu remnant recipe that fit Fang Yuan's criteria. But if she did not say it, Fang Yuan lacked wisdom path methods. He could not do anything to her. Under such a situation, He Lulan suddenly arrived at Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan had lost a Stargate Gu. He could not return to Northern Plains by himself. He Lulan was able to arrive at Danghun Mountain using fixed immortal travel. As for why she knew about the scenery here, that was because Fang Yuan had sent her a will of his own accord. This was the agreed plan, but Fang Yuan was still surprised. If I am not wrong, there is still half a month until the agreed time, right? The situation has changed, my friend. He Lulan's tone was deep, revealing a trace of anxiety. To be able to make this ambitious person anxious, it seemed the situation in Northern Plains was not optimistic. But soon, she realized something was wrong. She restrained her emotions and sneered with her arms crossed. Of course, I have another goal. I want to catch you off guard. After all, this should be your headquarters. If you set a trap for me, I might be able to disrupt your plans by coming here in advance. Hearing Fang Yuan say not enough, He Lulan snorted in displeasure. Fang Yuan, you are not clear about Northern Plains' situation. Let me tell you, not long ago, Northern Plains' #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori, invited all the super forces to make deductions for them. The condition was to form an alliance with Dongfang tribe and not target or suppress Dongfang tribe for 50 years after his death. Oh? Fang Yuan's gaze focused. There was such a thing? Then, what did he deduce? It is said that Dongfang Naganori made a deduction for each clan, involving Gu recipes, Immortal Gu's location, methods to kill desolate beasts and so on. He had already deduced many things about you. I am not clear about the details. But now, everyone knows you are not a Northern Plains Gu master. But there are also Northern Plains Gu masters around you who are in cahoots with you. He Lulan answered. Tai Baiyunqing's pupils shrunk. He said with some palpitation, he actually deduced so much information. As expected of Dongfang Naganori. He Lulan laughed coldly, continuing, Fang Yuan, our lives are tied together. If I die, there's no guarantee that I won't betray you and Tai Bai. Yunqing. Also, is Wisdom Gu in your hands? Tai Baiyunqing's expression changed. He wanted to deny it, but stopped the impulse. Fang Yuan smiled calmly. How can that be? Wisdom Gu was destroyed by the wind veil of assimilation. How could I bring it here? Tai Baiyunqing praised inwardly. Fang Yuan's lying skill was truly amazing. His tone and expression were flawless, filled with regret and other emotions, as if he had really lost Wisdom Gu. He Lulan could not see any flaws. But at the next moment, she squinted and said in a rascally tone, I don't care if you really lost Wisdom Gu, I only know that Wisdom Gu might be forced to survive. And I took the initiative to seek refuge with you. Hee, don't be in a hurry to deny it. You must have known what I mean. It's not safe for you to hide in Zhongzhou State. Regardless of whether the Wisdom Gu is really in your hands, as long as I leak the news of you possessing the Wisdom Gu, it will be useless even if you hide to the ends of the earth. All the Gu immortals in the world will chase after you crazily, until they find out the truth. Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's face turned cold as he slowly stood up. He Lulan. You've got guts. Do you know that you are now in Danghun Mountain? As long as we give the order, the land spirit will completely activate Danghun Mountain. You can just die here. Tai Baiyunqing shouted sternly. However, He Lulan threw her head back and laughed without fear. Ha ha ha, even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's lair, what can it do to me? Before I left, I made some arrangements. As long as I don't go back for 3 days. At that time, the whole of Northern Plains will know about you too. You will be the culprit behind the collapse of Northern Plains' Truyang building. Moreover, you will tell the whole world that Wisdom Gu is in your hands. Tai Baiyunqing's expression froze. He Lulan had indeed come prepared, this move just happened to hit his weakness. But at this time, Fang Yuan's gloomy words stopped He Lulan's laughter. He Lulan, I know you are not afraid of death. But have you forgotten about your deep hatred? He Lulan's expression changed and her aura fell. Her gaze was like lightning as she looked at Fang Yuan. State your conditions. First, you have to agree to the first condition. That is, you have to return fixed immortal travel to its owner and return it to me. Next, Fang Yuan raised 4 fingers. Secondly, after we work together, during the process of your revenge, we will split the spoils of war between you and me. After all, Tai Baiyunqing and I are 2 Gu immortals. He Lulan snorted coldly. You think only you have helpers and I don't? But forget it, I will agree to this. She hesitated inwardly, but still chose to give in, even though she had a tough personality. Fang Yuan smiled. From this, he could see the sincerity of the other party's cooperation. He continued, finally, I need to know the ins and outs of the entire matter. The reason why you wanted to kill your own father. He Lulan was silent for a while before agreeing, you are indeed a suspicious person. I can also satisfy your third condition. Actually, there is nothing to hide. Next, from the conversation, Fang Yuan finally learned of He Lulan's secret of revenge. It turned out that the root of all this was 88-point Jinyang Tower. In Truyang Tower, there was a true inheritance called Yinyang Life Extension Method, which was taken away by He Qing long ago. Fang Yuan had coincidentally seen the empty light lumps left behind by the Yinyang Life Extension Method. This true inheritance was a lifespan extension method created by Giant Sun Immortal after researching Renzu. To use this method, a male and female Gu Immortal had to cooperate, and through intercourse, one party's lifespan could be extended. But this method had a flaw. If one party's lifespan was extended, the other party's lifespan would definitely be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one party's lifespan to the other. The story of Su Xian's night elopement had been widely spread in Northern Plains, causing countless Northern Plains girls to take the initiative to find their love. Over 200 years ago, Su Xian was a concubine daughter of Su tribe. Her status was not high, and she often served as a wine-pouring maid at banquets for esteemed guests. Once, when Su tribe leader hosted He Qing, Su Xian poured wine for him and fell in love at first sight. However, Su tribe leader plotted against He Qing, and He Qing was poisoned by a gu. His strength fell to rock bottom, and he was chased by others. After Su Xian learned of this, she resolutely left the tribe camp in the middle of the night to save He Qing, who she had only met once. At that time, she only had rank 1 cultivation, and with Northern Plains wolf groups roaming at night, killing intent was everywhere, she was simply courting death. But by coincidence, she found He Qing, who was unconscious on the ground. He Qing was thus saved, and the conversation between the two became a classic that was passed down in Northern Plains. He Qing asked Su Xian, "I was plotted against by your Su tribe leader, and you are a Su tribesman, why did you come to save me, an enemy of Su tribe?" Su Xian answered, "Young master has the air of a hero, I fell in love at first sight." Su tribe leader was short-sighted, he was incited by a villain to plot against young master, but did not consider the consequences of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to act willfully, Su tribe was destined to become a sacrificial pawn between the two super tribes. People often say, "Young master, you must repay kindness with a gushing spring." I saved young master today, I only hope that young master can take me in. Young master is taking revenge on Su tribe. This is a matter of course. But I only hope that young master can be merciful and leave behind a Su tribe bloodline. He Qing was greatly moved, tightly grabbing Su Xian's hand. He swore, "Your love is as deep as the sea, I, He Qing, am not a heartless person, how can I not repay you? From today onwards, you are my only wife. No matter how beautiful other beauties are, they have nothing to do with me. In this life, I will not let you down." From then on, the two became husband and wife, they were close friends. 100 years later, both of them became Gu Immortals, becoming a legend in Northern Plains. But what the public did not know was, not long after Su tribe, their clan was exterminated. He Qing had many wives and children, Su Xian was not the first, nor would she be the last. He Qing and Su Xian gave birth to a daughter, who took her father's surname. She was named Lu Lan. A few years later, Su Xian died. He Qing was extremely sad. He announced to the public, his beloved wife's body had deteriorated after giving birth to He Lu Lan. She was gravely ill and her strength was greatly reduced, thus she died in the Blessed Land's earthly calamity a few years later. He obtained the Yinyang life extension method in True Inheritance secluded domain. It was kept a secret. For his own selfish desires, he had ulterior motives. He deceived my mother. My mother did not know the inside story, she trusted him and cooperated with him, but in the end, almost all of her lifespan was mercilessly taken away by him. After my mother died, he concealed the truth, he was still a righteous path Gu Immortal. He annexed my mother's aperture, taking away all the Gu worms she had accumulated in her life. He was a coward, a despicable and dirty person. In order to live longer, he actually killed the person who loved him the most. Before mother died, she finally saw his true colors, she told me to be careful of him. Sure enough, my mother was right. Something seemed to have gone wrong in his cultivation, the lifespan that he took away was being consumed. Rapidly, he was facing the danger of his lifespan running out again. This time, he's targeting me. I have the great strength true martial physique, once I become a Gu Immortal, I will have a deep foundation. If he used the Yinyang life extension method on me, he would waste even less lifespan and obtain even more. He Lu Lan revealed the dark inside story one by one, his calm tone revealing a bone-piercing hatred. Tai Bai Yunqing shook his head as he listened, to think that Lord He Qing was actually such a person, it is truly disappointing, He was previously a Gu immortal seed with hopes of becoming an immortal. He tribe's Gu immortal He Bai had secretly contacted him, and had even expressed the intention of recruiting him. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing had always had a good impression of He tribe. He Lulan's words destroyed this good impression. The so-called righteous path has many people who are righteous on the surface, but are ugly and dirty in the dark. In contrast, the demonic path has countless people with true emotions. He Lulan sneered. Speaking of which, no wonder when the wind veil of assimilation was split open, you did not respond when He Qing called your name. Fang Yuan nodded, looking at He Lulan again. He had a different feeling. He Lulan was born in a noble family, but this was a tragedy. Her father assassinated her mother, and now wanted to deal with her and take away her lifespan. She didn't have a warm family, and she was forced to disguise herself after many years of life-threatening crisis. She secretly worked hard and swore to avenge her mother. This was probably the main reason for her ambitious and ruthless nature. Without cause, there would be no effect, and with effect, there would be a cause. There was an old saying, heroes often meet their end. The hero here could also be replaced with ambitious and ruthless characters. Actually, it was not that heroes and ruthless characters often met with difficulties, but rather, the difficulties created them. From this aspect, heroes and ruthless characters were people with many difficulties in life. They encountered much more pain than ordinary people. And it was because of this pain that they learned and shaped them. Living happily, being a completely upright person, being open and aboveboard, without any troubles, while obtaining countless achievements, winning fame and praise. Were there really such examples in reality? Fang Yuan thought back to Earth, to his previous life of 500 years, and sneered. But for those with achievements, there would be sacrifices. Those who were in high positions often had to sacrifice their morals. Of course, there were weirdos, lucky ones, and those who relied on their elders to hide, but how long could they last, and how many of them could there be? Speaking of which, when Renzu walked on his own path of life, his vision changed greatly. It was all darkness. He took the first step. Pa. The next moment, he stepped into the mud. He lifted his foot and wiped it with his hand. It was all mud, it was extremely smelly. He hesitated. Outside the window, it was snowing quietly. In the quiet room, the fragrance of tea pervaded the air. Beside the vermilion window frame, a woman was sitting. She was wearing a brocade leather skirt unique to Northern Plains women. There were purple-red flower buds embroidered on the leather skirt, the edges were shining with silver light. She wore a sapphire blue ribbon on her head. At the center of the ribbon was a pure white pearl. Her eyelids were lowered, her eyelashes were thick, she breathed softly, her hands were as white as snow, her movements were light and slow, she was concentrating on brewing tea. The quiet room was not big, there was only her. But on the tea table, there were cups for 4 people. Suddenly, a dense jade light appeared in the quiet room. After the light dissipated, an old man's figure was revealed. The old man was tall and had a strange appearance. His hair was white like snow, his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, they were warm and firm, containing the wisdom of life accumulated over time. Seeing the old man, the woman brewing tea raised her head, smiling with interest. You are Tai Bai Yunxing. The old man was Tai Bai Yunxing. He quickly looked around before bowing to the woman. Junior greets Senior Fairy Li Shan. The woman smiled and nodded. She was an influential person among Northern Plains Gu Immortals, a rank 7 Gu Immortal, Fairy Li Shan. She was young and beautiful, but her actual age was much older than Tai Bai Yunxing. After Tai Bai Yunxing confirmed the surroundings were safe, he opened his immortal aperture. 2 figures jumped out. One turned into He Lulan, the other was an 8-armed immortal zombie, 6 meters tall, with a green face and sharp fangs. It was Guyue Fang Yuan. Little aunt, I am back. He Lulan sat beside Fairy Li Shan. Her expression was still cold, but her gaze revealed a trace of intimacy. Fairy Li Shan looked at He Lulan warmly, sighing. Next, her gaze turned to Fang and Bai. My relationship with little Lan has always been kept a secret, outsiders do not even know we know each other. Today, she exposed it. It shows she is sincere in cooperating with the 2 guests. Especially you, Fang Yuan. Xiaolan has mentioned you to me many times in the past few days. You've done a great thing. You actually collapsed the 88-point Xianxia Tower. Fang Yuan laughed. Using the hoarse voice unique to zombies, he said, "Fairy, you flatter me. It's not my wish that things have come to this. Tell the truth. I've always had my doubts about He Lulan's proposal. But I didn't expect you to have such a close relationship with He Lulan. That is for the best. With Fairy's immortal Gu Mountain pledge, I will not be able to do anything. Only then will our alliance be secure." Not long ago, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lulan revealed the secret of her revenge. After that, she told Fang Yuan about her relationship with Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan was both surprised and not surprised. He Lulan had been under the strict supervision of Gu Immortal He Qing. She could not have gotten to where she was with her own efforts. Other than her own hard work, there had to be external help. "Please take a seat, this is the freshly brewed snow oil tea." Fairy Li Shan gestured for Fang and Bai to sit down. Fang Yuan waved his hand, rejecting, "Let's establish the alliance first. It won't be too late to drink it after the tea." Junior Fang is really decisive. Fairy Li Shan praised, before summoning an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu. It was a dada worm. It was thick and sturdy, bigger than an adult's palm. Its body was made of gray stone, there was a pair of huge pincers on its head, its back was not smooth, it was like a craggy mountain wall, there were moss-like markings on the joints of its limbs. Fairy Li Shan explained at an appropriate time, "This is a rank 6 information path immortal Gu, it is as famous as Si Vow Gu. As long as you choose a tall mountain to make the vow, as long as this mountain exists, the vow cannot be violated." "Junior Fang, which mountain do you want to choose to make the vow?" Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows, pointing outside the window as he laughed hoarsely, "What place can be better than this mountain?" Tai Baiyunqing did not understand, he asked in confusion, "What mountain is this?" "This mountain is called Snowy Mountain." Fairy Li Shan smiled. "Snowy Mountain, I have heard of it somewhere. Wait, is this the base of Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land?" Tai Baiyunqing cried out in shock. "Where else did you think it was?" He Lulan snorted coldly. Fang Yuan continued to introduce to Tai Baiyunqing, "There is a difference between mortals and immortals, old Bai, you have just advanced, you have only heard some information about Northern Plains Gu Immortal World from me. This Fairy Li Shan is the owner of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's third peak, you can call her third leader." "Third leader." Tai Baiyunqing stared at Fairy Li Shan, he had never expected such a gentle and quiet woman to be a demonic path Gu Immortal, moreover, she was the third leader of Northern Plains' largest demonic path base, cough, cough, cough. Dongfang Naganori was lying on the bed, coughing non-stop. Every time he coughed, his already pale face became even more ashen. "Lord." A handsome young man stood beside the bed, he had a mournful expression. He wore white clothes, his face was like jade, his eyes were deep, and he had a calm and mature temperament, it was Dongfang Yuliang. "No need to be sad, Liang Air, cough, death, birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of heaven." Dongfang Naganori said this, he gasped for breath and recovered some strength, continuing, "Your talent is better than mine, in the entire tribe, you are the one I favor the most. Only you can shoulder the heavy responsibility of bringing Dongfang tribe back to glory. I, Dongfang Naganori, am not wrong about you. Lord Supreme Elder." Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red, he choked with emotions and was speechless. The dying old man in front of him was his benefactor, he, Dongfang Yuliang, lost his parents when he was 11, not only did he have to make ends meet, he also had to take care of his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qingyu. To preserve his life, he was forced to give away the inheritance left behind by his parents. But precisely because of this, he was favored by Dongfang Naganori, not only did he become a trusted aide, his sister was also taken good care of. Afterwards, Dongfang Yuliang even received personal guidance from Dongfang Naganori. The latter disregarded all obstacles and appointed Dongfang Yuliang as the current tribe leader. Dongfang Yuliang lost the imperial court contest, he was ostracized and suppressed by all sides after returning to the tribe, it was Dongfang Naganori who protected him, shielding him from the wind and rain, putting in a lot of effort. Dongfang Naganori became weaker and weaker, he opened his mouth several times but could not speak. Finally, he spoke with a soft voice, "Give me your hand." Dongfang Yuliang stretched out his hand and held the old man's right hand. The old man held a gu in his hand. This gu, take it. Dongfang Naganori's face flushed red, he felt a surge of strength before he died. He stared at Dongfang Yuliang and said with concern, although Dongfang tribe and the other Righteous Path tribes have signed an alliance agreement, the affairs of the world are unpredictable and hard to predict. After I die, Dongfang tribe will go from prosperity to decline. You are my inheritor, you must be careful. Once this gu is activated, it will bring you to a secret place. There are cultivation resources I have prepared for you, my experience in immortal ascension, the tribe's secret history and my life's wisdom path comprehension. Remember to prioritize your own safety, there is no need to rush. In the tribe, there are demonic path spies. Saying so, Dongfang Naganori's expression turned sluggish, the redness on his face faded and his eyes lost the last trace of luster. Lord! Dongfang Yuliang's face was already covered in tears, he could not help but cry out in sorrow. Northern Plains No. 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori, died. When the news spread, Dongfang tribe's sorrowful cries continued for 3 days and 3 nights. And all the Northern Plains forces, as well as the righteous and demonic Path Gu Immortals, who received the news, let out sighs of relief. Dongfang Naganori was a legendary figure. When he was born, Dongfang tribe was already on the decline, they only had the name of a super force, but no longer had the strength to back it up. Dongfang Naganori became a Gu Immortal and led the tribe. He schemed in many ways, using wisdom path methods to form alliances, he made strong friends and killed weak neighbors, he even schemed to make enemies fight against each other, finally allowing Dongfang tribe to rise again. Dongfang tribe's rise was mostly due to Dongfang Naganori alone. But precisely because of this, all the Northern Plains Gu Immortals realized Dongfang Naganori's power. When Wisdom Path Gu Immortals wanted to deal with their enemies, they often did not even need to personally make a move, they could teach them a lesson. Their schemes were meticulous, one after another. Those who were schemed against would feel like they had sunk into a swamp, even if they realized it, they would not be able to free themselves. The Gu Immortals were all wary of Dongfang Naganori, they secretly came to a tacit agreement. They prohibited the sale of Lifespan Gu to Dongfang Naganori, and even secretly destroyed Dongfang tribe's plan to plunder Lifespan Gu. Dongfang Naganori schemed against others, and was schemed against by others in the end. The sun shone brightly, Crescent Lake's ripples sparkled, dragon fish jumped out of the lake from time to time. The lakeside was covered in snow, this was the remnant of the 10-year blizzard disaster. Fang Yuan destroyed giant Sun Immortals arrangements, the blizzard disaster flooded Imperial Court Blessed Land, thus Northern Plains disaster was much smaller than before. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land was gone and True Yang Building was destroyed, Northern Plains no longer had the 10-year blizzard disaster. The snow slowly melted under the sunlight. In the snow, there was already grass growing out of it. Pieces of green and white were mixed together. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing moved together. On the way, they saw many water wolves and lone tri-horned rhinos. There was originally a dense horseshoe forest here, but now, large areas of the forest had been crushed by the snow and frozen to death. The change in scenery gave Fang Yuan some trouble. He was looking for the path to Langya Blessed Land, the purple stone forest that thieving heaven demon Venerable had set up. 3 days had passed since he formed an alliance with He Lulan. Little Hu Immortal stayed behind to guard Hu Immortal Blessed Land, she had been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, but Langya Old Immortal's divine sense had not arrived yet. Fang Yuan took back his fixed immortal travel and used this immortal gu to go to Crescent Lake. To prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings, Fang Yuan did not directly teleport to Langya Blessed Land. He planned to use thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangements again to enter. Because of the change in environment, he could not directly teleport to the purple stone forest. It was all thanks to Tai Baiyunxing that he could directly arrive at Crescent Lake. When he was roaming in Northern Plains, he had once stayed by Crescent Lake, he dug a cave and made some simple arrangements, living there for 2 to 3 months. Found it. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, he stopped in front of a purple stone pillar. Tai Baiyunxing looked towards the direction of the voice, seeing that this crucial stone pillar was very ordinary. Only at the base of the stone pillar, there was a stone that was smooth like a stool, it looked quite special. It is here. Fang Yuan stretched out his thick monstrous hand, sweeping away the snow on the stone stool, confirming again. After Tai Baiyunqing entered his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sat on the stone stool and used a goo worm to cut his arm, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. His blood was no longer red like a normal person, it was jade green, it had no temperature, it was very cold. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had secretly used a mysterious goo worm on the purple stone pillar, it quickly absorbed all of the jade green zombie blood. Ma Hongyan's figure flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. This opportunity originally belonged to Ma Hongyun, Fang Yuan was the one who stole it. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were brought out of the wind curtain of assimilation with the luck path true inheritance, they were fought over by Northern Plains righteous and demonic path goo immortals. It was a chaotic scene back then. Right now, there was no news of them, they were definitely captured by a goo immortal. Whether they could escape or what happened to them, no one knew. Compared to his previous life, Ma Hongyan's situation was much worse now. It could be seen that even luck that rivaled the heavens was not omnipotent. Luck could only provide opportunities, whether one could make use of it or resist it depended on the goo master's strength and methods. Right now, Ma Hongyun was still being searched crazily, it was unknown which goo immortal had hidden them. The temptation of the luck path true inheritance was especially great for Northern Plains goo immortals. It was extremely huge. My spring-autumn cicada has the weakness of weakening one's luck, if I can use the luck path true inheritance to make up for this weakness, that would be for the best. Ever since rebirth, I have suffered enough from bad luck. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Not only was Ma Hongyun guilty of having a treasure, most importantly, in this trip to Northern Plains, Ma Hongyun was a witness, he was likely to expose Fang Yuan. Therefore, Ma Hongyun was also killed by He Lulan. Killing Ma Hongyun was already part of the Snow Mountain Alliance. Entering Xianxia blessed land again, Fang Yuan was not the same as before. He directly entered the quiet room in the Cloud Pavilion. Xianxia blessed land's terrain was unique, it was a vast expanse of white cloud soil. The 12 pavilions were separated from each other. They stood on the cloud soil and were called the 12 cloud pavilions. However, what Fang Yuan saw was a messy scene. The fertile cloud soil was full of holes. Some of the holes were filled with ice. Some of the pits were still emitting black smoke. Tai Baiyunqing came out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Seeing this scene, he immediately blurted out, there was a huge battle here not long ago. Looks like the land spirit of Xianxia is really in trouble. Fang Yuan didn't say anything. He just looked at the 12 cloud pavilions in the distance. These 12 pavilions each had their own unique characteristics. Some were surrounded by red-crowned cranes, some were inhabited by winged people, and some were filled with colorful clouds. Some were filled with sandalwood fragrance. But now, of these 12 cloud pavilions, 8 were intact. The remaining 3 had been heavily damaged by the attacks. The richly ornamented pavilions had turned into rubble. What's going on? We have already arrived at Xianxia blessed land, why has the land spirit not appeared? Tai Baiyunqing frowned, feeling even more alert. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Yuan said. The two flew over, getting closer to the 12 cloud pavilions. Look there is a desolate beast corpse. Halfway through, Tai Baiyunqing suddenly pointed in a direction, saying. Only to see a giant fish lying on the cloud soil, not moving. It was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. On its back, there were bony spikes growing out of its body, extending outwards. Its scales were blue in color, its dead fish eyes were as large as a horse carriage, with some starlight left in them. This is the desolate beast spinefin star dragonfish. Fang Yuan said. He knew that the land spirit of Xianxia had a beast enslavement immortal goo that enslaved 12 desolate beasts, hiding in the 12 cloud pavilions. Was this spinefin star dragonfish one of the 12 desolate beasts? Eh? Someone came in. In the dark secret room, the land spirit of Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, sensing Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing's presence. In front of him was a goo immortal. He had a middle-aged appearance, giving off a rather imposing aura. His appearance was similar to a normal person's, he had black skin and white hair, he was an Inkman goo immortal. What? Another strong enemy? The Inkman goo immortal heard the land spirit's words and immediately became nervous. So it is this brat. Phew, he scared me. No worries, I know this person. He came here half a year ago. The land spirit of Xianxia let out a breath of turbid air after sensing with all his concentration. The Inkmangu immortal raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not think that someone else besides him could come to Xianxia blessed land as a guest. Since he is a friend and not an enemy, then it is easy. We have already been in this secret room for 3 days and 3 nights. After a while, we will be able to remove a layer of the seal on your body. At this time, we cannot be disturbed. The Inkmangu immortal felt a huge weight lift off his heart. But we cannot let them get close to the cloud building. Old friend, you don't know, this kid is extremely crafty. He is thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. I suffered a huge loss at his hands. Let me mobilize the desolate beasts to stop him for now. The land spirit of Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. We have been here for so long, but the land spirit of Xianxia has not appeared. It seems something big has happened here. The one who attacked Xianxia blessed land is definitely not a single person. Such a force is not to be trifled with. We should quickly search the battlefield and retreat. Just as Tai Baiyunxing said this, a huge yellow metallic mountain rock slowly emerged from the cloud soil. The huge rock moved nimbly and blocked the two. Desolate beast. Tai Baiyunxing was on guard. The desolate beast did not have eyes, it only had a pair of huge pincers in front of it. No one dared to doubt the power of this sinister weapon. Next, the other 9 pairs of pincers also extended from the sides of the huge rock. The pincers were deeply inserted into the cloud soil, supporting the desolate beast's mountain-like body. At this point, Tai Baiyunxing finally recognized this desolate beast. This is the Swamp Sovereign King, Swamp Crab. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was very clear about Swamp Crab. In this life, after he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he encountered a Swamp Crab during tribulation. Most importantly, that Swamp Crab actually had Gruel Mud Immortal Goo on it. It brought disaster to Danghun Mountain. In order to save Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan stepped into Northern Plains and conspired to obtain Tai Baiyunxing's landscape as before Immortal Goo. Right now, Fang Yuan risked his life to not only save Danghun Mountain, he even recruited Tai Baiyunxing to his side. It could be said that he obtained both man and goo. The Swamp Crab blocked the two's path. Tai Baiyunxing stopped and asked Fang Yuan, "What do we do now?" Fang Yuan's gaze locked onto the desolate beast in front of him, saying softly, "Fight. Be careful." Tai Baiyunxing nodded. He quickly retreated, pulling some distance away from Fang Yuan. He was a healing goo immortal. Under normal circumstances, he would not take risks personally. This was also a consistent style of play that suited his temperament. Fang Yuan hovered in the air. He quietly looked at the swamp crab. Next, he breathed in deeply, his back straightened and his 8 arms spread out. The muscles all over his body bulged, making him look like a steel monster. His eyes were blood red, his face was green and his fangs were sharp, adding to his malevolent and terrifying aura. At the next moment, Fang Yuan suddenly moved. His body moved like a meteor, fiercely crashing towards the swamp crab. The swamp crab had a huge body. But it was extraordinarily agile, its 9 pairs of pincers moved rapidly, causing its body to dodge to the side. But Fang Yuan was a flying master. He seemed to be unable to change his trajectory, but he suddenly changed direction and crashed into the swamp crab's back. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the swamp crab lowered its body from the impact of Fang Yuan's attack. Fang Yuan's 6-meter-tall body stood in a crater. This was the damage caused by his attack just now. Tough enough. Fang Yuan grinned, retracting his 4 right fists. His fists, without exception, were all lacerated, exposing his bones. But Fang Yuan had already lost his sense of pain. The cracked bones in his fists were healing at a visible speed. After a few breaths of time, his 4 right fists recovered to their original state. Whoosh whoosh, 2 fierce gusts of wind attacked. The wings on Fang Yuan's back opened, he stepped on the ground and flew up like lightning, dodging the fierce gusts. 2 clanging sounds could be heard. Fang Yuan turned around and saw that the swamp crab's huge pincers were extending to his back at an unbelievable speed, clamping together fiercely. If Fang Yuan had dodged a little slower, he would have been in trouble. The battle strength of a desolate beast was comparable to a rank 6 goo immortal. Even if Fang Yuan had a heavenly zombie shell with a sharp increase in defense, he did not want to taste the feeling of being clamped by steel pincers. The swamp crab's shell is extraordinarily hard, its defense is almost flawless. I do not have methods to cut or drill it, I can only use brute force to counter brute force, using brute force to counter brute force, that is the correct way. Thoughts collided in Feng Yuan's mind. He continued to fly up, looking down. In just a few breaths of time, the swamp crab's body was covered in large numbers of crabs. Some of these crabs were as large as tigers, fierce and fearless. Some had sharp pincers like steel needles. Some had limbs like 8 claws, they were extremely fast. This was the swamp crab's special ability, it could reproduce itself at any time, producing a huge crab army that would be loyal to it. Very good. Feng Yuan's gaze was cold, he took a deep breath and activated the killer move Myriad Self. A bead of green grape immortal essence was expended, activating the core immortal goo first. Following that, large numbers of goo worms were activated in a certain pattern. Feng Yuan punched out with 8 fists, attacking the swamp crab below. Bam bam bam, each fist burst out with a formless and colorless fist chi. Fist shadows flew, fist chi rained down like a torrential rain, the swamp crab let out a sharp scream, its body was pressed down by the unceasing fist chi. Countless fist chi smashed on the swamp crab's back, causing its hard shell to become uneven. The scattered fist chi gathered again, forming Feng Yuan's strength path phantoms. In about 10 breaths of time, there was an army of strength path phantoms standing on the swamp crab's back. This is... Tai Baiyunqing was dumbfounded, this was the first time he had seen this killer move. The strength path phantoms surrounded the swamp crab, the crab army collapsed upon contact. The swamp crab could not hold on any longer, it screamed and struggled with all its might, but it could not hide its defeat. No matter how many strength path phantoms it destroyed, Feng Yuan would not stop attacking, and more strength path phantoms would be created at every moment. The land spirit of Xianxia looked at his swamp crab with a pained expression. This swamp crab was paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up. The 9 pairs of pincers were mostly dismembered, and even one of the largest pincers was shattered. Such a result made the Inkming-gu immortals and Tai Baiyunqing feel a chill in their hearts. Feng Yuan had used over 10,000 strength path phantoms, he had over 3,000 left. He calmly stored the remaining phantoms in his immortal aperture. These phantoms could only exist for a certain period of time, after the time limit, the fist chi would dissipate and the phantoms would vanish. But if he could make use of them, Feng Yuan would make use of them without any wastage. Ever since he returned to Hu immortal blessed land from northern plains, he had not a single immortal yuan stone, thus he had not replenished a large number of mortal goo. He had already probed at the start of the battle, just the 8-arm immortal zombie body alone could not pose any threat to the swamp crab with its hard armor. Thus, his only choice was to use the killer move Myriad Self. The core of this killer move was a soul path immortal goo in Feng Yuan's possession, thus it needed to expend green grape immortal essence. Earlier, the situation was unclear, so Feng Yuan resolutely gave up a bead of green grape immortal essence to control the situation. The killer move Myriad Self was worthy of being the fusion of enslavement path, its power was extraordinary. The swamp crab that had once given Feng Yuan huge trouble and made Feng Yuan expend all his strength to deal with it could not even raise its head against Myriad Self, it was in a disadvantageous position with no hope of turning the tables. Brat, not only did you come to my house, you even injured my desolate beast. How are you going to compensate me? The land spirit of Xianxia glared at Feng Yuan furiously. Tai Baiyunqing was standing behind Feng Yuan. He looked at this land spirit with interest. The land spirit of Xianxia had a tall and thin body, his hair was white like snow and his beard reached his chest. His face was rosy like a baby's, he wore a loose robe with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently burning with rage and glaring at Feng Yuan, his appearance would undoubtedly be even better, and he would look even more like an immortal. Feng Yuan was already familiar with the land spirit of Xianxia. He stared at the land spirit of Xianxia who was tied up. Furrowing his brows, he said, "You're under a seal. No wonder I couldn't hear from you at the jewel yellow skies. According to Northern Plains time, it has only been half a year since we last met. What happened to you?" The land spirit of Xianxia's eyes widened, and he immediately retorted, "How did you end up like this?" He was neither a human nor a ghost. He ascended to become an immortal, and then he fell into a zombie state. Hee hee. You should have plenty of lifespan left. Humph, land spirit of Xianxia, you've lived for so long, yet you don't even know the simplest way to make a choice? If I didn't turn into a zombie, how could I appear in front of you again? How could I control such a powerful battle strength? But you, on the other hand, are regressing. You can't even refine Gu now. You're really losing face for your main body. Fang Yuan sneered. He purposely provoked the land spirit. The land spirit of Xianxia's sore spot was touched, and he stomped his feet in anger. Not long ago, Xianxia blessed land was attacked by a mysterious force. Although the land spirit of Xianxia repelled the invading enemies, his body was sealed by a chi path killer move. Thus, he invited his best friend to help him remove the seal. The land spirit of Xianxia scolded at Fang Yuan, "Brat, you still have the cheek to talk about me? The collapse of Truyang building was definitely caused by you. Hee, so many people died, the clansmen of 2 super forces lost their lives, the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortals are looking for you, the culprit. You've already become a street rat that everyone wants to kill, your days must not be good." The Inkman Gu immortal and Tai Baiyunxing's expressions changed. The Inkman Gu immortal's pupils shrunk, an intense impulse rose in his heart to cover the land spirit's mouth. But the land spirit had already blurted it out, it was too late. How can you say such a thing? Aren't you afraid of being silenced by these two? The Inkman Gu immortal's heart involuntarily trembled with fear. The 2 people in front of him were actually the culprits who turned Northern Plains upside down, and even destroyed Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. Too dangerous. This situation was bad. At the next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing looked at the Inkman Gu immortal with cold gazes. Even though the Inkman Gu immortal usually had a high status and extraordinary strength, he felt a chill in his heart being stared at by these 2 fierce people. Land spirit of Xianxia, why aren't you introducing this person to us? Fang Yuan chuckled, his voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear, making people feel uncomfortable. He did not want land spirit of Xianxia to reply, who knew what the straightforward land spirit would say. Thus, the Inkman Gu immortal braced himself and stepped forward, saying, "I am Mo Tan Sang, I live in Inkman City, I am the Inkman King of Northern Plains." Tai Baiyunxing's brows rose, he had not expected this person to have such a background, he immediately had a whole new level of respect for the Inkman King. Right now, the 5 regions were ruled by humans. Variant humans lived in the cracks, many of them were sold as slaves, their lives were quite difficult. But in Northern Plains, the Inkmen were one of the variant humans who had the best situation. Many variant humans did not have a fixed residence, they could only wander around. But the Inkmen had built a city in Northern Plains, they had 3 Inkman Gu immortals. The Mo Tan Sang in front of them was the Inkman City Lord. Under his leadership, the Inkmen could resist the pressure from all sides, resist the greedy gazes of countless Gu immortals, and maintain the Inkman's survival. This was not easy, it showed the Inkman King's talent and methods. Inkman King Mo Tan Sang. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. He had an impression of this name. In his previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the Inkman King took advantage of the fact that humans were fighting amongst themselves and had no time to care about him. He seized the opportunity and developed vigorously, greatly expanding the Inkman forces. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he disregarded his dignity as a king and took the initiative to side with Lu tribe. He bowed to Lu tribe's first supreme elder as a servant, he had the status of a servant. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus they protected the Inkman forces. The Inkman forces developed steadily under this layer of protection. After Lu tribe declined, the Inkman king immediately abandoned Lu tribe and cooperated with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, the Inkman already had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains territory. From this, it could be seen that the Inkman king Mo Tan Sang was a very powerful ruler. Not only did he have unique foresight, he was decisive and daring, he could also adapt to circumstances, he could not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan lightly praised, "So it is the Inkman King, you indeed have a majestic aura that surpasses ordinary people." I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. The Inkman King quickly replied humbly. The person in front of him was the main culprit who destroyed 88 Point Xinyang Tower, he was extremely vigilant against such a dangerous person. He took the initiative to explain, I have been good friends with the land spirit of Xianxia for many years. In fact, Inkman City and Xianxia Blessed Land have always had a close relationship. Our Inkman City is most proficient in chi path, and coincidentally, the land spirit of Xianxia was struck by a chi path seal. Thus, we came to help. You are the dragon python that roams the world. You have stirred up the winds and clouds, causing the whole of northern plains to be in chaos. Such elegance, I cannot help but admire you. Our Inkman City. We have always been suppressed by the Huangjin tribes. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal had been excessively demanding of Inkman City, offering countless Inkman women as tributes. This means that you have destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. You have also helped us Inkmen take revenge. You are also the land spirit's friend. That means you are my, Mo Tansang's, friend. If you have any plans in the future, please come to Inkman City as a guest. As expected of the Inkman King, he was extremely eloquent. With just a few words, he was able to express his goodwill, and was neither servile nor overbearing. It was very rare. Who is a friend of this brat? The land spirit of Xianxia shouted in dissatisfaction. However, he was very happy to hear Fang Yuan praise his friend. His anger from before had weakened. Fang Yuan nodded at the Inkman King, replying with deep meaning, "There is a chance. I will definitely go to Inkman City to take a look." Saying so, he looked at the land spirit of Xianxia, not buying the land spirit's words. He continued to provoke, "Land spirit, even if I am not your friend, you have to welcome me and refine Gu for me. Did you forget, I still have one chance to ask you to refine Gu. If I ask you to refine Gu, you have to do it even if you don't want to." The land spirit of Xianxia had no shrewdness, his anger surged again. Normally, Gu immortals would ask him to refine Gu. Their attitudes were all polite and even fawning. When had he ever been so angered by Fang Yuan? But what Fang Yuan said was the truth. He still had one last chance to refine Gu. The land spirit of Xianxia was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. He had to abide by the agreement that his main body had agreed to back then. Damn this scoundrel, I am so angry, so angry. The land spirit of Xianxia's face was red with anger, shouting loudly. Suddenly, he smiled happily, "Ahahaha, I am trapped, this chi path seal is too troublesome, there are 17 to 18 layers of seals. Earlier, the Inkman King only unlocked the first layer. Hahaha, I really can't help you refine Gu now, I can't do it, this is great." Ever since he was sealed, he had been bored to death, unable to refine Gu, his greatest hobby had been taken away. But this time, he felt that he was very happy like this. It was all because of Fang Yuan's anger. Looking at this strange land spirit of Xianxia laughing and shouting like an old urchin, Tai Bai Yunxing felt this trip was not in vain, his horizons had been broadened. The Inkman King was silent. He had a huge business, he did not want to offend Fang Yuan easily. Fang Yuan coughed, saying with a solemn expression, "All right, let's talk about serious matters. Since you can't refine Gu, forget it. I came here for another matter, I want to make a deal with you." "Deal, what deal?" the land spirit of Xianxia asked. The Inkman King immediately became vigilant. Although the land spirit of Xianxia had high intelligence, he had an honest nature, it was hard to guarantee that he would not be deceived. As the land spirit's good friend, if Fang Yuan really had bad intentions, he would stand up and expose the other party's scheme. "The deal is simple, you should still remember that I am a wisdom path Gu master, right? I am willing to deduce an immortal Gu recipe for you, and you will pay me immortal Yuan stone as compensation. This is a win-win deal." Fang Yuan said. "Deduce a Gu recipe?" The land spirit of Xianxia stared with wide eyes. After being dazed for a while, he laughed loudly again. He was rocking back and forth in laughter. If his hands were not tied, he would probably be slapping his thighs in laughter. The land spirit of Xianxia mocked, "Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you are a zombie now, you still want to deduce a Gu recipe? Or an immortal Gu recipe? I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible." The Inkman King said, "If it is an immortal Gu recipe, even if it is an incomplete recipe, its value is extremely high. If I let Sir deduce it, if Sir cannot deduce it, wouldn't Sir also know the contents of the immortal Gu recipe?" The land spirit of Xianxia was reminded. He immediately shouted in anger, "Good lad, you actually want to swindle an old man's immortal Gu recipe. At once, everyone's gazes were attracted to the goo worm in Fang Yuan's hand. The goo worm was brimming with immortal energy, it contained surging laws, it was no doubt an immortal goo. But no one knew what immortal goo it was. Only Tai Baiyunqing's heart jolted, he recalled what Fang Yuan had once revealed to him. This goo. Land Spirit of Langya's eyes shined, I have never seen this goo before, this is a new goo. He jumped in front of Fang Yuan, his nose was only 2 to 3 inches away from the goo worm, he sniffed it like he was smelling a flower. Next, he shouted, "Ah, this is the aura of luck path, this is a luck path goo worm. Good lad, you destroyed True Yang building, but it seems your gains are not small." Fang Yuan immediately mocked, to think that the great land spirit of Langya is so ignorant. This is not a new goo, it had already appeared 10,000 years ago. Let me tell you, this goo is called Calamity Beckoning, it was created by a certain generation's fairy, Mo Yao, of Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao? Inkman King's eyes shined, if I remember correctly, this woman is one of the few legends in the history of Inkmen. She cultivated to rank 7, her charisma was outstanding, even the famous sword immortal Bo Qing fell in love with her. The Inkman King seemed to be very familiar, when he spoke, his expression was somewhat fanatical. Sire, please don't blame me, I have used Senior Mo Yao as my role model since young, thus I am very familiar with her deeds. Fang Yuan found it funny, to think that this Inkman King was actually a fan of Fairy Mo Yao. But now was not the time to chat with Inkman King. Fang Yuan used this chance. He mocked Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya's face turned red from the humiliation, he wanted nothing more than to open a crack in the ground and hide inside it. He snorted continuously. But he could not refute Fang Yuan. After all, he did not recognize this immortal goo. Fang Yuan mocked for a while, seeing that the time was ripe, he took back Calamity Beckoning immortal goo and took out another immortal goo. Land Spirit of Langya, didn't you claim to be knowledgeable? I'll give you another chance. Let me show you what kind of goo worm this is. The Land Spirit of Langya immediately widened its eyes. He hurried forward to take a closer look. After a few breaths of time, he let out a breath, his nervous expression turned into pride. Of course I recognize this immortal goo. It was called Cleanse Soul, it was a supplementary item for Soul Path goo immortals. Soul Dao cultivation required strengthening, refining, and pacifying the soul. Danghun Mountain's Guts goo was the best choice for strengthening the soul, while Luopa Valley's Fog and Luopa Wind were the best choices for refining the soul. The Lake Calming Soup was the first choice for calming the soul. This was Cleanse Soul immortal goo. It could refine a goo immortal soul and get rid of the impurities. But if it is overused, it will expel the essence of the soul from the body. Oh? You actually recognize this goo? Fang Yuan pretended to be shocked, but inwardly thought, so this immortal goo is called Cleanse Soul, I called it Split Soul earlier wrongly. This Cleanse Soul immortal goo was the core goo of the Killer Move Myriad Self. The Killer Move Myriad Self allowed Fang Yuan to create his own Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms contained a trace of Fang Yuan's soul, thus Fang Yuan could command them. He could move them like an arm, nimbly and flexibly. But precisely because of this, using the Killer Move Myriad Self would expend Fang Yuan's soul foundation. The Land Spirit of Langya saw Fang Yuan's shock and the pride on his face intensified. But Fang Yuan continued, you are lucky this time, you happen to recognize this immortal goo. Hey, what do you mean by luck? This is my strength. If you have strength, you don't even know Calamity Beckoning immortal goo? You. Forget it, look at this immortal goo, you definitely won't recognize it. Take it out, let me see its background. The Land Spirit of Langya shouted. Fang Yuan took out another goo. The Land Spirit of Langya concentrated, carefully identifying it. After a few breaths of time, he laughed, haha, this is the Luck Path immortal goo, Rising Azure Cloud. Rising Azure Cloud? Tai Baiyunqing interrupted. That's right. The Land Spirit of Langya was proud, shaking his head, this goo is a movement immortal goo with a long history. Goo immortals can easily traverse mountains and rivers with it. What's more precious is that this goo can move up and down extremely quickly, far surpassing its peers. So this immortal goo is called Rising Azure Cloud. Fang Yuan pondered for a while, but he was unwilling to give up, taking out another immortal goo. Land spirit, you seem to have a little bit of strength. Take a look at this goo first. Fang Yuan said. What do you mean by seem to have a little bit of strength? I definitely have it. The land spirit of Xianxia retorted, his eyes shining as he stared at Fang Yuan's palm. After a few breaths of time, his expression changed. Ah, so it's you. What goo is this? Tai Baiyunxing spoke again at an appropriate time. At this point, he had already seen through Fang Yuan's intentions. Although Fang Yuan had captured these immortal goo in Truyang building, he did not know their origins, and had been trying to figure them out. Needless to say, familiarizing himself with the effects of an unfamiliar immortal goo was a troublesome matter. The most direct method was to expend immortal essence to activate the immortal goo, and see their effects. But there were many disadvantages to this. Firstly, immortal essence was precious. Secondly, immortal goo were powerful, and might harm oneself. For example, Calamity Beckoning Goo and Spring Autumn Cicada, these immortal goo could not be activated blindly. Thirdly, some immortal goo's usage methods were very unusual, even if they were activated, without a suitable target and environment, there would be no effect. Although Wisdom Goo could assist Fang Yuan, this was a deduction based on Fang Yuan's knowledge. The land spirit of Xianxia did not suspect anything, he showed off his knowledge. This immortal goo is vicious and peculiar, it is a one-time consumable goo. Although I have not seen it personally, I have heard of its appearance from historical records, and paid close attention to it back then, I have a special impression of it. This goo is called Woman's Heart, it is different from ordinary immortal goo, it combines nurturing and refinement. Fang Yuan's interest was immediately piqued. Goo worms were divided into nurturing, usage, and refinement, three aspects. Normally speaking, although these three aspects were related, they were independent of each other. Fang Yuan had never seen an immortal goo that combined nurturing and refinement. But there was a type of goo worm that combined nurturing and usage. Fang Yuan was very proficient in it in his previous life, it was the infamous rank 5 goo, blood guillotine. Then this woman's heart that combined nurturing and refinement. What goo was it? Fang Yuan was curious, but it was not convenient for him to ask this question directly. At this time, Tai Baiyunxing cooperated, it can actually combine nurturing and refinement, I have lived for so long. This is the first time I have heard of it. The land spirit of Xianxia glanced at Tai Baiyunxing, lad, you are still young, you have not lived long enough. The number of goo worms is as vast as the sea, they vary greatly. Nurturing, usage, and refinement, all three aspects are profound and profound. As the saying goes, woman's heart is the most vicious. This immortal goo, woman's heart, is a poison path immortal goo, its poison is extremely fierce. We need to feed it. We need a woman's heart. The process of feeding it is a process of continuous refinement and refinement. The more hearts you feed it, the more venomous it will be. Tai Baiyunxing's expression changed, it needs a woman's heart? So vicious. This is a demonic goo. Actually, we can use a female variant human's heart as a substitute, but the effect is slightly worse than a human's heart. The same poison requires even more female variant human hearts. The land spirit of Xianxia recalled. Tai Baiyunxing said with a solemn expression, even variant humans. They are living beings. They have parents, they have flesh and blood, they have feelings and hatred, how can they be sacrificed so easily? Just to feed a demonic goo? Saying so, Tai Baiyunxing looked at Fang Yuan worriedly. Fang Yuan was expressionless, he put away the immortal goo, woman's heart, and took out another immortal goo, land spirit of Xianxia, I admit you do have some ability. But it is only at this level. You are slightly inferior to me. Ha ha ha, this immortal goo in my hand. You will definitely not be able to guess its origin. Fang Yuan was very confident. The land spirit of Xianxia's gaze was attracted by the new immortal goo. This is also a luck path immortal goo. He sniffed with his nose, his expression clearly becoming nervous. But after a few breaths of time, the nervousness on his face disappeared, he let out a breath of turbid air. I recognize this immortal goo, haha, back then when my main body and giant sun immortal discussed cultivation, I saw this immortal goo. Oh? Is there really such a coincidence? Fang Yuan said with an expression of disbelief. Of course. The land spirit of Langya's eyes were spewing fire. Fang Yuan's expression of disbelief made him feel very unhappy. To prove himself, he said everything he knew. This immortal goo is called Connect Luck. Its effect is very special. It can link the goo master's luck with other people's luck. If one side has good luck, it will be shared with the other side. Similarly, if one side has bad luck, it will also affect the other side. If you also have luck inspection goo, you can observe other people's luck. If you see a lucky person, you can use this Connect Luck immortal goo. But this is not the best way to use it. Because luck is like the tide, it rises and falls unpredictably. If you want to use it like this, you will need another break luck immortal goo. A better way is to use other luck path immortal goo together, to link your luck with the luck of mountains and rivers, the luck of rivers, the luck of blessed lands and grotto heavens, or even the luck of immemorial desolate beasts. Tai Baiyunqing understood the logic and nodded in agreement. That's right, famous mountains and rivers have existed for a long time, blessed lands and grotto heavens are not easily destroyed, and immemorial desolate beasts are comparable to rank 8 goo immortals. The luck of these things is much more reliable than a person's luck. The land spirit of Langya's side, luck path is a different path, it points to the depths of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The one who created it, Giant Sun Immortal, had shocking talent and extraordinary talent. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal discussed Tao with my main body for 7 days and 7 nights, even my main body was filled with admiration towards him. The Inkman King added, the 10 venerables in history are all supreme monuments. Even as an Inkman, I have no choice but to admire them. He had already seen through Feng Yuan's scheme, he wanted to use the land spirit of Langya to obtain information about immortal goo. But he did not expose this. Feng Yuan did not harm the land spirit of Langya. Inkman King did not want to ruin his fragile relationship with Feng Yuan just for this. Feng Yuan nodded at Inkman King. Before looking at the land spirit of Langya, let's return to the transaction. I am very sincere, I have never thought of using this chance to covet your immortal goo recipe. Land spirit, before I deduce the immortal goo recipe for you, I will give you an immortal goo as collateral. At that time, even if I cannot deduce it and see the immortal goo recipe, you can take my immortal goo. That way, you can be at ease. The value of immortal goo usually far surpassed the immortal goo recipe. The land spirit of Langya and Inkman King looked at each other, shouting, Brat, it seems you are very confident in yourself. Alright, I will not take any risks in this transaction, I can even earn some. I will say the ugly words first, I will give you at most 3 immortal goo recipes. No matter which immortal goo recipe it is, you will have to deduce it completely to be considered a success. If you succeed in deducing an immortal goo recipe, give it to me, I will give you the immortal Yuan stone and another remnant recipe. Okay. Feng Yuan did not hesitate, immediately agreeing. To be continued, after smoothly completing the transaction with the land spirit of Langya, Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This transaction was too crucial. The profits could help Feng Yuan get out of his current predicament. Although in Feng Yuan's previous life's memories, there were many ways to obtain immortal Yuan stone. But these methods required time to plan, or had high risks. Transacting with the land spirit of Langya was the only option with low risks and high profits. After thinking for a while, Feng Yuan left the cloud path immortal goo, rising azure cloud, in Langya blessed land as the collateral for the transaction. Rising azure cloud was a movement goo. Feng Yuan did not lack movement immortal goo, he already had worldly wave trace. The latter was suitable for water path goo immortals, it was more effective in the environment of rivers and seas. Rising azure cloud, on the other hand, specialized in ascending and descending, its speed was slower than worldly wave trace. Feng Yuan was a pragmatist, to him, worldly wave trace was more practical. That night in northern plains, Feng Yuan returned to Hu immortal blessed land alone, while Tai Baiyunqing stayed in Langya blessed land. Feng Yuan was very satisfied with this trip. Although he used a bead of green grape immortal essence, in that situation, he did not know Langya blessed land's true state, he had to quickly defeat the swamp crab and take control of the situation. Immortal essence was precious, but he had to use it when needed. Immortal essence that was not used had no value, not to mention 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, even if it was 8 or 10, Feng Yuan would not hesitate to use it when needed. He concluded that he paid very little this time, but his gains were huge. Firstly, he got fixed immortal travel back. Getting fixed immortal travel back was indeed a huge surprise. With fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan could cross regional walls. His footprints were all over the 5 regions. He made full use of his rebirth advantage, making arrangements everywhere and obtaining the greatest benefits. Even if the worst came to worst and Crane Gate broke through immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing could retreat with Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu. They could attack or retreat. Fixed immortal travel might be a rank 6 movement immortal Gu, but it gave Fang Yuan a huge tactical advantage. This was the combination of soaring azure clouds and worldly waves. I can't do it. As a result, the pressure on Fang Yuan lessened. Next, he formed the Snow Mountain Alliance with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. He Lulan possessed the great strength true martial physique, one of the 10 absolute techniques. His potential was immense. Once he ascended to become an immortal, his battle prowess would be no small matter. Fairy Li Shan was an influential person in Northern Plains. On one hand, she was the 3rd leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. On the other hand, she had a wide circle of friends. He had many dealings with Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortals. Righteous Path Gu Immortals had scum and weirdos, while Demonic Path Gu Immortals had all sorts of them. All disputes originated from benefits. The righteous and demonic Dao did not always fight and kill. They also traded with each other and even worked together in secret. Fairy Li Shan had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This Gu was the reason why she was so popular. Dongfang Naganori and the other Righteous Path forces discussed establishing an alliance. They needed Mountain Pledge Gu. The Demonic Path Gu Immortals were even more suspicious of each other. To be able to establish such a huge organization like Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, they needed Mountain Pledge Gu even more. Mountain Pledge Gu was used to establish an inviolable guardian alliance. It was the main foundation of the trust between Demonic Path Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan allied with them. On one hand, he could obtain strong reinforcements. On the other hand, he could solve the biggest problem of lacking real-time information. Fairy Li Shan had such a wide circle of friends, it was much easier for her to gather information than Fang Yuan. Furthermore, Fang Yuan obtained the detailed information of 4 immortal Gu. He broke the formless fist and snatched them. They were Cleansed Soul, Rising Azure Clouds, Woman's Heart, and Connect Cloud. In descending order of value, the first was Rising Azure Clouds. From Fang Yuan's perspective, this Gu had the lowest practical value. It was mortgaged to Land Spirit of Xianxia. It could be said to be fully utilized. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart. It was a one-time consumable Gu, refining and nurturing in one. It had slightly higher practical value. Normally speaking, this kind of one-time consumable Gu was very powerful, like the Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. Above Woman's Heart was Immortal Gu Cleansed Soul. Cleansed Soul could refine the soul. Its effect far surpassed Fang Yuan's Wolf Soul Gu. Fang Yuan had Guts Gu. Strengthening the soul was extremely easy. Before entering Luopa Valley, Immortal Gu Cleansed Soul was the best substitute. Besides this, Cleansed Soul was the core Gu of the killer move Myriad Self. Its value was even higher. Fang Yuan compared it. If he did not use Myriad Self, his battle strength would be weaker than ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals. But once he used this move, his battle strength would rise sharply. He would be able to stand at the top of rank 6 Gu Immortals. Of course, compared to Fang Yuan's blood path battle strength in his previous life, it would be even weaker. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he was a demonic path overlord, at the peak of rank 6, only a step away from rank 7. His battle strength was even more terrifying, firmly occupying the peak of rank 6. He had a shocking battle record of winning against ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals twice. Finally was Connect Luck Immortal Gu. This Luck Path Immortal Gu was the biggest gain that exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. Its value even surpassed Cleansed Soul slightly. Because even though Cleansed Soul was the core of Myriad Self, it was not irreplaceable. And the importance of Connect Luck Immortal Gu was unique to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's first vital Gu was Spring Autumn Cicada. This immortal Gu created him. Without this mystical Gu, Fang Yuan would not have reached this stage. But at the same time, Spring Autumn Cicada was a huge burden to him. Be it the pressure on the aperture, or Spring Autumn Cicada's flaw, constantly reducing the user's luck, they both brought great trouble to Fang Yuan. He even faced many life-threatening situations. If not for Feng Yuan's ability, ruthlessness, and many methods, ordinary people would have died long ago. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Feng Yuan's trump card, but also his greatest worry. If he used Connect Luck Immortal Goo now, he could resolve the flaw of Spring-Autumn Cicada's luck. The land spirit of Xianxia provided many ways to use Connect Luck Immortal Goo. The most praiseworthy way was to use Other Luck Path Immortal Goo with Connect Luck Immortal Goo, connecting the Goo Master's luck to famous mountains and rivers, or immemorial desolate beasts, or grotto heavens and blessed lands. These existences had long luck, they were not easy to destroy. But Feng Yuan did not intend to use this method. Because he could not do it, he only had one luck path Immortal Goo, he did not have anything else to use with it. Feng Yuan's method was to use Connect Luck Immortal Goo to link his luck with other people's luck. The land spirit of Xianxia had said not long ago, a person's luck is like the tide, it rises and falls unpredictably. It is linked to one's luck, one has to pay attention to it at all times, otherwise, the user would be a burden. If it was used with Break Luck Goo, it would expend precious immortal essence, and it would be tiring. But this method's flaw did not exist for Feng Yuan. Why? Because he was someone who had used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, he knew who the influential figures of each era were, he even knew what their future achievements would be, and when they would end up. I can use my previous life's memories to find these future influential figures, and use Connect Luck Immortal Goo to link my luck with them. Anyway, I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, my luck has always been terrible, after linking my luck, I will always be the one to benefit. Feng Yuan thought of this and felt that fixed immortal travel brought him a huge strategic advantage. If not for fixed immortal travel, he would not be able to roam the 5 regions, he would not have the time to travel long distances and find those insignificant people one by one. The final harvest of this trip were the 3 Immortal Goo remnant recipes that Feng Yuan had brought back from Xianxia Blessed Land. These Immortal Goo remnant recipes were very high in completion, they were all above 90%, one of them was even at 99%. After resting for a while, Feng Yuan came to the underground cave. There were too many factors to consider when deducing an Immortal Goo recipe, the wills produced by Mortal Goo were not enough. Feng Yuan did not hesitate, activating Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. He decided to start with the easy part and deal with the 99% remnant recipe first, at the same time, in Xianxia Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Xianxia, what do you think of my restoration? Tai Baiyunxing had his hands behind his back, standing in front of Land Spirit of Xianxia and Inkman King. Inkman King looked at the vast cloud soil that had returned to its original state, his eyes could not help but reveal a light of amazement. Earlier, when Tai Baiyunxing stayed behind and suggested restoring the blessed land for Land Spirit of Xianxia, he did not have any expectations. But to think that Tai Baiyunxing did it so well, the effect was beyond his imagination. Land Spirit of Xianxia sized up Tai Baiyunxing, saying, "To think that you are so extraordinary at such a young age. How did you do it?" Tai Baiyunxing smiled bitterly, he was old, his hair and beard were white, but he was actually called young by others, this strange feeling was not common. He took out landscape as before Immortal Goo and showed it to the two, introducing it in detail. Inkman King could not help but praise, to think that there is such a miraculous Immortal Goo. With this Immortal Goo, we can restore the terrain and rivers of the blessed land, greatly reducing the losses from heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. This Immortal Goo is extremely valuable. Land Spirit of Xianxia was also interested. I have heard of this Immortal Goo, it was once Immortal 9 Regrets' possession. Immortal 9 Regrets inherited a certain true inheritance of spectral soul demon Venerable. Not only does he have landscape as before, he also has man as before. I have not seen this Immortal Goo of yours personally. Study it for me, it will definitely give me new inspiration, I will give you 5 Immortal Yuan stones as compensation. Land Spirit of Xianxia had a huge business, he was a very wealthy person, he did not lack Immortal Yuan stones. 5 Immortal Yuan stones. Tai Baiyunxing hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and refusing. Immortal Goo were very private, they were not easily exposed. But Tai Baiyunxing had to learn from Fairy Li Shan in order to make a living in the future, thus he had no choice but to expose landscape as before Immortal Goo. How could he give it to Land Spirit of Xianxia? He said it was for research, but what if he messed up the research? Seeing that Tai Baiyunxing did not agree, Land Spirit of Xianxia was very disappointed, but he still paid. You restored all of my cloud soil according to the transaction, this is 3 immortal yuan stones. Tai Baiyunxing, however, waved his hand and refused, I will not accept these 3 immortal yuan stones. When Fang Yuan delivers the goods later, I will have to trouble you to give them to him together. Land Spirit of Xianxia, isn't this a little inappropriate? Inkman King glanced at Tai Baiyunxing, saying in a worried tone. The other party was the person who destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and toppled 88-point Xinyang Tower. Once the other party was angered, Inkman King was worried that Fang and Bai would harm Xianxia Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Xianxia was very straightforward, he did not hear the hidden meaning in Inkman King's words, instead saying proudly, humph. That brat is crafty and sly, he dared to have such a bad attitude towards me, I did it on purpose. I will teach him a lesson and let him know the meaning of respecting the elderly. Ha ha ha, what goo recipe can he deduce? What foundation does he have? He is clearly a strength path immortal zombie, does he think I can't see it? Humph, little Tai Bai has blind trust in him. If he can deduce an immortal goo recipe, I will directly smash my medicine grinder and eat it. Tai Baiyunxing looked at the arrogant and laughing Land Spirit of Xianxia with a pitiful expression, not making a sound. He actually wanted to say, I am not confident in Fang Yuan, but in wisdom goo. Fang Yuan quietly stood in the light of wisdom. After a while, he opened his eyes shining with joy. Success. He sighed, in just a short while, he had successfully deduced the first remnant recipe and perfected it to 100%. The perfected goo recipe was that remnant recipe that was 99% complete. Looking at this goo recipe again, Fang Yuan also exclaimed, this final step can be said to be miraculous, it is actually a goo recipe that I perfected myself. Even he found it hard to believe. Deducing goo recipes, one was foundation. Another was inspiration. Without enough refinement path foundation, deducing goo recipes would be very difficult. But goo masters with deep foundations, when deducing goo recipes, they would often encounter difficult obstacles. Even then, they would be stuck, unable to advance an inch, often for years, even decades, or even centuries. At this time, to break through the obstacles, inspiration was needed. But inspiration was extremely hard to come by. It was very likely that they would appear consecutively, but it was also very likely that they would not appear for many years. Even if there was inspiration, that was only a method. Need to verify. If he succeeded, it would be true inspiration. If it didn't succeed, then it was just an idea, a failed attempt. The power of wisdom goo. It could give the goo master unlimited inspiration. I am a refinement path master. My foundation is enough, I just lack inspiration. Fang Yuan once again felt the power of a rank 9 goo. And this was only him using the light of wisdom. If one day, he truly activated wisdom goo, who knew what it would be like? Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and checked his mind. There was still a large amount of happy left in his mind. The goo recipe just now was extremely complete, it was just one step away. Therefore, Fang Yuan didn't waste any of his joy. He calmed down and started to deduce the goo recipe again. Second goo recipe. It was a 97% immortal goo recipe. This time, Fang Yuan did not expend a lot of joyful will, he only used a third and passed the obstacle of the immortal goo recipe. Once this obstacle was passed, the biggest problem was solved. The next step was smooth sailing, his thoughts were clear and clear. Even if Fang Yuan relied on his own ability, he could complete the deduction. But when it came to the third immortal goo recipe, Fang Yuan met with some trouble. He used 3 beads of green grape immortal essence to complete this immortal goo recipe. This immortal goo recipe had many problems, after solving one, another appeared. Thus, although the completion rate was also extremely high, reaching 96%, the amount of green grape immortal essence used to deduce it was 2 to 3 times more than before. But even so, according to the agreement, Fang Yuan made a huge profit. Because he urgently needed it, Fang Yuan communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and used Divine Sense goo to contact the Land Spirit of Xianxia. The Land Spirit of Xianxia laughed loudly, thinking that Fang Yuan was admitting defeat. Thus, when Fang Yuan handed him an immortal goo recipe with 100% completion, he was stunned on the spot and could not react for a while. After a few breaths of time, all his attention was attracted by the contents of the immortal goo recipe. Amazing, amazing! He actually used such a method to solve the problem. Why didn't I think of this? Why didn't I think of this? He shouted. If not for his hands being bound by the Chi Path seal, he would probably be slapping his thighs right now. The praises suddenly stopped, and the land spirit of Xianxia showed an awkward expression. He did not forget that not long ago, he was extremely pessimistic about Fang Yuan's ability. Who could have thought that not long after, Fang Yuan would successfully deduce one of the immortal goo recipes and hand it over to him? The land spirit of Xianxia could not wipe away his embarrassment. He snorted, "Brat, to think that your thinking is so weird, you actually managed to find this immortal goo recipe through sheer luck. Consider yourself lucky this time. According to the previous agreement, if you perfect a rank 6 immortal goo remnant recipe with more than 90% completion, the reward will be 10 immortal yuan stones. Do I use Jewel Yellow Skies to give it to you, or do you want to collect it personally?" Transactions with Jewel Yellow Skies naturally required a certain fee. But if Fang Yuan went to collect it personally, he would need to use fixed immortal travel. Every time he used fixed immortal travel, he would need to expend a bead of green grape immortal essence. The price was not cheap. Fang Yuan thought about it. Although using Jewel Yellow Skies was cheaper, it would inevitably leave behind traces and might be deduced by a wisdom path goo master with evil intentions. But the price to collect it personally was too high. Fang Yuan felt some heartache. Xianxia Blessed Land was in northern plains, while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in central continent. The two were not in the same region. Whole Earth goo could not be used. He could only use Stargate goo. Land Spirit, with your temper, you should have Stargate goo, right? Fang Yuan asked. Heh, rascal, you know me quite well. Land Spirit of Xianxia admitted frankly. He obtained the Stargate goo's recipe from Fang Yuan. He refined the first set of Stargate goo and gave it to Fang Yuan, before refining the second set for his own collection. Fang Yuan nodded, transmitting, "Jewel Yellow Skies is not safe. Our transactions will be discovered by many people. If we do it often, it will attract huge trouble. Fixed immortal travel might be convenient, but the price is too high. Why don't our two blessed lands communicate and build a Stargate?" Build a Stargate? Land Spirit of Xianxia shook his head, rejecting Fang Yuan's suggestion without much thought. "Rascal, I have been cheated by you enough. Building a Stargate is no small matter. If your side suffers a calamity, my side will also suffer a calamity. If Xianxia Blessed Land is discovered by others, this old man will not have a good life." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, not persuading him anymore, instead passing the second immortal goo recipe to Land Spirit of Xianxia. "You actually completed another one?" Land Spirit of Xianxia was shocked. Wasn't the speed a little too fast? Such a solution is simply brilliant. You actually thought of using this goo, and also a goo refinement material like intimate grass. How did you think of it? Land Spirit of Xianxia chattered on, marveling at the wonders of this 100% complete immortal goo recipe. "Ha ha ha, old man, the new generation excels the old, the new generation replaces the old. You are already old, staying in Xianxia Blessed Land all day, you don't know the developments outside. Even if you have a good friend, the Inkman King, he is an Inkman, how can he come into contact with the essence of human cultivation? Moreover, who am I? I am a peerless genius in wisdom path. One day, I will surpass star constellation Immortal Venerable." Fang Yuan laughed arrogantly, speaking nonsense. Land Spirit of Xianxia was speechless. He wanted to retort, but the truth was in front of him. The two immortal goo remnant recipes that had troubled him for countless years were easily completed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. Do you know the loneliness of geniuses? From birth, I knew I was extraordinary. There was no one around me who could communicate with me on equal terms. Some even thought I was a monster. They feared my wisdom and were jealous of my talent. I could only conceal myself and appear like a normal person, to the extent that others could no longer see the shocking talent that was about to overflow from my body. Wisdom path was like a path designed by the heavens for me, but due to a freak combination of factors, I became a strength path immortal zombie. Tell me, isn't this because my life is full of troubles? My talent has already incurred the jealousy of heaven." Saying so, Land Spirit of Xianxia finally could not endure it, stomping his feet. "Hey, rascal, don't be so arrogant. What's so great about deducing two immortal goo recipes? If you have the guts, deduce the final immortal goo recipe as well, only then will I admire you." Fang Yuan was silent. Land Spirit of Langia raised his head. Humph, kid, I admit you have some talent. But so what? Even my main body is stumped by this immortal goo recipe. Ponder over it for 7 to 8 years, maybe you will know the vastness of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the stars. Then you will know humility, ahahaha. Are you talking about this immortal goo recipe? Fang Yuan's lips curled as he threw out the third immortal goo recipe. This was simply a trump card. Land Spirit of Langia's laughter stopped abruptly. He shouted in shock, what is this? What are you doing, what are you doing? There was a trace of panic mixed in his voice. Fang Yuan's tone was unhurried. He heaved a long sigh and said with melancholy, I said before, my talent often attracts fear and jealousy. Sigh, there is no helping it, I am such a genius, I was born this way. Land Spirit of Langia's shock was no small matter. He was after all formed from an obsession, he had no shrewdness. This final immortal goo recipe had a huge impact on him. You actually succeeded in your deduction? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This immortal goo recipe was actually solved like this train of thought was simply a complete reversal. Strange, even my main body could not think of this. It is truly like an old saying, twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Land Spirit of Langia mumbled. He was first completely shocked, before falling into wild joy. Finally he calmed down, feeling a sense of frustration in his heart. This immortal goo recipe had been troubling him all along, even his main body was stumped, he could not take the final crucial step. Sometimes, Land Spirit of Langia even thought that this immortal goo recipe had reached a dead end, there was no way to resolve it. He had thrown it to Fang Yuan earlier to deliberately make things difficult for Fang Yuan, he had never thought of obtaining the true solution. But he obtained it now. What he could not do, a problem that even his main body could not solve, Fang Yuan had deduced. Don't tell me this kid is really a rare wisdom path genius goo master? No, this kind of wisdom is simply world-shaking, it is not just rare in 100 years, it is not an exaggeration to say it is rare in 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Thinking of this, Land Spirit of Langia immediately felt that Fang Yuan's bad temper was very reasonable. Right, only such a talented person would have such a bad temper. Just like my main body. Land Spirit of Langia thought of this and immediately felt that Fang Yuan's bad temper was not so annoying, instead, he felt a kind of sympathy for him. Over at Who Immortal Blessed Land's side, Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled. Although he had become a zombie and his thoughts were rigid, it was more than enough to bully a land spirit. If possible, Fang Yuan was naturally not willing to take such a risk. He would rather give the immortal goo recipes to Land Spirit of Langia over a long period of time. And not like now, directly handing over these 3 immortal goo recipes. This would be too eye-catching and high-profile, it would definitely attract suspicion from others. Land Spirit of Langia might be frank, but he had a good friend, the Inkman King, who was a true formidable character. But Fang Yuan had no choice, he was forced by the situation. He had to get a large number of immortal yuan stones in a short period of time to increase his strength and get out of this dangerous situation, while also delaying the time when he would be exposed. If he kept the immortal goo recipes because of his misgivings and ended up dying in battle, who would Fang Yuan cry to? Fang Yuan smiled. Land Spirit of Langia did not respond, but he knew, these 3 immortal goo recipes were thrown out one after another. Like 3 bombs, they had already caused Land Spirit of Langia's mind to tremble. This was the best time to talk about conditions, thus, he spoke, Land Spirit of Langia, I won't hide it from you. I need immortal yuan stones, while you need immortal goo recipes, we will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Establishing a Stargate is beneficial to both of us. Build a Stargate. This time, the Land Spirit of Langia hesitated and didn't reject it immediately. Fang Yuan displayed his extraordinary wisdom path talent, this truly changed the Land Spirit of Langia. They had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan. Therefore, Fang Yuan's suggestion caused the Land Spirit to pay more attention to it than ever before. Fang Yuan persuaded again, Land Spirit, do you think we won't build a Stargate? Is your Langia blessed land safe? Don't forget, you've already suffered 3 waves of attacks, each wave stronger than the one before. Without a doubt, the location of Langia blessed land had been discovered. You've also been targeted by a certain powerful force. After we build the Stargate, we can even cooperate further. At the critical moment, I can protect you. Through the Stargate. Protect me. The land spirit of Xianxia was finally moved. He thought of Fang Yuan's impressive battle record of beating up the swamp crab. He was indeed powerful. Moreover, these 3 waves of attacks had completely disrupted the peace and prosperity of Xianxia blessed land, causing the land spirit of Xianxia to feel a huge sense of danger. At this time, Fang Yuan asked again, "You haven't sold Stargate goo in jewel yellow skies, right?" "Not yet, I don't lack immortal Yuan stone," the land spirit of Xianxia said. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "That makes things easier. Stargate goo is a new creation. It is not because whole earth goo is planted on the ground and can be easily discovered. Every time you open a Stargate, you need to activate the Stargate goo, thus it is very secretive. Even if you sense something amiss, you can destroy the Stargate goo in your hand at the critical moment, right? Building a Stargate is not a threat at all." Fang Yuan had a glib tongue. Every word was in the heart of the land spirit of Xianxia. The land spirit of Xianxia finally agreed, "Alright, let's build a Stargate. But let's not talk about deep cooperation for now, let's first proceed with the transaction of deducing immortal goo recipes." Saying so, the land spirit added, "Also, I will provide the Stargate goo, I will lend it to you." This way, he would be able to control the situation. He was still somewhat worried. On Hu immortal blessed land's side, Fang Yuan showed a victorious smile, his 8 fists clenched tightly. Success. This way, he had obtained the initial recognition of the land spirit of Xianxia. Communicating with Xianxia blessed land, it would be very beneficial for his future transactions. Not only would he be left with a sum of money, he would also have another path of retreat. Other than this, Fang Yuan also controlled the Stargate goo again, preventing it from entering the market of jewel yellow skies and giving other goo immortals a huge advantage. The appearance of the Stargate goo, the land spirit of Xianxia, saved Fang Yuan some trouble. By doing so, it would give the land spirit of Xianxia a sense of security. Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. It is very necessary to have a good relationship with the land spirit of Xianxia. If I transact with him, I will not be cheated, and I can also get a large amount of immortal Yuan stone. As long as the relationship is handled well and deepens, I might even be able to borrow some immortal goo from the land spirit of Xianxia in the future. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. There were many immortal goo in Xianxia blessed land, especially beast enslavement immortal goo and heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. By borrowing immortal goo, Fang Yuan could save a huge amount of goo nurturing expenses. What a great deal! Fang Yuan took 1 step and calculated 10 steps. The land spirit of Xianxia was also very happy. He felt his luck was really good, finding a wisdom path genius that appeared once in 10,000 years. There was hope to complete the immortal goo remnant recipes in his possession. Fang Yuan had originally planned to use jewel yellow skies to teleport Stargate goo, but was rejected by the cautious land spirit of Xianxia. Fang Yuan could only use his green grape immortal essence to make another trip to Xianxia blessed land and bring back Stargate goo. Tai Baiyunqing was still there. There were still several rivers in the blessed land that he needed to restore. This trip consumed 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from Fang Yuan. But he brought back a Stargate goo, 3 new immortal goo remnant recipes, and 30 immortal Yuan stones. Tai Baiyunqing wanted to give Fang Yuan the 3 immortal Yuan stones, but Fang Yuan did not accept them, leaving them to Tai Baiyunqing. After all, Tai Baiyunqing also needed resources to cultivate. He had become stronger, and the help he could provide to Fang Yuan was much greater than just 3 immortal Yuan stones. The Stargate was not set up immediately. Fang Yuan's Starlight Firefly goo had already been used up. Without Starlight Firefly goo's starlight, the 2 Stargates could not be opened. Fang Yuan summarized this transaction. In order to deduce the immortal goo recipe, he had spent a total of 5 beads of green grape immortal essence. Earlier, when he returned from Xianxia blessed land alone, he had spent 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. In order to obtain a Stargate goo to travel between Xianxia blessed land and Hu immortal blessed land, he had spent 2 beads of green grape immortal essence. He had spent a total of 8 beads of green grape immortal essence. And what he had obtained was a total of 30 immortal Yuan stones. I only have 9 beads of green grape immortal essence left now. Fang Yuan had become a middle-grade blessed land. The amount of green grape immortal essence he obtained was already very little, and this time, when he traveled between northern plains and back, his green grape immortal essence was greatly consumed. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. Although he had become a zombie and his immortal aperture was dead, he could no longer produce green grape immortal essence. But he could extract the immortal essence from the immortal Yuan stone, and turn it into his own green grape immortal essence. Back then, when Guyue first generation turned into a blood ghost zombie, they had also used the Yuan stone to recover their primeval essence. The principle between the two was the same, only the level was different. That is to say, Fang Yuan could completely use these 30 immortal Yuan stones and turn them into his own green grape immortal essence. One immortal Yuan stone was 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. His green grape immortal essence would rise to 39 beads. But immortal Yuan stone is much more valuable than green grape immortal essence. The former can be used as currency, while the latter can only be used by individuals. Unless it is necessary, I should not rush to refine immortal Yuan stone into green grape immortal essence. As long as the transaction with the land spirit of Langya continues, there will be more and more immortal Yuan stone. Now, I will first communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. This time, Fang Yuan was very confident in communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies. The purchasing power of immortal Yuan stone was very high. Back then, Fang Yuan used 1 immortal Yuan stone to buy a myriad wolf king, a huge wolf group of over 30,000. 30 immortal Yuan stone was enough to be called a huge sum of money. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan established the Blood-Wing demonic sect, and as a demonic path overlord, the most immortal Yuan stone he had was only 64. Of course, in his previous life, his expenditure was also huge. This number was the result of his expenditure and profits offsetting each other. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and meditated, sending his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was dead silent, the sky was gray and the ground was black, filled with a rotten stench. Mo Yao's will was still imprisoned inside, constantly monitored by Fang Yuan. The mirror willow that was transplanted here had already died, turning into a piece of rotten wood, lying on the ground. With a thought, a new connecting heaven goo floated up from his immortal aperture, connecting to Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan willed again, activating divine sense goo, forming an endless stream of divine sense that followed the connecting heaven goo's passageway into Jewel Yellow Skies. He was now an immortal zombie. He no longer needed little who immortals help, he could do the business himself. Jewel Yellow Skies was still the same. In the vast space, there was a yellow lemon-like light rippling. There were no mountains, rivers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, fishes, there was not even heaven and earth, only all kinds of precious goods. Goo worms, goo recipes, killer moves, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation, or veins, soil, water, wine, and all kinds of materials were quietly floating, emitting colorful treasure lights of varying heights. The brighter the treasure light, the higher the value of the treasure. But the treasure light was only a preliminary estimate. If the goods were tampered with by goo immortals, the treasure light might not show any clues. This was the largest transaction market of the 5 regions goo immortals. It allowed bargaining and charged a certain amount of processing fees. It also tested the goo immortals' eyesight. If they bought fake goods, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Jewel Yellow Skies was not responsible for compensation. The first thing Fang Yuan wanted to buy was Starlight Firefly Goo. This goo worm could emit pure blue starlight. It was the prerequisite to opening a stargate. He searched with his divine sense and soon found a large group of Starlight Firefly Goo. There were more than 1,000 of them. And the seller of this group of Starlight Firefly Goo, Fang Yuan was very familiar with it. It was Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Lord Wanxiang seemed to be a Star Path Goo immortal. He not only sold Starlight Firefly Goo, but also Star Dart Goo, Star Fire Goo, Meteorite Goo, Star River Goo, and so on. Evidently, Star Lord Wanxiang's blessed land produced Star Path Mortal Goo. He sold these goo worms to generate income. How much are you selling these Starlight Firefly Goo? Fang Yuan's divine sense probed. May I know your name, and how many Starlight Firefly Goo do you need? Although Star Lord Wanxiang was not here, he left a will beside the goods. This will had a great appearance, shining with starlight. It was very beautiful. Fang Yuan's wisdom path foundation was shallow, he did not recognize it. You can call me 8-arm immortal, I want all of these starlight firefly goo. Fang Yuan transmitted. Fang Yuan used his blessed land to communicate with jewel yellow skies, and exchanged for a set of divine sense goo and connecting heaven goo. Thus Star Lord Wan Xianxia did not recognize Fang Yuan as the former Fox Immortal, and only treated Fang Yuan as a stranger. But hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he sounded like a big customer. Star Lord Wan Xianxia immediately became enthusiastic. Starlight firefly goo is an ancient goo worm, it is almost extinct now. My starlight firefly goo are of excellent quality, there are over 1,200 of them. How about this, give me 4 immortal yuan stones, I will sell them all to you. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, you are deceiving me, don't think I do not know the normal selling price. I was only able to find you here after being introduced by someone. Starlight firefly goo are not only sold by your clan, there is also Fairy Yao Guang, Di Yuan, and others, they can buy them from you. Fang Yuan had once ordered Little Hu Immortal to transact with these 3 goo immortals. Not only did he buy over 100,000 starlight fireflies, he even bought star fragment grass seeds, and also bought the books of their experiences in growing star fragment grass. He spent quite a bit. Star Lord Wan Xianxia was slightly shocked, he knew Fang Yuan was a knowledgeable person, and immediately changed his tone, he, I was just joking earlier. 8-arm immortal, please don't take it seriously. Fang Yuan interrupted him, saying, I will give you 2 immortal yuan stones for 1,500 starlight firefly goo. Star Lord Wan Xianxia immediately rejected. Sir, you are lowering the price too much, I can't sell them. After haggling for a while, both sides finally took a step back and made a deal with the price of 3 immortal essence and 1,200 starlight firefly goo. Fang Yuan bought the starlight firefly goo but did not leave immediately, instead asking, do you sell star path killer moves here? Sir, are you a star path goo immortal? Ha ha ha. Of course it's for sale. You can take a look. I have 3 star path killer moves here. Fang Yuan browsed through it. The first star path killer move was Dazzling Star Armor. It needed a large number of starlight goo, a few counter star goo, some star shield goo and so on. This was a defensive killer move, it was activated. A full body armor would form on the goo immortal's body. The stars shone brilliantly. The second killer move was called Spring Star Rain. It required a large number of star rain goo, a small number of spring wind goo, a small number of star shoot goo and so on. Once used, it would form a jade light drizzle that would rustle and last for 3 days and 3 nights. Rain is as precious as oil. It can make crops more nutritious and increase production. This was used to cultivate plants. A killer move to manage a blessed land. The third item was the Spiral Drill Star Spear. As the name suggested, this was an offensive killer move. It needed a small number of Spiral Bone Spear goo, some Star River goo, countless Star Dart goo, a large number of Meteor goo and so on. The content of this killer move was very interesting. The number of goo worms was described as a large number, a few, these terms were used, the quantity was not clearly stated. At the same time, there was no detailed information on how to construct the killer move, what order to activate the goo worms, or what goo worms were used to support what goo worms. It only stated the general situation, how many rank 5 goo worms were needed, and what the effect of the killer move was. Only after the killer move was truly bought would the content be truly detailed. Star Lord Wan Xianxia gave a price at an appropriate time. Killer move Dazzling Star Armor is sold for half an immortal yuan stone. Spring Star Rain was created by my main body, currently, only a few goo immortals are buying it, thus the price is slightly higher, it costs 1.5 immortal yuan stone. As for the Spiral Drill Star Spear, it costs 1 immortal yuan stone. Killer moves had different prices according to their rarity, power, repercussions, whether they were easily countered, the goo worms used to form the killer move, and so on. But there was one similarity, they were generally not cheap. In Jewel Yellow Skies, mortal killer moves were usually more expensive than mortal goo recipes of the same rank. But at rank 6, the price of immortal killer moves was much lower than immortal goo recipes. Dazzling Star Armor, even if Fang Yuan was not a Star Path goo immortal, he knew that this killer move was a common item. Half an immortal yuan stone was too expensive. Fang Yuan had intended to buy a Star Path offensive killer move, he remembered that there was a mortal killer move called Icy Stardust. This killer move had a wide attack range. The star path goo worms used to form it were very common. It was also very effective against enemies. The stardust that was emitted had the effect of penetrating defenses. Even if it could not penetrate the defense, when it stuck to the enemy, the cold air it emitted would slow down the enemy's movement. As for this spiral drill star spear that Star Lord Xianxia was selling, Fang Yuan had not heard of it. This meant that this offensive killer move's price-to-performance ratio was not high. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the Five Regions' chaotic war, the war eliminated rotten mechanisms and catalyzed new and better things. Fang Yuan could not remember the spiral drill star spear. It meant that it was not outstanding. It might have been eliminated long ago. Killer moves that were eliminated definitely had many flaws. But the killer move, Spring Star Rain, made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Fang Yuan thought of star fragment grass. Star fragment grass was the food of starlight fireflies, but also their home. And the stronger the starlight firefly group, the more starlight firefly goo could be produced. Fang Yuan's need for starlight firefly goo would definitely last for a long time. Thus, he needed this killer move. Fang Yuan looked at this Spring Star Rain killer move twice. He found a problem. Among the goo worms used to form the killer move Spring Star Rain, there was a star path goo called Star Shoot Goo. It was a one-time consumable goo. Fang Yuan had never heard of this goo. This was his first time seeing it. Fang Yuan pondered for a while and quickly understood, this was Star Lord Xianxia's scheme. After a goo immortal buys the killer move Spring Star Rain, every time they use Spring Star Rain, they would need to expend Star Shoot Goo. And this Star Shoot Goo could only be sold by Star Lord Xianxia. Star Lord Xianxia turned the one-time transaction of a killer move into a continuous transaction. Fang Yuan probed, I will pay 2 immortal yuan stone to buy your Spring Star Rain killer move and Star Shoot Goo's recipe. Star Shoot Goo was only a rank 3 goo, but this mortal goo's recipe was worth half an immortal yuan stone. It was extremely high. But as Fang Yuan expected, Star Lord Xianxia rejected him without any hesitation. He said the Star Shoot Goo was formed naturally in his blessed land. He did not have the recipe to refine it. This was a good reason. Some blessed lands, when managed well, would naturally produce new goo due to the unique environment. Not only could goo immortals refine and create new goo worms, nature could also create new goo worms. Fang Yuan knew this was most likely just an excuse, but he could not ask to enter Star Lord Xianxia's blessed land to verify it. Blessed lands were the headquarters of goo immortals. They were the most important individuals. Unless they had a good relationship and trusted each other, they would not invite goo immortals into their blessed land. Fang Yuan saw that Star Lord Xianxia was unwilling, so he made a new suggestion. How about this? I will pay 2 immortal yuan stone to buy the killer moves Spring Star Rain and Dazzling Star Armor, as well as some Star Shoot Goo. These Star Shoot Goo are enough for me to use Spring Star Rain at least 10 times. Star Lord Xianxia heard this and shook his head. The total amount of Star Shoot Goo needed to use 6 times is worth half an immortal yuan stone. Sir, you are only giving me 2 immortal yuan stones, but I still need to use Dazzling Star Armor. This is a losing deal. I will not do it. Fang Yuan sneered. Star Shoot Goo is only a rank 3 mortal goo. Each killer move consumes at most 500. 6 killer moves would only require 3 to 4,000. You are actually selling half an immortal yuan stone? Sir, you might not know, Star Shoot Goo are naturally produced in my blessed land. Their production is very low. They cannot be bought outside. They are a unique resource of my myriad star blessed land. Star Lord Xianxia spoke politely, but the meaning behind his words was, if you want to buy it, do not. If you don't buy it, don't think of buying it anywhere else. This was the confidence to monopolize the business. Fang Yuan smiled and continued to bargain, but the other party did not budge. During this process, Fang Yuan found that in the other party's opinion, Dazzling Star Armor had a high value. It seems that before the Five Regions War, Dazzling Star Armor has not been spread widely among the forces. The price of the killer move is still high. War was an extremely efficient way to communicate. Especially in this world. During times of peace, yuan stone and immortal yuan stone had great value. They could not be used as currency, and the economy was not developed. But during times of war, battle merits, sect contribution points and so on replaced yuan stone and immortal yuan stone as currency, instead promoting the abnormal prosperity of all sides. After realizing this, Fang Yuan did not insist. Finally, he used 2 immortal yuan stone to buy the spring star rain, as well as enough star shoot goo for 10 spring star rains. After this transaction, Fang Yuan continued to search for jewel yellow skies. He found that in jewel yellow skies, the price of air bubble fish had already been raised by the goo immortals to over 10 times the original price. Fang Yuan inquired about it. The situation was exactly the same as in his previous life. At the end of this year, 2 goo immortals fought in the air bubble sea, causing intense poison to spread throughout the entire air bubble sea, turning it into a desperate situation. The rarer something is, the greater its value. The production of air bubble fish fell to rock bottom, the price naturally rose. The 5 regions have their own regional walls, isolating the inside from the outside, thus they each have their own structure and have little influence on each other. After my rebirth, I influenced southern border, central continent, and northern plains. Among them, northern plains had the greatest change. It is already in chaos. Central continent is second, southern border is third. After all, southern border's changes are only limited to the mortal level. As for western desert and eastern sea, they are still the same. Fang Yuan used spring-autumn cicada to conclude the inertia and butterfly effect of the river of time. This intertwining of immutability and change was proof that Fang Yuan's understanding of this world's time law was getting deeper and deeper. As for air bubble fish, Fang Yuan remembered that in the future 5 regions war, this fish group would be even more popular among goo immortals, their price would be even higher than now. During peaceful times, when goo immortals nurtured goo, their demand for mortal goo was not high. Purchasing was only a secondary method, the main method was to produce the blessed land itself. There was a difference in the flow of time between the blessed land and the outside world. 1 day in the outside world was many days in the blessed land. 1 year in the outside world was equivalent to many years in the blessed land. Every year, there would be production. Goo immortals normally would not choose air bubble fish because the price was too high. They would rather wait a while. And during times of war, goo immortals would fight many times. Trump cards like immortal goo would not be used often, mortal goo would be used as common methods, the expenditure would be huge. During the 5 regions war, air bubble fish became an item that all goo immortals chased after. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had bought air bubble fish before to increase the production of the starlight firefly goo. Unfortunately, at the final juncture of northern plains, he lacked money and had no choice but to sell almost all of his wolf groups, fox groups, air bubble fish and hairy men. Fang Yuan originally had the chance to make a profit, but life was unpredictable. In the end, because he sold it in a hurry, he lost some money. Now, there were very few air bubble fish in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I still have to buy air bubble fish, but not now. After a few years, the sea of air bubbles would be restored, and the price of air bubbles fish would decrease. At that time, I'll throw in some immortal yuan stone, and I'll be able to buy a large group of them. Maybe I should breed a lot of these air bubble fish, and when the 5 regions battle starts, I'll be able to make a huge profit. Fang Yuan had just bought over 1,000 starlight firefly goo, they could be used for a long time. He was not in a hurry to increase the production of the air bubble fish group. Are you little deity Xing Luo? After a while, Fang Yuan found his target. Coincidentally, his target was also paying attention to jewel yellow skies. That's me. What does Senior want to buy? The price is negotiable. Little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense transmitted over. He seemed very enthusiastic, even with a hint of flattery. Fang Yuan looked at the goods she was selling. Not only were there very few of them, but they were also very common. Basically, no one would care about them, making them seem shabby and poor. It was true that she was a goo immortal, but not all goo immortals were wealthy. Battles, goo refinement, research, and tribulations would all greatly expend a goo immortal's foundation and wealth. Fang Yuan knew from his previous life's memories, this little immortal Xing Luo was a female lone cultivator who had just become a goo immortal. His foundation was shallow, and he was in a difficult period of starting his career. If little immortal Xing Luo was in the mortal world, she would definitely be an indomitable big shot. Mortals prostrated themselves in worship. But in jewel-yellow skies, among the Gu immortals, it was very inconspicuous. Who knows what will happen during the Five Regions War? Little immortal Xing Luo gradually shone brightly. Using the killer move Icy Stardust to rise to power, he rapidly accumulated wealth from the battles and eventually became a famous person. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh at the magic of fate and time. According to the three venerables, the Five Regions War was the start of the Great Era. Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be born in this era. Every great era that gave birth to a rank 9 Gu immortal had one similarity, that was during the chaos of war. A large number of new Gu immortals were born. The new replaced the old, and the waves of the time stirred up sparkling waves. Between the sections, the clashes and exchanges between forces and individuals caused the Gu path to develop rapidly and change with each passing day. Fang Yuan was one of them. He made his fortune with Blood Path, becoming a central continent Gu immortal. But unfortunately, he had only experienced the first half of this great era before he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. Do you sell killer moves here? After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan asked little immortal Xing Luo. Oh, I only have one killer move here. Little immortal Xing Luo was a little embarrassed. This is an Ice Path killer move that I obtained by chance. It is called Frost Veil. The price is half an immortal yuan stone. This is the lowest price for a rank 5 killer move. She said the last sentence, afraid that Fang Yuan would lower the price. Fang Yuan looked at the content and said in dissatisfaction, this Frost Veil killer move needs so many rank 5 Gu, and its defensive effect is a large area of effect. Activating a large number of rank 5 Gu at the same time required a Gu immortal. Mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence, it was basically impossible. A large area of effect meant that the defensive power was lower than a single target defensive killer move. And Gu immortals usually fought alone, unless they were enslavement path. But enslavement path Gu immortals had their own enslavement path defensive methods. Why would they choose an ice path killer move? Little immortal Xing Luo smiled bitterly in her heart. Fang Yuan was right, it was because of this that the killer move Frost Veil was hard to sell. But little immortal Xing Luo had no choice, she had limited goods and was a lone cultivator, she needed a large amount of cultivation resources. Even though she advanced to Gu immortal, because she was untouched during the tribulation, most of her Gu worms were destroyed. She made a detailed plan to plant a vast number of shake trees in her blessed land. Her blessed land's environment was very suitable for planting shake trees, but she lacked the most crucial starting capital. She had billions of elemental stones on hand, but not a single immortal elemental stone. There were only a few sellers of shake trees, most of them needed to exchange for specific resources or immortal yuan stone. They did not care about little immortal Xing Luo's items at all. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, little immortal Xing Luo did not have much hope in her heart. After several months, she was already used to disappointment. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan said, I have been researching Star Path killer moves recently, I am a little interested in this killer move, Frost Veil. But half a piece of immortal yuan stone is too expensive. If you have any other small killer moves that are more novel, maybe I'll buy them for half a piece. New killer moves? Little immortal Xing Luo's hope was reignited, she immediately thought of her Star Path killer move 6-9 Stardust. 6-9 Stardust was her original creation, it used 6 rank 3 Gu and 9 rank 4 Gu, but it could deal an attack that surpassed rank 5 Gu. She had once been proud of it, but later on, her horizons were broadened and she understood that there was always someone stronger than her, she became humble. Little immortal Xing Luo only hesitated for a moment before her desire for immortal yuan stone took over. I do have a small killer move, but Senior might not be interested in it, she said carefully. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but his tone was still calm. Oh. Tell me about it. After looking at the killer move 6-9 Stardust, Fang Yuan restrained the joy in his heart as he evaluated, this killer move is barely satisfactory, but it might give me new inspiration. Since I am in a good mood today, I will take care of you. Ha ha ha, this is half a piece of immortal yuan stone. I finally have half a piece, just half more. Little immortal Xing Luo was overjoyed. When they parted, she excitedly gave many blessings to Fang Yuan. Next, Fang Yuan spent 2 pieces of immortal yuan stone to buy a large number of Gu refinement materials and mortal Gu worms. He spent another 2 to bring in a group of old hairy men. The price of hairy men was always the highest among all the slaves. Even though these old hairy men were old and would die in a few years, they were all skilled in goo refinement. Feng Yuan wanted to refine a few sets of Stargate goo, but the success rate was very low. Back then, even Land Spirit of Xianxia failed many times. If Feng Yuan did it himself, it would waste a lot of his time. He was going to hand these people to the old hairy men to refine. Central Continent, Crane Gate, Fuhu Blessed Land. Feng Jing had a solemn expression as he walked into the tunnel. The tunnel was huge and spacious. Every 100 steps, there would be an elite rockman guard. The defense was very tight. These rockmen were carefully trained by the Blessed Land's owner. Each of them had at least rank 4 battle strength, and were skilled in earth path goo worms. Moreover, every 1,000 steps, there would be a huge rockman. They were 3 times the size of normal rockmen. Even such a wide tunnel was very narrow, they could only squat on the ground. But rockmen's nature was to dig holes underground and hibernate. These rockmen were used to it. Every time Feng Jing passed through this tunnel, he would feel a chill in his heart. Especially when he sensed that these huge rockmen were brimming with the aura of a rank 5 goo master. Our Crane Gate's strength is really too deep. If we let all these rank 5 rockmen out, the other sects would be scared to death. When passing by a huge rockman, Feng Jing muttered to the spirit incubating flea. The spirit incubating flea had Master Tenchuru's soul in it. It said, "That won't happen." Which sect did not have a deep and unfathomable foundation? Especially the other 9 great ancient sects, they are not weaker than our Crane Gate. But the owner of Fuhu Blessed Land is our sect's 3rd supreme elder, Lord Tiger Demon. The rockmen slaves he nurtured are the best in Central Continent. They are the best even in jewel yellow skies. His strength and wealth are not something mortals like us can imagine. Feng Jing was fascinated. What realm is a goo immortal? He can actually raise so many rockmen. He is really amazing. Master Tenchuru replied, "Every goo immortal is a genius among the elites. They are dragons and phoenixes among men. They have their own fortuitous encounters and opportunities. They cultivated step by step as mortals." Feng Jing, you are already rank 5, maybe one day, you can also become a goo immortal. Feng Jing shook his head, "Master, I know my own limits. My rank 5 cultivation was mostly built up by the sect using relic goo. The sect nurtured me meticulously and poured all their resources into me. My rank 5 cultivation cannot compare to the rank 5 that you cultivated step by step. Moreover, I feel that rank 5 is not rare now. Look at the 30 huge rockmen in this tunnel. Feng Jing, you can remember Crane Gate's nurturing of you and have a grateful heart. This is good. But you don't need to undervalue yourself. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Variant humans only have the word man attached to them. Don't think that these rockmen are strong and majestic, but in fact, in a one-on-one battle, they cannot compare to the sect's rank 5 experts. They are more proficient in group battles." Master Tenchuru smiled. "Is that so?" Lord Skycrane said, "These rockmen are very stupid, and they coincidentally met a wealthy master. That's why they have such achievements. Do you think these rockmen can compare to the elders of the sect? If I were alive, I could deal with over 10 huge rockmen alone." "Alright, we have arrived at the blood pool." Feng Jing heard the words blood pool and his muscles tightened. The cave was as big as a square, filled with layers of bloody light, and the smell of blood was strong. In the middle of the cave, someone had dug a round pit. Blood was rolling inside, and steam was rising from it. Feng Jing took a deep breath, took off his clothes, and walked into the blood pool naked. His scalding blood made him gasp for air. He adapted to the temperature of the blood and stood still in the middle of the blood pool. The blood flowed past his waist, revealing his chest and most of his arms. "Let's start. Let's do it one by one, don't rush." "First, the iron blood goo," Master Tenchuru reminded. Feng Jing slowly closed his eyes and activated the iron blood goo. Immediately, the goo worm's power changed his blood. His originally bright red blood began to turn black and heavy, and his blood flow became extremely slow. Feng Jing's fair skin turned black as a result. "Maintain the iron blood goo and activate the blood edge goo," Master Tenchuru said again. Feng Jing activated the blood edge goo, his body shook and his skin split open, forming hundreds of wounds in an instant. A large number of blood blades shot out. They were all pitch black iron blood blades. then, molten blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Fang Jing's expression was cold. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Instead, he felt a strong sense of pleasure. This was the effect of the iron blood goo. It could turn pain into pleasure and help the goo master adapt to battle better, turning a cowardly goo master into a battle maniac. This was one of the results of Crane Gate's many years of research on blood paths. The blood slowly flowed into the bright red blood pool, gradually dyeing the area around Fang Jing black. Next is the crucial step. Use mixed blood goo. Master Tenchiru said again. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, activating the blood mix goo. Immediately, under the effect of the goo worms, the hundreds of wounds on his body erupted with a fierce suction force. There was a lot of blood around. It was continuously absorbed by the wound. Fang Jing groaned softly as the intense pain turned into intense pleasure. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling. As a large amount of blood was sucked into his body, his entire body swelled up, and he became a deformed fatty. His body was more than 3 times his original size. His skin was forcefully stretched open, and his blood vessels were as thick as snakes. It was twisting inside Fang Jing's body. In the blink of an eye, the elegant young master had turned into a disgusting and ugly monster. Don't forget your business. Fight this pleasure. Fang Jing. Quick, it's time to activate the failed blood demon flower goo. Master Tenchiru was monitoring Fang Jing's situation at all times and quickly reminded. The words defeated blood demon flower goo made Fang Jing's heart tremble. He struggled to free himself from the intense pleasure. Breathing heavily, he activated defeated blood demon flower goo. Fang Jing clenched his fists tightly. The blood in his body quickly deteriorated. Under the influence of the goo worm, vines grew out of his blood. These tiny vines pierced through Fang Jing's skin and quickly wrapped around his entire body. Flower buds sprouted from the vines and quickly bloomed. They formed a bewitching blue chrysanthemum-like flower. Ugh! Fang Jing gritted his teeth and shouted in pain. His face was pale. His whole body had turned into soil, and so many demonic flowers grew out of it. This intense pain was 10 times more terrifying than a pregnant woman giving birth. Even iron blood goo's effect could not compare to this pain. Fang Jing was in so much pain that he almost crushed his white teeth. His face was pale, veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression was sinister and terrifying. Quick, all the blood in your body is boiling. If this goes on, your internal organs and skin will be cooked by your own blood. Use cold blood goo. Master Tenchiru's voice revealed a trace of nervousness. Fang Jing activated cold blood goo with difficulty. His blood quickly cooled down, and he shuddered, finally escaping from the crisis of death. Enough, the demonic flowers will greatly amplify the effect of your blood path goo worm. You are only a step away from success, use blood sense goo. Master Tenchiru's tone was urgent. Blood sense. Fang Jing lowered his head, his vision was starting to blur from the pain. Relying on the habit of many times of training, he persisted and activated this blood path investigative goo worm. After a few breaths of time, Fang Jing spoke. I sensed it. At the southeast corner of the ground, 5,600 steps away. Very good, you did it again. You are about to succeed. Next is the final step, you need to use blood scar goo to locate it. At that moment, Fang Jing began to shout subconsciously. His vision was completely blurry, and his thin body was on the verge of collapse. He exerted all his strength and squeezed out all his life's potential, trying to activate blood scar goo. His mind was not clear, his rank 5 aperture clearly had ample primeval essence, but he could only use a small portion. The primeval essence was like a stream, slowly pouring into blood scar goo. However, blood scar goo required a huge amount of primeval essence. Fang Jing persisted for 8 breaths of time before collapsing, falling head first into the blood pool and fainting on the spot. Smoke rose from the incense burner. This quiet room had no windows and was extremely dark. He Fengyang wore a white robe with a black belt, his sleeves fluttering as he sat on a cushion. His face was like a young man's, gentle like jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, hanging down to his waist. His serene eyes stared at the spirit incubating flea in front of him. The spirit incubating flea floated in the air, and Master Tenchiru's soul was reporting Fangjing's training results. He Fingyang's tone was dissatisfied, as expected, even though he spent 8 years of his life in Fu Hu blessed land and used many relic gu. He still became a rank 5 gu master in a short period of time. It's just activating 6 or 7 gu worms at the same time, he can't even do such a simple thing. Master Tenchiru deliberated over his words. Fangjing is indeed young, his multitasking skills are slightly lacking. But I feel that he is very hardworking and is improving very quickly. I remember the first time, he fainted from the pain after using the blood mix gu for just 1 breath of time. Thus, I added the iron blood gu to him, but the second time, because the pleasure was too intense, he released his semen and fainted, only lasting for 3 breaths of time. He Fengyang unhappily interrupted Master Tenchiru. Lord Sky Crane hurriedly said, Lord Supreme Elder, to tell you the truth, even I find it hard to multitask under such intense pain and pleasure. Fangjing is not far from success, he lasted for 8 breaths of time this time. In total, he needs 10 breaths of time to activate the blood scar gu and succeed. And he only needs 2 breaths of time. As long as we persist in training a few more times, with a bit more time, we can. Enough. Train a few more times? How many more times do you want to train? Time, tell me, how much time did you spend on this plan? How long has it been? Over a year. You have not improved at all, Danghun Mountain is still not in our hands. Do you know how many dissatisfied voices there are in the sect, and how many disciples are asking the higher-ups to open the exchange of guts gu? I did not do my job well and implicated Lord Supreme Elder, I deserve to die 1,000 times. Master Tenchiru saw his anger and quickly begged for mercy. He Fengyang breathed in deeply and waved his sleeves. You can leave, there is only 1 month left until the sect assembly. I want to hear the good news of your success before the assembly, and that you can launch the plan to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But Lord, 1 month is too short, if we overtrain, Fangjing will not be able to endure it. We can use gu worms to heal his body, but the intense pleasure and pain will injure his soul and cause his soul to collapse. Master Tenchiru shouted. He Fengyang chuckled, his soul collapsing, isn't that what you want to see? This way, you can seize his body and revive. This was your original plan, wasn't it? Saying so, his smile became even more gentle. This Fangjing is only a rank 5 gu master who advanced quickly, he is very immature and lacks tempering, how can he compare to you, Sky Crane? After using him to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, come back. Sigh, ever since Su San and Zhou Wu were killed by that demon Song Zi Xing, there are fewer and fewer capable subordinates like you by my side. The gentler He Fingyang's tone was, the colder Master Tenchiru's heart became, he said with a grateful tone, with Lord Supreme Elder's high regard, this subordinate will definitely repay Lord with my life. Very good, you can leave. He Fengyang smiled and waved Master Tenchiru to leave. Only He Fengyang was left in the quiet room, his smile gradually disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression, his gaze showing some irritation. Ever since Fang Yuan took back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had been in charge of this matter. A year had passed, and the pressure the sect was putting on him was increasing. Especially his rival in the sect, Gu Immortal Lei Tan, he had been mocking his incompetence in public many times. The sect assembly a month later was a difficult hurdle. If He Fengyang did not make any progress, he would be very sad. It was as if he could already hear Lei Tan's mocking laughter resounding in the hall. But it won't be long as I succeed this time, Lei Tan and these lowly people will all shut up. I am the person with the greatest contribution to the sect these years. This time I will personally take action to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Moreover, I have invited Fairy Tsangyu and Kanyang Laojun. Fairy Tsongyu's battle strength is about the same as mine, she has at least 3 mortal killer moves, while Kanyang Laojun is a rank 7 gu immortal with offensive immortal gu. The only problem is that the land spirit will ban all mortal gu. I have no immortal gu to use, my hands are tied. The only way is to use immortal essence to expend it. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is barren and not well managed, how much green grape immortal essence can it have accumulated? I don't believe Fang Yuan can outlast the 3 gu immortals on our side. As long as Hu Immortal's immortal essence is used up, the land spirit will have no way to ban mortal gu. At that time, He Fengyang mumbled to himself, gradually calming down the irritation in his heart. At the same time, Who Immortal Blessed Land, Underground Cave. Fang Yuan slowly left the light of wisdom with a satisfied smile on his face. The starlight firefly goo were like a swarm of bees, spiraling in the air, releasing bright blue starlight. The starlight was drawn by a formless force, eventually gathering into a starry door. This was a huge arched door, completely made of starlight. It was dazzling like a dream, elegant like a fantasy. As time passed, the Starlight Firefly Goo group continued to lose members. The dead Starlight Firefly Goo fell to the ground weakly. One foot stepped into Who Immortal Blessed Land from the starry door, and the entire person walked out of the starry door. The old man was an old man. He had snow-white hair and wrinkles. His eyes were bright but full of vicissitudes. He was Tai Bai Yunxing, who had just returned from Langya Blessed Land. I am back again. Tai Bai Yunxing was travel-worn. He looked at the sky and earth of Who Immortal Blessed Land and sighed. Although he had not lived here for a long time, he felt that this was his home. But he felt that this was his home. He had a sense of belonging to this place. At this time, Fang Yuan flew over from the sky. Ha ha ha, old Bai, you came back at the right time. Come up and take a look at the killer move I just deduced. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this familiar figure and laughed heartily. Oh, is that so? Coincidentally, I bought a Cloud Path defensive killer move from the Inkman King. Since we are fellow disciples, why don't we spar? Saying so, he flew up. Fang Yuan heard this and raised his eyebrows. He stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up and his 5 fingers spread out. A lump of starlight quickly formed in his palm. Eh? Don't tell me your killer move is a Star Path killer move? Tai Bai Yunxing saw this lump of starlight and was slightly surprised. He flew to the sky. A circle of white clouds appeared around him. Tai Bai Yunxing was at the center of the circle of white clouds. The white clouds were like a huge belt, moving along with Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan slowly raised his 5 fingers. He held the starlight lightly in his palm. Old Bai, catch this. He shouted and flicked his finger. Immediately, a speck of starlight shot out. The speck of starlight was small but extremely fast. It streaked across the sky. He shot toward Tai Bai Yunxing at lightning speed. Your speed is not bad. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded his head and evaluated. With such a long distance, coupled with the fact that he was on full alert, he had a chance to dodge. But now that they were sparring, he wanted to test his Cloud Path killer move, thus he stood still and resisted the star points. As the star approached Tai Bai Yunxing, the white ring of clouds suddenly began to spin. His speed was extremely fast. Cloud ring successfully blocked the star point. Tai Bai Yunxing stopped the cloud ring and looked over. He saw that the place where the cloud ring had blocked the star had turned blue. At the same time, cold air was seeping out, forming a layer of frost. He could not help but smile at Fang Yuan. It seems that the killer move you deduced is not much. You have to know that this killer move of mine is extremely powerful. But it hasn't been fully activated yet. The corners of Fang Yuan's mouth cracked open, revealing his jagged fangs. Me too. Take this. He flicked his fingers continuously. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless star points shot out. Tai Bai Yunxing did not move. A ring of clouds revolved rapidly around him. The speed was so fast that it had almost turned into a white ball. Fang Yuan's star points were completely blocked by this ring of clouds. Fang Yuan did not stop attacking. His eyes shined with interest. The pure white ring of clouds was gradually dyed blue by the star points, and its speed was also slowing down. Your killer move is filled with cold air. It can even slow down the enemy. Tai Bai Yunxing commented plainly, my killer move also has a change. Saying so, he continued to activate his killer move. The ring of clouds that was almost frozen into a blue ice pillar suddenly exploded. With a loud sound, the blue frozen air turned into a circle and spread rapidly. Tai Bai Yunxing had a joyful expression as he praised himself. My ring of clouds can absorb the enemy's attack and store it. When it reaches its limit, or when I activate a change in my killer move, the ring of clouds will self-detonate, and the enemy will have a taste of his own attack. Junior brother, it seems that this killer move of mine is stronger than what you deduced. Fang Yuan chuckled, old Bai, it is still too early for you to say that. As he said so, he threw his right hand, the starry cluster in his hand flew towards Tai Baiyunqing. Tai Baiyunqing's heart shook, he quickly activated his killer move, 5 rings of clouds immediately formed. With him as the center, from the inside to the outside, the rings grew in size, the 5 rings formed 5 concentric circles, protecting Tai Baiyunqing at the center. As the starry cluster attacked, the 5 rings of clouds revolved around the center, after images lingered and formed a white ball silhouette. Tai Baiyunqing laughed heartily, he felt a strong sense of security inside. But right at this time, the starry cluster exploded. Ding ding ding, dang dang dang, a large number of star points shot out in all directions, colliding with each other. The explosion completely enveloped Tai Baiyunqing's body, cold air was leaking from within. The power of this explosion far surpasses a simple superposition of star points. Tai Baiyunqing's expression changed, the 5 rings of clouds quickly turned blue, their rotation speed fell sharply. Again. Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms, his 8 hands were like monstrous claws, grabbing at the air. At the next moment, lumps of starlight formed in his hands. Tai Baiyunqing saw this, his pupils shrunk, he did not dare to be careless anymore, he immediately activated his goo worms and moved away. Fang Yuan did not move, his 8 arms shot out one after another, the starry cluster flew towards Tai Baiyunqing and exploded. Bam bam bam, the explosions continued, Tai Baiyunqing was in a sorry state, he dodged left and right. The 5 rings of clouds reached their limits, they self-detonated one after another, the power of the self-detonation was indeed of great help to him. Tai Baiyunqing quickly replenished the 5 rings, no matter how Fang Yuan attacked, he maintained his defense. Enough. Fang Yuan stopped. Tai Baiyunqing breathed roughly, he slowly flew towards Fang Yuan. What is the name of this killer move? How much of its power did you use? Fang Yuan replied bluntly, I named it Icy Drill Stardust, it is my own creation. When used with my full strength, I can shoot out a water vat-sized starry cluster 6 times. But the larger the starry cluster, the slower it is. Because the more stardust there is, the more they collide with each other, the more speed is expended. That means you did not even use 50% of your power earlier. How can your killer move be so powerful? Although it cannot compare to an immortal killer move, it far surpasses most mortal killer moves. Tai Baiyunqing exclaimed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, when I was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, I obtained an inheritance from a famous poet in Northern Plains, Du Minjun. I obtained an inheritance from a famous Northern Plains poet, Du Minjun. He took a different approach and created a brand new star goo. This star goo. It can increase the attack power of star path goo worms, it is like a weakened version of amplify effect goo. When I deduced my killer move this time, I fused this star goo into it, that is why its power is so great. This was the reason why Fang Yuan chose an offensive star path killer move. Tai Baiyunqing realized at once, so that's it. I knew it, my defensive killer move is called 9 Cloud Rings, when activated with full strength. It can contain 9 cloud rings in total. Not only is its defense strong, it can also be replenished at any time, and can even counterattack the enemy's attacks. This cost me 2 immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan nodded, this killer move of yours is definitely worth this price. It can even be sold for 2.5 immortal Yuan stones in jewel yellow skies. Inkman King is doing you a favor. Tai Baiyunqing laughed, I understand this, he wants my landscape as before immortal goo. He is also a goo immortal, he needs to undergo tribulation. When the blessed land is damaged in the future, he will definitely want me to repair it. Landscape as before goo will be my way of making money from now on. Old Bai, when your business expands in the future, you will definitely be welcomed by many goo immortals. Come, let's talk while flying. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing slowly flew towards Danghun Mountain. Tai Baiyunqing took a glance behind him, only to see that in the sky above the battlefield earlier, there were still dozens of azure nebulas. From within these nebulas, crackling sounds could be heard, it was caused by the collision of the starlight. The nebulas were emitting cold air. As time passed, it became fainter and fainter. Junior brother, you are very amazing. Your killer move, Icy Drill Stardust. If you want to sell it to Jewel Yellow Skies, it would fetch at least 4 immortal Yuan stones. Tai Baiyunqing sighed. If not for wisdom goo, why would I have endless inspiration? Fang Yuan replied plainly. Actually, just relying on wisdom goo, without little immortal Xing Luo's ice path killer move Icy Veil and 6-9 Stardust, Fang Yuan would not be able to deduce the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. Before little immortal Xing Luo rose up, she was penniless, but with the help of the 5 Regions War, she created her own Icy Stardust killer move, gradually accumulating wealth and becoming famous for a period of time. Fang Yuan tried to buy the predecessor of the Icy Stardust killer move from the current her with an attitude of trying it out. When he saw Icy Veil and 6-9 Stardust, he guessed that these 2 killer moves were the foundation of little immortal Xing Luo's new killer move. After spending half-space immortal Yuan stones to buy them, he went to Wisdom Goo and used the Light of Wisdom to deduce. The Light of Wisdom gave him unlimited inspiration, and Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He had seen the power of Icy Stardust. This way, he had the most crucial direction and did not need to deduce aimlessly. Eventually, he combined Do Minjun's inheritance and deduced Icy Drill Stardust killer move. This killer move was obviously different from the Icy Stardust. It covered a smaller area than the Icy Stardust, but its power was undoubtedly greater. One could say, by relying on Do Minjun's inheritance, it had already surpassed Icy Stardust by a little. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo is truly extraordinary. It is hard to imagine the scene when it is fully activated. To speak the truth, I am envious of you now. You actually have such benefits after becoming a zombie. Tai Baiyunxing looked at Fang Yuan with envy. Fang Yuan shook his head. There are many drawbacks to becoming a zombie. Firstly, I need to thank Red Lotus Immortal Venerable. Secondly, it was a coincidence that I was able to achieve this. If not for the special situation at that time where I made an agreement with Wisdom Goo, how could I have gotten the Light of Wisdom? That's right, if not for Red Lotus Immortal Venerable breaking Fate Goo, after we die, our souls would be sucked away by the door of life and death, forever trapped in the obsession death realm. How could we remain in this world and become a zombie? Tai Baiyunxing heaved a long sigh. Alright, before I left, I told you to ask Land Spirit of Xianxia about the information of Luck Path. I wonder if you have any gains this time? Fang Yuan asked. Ever since he knew that Long-Hair Ancestor and Giant Sun Immortal had discussed the Tao for 7 days and 7 nights, he had this thought. Land Spirit of Xianxia was much easier to deal with than Mo Yao's will. But Tai Baiyunxing shook his head, revealing a strange smile. I repaired several rivers, but was chased away by Land Spirit of Xianxia. He needs to eat medicine and grind it into pieces. He is very busy. Half a month later, Fang Yuan arrived at Xianxia Blessed Land again. Clouds and mist drifted in front of him. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The 12 cloud buildings were still standing amidst the rumbling clouds. There were also several large rivers that moved above the cloud soil like swimming dragons. Xianxia Blessed Land had been restored to its former glory under Tai Baiyunxing's treatment. Fang Yuan was led into a cloud building and saw Land Spirit of Xianxia. Land Spirit of Xianxia's body was still covered in layers of Chi Path seals. But with Inkman King's help, the original 18 layers of seals had been reduced by 3 layers, only 15 remained. Inkman King was standing beside Land Spirit of Xianxia. He did not dare to be careless when he saw Fang Yuan. He greeted first, Sir Fang Yuan, how have you been? Fang Yuan smiled at him. The protruding fangs made his smile look extremely sinister. He turned to Land Spirit of Xianxia and threw him a rank 4 East Window Goo. Take a look. East Window Goo quietly floated in front of Land Spirit of Xianxia. Land Spirit of Xianxia could not stretch out his hands, but Fang Yuan lent him East Window Goo, allowing him to look into his mind. After inspecting it, he nodded in satisfaction, praising, not bad at all. You have completely perfected these 3 Immortal Goo recipes. Amazing, this idea is simply superb. Land Spirit, I came here personally, I did not come here to listen to your nonsense. Fang Yuan interrupted Land Spirit of Xianxia without any politeness, saying with a hidden meaning. Land Spirit of Xianxia was not stupid. He willed and summoned 30 Immortal Yuan stones. This is your remuneration. Fang Yuan immediately received these Immortal Yuan stones and placed them in his immortal aperture. He earned it this time. But not as much as last time. That was because deducing the Immortal Goo recipe this time had used up a whole 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. If not for the fact that the Stargate was already set up, he would have saved 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from using fixed immortal travel. His cost would be as high as 8 green grape immortal essence beads. Even though these immortal goo recipes were more than 90% incomplete. But every immortal goo recipe had to be analyzed. Some immortal goo recipes were very difficult to deduce. After passing one obstacle, there would be another one. Thinking about it would expend even more willpower. But even so, the profits were still extremely high. The Inkman King looked at him enviously. After watching both parties complete the transaction, he smiled and said, "Your Excellency Feng Yuan, in fact, in every transaction. He didn't necessarily need to pay with an immortal yuan stone, right? Here in Xianxia Paradise, there are many good things that can't be bought in jewel yellow skies. We can barter for them. To tell you the truth, my Inkman city has also collected some goods. Perhaps your Excellency will be interested. Not long ago, your senior brother, Lord Tai Baiyunxing, had once bought one of my killer moves." The Inkman King saw that Feng Yuan had sufficient funds. He also wanted to do business with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan heard this and smiled. "Inkman King's suggestion is very good. I am lacking 3 small swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. I wonder if you have them." This question stumped the Inkman King. An awkward expression appeared on his face. "I am ashamed, the name of small swamp and pine island. This is the first time I have heard of it. These are all ancient goo worms. Small swamp goo can change the terrain. It can form a small swamp. The same is true for pine island goo. It can form a floating island on the sea surface, with a towering tree at the center of the island, its roots coiling and intertwining, stabilizing the land." Land Spirit of Xianxia explained at an appropriate time. Finally, he looked at Feng Yuan curiously. "These goo worms have already been eliminated. Now, goo immortals have cheaper ways to change the terrain of the blessed land. What do you want these goo worms for?" "You don't need to ask about my goal. From your tone, Xianxia blessed land should have these goo worms, right?" Feng Yuan smiled and said mysteriously. "Of course." Land Spirit of Xianxia slightly raised his head, saying proudly, "Every time I obtain a goo recipe, I will refine some goo worms for my collection. I have over 100 small swamp goo and pine island goo in my collection. I can sell them to you. But the materials to refine these goo are already extinct now. You need to pay an immortal yuan stone. The rarer something is, the greater its value. Small swamp goo and pine island goo, these 2 goo worms could not even be sold in treasure yellow heaven." Feng Yuan did not hesitate, immediately throwing an immortal yuan stone to Land Spirit of Xianxia, obtaining 3 small swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. Next, he asked Land Spirit of Xianxia with interest, "Strange, you have so many goo worms in your collection, how do you solve the problem of feeding them?" These days, Feng Yuan had been troubled by the matter of feeding goo worms, especially the immortal goo in his possession. Land Spirit of Xianxia gave him an answer. "The problem of feeding mortal goo is very simple. You can create a special environment and let them fall into hibernation. But immortal goo cannot do this. Even if they fall into hibernation, they need to be fed. But the feeding resources will be at least half of the normal amount." This answer made Feng Yuan slightly disappointed. "Can you explain in detail?" he asked. "You have also been to the True Inheritance secluded domain in 88-point Xianxia Tower, right? True Inheritance secluded domain is a special environment. It can make goo worms fall into hibernation. Mortal goo do not need to be fed, and the feeding cost of immortal goo is also greatly reduced." Feng Yuan frowned, "But even so, True Inheritance secluded domain has many immortal goo. I do not believe that 88-point Xianxia Tower can gather enough food to feed these goo worms every 10 years. That is because Giant Sun Immortal used food path methods. Food path is a hidden path. It specializes in solving the problems of feeding goo worms, variant humans, wild beasts, and even humans. Don't ask me about food path, I do not know any information. The immortal goo in my possession are all honestly fed using the most orthodox methods." Feng Yuan did not give up. "Back then, when your main body refined 88-point Xianxia Tower with Giant Sun Immortal, how can you not know about the food path methods he used?" Land Spirit of Xianxia rolled his eyes. "My main body had once made a vow with Giant Sun Immortal not to divulge any information regarding food path methods. This is a huge secret, I actually want to know about it. But in my inherited memories, there is no information regarding this." Feng Yuan nodded. He knew that the land spirit was upright and would not lie. He was only asking casually. Although the handover was completed, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He had another motive for coming here. He took out a star shoot goo, handing it to Land Spirit of Xianxia. Can you reverse deduce the refinement recipe of this goo? Land Spirit of Xianxia could not stretch out his hands, he could only sniff this star shoot goo, saying, this goo worm has clearly been tampered with, the goo recipe is hard to reverse deduce, we need at least a refinement grandmaster to do it. With just this new rank 3-star path goo, it is impossible to reverse deduce the goo recipe. Because one new goo is not enough for the research. Unless you have 4,000 of these goo worms. Fang Yuan smiled, stretching out his right hand and spreading his fingers. I have over 5,000 star shoot goo. Star shoot goo was a necessary goo to form the killer move Spring Star Rain. Fang Yuan had tried using Spring Star Rain once, and found that this killer move was extremely effective. He bought so many star shoot goo at once, it was because he wanted to reverse deduce the goo recipe. Right now, this thought was even stronger. Over 5,000, of course I can reverse deduce the goo recipe. Unfortunately, I am sealed now, I cannot do it. Land Spirit of Xianxia heaved a deep sigh. Fang Yuan frowned, your Chi Path seal still has 15 layers, how long will it take to completely remove it? At least a year. Inkman King said. So long? No choice, this seal is definitely an immortal killer move, the further I go, the harder it will be to remove the seal. Inkman King revealed a bitter smile. Long Hair Ancestor was one of the 3 refinement grandmasters in history, his name was recorded in history. Land Spirit of Xianxia's refinement path attainment level was at least a refinement grandmaster. And Fang Yuan was only a refinement path master. If he could ask Land Spirit of Xianxia for help, that would be the best. But now that Land Spirit of Xianxia was sealed, he could not refine goo, and could not reverse deduce the goo recipe. Actually, reverse deduce the goo recipe is not impossible. Inkman King suggested, isn't there a lot of old hairy men in Xianxia Blessed Land? These old hairy men have refinement path master attainment. At that time, we can ask them to assist the Land Spirit and have him guide us on the spot, isn't that enough? Land Spirit of Xianxia immediately rolled his eyes at Inkman King, an outsider's words. Refinement path is broad and profound, many methods and killer moves require corresponding intelligence, cultivation level, talent, and a lot of hard training. Do you think just because there are a lot of refinement path masters, you can match a refinement grandmaster? Nonsense. Inkman King was dazed from the scolding, he could only chuckle, not daring to retort. In that case, forget it. When you are unsealed, we will talk again. Fang Yuan said goodbye and left. This matter was not his top priority. Lad, even if my seal is unsealed, I will not reverse deduce it for free. When the time comes, prepare 3 immortal Yuan stone. Land Spirit of Xianxia shouted at Fang Yuan's back. Fang Yuan did not even turn his head, he waved his hand and stepped into the Stargate, vanishing. Humph, cocky lad. Land Spirit of Xianxia looked at his disappearing figure and could not help muttering. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and entered Dang Hun Palace, immediately starting the matter of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada. With little swamp goo and Pine Island goo in hand, the last missing piece was finally made up. 7 days and 7 nights later, Fang Yuan planted large numbers of goo worms in his first aperture, as well as the abdomen near his dantian. The effects of these goo worms were interconnected and amplified each other, forming a powerful seal. On one hand, it helped the first aperture resist Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure. On the other hand, a portion of Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura was modified and released outside of his body. Thirdly, and also the most crucial point, after being sealed, Spring-Autumn Cicada's usage would not be affected. This seal can last for 4 years. This way, the problem of Spring-Autumn Cicada breaking the first aperture is temporarily solved. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief inwardly after checking that there were no problems. With this problem solved, the heavy pressure on his body also lightened. The process of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada was not easy. After all, it was using mortal goo to seal an immortal goo. Fang Yuan was so tired that his soul turned dim. 3 days later, Fang Yuan slowly woke up. His heart was at peace, he no longer felt the fatigue and restlessness from before. It seems that a zombie's body is inferior to a living one. My soul is easily fatigued and weak, and also very restless. Fang Yuan found another flaw of a zombie's body. If the soul was weak, Guts goo could be used to strengthen the soul. This was easy to resolve. There were many guts goo growing on Danghun Mountain. This was a top-quality method to strengthen the soul. But if the soul was restless, it needed to be pacified. The best way to pacify the soul was the lake water in Obsession Death Domain. This water was recorded in Verdant Great Sun praised it as a top-quality wine. Fang Yuan did not have the lake water. Even if he did, he would not dare to drink it. He used the old method, which was also the most effective method, sleep. If I were a normal person, I would only need to rest for a while to calm the restlessness of my soul. But after becoming a zombie, I would need to sleep for 3 days. Soul path is divided into strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul, but most soul path goo masters focus on the first two. Now that I think about it, it should be because sleep itself has the best effect of pacifying the soul. I don't need to invest too much in this aspect. After sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan's understanding of soul path deepened by another level. Next, he calculated the accounts for the last month. After 2 transactions with Land Spirit of Xianxia, he had earned a total of 60 Immortal Yuan stones. But he had also used a lot. In Jewel Yellow Skies, he bought over 1,000 Starlight Firefly Goo, the Killer Move Spring Star Rain, Cold Yarn, 6-9 Stardust, large amounts of goo refinement materials, large numbers of Mortal Goo, and a group of old hairy men. Next, to seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, he bought Small Swamp Goo and Pine Island Goo. He spent a total of 20 Immortal Yuan stones. Right now, Fang Yuan still had 30.5 Immortal Yuan stones. But don't look at the Immortal Yuan stones, the price Fang Yuan had to pay was his own green grape Immortal Essence. Deducing Immortal Goo recipes. He could only do it himself. After the first transaction with the Land Spirit of Xianxia, he only had 9 beads of green grape Immortal Essence left. The second calculation of green grape Immortal Essence consumed 6 beads of green grape Immortal Essence. Optimizing the Spring and Autumn Cicadas seal plan also consumed 1 bead. Now, only 2 beads of green grape Immortal Essence were left. It was necessary to optimize the Spring and Autumn Cicadas plans. The estimated cost was 23 Immortal Yuan stones. After the optimization, it was reduced to 20 yuan. In short, he had saved 2 Immortal Yuan stones. With only 2 green grape Immortal Essence left, it was a very dangerous thing to do. Once something bad happened. Fang Yuan could only use Myriad Self twice. He could not deal with the intense changes in the situation, especially when Crane Gate's attack was getting closer. Fang Yuan used 15 Immortal Yuan stones and converted them into his own green grape Immortal energy. As such, his green grape Immortal Essence rose to 17 beads. As for the Immortal Yuan stone, it had dropped to 15.5 pieces. Now, the Spring-Autumn Cicada was in danger of bursting his aperture. It has been temporarily lifted. The predicament was also lifted because of the alliance with He Lulan. The transaction with the Land Spirit of Xianxia earned a large number of Immortal Yuan stones. It was the source of strength for Fang Yuan to solve the problem. The terrible situation had eased up a little. It was like the sky was dark and the earth was covered in layers of dark clouds. But after Fang Yuan's continuous efforts, the cracks gradually opened up, revealing bright and warm sunlight. Right now, it was in front of him. It was another problem, and this problem had to be solved quickly. That was feeding Immortal Goo. The feeding of Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan was not worried. But feeding Immortal Goo was a problem that was getting more and more serious. In summary, Fang Yuan had many Immortal Goo, Spring and Autumn Cicada, Fixed Immortal Travel, Calamity Beckoning, Delight in Water and Mountain, Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, and Woman's Heart. Ordinary Goo Immortals often did not even have 1 Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan had a total of 9 Immortal Goo. This was a huge blessing, but also a huge burden. Spring and Autumn Cicada was fine, it fed on the water of the River of Time, it did not need to be fed. Fixed Immortal Travels Fang Yuan had once fed it a green grape Immortal Essence bead a year ago in Central Continent Time, it could last for 6 years. But 1 year in Central Continent Time did not mean only 1 year had passed in Fixed Immortal Travel. Imperial Court Blessed Lands Time, Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture's time, and Hu Immortal Blessed Lands Time were many times faster than Central Continent's time. Moreover, 6 years was only a theoretical number. The more times Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel, the shorter this time would be. Right now, fixed immortal travel could still last for some time, but it was not long before it could be fed again. The remaining immortal goo were troublesome. These days, Fang Yuan had found some crucial information. Calamity beckoning immortal goo's food was the black blood of the desolate beast six-headed snake. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo needed large amounts of mountain chi, water chi, and laughter stones. Worldly wave trace goo needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish, and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Rising azure cloud goo needed the scales of the desolate beast cloud dragon, and the eyeballs of tens of thousands of wind-scythe birds. Cleansed soul immortal goo needed the flesh and blood of 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm goo. Connect luck immortal goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast heaven and earth sand gull. As for poison path immortal goo woman's heart, land spirit of Xianxia had also said that it needed to be fed with the hearts of women. This goo was nurtured and refined in one, the more women's hearts it fed, the stronger it would be. Among these goo worms, calamity beckoning immortal goo was refined not long ago. It should have been fed long ago, it is clearly weak now. Delight in water and mountain, worldly wave trace immortal goo are components of the immortal goo house water pavilion. They have been hiding in imperial court blessed land all these years, they have been having a good meal. Cleanse soul, connect luck, woman's heart, and rising azure cloud are all hibernating in true inheritance secluded domain. Over these years, giant suns will has only used half of the resources to feed them. Right now, they have all left true inheritance secluded domain and have completely awakened. They are now in a hungry state and need nourishment. Fortunately, I have mortgaged rising azure cloud to land spirit of Xianxia. Using him to feed them for me, I am not afraid of starving to death. Man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal goo, I have also given them to Tai Bai Yunxing for him to worry about. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Even so, the heavy burden of feeding the immortal goo was not an easy task. Feeding immortal goo was not just a problem of immortal yuan stone. This world was not like Earth. Earth was a commercialized society. As long as one had enough money, they could buy anything. But in the goo master world, the economy was not developed, there were many monopolized businesses and countless scarce resources. Immortal yuan stone was indeed a hard currency, but it was not omnipotent. For example, the desolate beast's six-headed snake and cloud dragon, as well as the ancient desolate beast worldly sand gull, were hard to find and had powerful goo immortal battle strength. Although jewel yellow skies would also sell the flesh and bones of desolate beasts, it was rare and would be quickly sold out once they were put on the market. Even earth chi and water chi were not easy to extract. White lotus giant silkworm goo, laughter stones, and so on were all extremely rare items. They were also rarely seen in jewel yellow skies. In contrast, the feeding of woman's heart was slightly more troublesome, but the difficulty was low. There was another crucial point, and that was time. Fang Yuan did not have enough time to slowly prepare these ingredients. Thus, he had no choice but to openly purchase these rare resources in jewel yellow skies. Even though the price was high, it would also leave behind a large number of deductions for wisdom path goo immortals. But now that Fang Yuan had the title of 8-arm immortal, for the time being, no one would associate him with who immortal blessed land. Even if they were to be linked, Fang Yuan had to do this. After all, the survival of immortal goo was much more important than being suspected. Of course, he had already asked land spirit of Xianxia, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, but he did not get the desired result from them. Land spirit of Xianxia had laughter stones before, but they were used up during goo refinement. Several years ago, a goo immortal returned from Eastern Sea and gave Fairy Li Shan a group of deep-sea lightning eels. But there were only 100 or so, they were only for viewing. Later, Fairy Li Shan neglected to take care of them, causing these eels to die. But this news gave Fang Yuan a reminder. Eastern Sea, in Fang Yuan's previous life, when he was immortal, he had roamed the 5 regions and stayed in Eastern Sea for a period of time. Eastern Sea had abundant resources, it could be said to be number 1 in the 5 regions, even Central Continent could not compare. And these last years, Eastern Sea had been in turmoil, there were many opportunities to profit from it, and the expected profits were also huge. If not for Danghun Mountain being damaged and Tai Bai Yunxing being the easiest to obtain, Fang Yuan's first choice would have been Eastern Sea. Thinking of Blue Ruins Blessed Land, Blue Dragon Whale, Rainbow Island and others that had left a deep impression on him, Fang Yuan made his decision. He summoned Tai Baiyunxing. Old Bai, how is your cultivation progress? Tai Baiyunxing smiled as he rambled, good, everything is going smoothly. I restored the cloud soil terrain for land spirit of Xianxia and earned 3 immortal yuan stones. I also restored several large rivers and earned 2 immortal yuan stones. Next, I bought the defensive killer move 9 cloud ring and spent 2 stones. I also bought float ball tea grass seeds from Jewel Yellow Skies and spent 1. Float ball tea grass seeds are very ordinary, you actually spent 1 immortal yuan stone, it seems you bought a huge amount. But your choice is correct, I have inspected your blessed land, there are far more time path resources than space path. Float ball tea grass grows slowly and floats in the air. You can make use of your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. After a few years, float ball tea grass will flourish and you can harvest them and sell them. Fang Yuan evaluated. That's right. Tai Baiyunxing slapped his thigh. After float ball tea grass reaches a certain scale, I plan to move a group of jade hummingbirds and use them as the foundation to construct the blessed land. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Baiyunxing. Jade hummingbirds are mutated beasts, the price of a jade hummingbird group is not cheap. Tai Baiyunxing replied calmly, I have already thought it through, I will use landscape as before to earn immortal yuan stones and learn from Fairy Li Shan. I believe my landscape as before will not be inferior to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge Gu. Fang Yuan nodded, you have landscape as before Gu, you will be welcomed wherever you go. Tai Baiyunxing sighed, it is a pity I cannot show myself now. Imperial Court blessed land is destroyed, we are the only survivors. Right now, we are the prime suspects of Northern Plains Gu immortals. If we are exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Also, the crucial witness Ma Hongyun has gone missing, he seems to have been secretly captured by a Gu immortal, maybe we are already being targeted by some Gu immortals. Eastern Sea? Tai Baiyunxing was astonished. Chapter That's right. Eastern Sea has many sea areas, its culture is different from Northern Plains, after you go there, you will definitely gain something. Especially one sea area, it is called Air Bubble Sea. This sea is rich in air bubble fish, but because of the recent battles between Gu immortals, it has already been poisoned. The owners of this sea area, Ni clan, Qiu clan, and Ba clan, are all having a headache over this. Fang Yuan said. Tai Baiyunxing was immediately interested, this seems to be a huge business. Junior brother, you are right, if we cannot survive in Northern Plains, we can go to Eastern Sea. There are regional walls between the 5 regions, the higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to cross them. But we have fixed immortal travel, we cannot see the regional walls. But old Bai, you need to be careful. Although Gu immortals cannot casually cross regions, the matter in Northern Plains is too huge, the other 4 regions already know about it. Central Continent's 10 great sects have deep foundations, they have pawns in the other 4 regions. Originally, I wanted to obtain Dark Limit Immortal Gu and sneak into Eastern Sea. But He Lolan's side has not made any progress. This trip is filled with danger, you need to be careful. Fang Yuan said sincerely. Tai Baiyunxing was moved, I understand, but junior brother, you don't need to worry. I have roamed Northern Plains my entire life, I might not be able to fight them head-on, but I am more than capable of protecting myself. Fang Yuan nodded, he agreed with this, otherwise, he would not have arranged for Tai Baiyunxing to enter Eastern Sea. Tai Baiyunxing was old and experienced, he was also a flying master, his escaping skills were top-notch. Moreover, he had obtained the Cloud Path defensive killer move 9 Cloud Ring, it had great power. After entering Eastern Sea, don't be in a hurry to negotiate with Ni clan, Qiu clan, and Ba clan, go to Haishur blessed land. There are 5 great trading markets in the world. Jewel Yellow Skies is ranked first, Haishur blessed land is ranked second. There should be a mission to save Air Bubble Sea in Haishur blessed land, you can use this channel to contact the 3 clans. It will save you a lot of trouble. Fang Yuan said. Tai Baiyunxing agreed, I'll definitely go take a look at the blessed land of Sea City. Fang Yuan continued, to feed the immortal Gu, I need tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Both of them were specialties of the East Sea. Also, can you see if there are any laughter stones, the blood of the six-headed serpent, and the dragon scales of the cloud dragon? This is my list. Here you go. Tai Baiyunxing took the list and revealed a solemn expression. Junior Marshal brother, your business is my business. I'll do my best to settle it for you. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Old Bai, just do your best. But before leaving, I hope you can make a trip to Danghun Mountain and digest some guts goo. This goo is a top-quality soul-strengthening goo. It is always better to be prepared. Junior brother, you're here again. How many times have I told you? This guts goo is your asset. As your senior brother, how can I take advantage of you? Tai Baiyunxing immediately refused. This was the 6th time he had refused. Fang Yuan had already saved his life. He, Tai Baiyunxing, remembered this kindness in his heart and would never forget it. How could he be greedy for Fang Yuan's guts goo? Fang Yuan pondered for a while and chose to concede. Strengthening the soul is extremely beneficial to you. How about this? Take out an immortal Yuan stone and I will sell this guts goo to you. Coincidentally, I need to feed the immortal goo recently. I lack immortal Yuan stone. Tai Baiyunxing opened his mouth to speak, but Fang Yuan waved his hand and said, Senior Marshal brother. This trip to the East Sea is filled with danger. I want you to try your best to be rank 5, otherwise, if something happens to you, I will feel guilty. I always try my best, I hope you can understand. His words were sincere and filled with deep emotions. Especially when Fang Yuan called him Senior Marshal brother, Tai Baiyunxing was so moved that his eyes turned red. He quickly blinked his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. Alright, I understand Junior Marshal brother's meaning, let's make this transaction. A day later, Tai Baiyunxing prepared himself and left Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Fang Yuan, arriving in the East Sea. I will hand moving perspective goo and Stargate goo to you. We need to keep in contact. If there is any major movement, inform me first. Fang Yuan instructed. Junior Marshal brother, go back. If Crane Gate attacks, don't forget to call me back. Tai Baiyunxing said. Fang Yuan nodded and did not speak, activating fixed immortal travel and disappearing on the spot. Tai Baiyunxing stored the Stargate goo and looked around the sea. After confirming the direction, he flew away. When he reappeared, Fang Yuan had already arrived in Western Desert from the East Sea. He stood on a sand dune that was over 10,000 feet tall, looking around. In the vast desert, countless sand dunes rose and fell, spreading out. The sun was high in the sky, there was no wind, the temperature of the air was so high that it could roast a person. However, Fang Yuan was currently an immortal zombie, he could not feel the slightest bit of warmth. The grains of sand of uniform thickness shone like gold under the sunlight. Fang Yuan looked at the sand dune below him. This sand dune was several times taller than the surrounding sand dune. The entire sand dune was golden, the lines were smooth, the sand dune was clean, only a short tree was growing at the top. This short tree was less than 8 feet tall, its branches were thin and crooked, like strange claws, it looked extremely ugly. But the amazing thing was, it gave off a huge light shadow. This light shadow was extremely huge, reaching 500 to 600 feet. The light shadow was like a tree with lush flowers. The branches were white like snow, the flowers were pink like cherry blossoms. Among the flowers and leaves, there were many unripe fruits of different colors. This tree had a huge origin, it was an ancient desolate tree called Thousand Wish. It took 300 years to grow, 600 years to flower, and 900 years to bear fruit. The number of fruits it bore was exactly 1,000. When the fruits were fully ripe, someone brought the goo recipe to the tree to make a wish. If the wish was successful, the fruit would split open and the corresponding goo worm would fly out. These goo worms could be mortal goo or immortal goo, but if the wish was for an immortal goo, the number of fruits would decrease correspondingly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had caused Western Desert's goo immortals to fight several times because of this ancient desolate tree. Eventually, several superforces came to an agreement and tried to divide this tree. But on the day the fruits ripened, all the forces united and broke through the blockade of the superforces. The scene was chaotic. A lone cultivator rank 5 goo master named Han Li was the first to arrive at the Thousand Wish tree. He made a wish and obtained a space path immortal goo called Void Heaven. Fang Yuan was a rank 4 Gu master back then. He tried to fish in troubled waters and went through many dangers to arrive at the ancient desolate tree. He also obtained a Gu worm. But this Gu worm was only a rare rank 4 Gu. Even so, this rare rank 5 Gu gave Fang Yuan a huge boost to his battle strength. When I fought my way out of the encirclement and arrived at the tree, the fruits on the tree were already sparse, there were only 50 to 60 of them left. But in this life, I came here too early. The fruits will only ripen in another 200 years. Fang Yuan sighed as he patted this ancient desolate tree. The thousand-wish tree did not move. This desolate tree's defense was astonishing, it could resist immortal Gu attacks without falling. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of it. Regretfully, not long after that chaotic battle, Shi clan's rank 8 Gu immortal ancestor Shi Jianping came out of seclusion and suppressed everyone with his might. The thousand-wish tree was taken away by the super force Shi clan and planted in Shi clan's blessed land. From then on, Fang Yuan never saw the thousand-wish tree again. Fang Yuan did not have the method to transplant the thousand-wish tree. Even if he did not have a place to plant it. Hu immortal blessed land was a grassland, not a desert. The thousand-wish tree needed such an extreme environment to survive. And if he rashly moved the thousand-wish tree now, it would cause its flowers and leaves to wither and the thousand-wish fruits to wither and fall, wasting 1,000 years of effort. Fang Yuan walked down the sand dune and left this place. After walking for a long time and tens of thousands of li, he finally left the range of the thousand-wish tree. Fang Yuan turned around and looked, there was not a single sand dune behind him, it was a flat desert, not to mention the golden sand dune and the colorful tree shadow that was 500 to 600 feet tall. He was not surprised. This thousand-wish tree had the ability to envelop an area of tens of thousands of li in an illusion realm. When leaving, one had to walk on foot. When getting close, it was extremely troublesome, the illusion realm would reappear and even make one walk in circles without realizing it. Precisely because of this, I was able to fish in troubled waters in my previous life. Fang Yuan smiled, he had fixed immortal travel anyway and could ignore this illusion realm. But his goal this time was not this ancient desolate tree. Rather, it was a person who obtained great benefits from this thousand-wish tree and became a Gu immortal expert later on. This person's name was Hanli. This person, Hanli, was originally immortal. But after continuous fortuitous encounters, his heart was steady and resolute. His starting point was much lower than mine. When he just started cultivating, I was already a rank 3 Gu master in southern border. But when I self-detonated, he had already become a rank 7 peak stage Gu immortal, a famous expert in western desert. Many influential figures in central continent's 10 great sects had suffered losses at his hands. But now, he is still a child. According to he should be living in a mortal village near Huang tribe's territory. Fang Yuan's target was Hanli. Ever since Fang Yuan understood the use of Connect Luck Immortal Gu, he planned to use the advantage of rebirth to get rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness of wasting his luck. He meticulously planned and eliminated most people, leaving only a few targets. Hanli was one of them. These targets were people who would have great accomplishments in the future, had great potential, and were also people with great luck. People like Southern Borders hunting King Sun Gon had only reached rank 5 in his life. Fang Yuan looked down on them. Little immortal Xing Luo might be an immortal, but her luck was similarly bad, she would at most become famous for a short period of time. Fang Yuan also looked down on her. There was also Shi Chaoyu, although he eventually became a rank 7 Gu immortal, his life was not smooth sailing, it rose and fell from time to time, it could be seen that his luck was bad, he was also eliminated by Fang Yuan. Only people like Hanli and Ma Hongyun, who had smooth sailing and had many fortuitous encounters, were Fang Yuan's targets. But the latter's whereabouts were unknown, Fairy Li Shan was investigating with all her might. Fang Yuan's first target was Hanli. The whole of Western Desert was a vast desert. And the oases were like stars in the sky, dotted among them. Humans relied on the oases to survive here. Western Desert, Shajing Oasis. As a high-grade force, Huang tribe had hundreds of years of history here, occupying the essence resources at the center of the oasis. Outside the oasis, there were some small-scale forces that were attached to this Huang tribe. Even further outside, at the periphery of Shajing Oasis, there were mortal villages. These mortals lived hard lives, they had a large population and were controlled by Huang tribe and other Gu master forces. Among these villages, there was a Han village. At the periphery of Han village, there was a miniature natural grassland. Although it was called a grassland, it was several times more desolate than northern plains. Yellow sand was everywhere here, red dagger grass was spaced apart, the blades were as sharp as swords, their roots piercing deep into the yellow sand, absorbing the meager water. A group of children were bending their backs, holding sickles as they painstakingly cut the grass. These children were not even 10 years old, but they had to work to make up for the family's expenses. This was common among mortals. The dagger grass had sharp edges, almost all the children wore leather gloves, only one was barehanded. This barehanded child had a runny nose, holding a sickle in one hand and a dagger grass in the other. He skillfully cut off the leaves and placed them in a small basket on his back. The afterglow of the setting sun was still scorching hot, causing the children to pant and sweat profusely. Finally, as the twilight deepened, the sun sank below the horizon, leaving only a small part of it. The children stopped what they were doing. "Let's go. It's night, the little ghost jackals are coming out to look for food." The largest child spoke, he seemed to be the leader of the children. "How much did you cut?" "Wow, so much. So many." As usual, they began to compare with each other. "I ate my fill today, so I have plenty of energy, hee. But you still didn't cut as much grass as Hanli. Hey, Hanli, you are so amazing. You can cut grass without gloves, and there are no wounds on your hands. How did you do it?" A little girl with a ponytail asked. Hanli laughed foolishly. The children returned to the village together, excitedly chatting along the way. When they reached the village entrance, they dispersed and returned to their homes. Hanli also returned home. He pushed open the tattered wooden door. He found that his parents were not back yet. His father was a farmer who grew steel wool in the farmland west of the village. He had been plowing the fields these days, leaving early and returning late. His mother, on the other hand, had a job that the villagers envied. Every day, he would enter the outer area of the oasis and do odd jobs for a small-sized forces Gu master. Hanli stood next to a stone mortar and poured the dagger grass from the basket into it. Then, he picked up the wooden pestle and pounded the leaves. He worked very hard. Before long, he was sweating profusely. The blades of grass were pounded into a paste. He took out a gunny sack and poured a small portion of the rice husks into the mortar. He stirred the mixture until it finally formed a paste of food. He dug out the food and put it in a wooden basin. Then, he carried the wooden basin to the side room. There was a simple and crude beast pen in the side room, where 3 fat sand scorpions were kept. These scorpions were as fat as pigs, and their claws posed no threat at all. Upon hearing Hanli's footsteps, the 3 fat scorpions quickly emerged from the shadows of the beast pen. "Eat. I spent a lot of effort to get them." Hanli turned the wooden basin upside down, and the paste inside fell on the ground. The 3 fat sand scorpions huddled together and ate with big mouthfuls, letting out grunting sounds. "Eat, eat, eat more, grow up quickly." Hanli's small body leaned on the fence, looking at these sand scorpions as he muttered to himself. These fat sand scorpions were not goo, they were only ordinary insects. But the scorpion meat was tender and tasty, and the profit from selling the meat was a huge sum to a mortal family. To Hanli's family, these 3 fat sand scorpions were the most important assets. Thus, even if Hanli did not eat dinner, he still had to feed these 3 scorpions. Goo goo goo. At this time, Hanli's stomach suddenly growled in hunger. Hanli jumped off the fence and rubbed his stomach, immediately returning to the house and starting to cook. He had to cook for his parents every day. The rice they ate was the most common sand rice in Western Desert. This rice had a terrible taste and was hard to swallow, but it was easy to grow and was a staple food for mortals. Hanli busied himself beside the stove, not knowing that he was being observed for a long time. Darkness descended. In the mass grave several li away from Han village, Fang Yuan quietly sat cross-legged like a statue. The reason he chose this place was because it was a desolate place. Fang Yuan arrived at dusk and activated 1,000 investigative Gu, covering the entire Han village under his surveillance. Goo immortals had unlimited primeval essence. As long as they had enough goo worms, they could do things hundreds or even thousands of times faster than mortals. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, thinking, the age seems to match, it should be this lad. While thinking, he activated the rank 5 luck inspection goo. Looking from afar, he saw a lump of luck cloud in the sky above Han village. The luck cloud was not big, it was gray-white in color, and was extremely thin. This was the collective luck. These villagers had a sense of belonging, they thought of each other as a whole, thus their luck gathered together. Fang Yuan looked at the bottom of the luck cloud. Wisps of providence smoke rose from the bodies of the villagers. After reaching a height of 500 to 600 feet in the air, they plunged into the providence cloud. Amidst the smoke of providence, there was a particularly conspicuous providence. This luck was like a huge rock, floating above Han Li's village, 100 steps away from the ground. There were cracks on the surface of the rock, and a trace of luck smoke was emitted from the cracks. It was golden in color, and continued upwards. The top of the smoke also fused into the collective luck cloud. What kind of luck is this? Fang Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder. He did not obtain the luck path through inheritance, he did not know the meaning of the form of luck. It was also very ignorant. He decided to call it monolith luck. Han Li was the only person in Han Li's village. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was certain that this Han Li would become a rank 7 goo immortal in the future. The person who had many fortuitous encounters. He looked at the sky above his head but could not see anything. It is a pity, after I became an immortal zombie, I cannot check my luck anymore, unless I get the rank 6 luck inspection goo. I wonder how my luck is now. Is it still the black coffin luck? Fang Yuan mumbled to himself, he had always been curious about luck. However, just as he was about to take out Connect Luck Goo, suddenly, a shout could be heard, "Little thiefling who, do you think I, the great plump lady, can't find you by hiding here? I chased you for an entire 80,000 li, quickly return my immortal Yuan stone." Fang Yuan was shocked, he quickly turned around, only to see a human figure formed from quicksand, shouting at him from not far away. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He said in a low voice, "Plump lady? You have the wrong person. I am not the person you are chasing." Bullshit. Little thiefling who doesn't know you are skilled in disguise? You think I can't recognize you just because you look like this? You've got guts to steal from this old lady. I will beat the shit out of you this time. Not only was the human-shaped quicksand shouting, at the same time, there was also an angry shout in the sky. The voice was like thunder, resounding in the sky. The whole oasis was instantly alarmed, it was in chaos. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. To think that he disguised himself as a normal person, concealing his zombie appearance. But unexpectedly, someone thought that he was a thief. He stood up and looked up. From the northeast direction, yellow sand filled the sky, intense winds blew, the sound of the wind was like the roar of a beast, roaring continuously. The calm yellow sand on the ground was like a raging sea, creating huge waves. The yellow sand waves crashed down layer by layer. Fang Yuan took a deep look at the monolith luck, before moving forward to face it. After a while, he saw the person in question. This was an extremely plump female goo immortal. She had large shoulders and a round waist like a water vat. Stepping on the yellow sand waves, she arrogantly looked down at Fang Yuan. She stretched out her plump finger, shouting, "Little thiefling who, you." Just as she spoke, Fang Yuan attacked. Heavenly corpse transformation. Fang Yuan purposely shouted, removing his disguise goo worm, revealing his immortal zombie appearance. Immediately, a 10-meter-tall monster with a green face and sharp fangs, bloodshot eyes, 8 arms and claws, and bulging muscles appeared in front of the female goo immortal, Plump Lady. It was sinister and filled with killing intent. Plump Lady was shocked, she spoke again, "You." Fang Yuan stepped on the ground, with a loud sound, the ground exploded, he shot towards Plump Lady like a cannonball. Plump Lady saw Fang Yuan's ferocious attack, her heart shook, she quickly raised her hands. Swish swish swish, 3 huge waves of sand rose into the sky, reaching 100 meters. The huge waves crashed towards him, Fang Yuan sneered, he increased his speed and crashed into them. Bam bam bam, in an instant, he destroyed the 3 waves of sand, appearing in front of Plump Lady. Plump Lady's heart jumped. She finally realized that she had recognized the wrong person. But she had a fiery temper. Fang Yuan's ferocious appearance ignited her anger. "I'll let you have a taste of my Plump Lady's killer move, martial sand armor," she roared, and 2 streams of yellow sand gushed out from her ears. The sand quickly gathered and enveloped her body. In a few breaths of time, she turned into a sand giant that was not inferior to Fang Yuan, but she was still fat. Fang Yuan charged forward. The sand giant roared and punched with both fists. It was fearless. Bam bam, with 2 loud sounds, the 8-armed immortal zombie and the sand giant's fists collided. The sand giant's fists exploded into yellow sand, scattering away. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's fists were directly fractured. Plump Lady took a step back. The scattered yellow sand gathered towards the sand giant's fists again. Fang Yuan, however, took a big step forward. His fractured fists were recovering rapidly. His remaining 6 monstrous hands attacked the sand giant. Bam 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 bam. At once, the 2 fought intensely. Yellow sand flew in the sky. The sounds of bones breaking could be heard. Fang Yuan laughed strangely. His 8 giant hands punched, slammed, slapped, pointed, or clawed. He displayed his incredible combat attainment. Plump Lady relied on her martial sand armor to bully other Gu immortals due to her strong defense and brave personality. But in front of Fang Yuan, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan's punches flew rapidly. His movements were agile. Plump Lady was tired of dealing with them. She could only defend and could not retaliate. Suddenly, Fang Yuan saw a flaw. He got close to her. His arms were like strange pythons. His claws were like drills as he crushed the sand giant's arms. The sand giant roared. It raised its fat belly and charged at him. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He had expected this. He moved and arrived above the sand giant in an instant. His left knee slammed down. With a loud sound, the sand giant's head was destroyed. Before the sand could recover, Fang Yuan's right leg chopped down like a battle axe. Boom, the sand exploded. Her defensive killer move was directly destroyed. Plump Lady spat out a mouthful of blood as she fell to the ground like a meteor. Fang Yuan tore the sand apart. He was like a hunting eagle. He flew down from the sky, bringing with him fierce winds. He wanted to kill Plump Lady. Plump Lady, who was falling, showed a panicked expression when she saw Fang Yuan chasing after her. She tried to pull some distance away from Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was faster. Boom. With a loud explosion, Fang Yuan charged down from the sky, directly knocking Plump Lady deep into the desert. A large amount of yellow sand was sent flying, and the huge impact instantly created a huge crater. It had a radius of 1,000 steps and a depth of 100 feet. Fang Yuan stood at the bottom of the crater, looking surprised. He saw that Plump Lady's corpse in his hand suddenly turned into a lump of spirit sand and dissipated. At the same time, a coquettish laughter could be heard from the sky above him. "Brute, I will let you have a taste of my offensive killer move, Dragon Burial Sand Coffin." As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow sand around the crater rushed down like a flood, flattening the entire crater in an instant. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. Buried in it. The surface of the desert was as flat as a mirror. The Plump Lady was spitting out blood, sitting on a pile of yellow sand. Placing his palms together, his eyes were wide open as he activated his killer move. On the mirror-like surface of the desert, a winding sand sculpture of a horned dragon gradually appeared. This sand sculpture of a horned dragon. He circled at once. The dragon's head bit down on the dragon's tail, and together with the surrounding sand, they formed a powerful force that suppressed Fang Yuan under the sand. The originally intense battlefield had now regained its calm. Who? Plump Lady exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Her mind relaxed. It's over. My hidden dragon sand coffin. It could form an unparalleled pressure that came from all directions, from head to toe. As long as the enemy was trapped, they would not be able to move and would eventually be crushed into meat paste. In the past, even a desolate beast dragon was suppressed to death by me, much less a human. The Plump Lady muttered to herself. These words were very effective. She quickly calmed herself down. But right at this moment, a loud sound came from the depths of the ground. Dong. What's that sound? Plump Lady shuddered. She became nervous again. Dong. The loud sound resounded again. It was as if a giant underground was beating a war drum. damn it, it's the buried dragon sand coffin. Plump Lady became extremely vigilant. She stood up abruptly, but soon her vision turned black. She staggered and almost fell down from the floating yellow sand. She was indeed injured. Fang Yuan tore apart the martial sand armor and heavily injured her with his powerful fist. At the crucial moment, she used her killer move substitute body to attract Fang Yuan's attention, while her true body hid in the yellow sand in the sky. Next, Plump Lady used her killer move, the buried dragon sand coffin, to trap Fang Yuan underground. Impossible. Even a desolate beast dragon would die to this killer move of mine. If this killer move is sold in jewel yellow skies, it can be sold for at least 3 immortal yuan stones. Plump Lady muttered to herself. Dong, right at this moment, another loud sound resounded. The originally mighty evil dragon sand sculpture trembled violently. Cracks appeared all over its surface, and fine yellow sand spilled down from it. Plump Lady's heart also shook, her eyes widened as she stared at the desert beneath her feet. Dong. Dong. Dong, the loud sound resounded again. It was getting more frequent. The ground was also shaking. Plump Lady's mouth was dry, she was terrified. She felt that her killer move was not trapping a person, but a ferocious beast that was even more ferocious than the desolate beast dragon. Boom, the giant dragon sand sculpture could not suppress it anymore, it completely collapsed. The desert swelled up, quicksand flowed down like flowing water, a huge body appeared in front of Plump Lady again. The moonless night was filled with the sound of wind, it was eerie. Fang Yuan was 10 meters tall, he had 8 monstrous arms, he had a green face and sharp fangs, he was like a demon god that had appeared, bringing nightmares to the world. What was different from before was that he was covered in a layer of black armor. The armor was ferocious, there were sharp spikes at the edges. The armor was extremely thick, it made Fang Yuan's tall and strong heavenly zombie body look even more domineering, demonic aura was overflowing. This was Fang Yuan's defensive killer move. If Plump Lady had another 400 years, she would definitely recognize this. This was the most popular defensive killer move during the 5 regions chaotic war, hair armor. It used rank 5 unbreakable steel main goo as the core, with hundreds of other goo worms as support. It could allow a goo immortal's hair to grow wildly and form armor. Not only was it cheap and good, it also had great defense. It was easy to replenish goo worms that were damaged in battle. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie, his hair was as hard as steel, the effect of hair armor was even better than an ordinary immortal's body. Fang Yuan relied on hair armor and his immortal zombie body to resist the burial dragon sand coffin. He was completely unharmed. This killer move had appeared more than 400 years in advance. Plump Lady could not recognize it, but it did not stop her from evaluating the value of this killer move. This defensive killer move is even stronger than my martial sand armor. If I sell it in jewel yellow skies, it will be sold at the price of 2 half-immortal yuan stone. Thinking of this, Plump Lady's fighting spirit fell again. Sir, I am a Mo Clan Gu immortal, I was chasing after a scoundrel, but I misunderstood you. I am now sure that you are not Ling Hu Su. This is a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord, we. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, he, this is getting interesting. Mo Clan Gu immortal. If I kill you, I'm sure you will feel good about it. This was the first time Fang Yuan had spoken since the battle started. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Plump Lady shuddered when she heard it. Mo Clan was a super force in Western Desert, a tyrant of a region. But Fang Yuan was unbridled, he did not care about Mo Clan at all. Plump Lady's heart sank to rock bottom. Where did this demonic cultivator come from? His battle strength is at the top of rank 6. And his personality is so fierce and arrogant. Next, Plump Lady saw the phantom of a pair of wings appear behind Fang Yuan's back. These wings were like bat wings, pitch black and wide. Her body shook, the phantom of bat wings vanished, but Fang Yuan's body shot towards her like lightning. So fast. This is a movement killer move. Plump Lady's pupils shrunk, she made up her mind to escape. She screamed, and her round, plump face could no longer hide the panic. She saw that Fang Yuan was getting closer. Plump Lady's body burst out with a dazzling yellow light. The yellow light pushed her body back rapidly. She escaped in the direction she came from at lightning speed. Fang Yuan activated his movement killer move light illusion bat wings again, but he could not catch up. In a few breaths of time, Plump Lady vanished into the horizon. Plump Lady is in deep trouble now. She even used her killer move light sand escape. Her foundation is definitely damaged. This guy is too exaggerated. He actually forced Plump Lady to flee. Far away, Ling Husu was carefully hiding deep in the sand. He held his breath and concentrated. He did not dare to show any flaws. She escaped quite quickly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, stopping on the battlefield. He continued to use investigative goo to search. Ling Husu did not even dare to breathe loudly. He could feel the waves of investigative goo sweeping through his hiding spot. Fang Yuan searched for a long time, but there was no effect. He left. He finally left. Something is wrong. Why do I feel so uneasy? Ling Husu was just about to come out to kill the enemy, but his heart jumped. He changed his mind. Time passed slowly. It was already past midnight. A figure descended from the sky like a phantom. It was Fang Yuan. He had purposely left earlier, making a detour and flying above the clouds, secretly observing the situation below. But after waiting for a long time, he did not see anyone. He snorted coldly, giving up on his search. He rushed towards Golden Sand Oasis again. So close, so close. This demon is truly sinister and crafty. Thankfully I was vigilant. I almost fell into his trap. Ling Husu curled up deep in the sand, his body breaking out in cold sweat from fear. In the darkness, his eyeballs started to move. What is this demon's background? Where did he come from? What ulterior motive does he have? Ling Husu's curiosity was aroused, but this demon's investigative method is clearly unable to find my traces. Should I follow him and see what he is trying to do? But he immediately thought of Fang Yuan's return. His budding idea was doused with a bucket of cold water. This demon is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also crafty and sinister. I should save it. After all, the immortal Yuan stone is already in my hands. Ling Husu dispelled this thought. He did not dare to leave the desert. He directly drilled into the ground. His battle strength was lacking, but he had many movement killer moves. His drilling speed was not slower than ordinary Gu immortals flying. He directly chose the opposite direction from Fang Yuan, leaving this place. Fang Yuan returned to the sand oasis again. The oasis was brightly lit. It was filled with noise. Even though Fang Yuan purposely left this place, the commotion caused by the Gu immortals' battle was not small. It caused the mortals to panic. Fang Yuan ignored these people. He used luck inspection Gu to find Hanli again. He was extremely vigilant. While concealing his traces, he secretly activated Connect Luck Gu. This time, it was smooth sailing for him. There were no more accidents. The two's luck connected. Fang Yuan saw that Hanli's monolith luck was shrinking at an astonishing speed. Next, the monolith luck was covered in cracks. It crumbled. After a few breaths of time, Hanli's luck fell to the same level as a mortal's, smoke rising in spirals. Next, the gray-white smoke rapidly turned black. Oh no! Fang Yuan saw this and his heart sank. At the same time, Hanli was eating with his parents who had just returned. He was extremely hungry. He was stuffing food into his mouth. Eat slowly, kid. His mother smiled lovingly, showing concern for her son. Ugh, ugh. Suddenly, Hanli grabbed his neck. His eyes were wide open. He choked. Little rascal, quickly, spit it out. His parents were pale with fright. They were flustered. But in the end, Hanli was not saved by them. Hanli was lying on the bed, slowly waking up and opening his eyes. Beside the bed, his parents were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to an old Gu master, repeatedly thanking him. Dr. Mo, thank you for saving my son. Dr. Mo, we will remember your great kindness for the rest of our lives. Father, mother. Hanli opened his mouth with difficulty and softly called out. My son, my heart, alas. You are finally awake. Hanli's mother heard his voice and pounced on the bed, crying tears of joy. Little rascal, you are finally awake. Quickly thank Dr. Mo, if not for him, you would have really died. Hanli's father was also very happy, walking over and reminding him. Mo, Dr. Mo, thank you for saving my life. Hanli saw Dr. Mo and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. I am a goo master stationed in Han Village. Saving you is something I should do. Your luck is good today, I happen to be patrolling the village. Dr. Imo smiled. Soon after, under the endless thanks of Han Li's parents, he leisurely left. Oh? This is interesting. Fang Yuan did not go far, he hid far away and saw the scene. After he successfully connected his luck, Han Li's luck fell sharply, quickly turning into a faint black death luck. If Han Li was a goo master with great strength, he could ignore this luck. But he was only a mortal, a weak child among mortals. He was immediately devoured by the black death luck and choked to death while eating. Fang Yuan immediately wanted to make a move and save him. He had a large number of healing mortal goo. If he choked to death, as long as he did not die for long, he could be saved again. As long as he did not die, his luck would continue to flow endlessly. If Han Li died like this, Fang Yuan's terrible luck would only be slightly alleviated, but it would still worsen. Treating the symptoms would not solve the root cause. If Han Li survived, he would connect his luck with Fang Yuan at all times, continuously improving Fang Yuan's bad luck. But just as he set off, he suddenly saw a figure. He ran out of a large house in the village and quickly rushed towards Han Li's house. Looking at his movement goo, it was obvious. He was a rank 2 goo master. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and quietly approached the village. He decided to wait and see. This rank 2 goo master came to Han Li's house and tidied up his clothes. He pretended to be at ease. Soon after, he accidentally discovered Han Li choking to death. Under the pleading of Han Li's parents, he acted on the spot and saved Han Li from their conversation. This Dr. Imo should be a healing goo master stationed in the village. However, from the looks of it, Han Li seems to have a secret relationship with this Dr. Imo. Fang Yuan's heart stirred. In order to control the mortals, goo master forces would send 1 or 2 goo masters to take turns to guard the village. Like Qingmao Mountain's Guyue Xianxia, he was such a goo master stationed here. Han Li and his family fell into a deep sleep. Fang Yuan snuck into the house. He came to Han Li's side and used a mortal goo. It made him sleep even deeper. Fang Yuan stretched out his 8 hands and touched various parts of Han Li's body. Not long after, he found some clues. There were many goo worms living in Han Li's body, and his flesh and blood seemed to be affected by the goo worms. Fang Yuan felt that this arrangement was very familiar. The weakness of zombies was that their thoughts were rigid. Fang Yuan could not think of the key point and could only use the will stored in his mind to help him think. He searched through his memories and quickly found the truth. So this so-called Dr. Imo wants to refine a human medicine goo. This human medicine goo was a rank 3 goo. It used human children as the main material to refine the goo and took several years to slowly refine it. Once the human medicine goo was refined, it could only be used once. It could increase one's lifespan, but the side effects were huge. That Dr. Imo is not young anymore. He clearly wants to use the human medicine goo to increase his lifespan, so he placed his attention on Han Li. No wonder when Han Li was cutting the grass, he could pinch the dagger grass with his bare hands. This was because his body had been secretly modified. No wonder when Han Li was in trouble, Dr. Imo rushed over quickly. This was because the goo worms on Han Li's body could monitor his movements. No wonder after Han Li choked to death, he was easily saved. Because according to the human medicine goo's refinement steps, it can greatly increase a person's bodily functions. Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Although he discovered Dr. Mo's scheme, he did not want to stop it for the time being. If Dr. Mo mysteriously dies, Han Village will definitely be investigated, and misfortune will occur. If he does not die, he will definitely take care of Han Li in order to refine the human medicine goo. There are still 3 to 4 years before the human medicine goo is refined, and I only need Han Li to be alive. Fang Yuan activated the luck inspection goo again and checked Han Li's luck. Ever since he succeeded in connecting his luck, Han Li's luck had plummeted. It was no longer as special as before and was like the surrounding mortals. His luck was thin and faint like smoke. Fang Yuan carefully observed and found that the black color of Han Li's luck had disappeared, and was replaced by a gray-white color. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. From his experience, he concluded that the black color represented death. Without the black color, Hanli would not be in danger of death for the time being. As the saying goes, after extreme misfortune comes bliss, one who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune later on. After Hanli went through this crisis of death, his luck had clearly improved. From this, I relied on my own strength and schemes to survive the calamity and tribulation in northern plains. After escaping from the wind veil of assimilation, the black coffin luck should have dissipated by more than half. But even so, Hanli was almost cursed to death by me. It seems I need to find a few more targets and connect my luck with them one by one. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but before he left, he secretly placed some goo worms on Hanli's body. With his ingenious method, he could ensure that the rank 2 Dr. Mo would not find out. If one day, Dr. Mo wanted to make a move on Hanli, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Kid, I gave you 3 protective talismans. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Hee. Fang Yuan came and left without a sound, not a single soul could detect him. He first left Shajing Oasis and found a secluded corner. Only then did he activate fixed immortal travel. The next moment, he appeared in Central Continent. An enormous heavenly river fell from the sky, passing through the whole of Central Continent. Finally, it flowed out of Central Continent's eastern region and flowed towards Eastern Sea. At the middle and lower reaches of the heavenly river, due to the scouring of the heavenly river, a large fertile plain was formed. The plain was rich in natural resources and had many outstanding people. Countless small and medium-sized sects had taken root here. Among these sects, there was a very unremarkable small sect. Its name was extremely grand, called Universal Life Academy. Fang Yuan hid in the forest, observing this Universal Life Academy from afar. The academy was situated in a valley. There were not many houses in the courtyard, there was a small plaza. It seemed that the sect was holding a competition. There were 2 stages in the plaza, and hundreds of Gu masters were watching from below the stages. It was a battle between mortal Gu masters. The duration was short. It was nothing special. But in the eyes of the people involved, it was incomparably exciting. Especially to the youngster Hong Yi, who was standing among the crowd, this competition held great significance. I have bull strength and tiger strength, and because I had a fortuitous encounter with the goo worm passable, my battle strength has already reached the first rate of rank 2. In this competition, I will shock the world with a single brilliant feat, and obtain the first seat of the academy. This way, I can make my father lower his head. I will place my mother's memorial tablet in the clan's ancestral hall. Hong Yi clenched his fists, making up his mind. At the same time, far away, Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He muttered, "I found you, Hong Yi." This Hong Yi's luck was not inferior to Han Li's. He was also a rank 7 legend that emerged during the 5 Regions War. He cultivated strength path and soul path. He had outstanding talent and was extremely proficient in creating killer moves. He had many fortuitous encounters. He obtained an ancient Rockman king's body, comprehended an inheritance left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable, and even subdued an ancient desolate beast white-horned Qilin by chance, turning it into his mount. But even though he found his target, Fang Yuan did not make a move immediately. It is a clear day now, the sky is clear and boundless. If I want to connect my luck, the commotion will be huge, I might be discovered. This place was not like Han Village. In Han Village, there was only a rank 2 Gu master guarding it. But here, it was the gathering place of a Gu master sect. Not only that, there were 3 or 4 small and mid-sized forces around the valley. The whole of the plains in the middle and lower reaches of Heavenly River were densely packed with sections. Among these mortal Gu masters, there were even several lone cultivator Gu immortals. These Gu immortals had established their own sects. If Fang Yuan used Connect Luck Immortal Gu directly, he might be discovered. I can only wait until night time, when everyone is asleep. I will arrange a large number of mortal Gu and try to conceal my aura. Fang Yuan was old and experienced, he never lacked patience. When night fell, Universal Life Academy became silent. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Good, the 10,000 Gu worms arranged around the valley are ready. To conceal the Immortal Gu's aura, I will need to use Connect Luck for most of the night. Right at this time, there was a spatial fluctuation in his immortal aperture. A moving perspective cup Gu appeared out of nowhere in his immortal aperture. Within the moving perspective cup goo, there was a letter. Did something happen to Tai Baiyunxing? Fang Yuan probed with his consciousness and soon found that the letter was not from Tai Baiyunxing, but from Fairy Li Shan. After the Snowy Mountain Alliance was established, Fang Yuan gave Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan a moving perspective cup goo each, forming a set with his own. The contents of the letter made Fang Yuan frown. This was Fairy Li Shan asking for help for He Lulan. He Lulan was being chased by her father, her life was in danger. How can this be? Damn it. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Due to the oath, he had to put down his matters and quickly rush to Northern Plains to help He Lulan. However, for the time being, Hong Yi was still living here, it was easy for Fang Yuan to find him. I will let you off this time. Fang Yuan quickly retrieved most of the goo worms, trying not to leave any traces behind. Next, he went into a cave and secretly used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he arrived at a secret room on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's third peak. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan was pacing around anxiously. After seeing Fang Yuan, she immediately got closer. You are finally here. You made me anxious, the situation is urgent, little Lan is being chased by that scoundrel. Why didn't you go help her? Fang Yuan frowned. I was going to show myself, but little Lan strongly asked me to continue hiding. She did not want our relationship to be known to the public. Are you the only one here? Where is Tai Baiyunxing? He has other matters to attend to. Fang Yuan asked, how many goo immortals are chasing her? Only 2. One is He Qing, the other is Xianxia. I placed investigative goo on He Lulan, her situation is critical. Quick, I will transmit the scene to you, go save her. Lulan, don't run. You are my daughter, why would I harm you? You cannot listen to other people's instigation. We have a deep misunderstanding between father and daughter. Indeed, I admit that I have the Yin-Yang life extension method inheritance, but this method cannot harm lives. Your mother really died because of the earthly calamity. He Qing floated in the air, speaking with an aggrieved tone as he tried to persuade He Lulan. He wore a black robe, which made his skin look even fairer. His eyes were like ink, his face was like jade, he was handsome, worthy of being a famous handsome man among Northern Plains goo immortals. When he persuaded He Lulan, his words were sincere, complimenting his appearance. If outsiders who did not know the truth heard it, they might really believe it. But He Lulan had already seen through the other party's true colors. She gritted her teeth, evil scoundrel, who can you deceive with your hypocritical lies? If the Yin-Yang life extension method really does not harm lives, you can show it to me. Hehe, I believe Xianxia beside you will also be interested. Xianxia was tall and thin, he wore a light blue robe, his snow-white hair extended to his feet. Right now, he was standing beside He Qing, not saying a word. He was a demonic path goo immortal, in charge of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 7th peak. Earlier, because he had supported Ma tribe lost in the Imperial Court contest, and he was suppressed by He tribe. Afterwards, in order to obtain the strength path immortal goo, He Lulan exposed the secret of He Qing plotting to kill Su Xian'er to him. Thus, Xianxia had a secret weapon to restrict He Qing. He Lulan had wanted to use Xianxia's mouth to destroy He Qing's reputation. But to think that Xianxia and He Qing were together. Right now, hearing He Lulan's words, Xianxia's blue pupils turned. He looked at He Qing with interest. Maybe I can help your daughter? He Qing snorted, ignoring Xianxia's words. His attitude had truly changed. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he slowly said to He Lulan, daughter, you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. He Lulan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, she had already been beaten into her original form, and her entire body was bathed in blood. His armor was in tatters and he was in a sorry state, but his gaze was even more ferocious. Killing intent surged in his heart. A mocking expression appeared on her face. Father? Hehe. The Grand Righteous Path Rank 7 goo immortal Lord He Qing had actually brought a demonic path goo immortal to threaten his daughter. If this situation were to be known by the world, I wonder what the result will be. He Qing was mocked like that. Instead, he smiled, displaying his unfathomable shrewdness. Lulan, you won't be able to escape today. You have the great strength true martial physique, becoming a Gu immortal is 10 times harder than ordinary people. Without my help, you will not become a strength path Gu immortal. Humph, if you have the guts, then kill me. He Lulan's face was twisted and ferocious. His aura increased instead of decreasing. You forced me into a corner. At most, I'll self-detonate. I'll let you use all your schemes, all your efforts will be in vain, let's see what you can do to me. He Qing laughed heartily, if you die, how will you take revenge for your mother? You hid for so many years, painstakingly working, wasn't it all to kill me? Unfortunately, we are different immortals and mortals, even if you have the 10 extreme physiques and can bully rank 6 Gu immortals with the lowest battle strength, you can. You want to kill a rank 7 Gu immortal like me, humph, a fantasy. But even though he said that, He Qing was still feeling vexed in his heart. He Lulan spoke of He Qing's worries, although he had the immortal Gu Dark Arrow, this immortal Gu was only used for offense. He Qing lacked capturing methods, if he forced her too much, and He Lulan really self-detonated, he would not be able to stop her. Most importantly, this matter of harming his own daughter could not be exposed, it could not be spread, he could only act in secret. Otherwise, with He Qing's influence in Northern Plains' righteous path, he would be able to gather 5 to 6 Gu immortals. But now, he only brought one person, Xianxia. And Xianxia was a demonic path Gu immortal from Snowy Mountain, he always placed benefits above everything else, he could not be trusted. Although they seemed to be allies, He Qing had always been on guard against him. Earlier, when He Lulan exposed the secret, after Xianxia got hold of He Qing's weakness, he thought about it and did not make it public. If He Qing's reputation was tarnished, He tribe's Gu immortals would be able to suppress Xianxia. But if he used it to threaten He Qing, Xianxia could obtain even greater benefits. Thus, before the wind veil of assimilation appeared, Xianxia found He Qing alone and used this secret to threaten him. He Qing was shocked at that time, the secret he had kept for so many years was exposed, he almost lost his composure. But he was worthy of being an old and crafty person, he quickly calmed down and used his glib tongue to agree to a portion of Xianxia's threats. Afterwards, He Qing persuaded Xianxia to cooperate, and promised him that as long as his plan succeeded, he would give him even more rewards. Xianxia demanded an exorbitant price, saying that he was very interested in the Yinyang life extension method. Although Xianxia was only middle-aged and had lifespan Gu, which Gu immortal would not covet a lifespan extension method, He Qing was helpless and furious, but he could only pretend to agree. Thus, He Qing and Xianxia formed an alliance. Just as He Lulan, He Qing, and Xianxia were in a deadlock, a dazzling jade light suddenly appeared beside He Lulan. The jade light soon dissipated, revealing Fang Yuan's huge body. He was 30 meters tall and had 8 arms, his face was green. And eyes were red, his whole body was covered in a layer of shiny black armor, the armor was filled with sinister barbs. Facing a strong enemy, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless, thus, he first activated his defensive killer move Hair Armor before using fixed immortal travel to get here. Although fixed immortal travel could only be passed down to humans, Gu masters could use Gu worms to form clothes and armor, they would not have to run around naked. When Fang Yuan teleported from Three Kings Blessed Land to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he was pressed for time and did not have the appropriate Gu worms. He could only run around naked, leaving a deep impression on Feng Kim Hong. You are finally here. He Lulan's expression shook when she saw the reinforcements. What immortal Gu is this? Who are you? Xianxia was shocked, he quickly asked. Fang Yuan quickly looked at the two in the air, laughing with a hoarse voice, he said with killing intent, the person who will kill you in the future. He replied half-heartedly while transmitting to He Lulan, quick. We cannot stay here, enter my immortal aperture, I will bring you away. Hearing that Fang Yuan wanted to kill him, Xianxia was furious, you talk big. The Gu immortal beside him, He Qing, reacted faster than him, attack. That is the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel, he only needs 3 breaths of time to escape. We cannot give him any chance. As they spoke, He Lulan had already successfully entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Xianxia's expression turned solemn, he waved his sleeves and a crescent blade wheel the size of a horse carriage condensed. The blade wheel whistled as it flew, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Killer move, Icy Wind Blade Wheel. The blade wheel was made of ice and snow, its edges were extremely sharp, frost energy spread everywhere, and with the help of the wind, it was extremely fast. Before the blade wheel even reached him, Fang Yuan felt an intense cold wind assaulting him. This killer move is ferocious, it contains the essence of ice and wind path, it is worth at least 3 immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan squinted, he wisely chose to dodge. Killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings. 2 huge shadows of black bat wings flashed behind him. After the shadow flapped hard, it immediately dissipated into nothingness. Fang Yuan's speed rose sharply, he moved like lightning, flying to the side and dodging the icy wind blade wheel. The blade wheel landed on the ground, and with a loud sound, it cut deep into the ground like a knife cutting through tofu. On the grassland, the blade wheel instantly created a huge ravine. The ravine was quickly filled with ice that was as hard as iron and stone. Although Fang Yuan dodged the icy wind blade wheel, He Cheng's attack was right in front of him. This was an inconspicuous small black arrow. The arrow was short, less than half an adult's arm, it was dark and gloomy, and did not emit any dangerous aura. But precisely because of this, Fang Yuan felt a great sense of danger. This was the attack of the immortal Gu Dark Arrow. He Cheng was experienced in battle, he was ruthless, he used his killer move at the start. Fang Yuan quickly activated his killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings, dodging continuously. But the small black arrow was like a maggot, it followed him closely. Moreover, it changed directions agilely, it had locked onto Fang Yuan, no matter how he tried, he could not shake it off. The attack of the immortal Gu Dark Arrow could automatically find the enemy, it could change directions agilely and was extremely fast. Even if Fang Yuan was a flying master, he could not use it well. The dark arrow was getting closer and closer to Fang Yuan, he was surrounded by danger several times. Fang Yuan's defensive killer move Hair Armor, although it had a high price-to-performance ratio and was widely used in the 5 regions chaotic war, it was only a mortal killer move, the dark arrow could break it with one stab. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, even though it was tough, could not block the power of the dark arrow. Especially this dark arrow, it directly ignored Fang Yuan's body, heart and other areas, it targeted Fang Yuan's only weakness, his brain. After Fang Yuan became an immortal zombie, his heart, throat, anus and other areas were no longer his weaknesses. Even if these areas were destroyed, they would not cause any damage, he could still move freely. But the brain was different. If the brain was destroyed, the mind would be destroyed. Fang Yuan could not think, it would affect his movements, he would be at the mercy of others. Activating fixed immortal travel required 3 breaths of time. But the dark arrow chased relentlessly, it did not give Fang Yuan enough time. Fang Yuan twisted and turned, the many mortal goo that formed the killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings could not hold on for much longer. It's over. He Cheng sneered, he waved his sleeves and shot out another dark arrow. My dark arrow immortal goo is only rank 6, it can only shoot 3 dark arrows at once. No matter who you are, it is your honor to be able to make me shoot 2 dark arrows consecutively. He Cheng looked down at Fang Yuan, seeing him struggling at the edge of life and death, he evaluated arrogantly. Humph, what are you so proud of, I was just playing with you. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed loudly with his hoarse throat. 2 dark arrows approached him, he knew he could not save his green grape immortal essence anymore, thus he activated Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace. Swoosh, a huge wave appeared under Fang Yuan's feet. The wave rumbled, Fang Yuan walked on it, quickly pulling away from the dark arrow. The power of an immortal goo was truly extraordinary. Another immortal goo. Xianxia's expression changed, his gaze was burning with jealousy. To think that he himself had spent so much effort and schemes to obtain wooden chicken immortal goo, but it was all for naught. This mere immortal zombie in front of him actually had immortal goo that ordinary goo immortals did not have, and he even had 2. He Cheng, Xianxia, let's stop here for today. Enjoy your remaining life, because you do not have much time left. Fang Yuan's tone was icy cold. He stepped on the waves, at the same time, his body shone with jade green light again. 3 breaths of time later, fixed immortal travel carried him, crossing endless space and leaving the battlefield. 2 dark arrows arrived just in time, but they only hit a trace of the jade light in the air. Oh no, they escaped. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly, he questioned He Cheng, aren't you a rank 7 goo immortal? Why didn't you capture them? Xianxia, watch your tone. Heiqing was expressionless, he looked at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia was suppressed by Heiqing's aura, his expression became more restrained. Heiqing spoke slowly, the other party has 2 movement immortal goo, unless we have immortal goo that can seal the battlefield, we can only let them escape. But the tracking method I used on He Lulan is extremely secretive, it is a peak mortal killer move. As long as she appears in Northern Plains again, I will definitely sense her. And we did not return empty-handed this time, we have already found out the force behind He Lulan. Without the help of others, He Lulan would not be able to do this. But I did not expect it. An immortal zombie with 2 immortal goo appeared. It seems that the force behind He Lulan is not simple. The situation is getting more interesting. Saying so, Heiqing's lips curled into a smile, he did not show any signs of frustration. He did not make a move on He Lulan, on one hand, he was wary of her self-detonation, on the other hand, he wanted to lure out the mysterious person behind her. You mean? Xianxia's gaze focused. Immortal zombies are usually formed when goo immortals are unable to extend their lifespan and are forced to transform into immortal zombies. Do you think this immortal zombie is the true mastermind behind He Lulan? Heiqing asked meaningfully. Fang Yuan didn't fight them head-on. He only dodged the arrows. He displayed the attainments of a flying master. But this level of attainment was not rare for goo immortals who had lived for hundreds of years. Therefore, Heiqing and Xianxia didn't know Fang Yuan's true battle power. Fang Yuan didn't receive their attention, they only treated him as an ordinary immortal zombie. Xianxia's eyes flickered a few times. I understand what you mean. This immortal zombie was not the crucial person, he had 2 movement immortal goo. It's very likely that someone lent it to him. Heiqing nodded, that's right. This mysterious person behind the scenes could very well be someone we know. Since she has the heart to send an unfamiliar immortal zombie to save us, then there must be something that is inconvenient for him to do. This mysterious person behind the scenes doesn't reveal any flaws, how can we investigate them? Xianxia felt a headache. Enemies hidden in the dark were the most troublesome, they made him feel restricted when doing things, he didn't know who to trust or who to deal with. She has already revealed a flaw. Heiqing laughed heartily. Be it fixed immortal travel or worldly wave trace. They are both related to Central Continent. Such obvious clues are enough for us to dig out many things. As long as I find out the mysterious person who wants to harm me, I will capture them all. Saying so, Heiqing's face showed a trace of malevolence. Fixed immortal travel brought Fang Yuan back to Fairy Li Shan's place. Little Lan, how are your injuries? Seeing the bloodied He Lulan coming out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, Fairy Li Shan was very nervous, she quickly went over to check. Little aunt, it's fine. That old scoundrel did not deal a heavy blow, he was only bluffing. He Lulan smiled, as if she was not the injured one. Fairy Li Shan relaxed, letting out a breath of air, it seems that you guessed correctly, that old scoundrel really left a tracking method on you. This method is extremely secretive, we checked 5 or 6 times earlier but did not find anything. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze turned cold, he stared at He Lulan, that means, you were discovered by Heiqing on purpose? Not on purpose. He Lulan looked straight into Fang Yuan's eyes, not avoiding his gaze. Earlier, Little Ant collected crucial information regarding Ma Hongyan's whereabouts. Ma Hongyan was captured by Northern Plains goo immortal Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing's blessed land is inside Crimson Reed Marsh. This time, I wanted to sneak into the blessed land and investigate. To think that Heiqing was nearby, the moment I stepped into Crimson Reed Marsh, I was discovered by him. Fang Yuan nodded, he believed He Lulan's words. Of course, this was not because he trusted He Lulan, but because the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a rule, allies could keep secrets, but they could not lie to each other. If you did not want to say it, you could choose not to. But you had to be telling the truth, otherwise, you would die from the oath. Ma Hongyan is like his name, he has fortune rivaling the heavens. If I connect my luck to him, it will be much more effective than Hanli and Hongyi. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan asked, how reliable is the information about Ma Hongyan being captured by Qin Baixing? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other, Before Fairy Li Shan said, according to our analysis, it is 70% reliable. The battle on the wind veil of assimilation involved dozens of Gu immortals from the righteous and demonic paths. I was there as well. The scene was very chaotic. After the battle, everyone had their own guesses and rumors about who took Ma Hongyan away. As a result, more than 10 small conflicts occurred, but it was proven to be false. The information this time is different from the previous rumors. We have evidence. Evidently, someone in the know purposely spread this information. Qin Baixing is a rank 7 lone cultivator Gu immortal, a famous woodpath expert. He also relies on his blessed land to defend. It is easy to defend and hard to attack. But Ma Hongyan is related to giant sun immortals' luck path true inheritance. It is too tempting to northern plains Gu immortals. Especially when Qin Baixing does not have a Huangjin bloodline, he is the target of jealousy and hatred. Fang Yuan nodded. This means that this is a dangerous situation. If Ma Hongyan is really captured by Qin Baixing, not long after, a group of Gu immortals will attack Crimson Reed Marsh. That's right. Hei Lulan laughed heartily, her beautiful black eyes shining with a strange light. In my opinion, this information is most likely true. Thankfully, Little Ant did not expose her identity this time. When the righteous and demonic Gu immortals unite, they will need her mountain pledge Gu. We can use this chance to participate in this matter. If there is a chance to fish in troubled waters and obtain the luck path true inheritance, we will make a move. If there is no chance, we will take a step back. While old scoundrel Hei Qing is deep in battle, I will have a chance to ascend to an immortal. Hei Lulan was an ambitious person. She was similar to Fang Yuan. She was skilled in scheming. Fang Yuan asked coldly, although this is the first time I met Hei Qing, I can confirm that he is not easy to deal with. If he stays outside, what will you do? To Hei Qing, the luck path true inheritance was important, but it was not as important as his lifespan. There were so many eyes on the luck path true inheritance, with so many fierce people fighting for it, he might as well stay out of it and get rid of the troublesome Hei Lulan first. Fang Yuan's question hit the nail on the head. Hei Lulan's brows rose as she replied with a high-spirited expression, I don't have much time left, thanks to Little Ant's help these days. Half a month later, I will ascend even if I don't want to. If Hei Qing comes to disturb us, then let's fight him to the death. Her words showed that she did not care about life and death, showing her heroic bearing. That means I have a chance of facing Hei Qing head-on? By then, I can't escape, I can only resist him to protect you. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Fairy Li Shan said, Fang Yuan, don't forget, when a Gu master ascends to an immortal, heaven and earth qi will fluctuate intensely. Such a special environment will severely weaken Hei Qing's battle strength. Little Land's immortal ascension is very important. I will also participate. Together with Tai Baiyunqing, we will have the battle strength of 3 Gu immortals on our side. Hei Lulan, however, understood his intentions. Fang Yuan, in order to save me, you used fixed immortal travel 3 times and lost 3 beads of green grape immortal essence. Every time you use worldly wave trace Gu, you will lose 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. According to our alliance agreement, double the compensation is 8 immortal yuan stones. That's right. Fang Yuan looked at Hei Lulan, thinking that it was easier to talk to intelligent people. Fairy Li Shan came to a realization, 8 immortal yuan stones, I can give them to you now. But I have other things here, maybe Fang Yuan, you will be more interested if you take a look. Saying so, she took out 2 killer moves and a Gu recipe. Fang Yuan looked through them and was immediately interested. 2 killer moves, one was called Poison Breath, it was a poison path killer move. It could turn a Gu immortal's normal breathing into poison gas. The killer move was weak, but it could last for a long time. After a long time, the Gu immortal would be surrounded by a layer of poison gas that would corrode the surrounding people and objects. But this killer move had a flaw, it was easy to injure the user. Especially for a normal Gu immortal's body, they needed to spend a lot of effort to protect their nose, throat, and lungs. This flaw was negligible to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. The other killer move was called Kongxing Tian. Kongxing Tian was the name of a person, he was the Gu immortal who created this killer move. He was famous in the history of Gu masters, he had the 4th-ranked mystical Gu, Qi Escape Gu. Spring Autumn Cicada was only ranked 7th, while Qi Escape Gu was ranked 4th, it was created by reverse refining the legendary Reputation Gu. In terms of flying speed, it was number one in the world, no Gu could compare to it, and this killer move was also a movement killer move. Back then, Kongxing Tian had used Qi Escape Gu as a reference to it. It could open the tiny pores on the Gu Immortal's body and let out rapid air currents, propelling the Gu Immortal forward. Not only was it fast, it was also very agile. The killer move Kongxing Tian was also very suitable for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had a zombie body, his pores were tough, even if they were destroyed, his recovery speed was shocking, he could recover rapidly. As for the Gu recipe, it was an ancient strength path Gu recipe, it could refine rank 5 group strength Gu. Undeniably, these three things were gathered by Fairy Li Shan for a period of time, specially prepared for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan thought about it before saying to Fairy Li Shan, I want this poison breath killer move and the ancient strength path Gu recipe. How many immortal Yuan stones? Fairy Li Shan answered, poison breath needs 2 immortal Yuan stones, and group strength Gu's recipe is also sold for 2 immortal Yuan stones. A total of 4 immortal Yuan stones. Feng Yuan nodded, agreeing to Fairy Li Shan's price. Poison breath killer move was extraordinary, it was indeed worth 2 immortal Yuan stones. Group strength Gu might only be a rank 5 mortal Gu, but it was already extinct. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was normal for the Gu recipe to cost 2 immortal Yuan stones. Fairy Li Shan offered 3 things, but this unremarkable group strength Gu recipe was the most attractive to Feng Yuan. However, even though the price was fair, Feng Yuan was tight on money, he still wanted to bargain and save as much immortal Yuan stones as possible. Thus, he said, this group strength Gu recipe might be rare, but it is an ancient Gu recipe, the Gu refinement materials are ancient, they are not easy to find now. Fairy Li Shan smiled, oh Feng Yuan, I expected this. I had originally prepared this group strength Gu's recipe for Little Lan. The reason why I am selling it to you now is because the main material to refine this Gu, stone monkey hair, has appeared recently. He Lulan added, that's right, recently, a Gu immortal in jewel yellow skies, Shirlei, known as the immortal monkey king, produced stone monkey hair in his blessed land. This Gu refinement material had been extinct for countless years, but it reappeared in his hands, it has already caused quite a commotion in jewel yellow skies. Among the Gu recipes of group strength Gu, the rarest material is the stone monkey hair. The other materials might be rare, but as long as you have the heart, you can buy them. You can find them. Or use your refinement path foundation to exchange them. Her meaning was that she would not accept a counteroffer. Feng Yuan was not discouraged, stone monkey hair? This ancient Gu refinement material, although it has reappeared, it is monopolized by immortal monkey king Shirlei's family, its price should not be cheap. There's an old saying that goes, there's nothing good that's cheap. Feng Yuan. I saw your immortal killer move myriad self with my own eyes, its power is truly shocking, even now, it is deeply engraved in my heart. A straightforward person did not resort to insinuations. Group strength Gu's value to you, Feng Yuan, is much higher than ordinary Gu immortals. 2 pieces of immortal Yuan stone are already sold very cheaply, He Lulan said. She refused to budge an inch. The other party had seen through him. It was indeed not good. However, He Lulan was right. The price of 4 immortal Yuan stones was not high, it was very fair. Fairy Li Shan did not earn any profit from Feng Yuan's immortal Yuan stone, but she did not sell it at a loss either. Fine. Feng Yuan assessed the situation and no longer insisted. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were not the land spirit of Xianxia, haggling over the price would be insulting the other party's intelligence. Soon after, both sides completed this transaction. Feng Yuan obtained the poison breath killer move, as well as the ancient group strength Gu's recipe. There were also 4 immortal Yuan stones. As for movement killer move Kongxing Tian, it was not suitable for Feng Yuan. Kongxing Tian opened all the pores on his body, breathing out air currents to move his body forward. This killer move speed was not bad, and it was very agile. But the opening of all the pores on his body caused Feng Yuan's defense to fall greatly. At the same time, Feng Yuan's defensive killer move hair armor covered his body, leaving no gaps. If he used Kongxing Tian, he could not use hair armor. If he used hair armor, Kongxing Tian would be useless. The two were not compatible. Because of these reasons, Fang Yuan gave up on using Kongxing Tian. He now had 19.5 immortal yuan stones, but he had to convert them into green grape immortal essence, and he also had to bear the huge pressure of feeding immortal goo. Fang Yuan was still tight on money, he could not casually spend it on useless killer moves. When leaving, Fang Yuan did not use fixed immortal travel extravagantly, he used a Stargate. Before leaving, he took a look at He Lulan's luck. He Lulan was rank 5 peak stage, her luck could be sensed by rank 5 luck inspection goo. He Lulan's luck had already recovered from the low point of dealing with Ma Hongyun. Her luck was like a huge pillar, it had the color of a blue cloud, giving people a feeling that it would last for a long time. He Lulan's luck is clearly at the level of Hanli and Hong Yi. I can deduce that her immortal ascension has a higher chance of success. But luck cannot be relied on alone, otherwise, why would He Lulan die so suddenly in my previous life? It can be seen that although luck is good, it also depends on whether one can grasp it or not. Now it seems that He Lulan's sudden death might have been caused by He Qing. Although He Lulan's luck was strong, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a detailed rule: allies could not be harmed. Fang Yuan was plagued with bad luck. If he tried to connect his luck with her, he would indeed have the intention of harming her. Moreover, according to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, he was not optimistic about He Lulan's future. Fang Yuan did not have break luck goo, he could not randomly connect his luck, he had to choose his target carefully. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan first took out 8 pieces of immortal yuan stone and converted them into his own green grape immortal essence. He had used fixed immortal travel many times to return to Western Desert, Central Continent, Southern Sea, and also used worldly wave trace immortal goo to fight He Qing, consuming a total of 6 green grape immortal essence beads. Out of the 17 green grape immortal essence beads, only 11 were left. Due to the recent frequent battles, after Fang Yuan refined 8 pieces of immortal yuan stone, his total green grape immortal essence beads increased to 19. This way, Fang Yuan's immortal yuan stone fell to 11.5. Looking back at the battle with He Qing, Fang Yuan was very satisfied. The result of victory or defeat was of no concern to Fang Yuan. He would not be angry or feel humiliated simply because of defeat. He would not feel proud or happy because of victory. He cared more about the gains and losses. In this battle, Fang Yuan had expended 4 green grape immortal essence beads, but he had gained more trust from He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. At the same time, he had obtained 4 immortal yuan stone, the killer move Poison Breath, and the group strength Goo's recipe. Evidently, he had made a huge profit. However, in terms of losses, I have to remember worldly wave trace immortal goo. Fang Yuan took out the immortal goo worldly wave trace. Right now, the immortal goo's aura was not as stable as before, it gave off a feeling of weakness. The goo worm also did not have a healthy luster, it looked dark and lifeless. Fang Yuan understood, worldly wave trace immortal goo was originally in Imperial Court Blessed Land, it would starve and eat until it was full. Under the wind veil of assimilation, Mo Yao's will used water pavilion to fight. After I obtained it, I also used this immortal goo many times. It has already reached some sort of bottom line, it needs to be fed. If I don't feed it and use it too much, it might starve to death. Worldly wave trace immortal goo was the first hungry immortal goo in Fang Yuan's possession. It could be foreseen that as time passed, Fang Yuan would have even more immortal goo that were hungry and needed to be fed. However, to feed worldly wave trace goo, he needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Fang Yuan asked Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. After Tai Baiyunqing left, the land spirit took over Tai Baiyunqing's work and often paid attention to Jewel Yellow Skies' movements. But even though Fang Yuan took the initiative to buy them in Jewel Yellow Skies, there were few responses. This was not the commercial society on Earth, the economy here was not developed, one could not buy anything they wanted. Fang Yuan used moving perspective cup goo to send a letter to Tai Baiyunqing. Tai Baiyunqing brought him good news, he had already arrived at Haishur Blessed Land, he had smoothly come into contact with some goo immortals, he even saw someone selling underworld jellyfish in Haishur Blessed Land. It was just that deep-sea lightning eels were not commonly seen. Goo immortals needed to go deep into the sea to capture them, not only was it dangerous, the sea areas that produced lightning eels were already controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances. It was a powerful force, even stronger than Eastern Sea's local superforces. Thus, Eastern Sea immortal zombies acted in a domineering and arrogant manner. They sealed off several large sea areas and kept a vast amount of resources for themselves. This way, they maintained and increased their battle strength, making them even more domineering towards outsiders. Tai Baiyunqing's letter suggested Fang Yuan to directly join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance and purchase deep-sea lightning eels from within Zombie Alliance. This was not only convenient, the price inside Zombie Alliance would also be much lower than selling to outsiders. Although Fang Yuan was moved, he had ascended to Immortal Realm in Northern Plains. His immortal aperture was formed from the Heaven and Earth Chi of Northern Plains. The Heaven and Earth Chi of the 5 regions were all different. As long as one tested it, it would be clear at a glance. One's origin could not be concealed. If he was a Northern Plains immortal zombie, it was not impossible to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. But joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was related to one of Fang Yuan's great plans. This plan had huge expected profits, to the extent that even if Fang Yuan did not become an immortal zombie, he would have taken the risk to disguise his identity and sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Now that he was an immortal zombie, joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was no doubt more convenient. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance might make it easier to buy lightning eels, but if I give Tai Baiyunqing some time to socialize, I will be able to buy them. At most, the price will be higher. If I do not use Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo as much as possible, I will be able to last for some time. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on his plan. He rejected Tai Baiyunqing's suggestion. After resting in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for a while, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel again, rushing to Central Continent. Universal Life Academy was located in a valley, under the night sky. It was lit up with many lights. It was tranquil and peaceful. Hong Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, ending his daily cultivation of nurturing his aperture. He opened his eyes. They were shining brightly, revealing a look of anticipation and excitement. In today's competition, I have already entered the top 10, but I have not shown my true strength. This is heaven helping me. I coincidentally got a buy and was treated as a lucky person. Tomorrow is the competition of the top 10, they will underestimate me and will not be able to guess my true battle strength. The day after tomorrow is the battle of the top 10, as long as I use this goo, it will not be a problem to break through their defenses. Thinking of this, Hong Yi took out a rank 2 goo worm. This was a time path goo worm. It was extremely rare. It could be used for both offense and defense. It could make the opponent's goo worm return to before it was activated. For example, if the opponent condensed a fireball, under the power of the fireball, the goo worm would return to before it was activated, and the fireball would vanish. Hong Yi had already decided to use passable goo to deal with the enemy's defensive goo. As long as the enemy did not activate 2 defensive goo at the same time, Hong Yi would be able to land a light hit on the enemy's body and heavily injure them, before defeating them. If the enemy activated 2 defensive goo at the same time, Hong Yi would not be in a rush to attack, he would use a battle of attrition. If the enemy activated 2 defensive goo at the same time, his primeval essence expenditure would definitely be faster than Hong Yi. It could be said that Hong Yi had a huge advantage with this goo. He would most likely get first place in this competition. As long as I get first place, I will be able to move Mother's memorial tablet back to the ancestral hall. Suddenly, Hong Yi frowned. In an instant, he felt as if his heart had become empty. It was as if something precious and important had been stolen by someone. Could it be that my wish of many years is about to come true, causing me to feel anxious? I am alone. Other than passable goo, I have nothing else. What can I have that is worth others seizing? Hong Yi shook his head and laughed bitterly. He had forgotten about the uneasiness he had felt earlier. Far away in the valley, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The luck connection succeeded. For this luck connection, he had made good use of his time. He had rested in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for a while before rushing over, thus he did not encounter any unexpected disturbances. Fang Yuan used luck inspection goo, observing Hong Yi's luck. His luck was milky white. It was very special. It gave off a feeling of vitality. His luck gathered into a lump, forming the posture of a scholar sitting down and reading. The scholar's appearance was somewhat similar to Hong Yi. He was in high spirits. But after connecting his luck with Fang Yuan, this white scholar's luck immediately shrunk. It was less than 30% of its original size. Moreover, the scholar's robe that was flowing like silk had become tattered, become ragged and patched here and there. It was like a young master of a rich family had become a poor man's son. His younger brother was a poor scholar. His face was no longer in high spirits. Instead, his face was thin and his expression was gloomy, as if he was talented but had not been recognized. It seems that the luck connection is beneficial. There are benefits indeed. When I connected my luck with Han Li earlier, he almost choked to death. This time, Hong Yi's luck did not bring him death. This shows my own luck. It has improved a lot. It has indeed improved a lot. Fang Yuan was secretly pleased. Just as he was about to leave this place, he suddenly had a thought. He found two sneaky Gu masters moving stealthily in this valley. Fang Yuan had been in the Universal Life Academy's valley in order to connect his luck. He arranged many Gu worms. On one hand, it could conceal the aura of immortal Gu connect luck. On the other hand, it could scout the surroundings and give an early warning. It could be said that the whole valley was under Fang Yuan's surveillance. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and sensed. These two sneaky Gu masters were not weak, they were both rank 5 Gu masters. They were on the other side of the valley, sneaking forward and whispering to each other. Sect Master Fanny. Are you sure there's an Ji forest and an earth horse beneath this valley? Valley Lord Yuan Bai. I can't be wrong. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't worry, follow me into the cave. When you see it with your own eyes, won't you be convinced? Humph, this is the territory of the Universal Life Academy. If Universal Life Academy's principal Hong Xianji discovers us, we won't be able to walk away unscathed. Although Hong Xianji is strong, his investigative methods are lacking, otherwise, he would have discovered this great resource right in front of him. We are scheming against him, how can he discover us? Sigh, if we are discovered, our two sect leaders will investigate Universal Life Academy at night, our reputation and face will be ruined. Fang Yuan listened to the entire conversation between the two. Ji Forest, Earth Horse? His heart jumped. This Ji Forest grew in underground caves, often spanning tens of li. Each Lingji was as big as a tree, its flesh was fat and plump, it could be used to feed Gu worms or be sold as Gu refinement materials. Earth horses were mutated beasts that grew in the Ji forest. There were usually only 2 or 3 of them in a forest, they lived in families. Earth horse hooves were one of the main materials of rank 5 Earth escape Gu. Earth horse eyes could be used to refine X-ray vision Gu. Earth horse tail hair could be used to refine smoke dust Gu. Earth horses could be said to be full of treasures. It was no wonder Valley Lord Yuan Bai and sect leader Fan Yi, these two rank 5 Gu masters, coveted them. But to Fang Yuan, earth horses and Ji forest did not have much attraction. Earth horses were mutated beasts, they were at most equivalent to myriad beast kings. An earth horse family only had 2 or 3 myriad beast kings. Ji forest was sold by many people in jewel yellow skies, they were ordinary goods. Fang Yuan did not need to use immortal Yuan stone to buy them. However, for the Universal Life Academy, the large underground Ji forest is an important resource that involves enormous benefits. It is a pity that they are still in the dark. Fang Yuan thought about it, he followed behind the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, entering the underground Ji forest. Just like he estimated, this was an ordinary Ji forest, it was about 10 li in size. 3 earth horses, it was a family of 3, they lived in the Ji forest. Such a large Ji forest. Sect leader Yuan Bai sighed as he walked in the Ji forest. This is a boundless land of treasures, why did it not appear in my valley? Sigh. Valley Lord Fanny affectionately caressed the branches of the Lingji, speaking with a tone of jealousy. Fang Yuan walked around them, arriving at the center of the Ji forest. There was the largest Lingji here, it was over 6 meters tall, directly supporting the cave wall. The leaves of the Lingji were like a huge umbrella, covering a huge circle. This was the Lingji king. Fang Yuan lowered his head, arriving in front of the Lingji king. Beside the Lingji king, there were 3 earth horse guards, as well as a group of metal-devouring ants. There were many metal path wild Gu in the ant group, and there were even wild wood path Gu worms on the Lingji king. But these were all mortal creatures. Fang Yuan did not conceal his immortal zombie aura, directly coming here without any obstruction. Fang Yuan took out a monstrous claw, aiming at the position. He ruthlessly scratched the trunk of the Lingji King. The Lingji King shook intensely, causing the rocks on the ceiling to fall. The Earth Horse Guards were intimidated by Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura. They did not dare to get close, they could only whimper from afar. Fang Yuan dug for a while before retracting his zombie claw. Inside the monstrous claw, it was holding a heart. This was the heart of the Lingji King. It was tender and warm. The surface was milky white, formed from pure Lingji flesh. It let out a trace of meaty fragrance. As long as I plant this Lingji King heart, not long later, a small Ji forest will form. Fang Yuan could be considered to be stealing. Who immortal blessed land soil was not suitable for planting a large-scale Ji forest. But it was not hard to survive in this small area. Of course, there were not many benefits involved. Fang Yuan was purely playing around. As for this large Ji forest and earth horses, Fang Yuan did not care about them. He wanted to move into Hu immortal blessed land. It would be very troublesome. When he needed it, it was most convenient to buy it from Jewel Yellow Skies. Even if it lost its heart, the Lingji King would not die. It was just that the Ji forest would not grow. It would have to rest for at least 10 years. What is that sound? Far away, Yuan Bai and Fanny looked at each other. Fang Yuan took away the Lingji King heart. It caused quite a commotion. There was even the earth horse's whimper. But when Yuan Bai and Fanny arrived before the Lingji King, Fang Yuan had already disappeared. He had left. The remaining earth horse guards vented their anger on Yuan Bai and Fanny. Sounds of intense fighting could be heard. Soon, Universal Life Academy was alerted. Hong Xuanji led a group of Gu masters and arrived. They were surprised and happy. Yuan Bai and Fanny sighed inwardly at their bad luck. After a round of fighting, Hong Xuanji chased Yuan Bai and Fanny away. He ordered the academy elders who were in ecstasy. The matter of the Ji forest is very important. From today onwards, we will stop the sect competition and gather all the disciples and elders who are out on missions. It will be a difficult period from now on. Yuan Bai and Fanny will gather more sects to pressure us. We must defend this Ji forest. This is the foundation of Universal Life Academy's rise. Yes, Lord Principal. The Gu masters responded. On the other side, Hong Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was still in the dark. He did not know that the sect competition he was looking forward to had been cancelled due to the sudden change. The realization of his dream of moving back to his mother's tablet would have to be postponed again. Swish swish swish, water waves surged, moist winds blew on Fang Yuan's face, but such a light force did not give Fang Yuan any feeling. This was not Central Continent, it was Southern Border. The river in front of him was Southern Border's second largest river, Jade Dragon River. There were 3 great rivers in the Southern Border. The first was the Red Dragon River, the second was the Jade Dragon River, and the third was the Yellow Dragon River. Red Dragon River's water was red like blood, Jade Dragon River had green waves, and Yellow Dragon River was the river that Fang Yuan had drifted on in this life. It was yellowish-brown and had the most silt. Fang Yuan played with the Lingji King heart in his hands. After taking this heart, he did not use fixed immortal travel to leave. Instead, he moved to a corner of the valley. Before activating fixed immortal travel, he left behind many Gu worms. These Gu worms would self-detonate after he left, getting rid of the aura left behind by fixed immortal travel. It would be done without anyone knowing. Right now, he was waiting for a person. This person was one of his targets. He had great luck. He had many fortuitous encounters and went from a lowly existence to a legend. During the 5 Regions Chaotic War, he was a rank 7 Gu immortal, an influential person on the same level as Hanli and Hong Yi. But different from Hanli who joined a clan or Hong Yi who joined a sect, this person had always been a lone cultivator. He had several friends and relatives, but he had never joined any force. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, there were rumors that Central Continent's Celestial Court was preparing to recruit him. As for whether this was true or not, Fang Yuan had no way to verify it. But since Fang Yuan had reborn, this was not important anymore. In my memories, this person was ostracized by lowly people. After his clan was banished, he wandered here. Beside this river, he obtained the inheritance of a rank 4 Gu master. It was enough for him. With this inheritance, he made a living and defended against the dangers of the wilderness. He grew stronger step by step, and by a huge fortuitous encounter, he obtained the black-yellow mother Chi Gu and the heavenly teacher inheritance. He succeeded in rock gambling and swept through all of southern borders rock gambling dens. Fang Yuan recalled. The reason why he knew of this place was because of every biography of an important person was filled with pictures and text. Yi Fan was Fang Yuan's target this time. And this was Yi Fan's starting point. He obtained his first fortuitous encounter tonight. To be continued, the stars were like diamonds, decorating the night sky, wind blew from the river, occasionally, there would be the cries of beasts and birds, it made the surroundings even more tranquil. Fang Yuan waited patiently, but Yi Fan did not appear that night. As time passed, the second day, the third day, Yi Fan did not appear. Is there a mistake in? Fang Yuan could not help but think, but soon, he denied this thought. No, the Gu Master inheritance is still there, Yi Fan did not take it away. Let's wait and see. Fang Yuan did not know that 1,000 li away, Yi Fan was in trouble. Huff huff huff, Yi Fan breathed roughly, he looked at the huge beast at the entrance of the cave with fear and trepidation. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I was just chased out by the clan, I hid in a cave, but when I woke up, the cave entrance was sealed. Yi Fan cursed internally, he was nervous and helpless. This cave only had one exit, but it was blocked by a ferocious beast. Yi Fan did not have the ability to dig holes in the ground, and his strength was still very low. However, this ferocious beast's body was enormous, it was actually a beast emperor. This beast emperor, why is it alone? There are no beast groups guarding it. Could it be an old emperor that was chased out by the new emperor? Yi Fan looked at the beast in front of him nervously as he analyzed the situation in his mind. As he observed, he soon found that this beast emperor was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This dog-shaped beast emperor was covered in injuries, it was not big, it was lying on the ground, its eyelids were drooping, it was weak. On its snow-white fur, there were colorful patterns. It was like a pink flower petal in the snow. Sniff sniff sniff. Yi Fan listened carefully, he could hear that the dog emperor was whimpering softly, its voice was very weak. Looking at its shriveled body. Looking at its ribs, Yi Fan finally understood, even though this is a beast emperor, it is very hungry, it has no battle strength left. After coming to this conclusion, Yi Fan let out a breath of air, he relaxed but also felt pity for it. They were both in the same predicament. This beast emperor was in a similar situation as him. Yi Fan carefully got close to the dog-shaped beast emperor, the beast emperor did not react, it allowed him to get close. Yi Fan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Squatting down beside the beast emperor, he slowly extended his hand and placed it on the beast emperor's forehead. The fluffy fur made Yi Fan feel soft and comfortable. At the same time, it was wet and hot. The beast king was having a fever. His whole body was drenched in sweat and his fur was wet. His bodily functions were at rock bottom. Beast emperor, you're about to die. Maybe one day, I'll be just like you. But you're lucky to have met me. Who told me to be the most famous veterinarian in the village? Yi Fan muttered to himself as sympathy welled up in his heart. He began to heal the dog beast king. He activated a goo worm to heal the beast emperor's injuries. To alleviate its condition. Then, he took out precious food and water and fed them to the beast emperor bit by bit, allowing it to slowly recover its strength. Yi Fan was no longer in a hurry. He stayed in the cave for 7 days until the dog-shaped beast king finally recovered. Although it was still weak and did not have a single wild goo on it, it could not even defeat 1,000 beast king. But at least it was out of danger, it was no longer feverish and could run freely, following Yi Fan's legs. Yi Fan had saved it, so it treated Yi Fan as its closest friend. Every time Yi Fan returned to the cave with food and water, it would greet him and run around Yi Fan's legs, wagging its tail happily. Later on, it recovered some battle strength and started to hunt with Yi Fan, helping him obtain food. One man and one dog, they quickly established a deep friendship. When Yi Fan decided to leave the cave and travel far away, the dog-shaped beast emperor chose to follow him. It's already the 8th day, why has Yi Fan not appeared yet? Beside Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan was getting anxious from waiting. There were 5 to 6 days left until He Lolan's tribulation. By then, Fang Yuan would have to guard her. Not only would he have to bear the brunt of the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation, he might also have to face the joint attack of rank 7 Gu Immortal Heiqing and rank 6 Xianxia. To estimate a Gu Immortal's battle strength, there were many factors to consider, but there were only 4 main ones: Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and the Gu Immortal's battle attainment. During the trip to Northern Plains, Tai Baiyunxing, who had just advanced to Gu Immortal, had bottom-tier rank 6 battle strength. Tai Baiyunxing had Immortal Essence and Healing Immortal Gu, but he did not have Killer Moves or sufficient Mortal Gu. And most importantly, his battle attainment was very low. Thus, he was suppressed by He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique. Right now, Fang Yuan had little Immortal Essence. Even though he had many Immortal Gu, they were all waiting to be fed, he could not use them. But he had the killer move Icy Drill Stardust, Light Illusion Bat Wings, and Hair Armor. Normally, his battle strength could reach upper tier rank 6. If he used the immortal killer move Myriad Self, his battle strength would immediately rise to the peak of rank 6. Fang Yuan defeated the Western Desert Gu Immortal Plump Lady, who had fled. Her battle strength was also upper tier rank 6. She had 3 kinds of powerful mortal killer moves, especially the last movement killer move. Fang Yuan could not catch up to her. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, with light illusion bat wings and hair armor, and most importantly, Fang Yuan's abundant and ruthless battle talent. Plump Lady lost all her fighting spirit and could only escape. Xianxia's battle strength should also be upper tier rank 6. He was a wealthy Gu Immortal. Even though he had failed to sponsor Ma tribe and suffered a huge loss, he still had a foundation. He definitely did not lack immortal essence. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, he had already purchased many killer moves in his early years. As a demonic path cultivator, he paid attention to battle strength. His battle attainment was also extraordinary. Xianxia was an experienced Gu Immortal. If Fang Yuan did not use Myriad Self or Immortal Gu to fight him, the victor would only be known after a battle. And Heiqing's battle strength was upper tier rank 7. Heiqing was older than Xianxia and He Bai. His rank 7 blessed land was already on the right track. The immortal essence it produced was Red Date Immortal Essence. It was a grade higher than Green Grape Immortal Essence. He was a Gu Immortal of the Huangjin tribes. He did not lack killer moves. He had Immortal Gu Dark Arrow for a long time. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, several months ago, Heiqing seemed to have seized an Immortal Gu somewhere in Northern Plains. But as for what it was, Heiqing had not exposed it yet. Heiqing's battle achievements were also not bad. He had openly sparred with some righteous Path Gu Immortals, and also fought to the death with demonic Path Gu Immortals, killing several demonic Path Gu Immortals. Heiqing did not lack immortal essence or killer moves. His battle attainment was also not bad, but he lacked immortal Gu. If he had 1 or 2 Gu that could be used in battle, his battle strength would rise to upper tier rank 7. Fang Yuan had fought with Heiqing before. But the battle was very short. Fang Yuan did not fight head-on, instead retreating with He Lulan. In all fairness, even though Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu, he did not have any immortal Gu for offense or defense. When the dark arrow attacked, Fang Yuan could only dodge. He could not take it head-on. Fortunately, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was the core Gu of Myriad Self killer move. Because of this, Fang Yuan had an immortal killer move. Because of this trump card, Fang Yuan had the strength to fight Heiqing head-on. Fang Yuan was very clear about the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. He Lulan was about to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure. Yifan has not arrived yet. The less time I have to prepare for He Lulan's tribulation. Maybe I should give up on waiting and return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to make preparations and raise my battle strength as much as possible. After waiting for so many days, Fang Yuan's heart could not help but waver. Especially when he thought of the previous 2 luck connections. There were accidents that caused the luck connection to fail. When Hanli appeared. When Plump Lady appeared, Fang Yuan had no choice but to fight and show his fierceness, scaring Plump Lady away. When Hongyi appeared, He Lulan was being chased. Fang Yuan was forced to put down what he was doing and save her. Could it be that my attempt to connect luck to Yifan also met with an accident? It was not because of me, but because of Yifan? Fang Yuan's guess was right on the mark. Luck was constantly changing, it was like the tide, rising and falling at times. One who survives a disaster is bound to have good fortune. After Fang Yuan escaped from the wind veil of assimilation, his black coffin luck had already dissipated by half. Next, he connected his luck to Han Li and Hong Yi. They were all people with strong luck that were only inferior to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan's luck thus changed greatly. This time, he connected Yi Fan's luck. The contest of luck between the two was no longer Fang Yuan facing trouble. Instead, Yi Fan's luck was faintly evading, giving Yi Fan a chance to avoid danger. Yi Fan grabbed this chance and delayed for 7 days and 7 nights, successfully subduing a beast monarch. Unfortunately, when he neared the Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan's heart only wavered, but he did not leave. Eh? Isn't the dog monarch beside Yi Fan the Yingming I met in the Three Kings' Blessed Land? It did not die and even followed Yi Fan? Fang Yuan recognized the dog monarch and was astonished. This matter was not recorded in the biography of Yi Fan. The process of connecting Yi Fan's luck was very smooth, and nothing unexpected happened. It could also be said that Yi Fan's lateness was already an accident. Yi Fan's strength was low, and from start to finish, he did not discover that Fang Yuan had plotted against him. This proved once again that good and bad luck were not decisive factors. As long as one was strong enough, they could resist bad luck and seize opportunities. Yi Fan's luck was also very special. There was actually a coffin in his luck. However, this coffin was not the black coffin that Fang Yuan had before. Instead, it was bronze in color and looked simple and mysterious. Around the coffin, there were 9 spiraling dragons of luck protecting it. After connecting with Fang Yuan's luck, the 9 dragons of luck immediately shrunk to 4, and the bronze coffin also shrunk to half its original size. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this result. Yi Fan's luck had shrunk by more than half, but there was still a large amount left. Han Li, Hong Yi, and Yi Fan have all connected their luck to me, and the luck of the 4 of them has been evenly divided. Yi Fan's luck is also the same as mine. Han Li's luck and Hong Yi's luck are equally dense. After working hard to this point, Fang Yuan finally resolved the second drawback of the spring-autumn cicada. Not only did he no longer have the bad luck from before, but he also had extraordinary luck. He could barely be considered a person with good luck. It is a pity that it is not easy to find a suitable candidate. Although there are still a few in my memory, they have not been born yet. Fang Yuan inwardly felt that it was a pity that there were very few people with strong luck. At this stage, Fang Yuan could only find these 3. At this point, the matter of connecting luck came to an end. As Fang Yuan watched Yi Fan continuously approach the treasure by the river, he could not help but smile. He Lolan's tribulation made Fang Yuan feel that a huge battle was about to happen. He Qing was an experienced rank 7 Gu immortal, his battle strength surpassed Fang Yuan's. Xianxia had Snowy Mountain's 7th peak, he was not an easy opponent. Even without He Qing and Xianxia's interference, the great strength true martial physique's tribulation was far more severe than normal people. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan immediately started preparing for battle. He wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time. He had to start from 4 aspects: immortal essence, killer moves, immortal Gu, and personal battle attainment. Fang Yuan's personal battle attainment was already very high, it was hard to raise it in a short period of time. To raise his battle strength, he could only start from the other 3 aspects. Fang Yuan first checked his capital. Because of Yi Fan, Fang Yuan went to southern border. This trip had used up 2 beads of green grape immortal essence, he had 17 beads left. Evidently, this amount was far from enough for a huge battle. According to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was normal to expend dozens of beads of immortal essence in a huge battle, sometimes even hundreds. Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu, he needed to replenish his green grape immortal essence. To replenish his green grape immortal essence, there was only one way for Fang Yuan, that was to refine immortal Yuan stone. And Fang Yuan only had 11.5 immortal Yuan stone left. Fang Yuan went into the underground cave and saw Wisdom Gu again. Wisdom Gu, I brought you something fun this time. He greeted. Even though Wisdom Gu could communicate with Renzu normally. However, legends were not without their exaggerations. Fang Yuan could not figure it out. No matter what. Wisdom Gu remained silent, but the light of wisdom flickered a few times. Fang Yuan smiled. With his previous experience of dealing with Wisdom Gu, seeing the light of wisdom flicker, he knew that Wisdom Gu had agreed. Therefore, he planted the Lingji Ganoderma king's heart that he had conveniently stolen on the spot. In just a few breaths of time, the ground split open, mushroom-shaped Ganoderma grew at an observable speed, growing to the height of benches and tables. There was no other way. Who Immortal Blessed Land soil was different from the Universal Life Academy's valley soil. It was not suitable for the growth of a mushroom forest. This was already the limit of the mushroom forest's growth. Fang Yuan did not feel it was a pity either. He was just casually sitting on a stalk of Ganoderma. The Lingji violently trembled a few times. It was actually able to withstand the enormous weight of Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. This cave was originally empty, but now it was no longer monotonous. Wisdom Gu was like a new baby. It circled and danced in the short mushroom forest. At first, it was cautious, but soon, its flight path revealed a cheerful mood, like a child who had discovered a new toy. Wisdom Gu, it's time to get down to business, Fang Yuan said after watching for a while. Wisdom Gu stopped at the top of a stalk of Lingji, once again emitting the light of wisdom. It enveloped Fang Yuan within. Fang Yuan silently activated Delight in Water and Mountain Gu, deducing the Immortal Gu remnant recipe. 7 days later, he succeeded completely, once again perfecting 3 Immortal Gu remnant recipes. Using the Stargate, he completed the transaction with the land spirit of Xianxia, obtaining 40 Immortal Yuan stones. According to the previous price, perfecting a 90% Immortal Gu remnant recipe required 10 Immortal Yuan stones. Perfecting an 80% Immortal Gu remnant recipe required 20 Immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan completed 2 Immortal Gu remnant recipes this time, while one was 89% Immortal Gu remnant recipes. The Immortal Gu remnant recipes in the land spirit of Xianxia's hands were not all 90% Immortal Gu remnant recipes. Most of them had lower completion rates. Although Fang Yuan obtained a lot of Immortal Yuan stones each time, deducing Immortal Gu remnant recipes with lower completion rates also expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. All in all, every time he transacted with the land spirit of Xianxia, his net profit was around 26 Immortal Yuan stones. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the land spirit Little Hu Immortal sent good news. A Gu Immortal in Treasure Imperial Heaven seemed to have accidentally found the corpse of a 6-headed snake. The corpse had already been sorted and was being sold in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan heard this and immediately activated Divine Sense Gu to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, using the identity of 8-Arm Immortal to contact the Gu Immortal who was selling the corpse. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu in his possession required the black blood of the desolate beast 6-headed snake. But after Fang Yuan took a look, he found that this doll had skin, meat, bones, eyeballs, snake tendons, but there was no black blood of the 6-headed snake. When I accidentally found this desolate beast corpse, close to 100 years had passed since the 6-headed snake died. Thus, the snake's black blood had already flowed out. I'm sorry, the Gu Immortal who was selling the corpse replied. Fang Yuan inspected the 6-headed snake's corpse and found that the Gu Immortal was not lying, it was as he said. But Fang Yuan was not discouraged, he still decided to buy the 6-headed snake's corpse. The 6-headed snake was a desolate beast with battle strength comparable to a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Its body was filled with treasures that could be used to refine Gu. Fang Yuan spent a large sum of money, directly buying the entire skeleton, spending 3 Immortal Yuan stones. The bone marrow was hidden in the skeleton, it could produce blood. Fang Yuan was a blood path expert in his previous life, he was most proficient in extracting blood. With this skeleton, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu's food would be settled. After buying the skeleton, Fang Yuan went to Immortal Monkey King Shirley's stall in Jewel Yellow Skies. As expected, the divine sense activity here was booming, business was booming, everyone came for the stone monkey's hair, a Gu refinement material. Shirley did not personally pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies, he left behind pride to guard it. Wisdom Path inheritances were hard to come by, but Wisdom Path Gu worms were not rare in Jewel Yellow Skies. Almost every Gu Immortal had one, it was mainly for the convenience of buying and selling in Jewel Yellow Skies. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would not have been able to buy so many Wisdom Path Gu worms here back then. How much are you selling this stone monkey hair? Fang Yuan used his divine sense to ask Shirley's will. Shirley's will said in a stiff tone, 100 hair for one immortal yuan stone. Even though Fang Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable, he was shocked by this price. Why is it so expensive? Shirley proudly raised his head. If you think it is expensive, you can buy it elsewhere. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly. This stone monkey hair had only been developed by Shirley. How could he sell it elsewhere? This was the advantage of a monopoly, the price could be set at will. But even with such a high price, many Gu immortals still bought it. Which Gu immortal did not have Gu recipes? Immortal Gu remnant recipes. Maybe they just happened to have one or two, and needed this stone monkey hair as the material. There was also a portion of Gu immortals who had other ideas. They wanted to buy the stone monkey hair to try and research the secret of its production. If their blessed land could produce it, then they would be able to get a share of the huge profits. Don't say I didn't tell you. If you want to research the production of this stone monkey hair, you need to buy at least 1,000 hair. If you don't buy enough, you won't be able to research it. Shirley proudly knew the Gu immortal's intentions, and directly shouted. He was not worried that the secret of the stone monkey hair's production would be researched by others. Fang Yuan tried to bargain, but Shirley proudly refused to budge, saying impatiently, Go away, go away. Don't cause trouble if you don't want to buy it. There are plenty of people who want to buy it. A pauper. He also wants to buy ancient Gu refinement materials. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had a fiery temper and was arrogant. Not only did he manage his blessed land well, he also had outstanding battle strength. He thought highly of himself, but he did have the capital to be so. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he dominated an area. Afterwards, Feng Jioga attacked Langya blessed land and died. He had no one to suppress him, and his forces expanded rapidly. Even the 10 great sects of Central Continent could not suppress him. He was arrogant and unruly, unwilling to submit to others. He disrupted Central Continent's order, and even openly declared that he wanted to attack Immortal Court. Fang Yuan was facing a huge battle now. He urgently needed the stone monkey hair to refine group strength Gu. Thus, no matter how arrogant Shirley was, he could only buy the stone monkey hair. Eventually, he spent 5 immortal essence to buy 500 stone monkey hair. With the stone monkey hair in hand, Fang Yuan started to refine group strength Gu. Group strength Gu was extinct long ago. It belonged to the strength path and could gather the strength of a group. If it was combined into the killer move myriad self, it would greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan did not want to refine one rank 5 group strength Gu, but the more the better. At this time, the old hairy men that Fang Yuan bought finally showed their use. These old hairy men could not live for long, but they were all experts in Gu refinement. Fang Yuan broke down the steps of group strength Gu, handing the unimportant steps that had a high success rate but were complicated to them. As a Gu refinement master, he specialized in the crucial steps. After 3 days and 3 nights without rest, Fang Yuan obtained a total of 45 rank 5 group strength Gu. Gu worms were hard to refine. The higher the rank, the easier it was to fail. If he succeeded every time, 500 stone monkey hair would be 500 group strength Gu. But Fang Yuan expended a large number of Gu refinement materials. He used up all the stone monkey hair, and only obtained 45 in the end. This success rate was because the group strength Gu recipe was easy to refine, and had a higher success rate. Of course, Fang Yuan could also use the light of wisdom to improve the group strength Gu recipe, or find a replacement material for the stone monkey hair. But Fang Yuan did not have the time to slowly deduce now. Even if he had the time, he might not have the refinement path foundation. After all, this was an ancient strength path Gu recipe. It was different from the current refinement path system. Even if he had the foundation and time, he had to calculate the expenditure and gains. Don't forget, during the entire deduction process, he needed to expend green grape immortal essence. And he could not estimate the amount of green grape immortal essence. After refining group strength Gu, Fang Yuan did not stop. He used the light of wisdom to think of the killer move myriad self. This took him a day, but he finally perfectly fused the 45 group strength Gu into the killer move myriad self. During the Gu refinement period, Little Hu Immortal completed the construction of the blood pool at the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blood pool was like a huge lake. In the middle of the lake, the six-headed snake skeleton was floating, the pungent smell of blood spread for 100 li. In the pool, there were large numbers of goo worms, forming a goo formation to continuously expend the skeleton to create black blood. The core of the goo formation was the rank 5 battle bone will goo that Fang Yuan obtained from northern plains. Who Immortal Blessed Land's time flow was 5 times slower than the outside world of central continent. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan could prepare as much as he could with only 5 to 6 days left in northern plains. As time passed, the day of He Lolan's tribulation approached. Tai Bai Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through the Stargate. End of chapter 688. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.